All right, and we are live. Welcome to the 2022 Black Canyon 100K live stream presented by Hoka. I'm your co-host, Rob Ricardo, alongside somebody that really needs no introduction, somebody that knows the course better than most people on this planet, Flagstaff's very own Eric Sensman. Eric, how you doing this morning?
Doing well, Rob. Honored to be here.
Yeah,
We're going to have some fun.
Super stoked. There's a lot to talk about. If you're just joining us, we are about 27 minutes and change until the elite wave for the men's and women goes off for the 100K here. And it's quite the race. The field is arguably the most stacked it's ever been.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I think on both the men's and the women's side.
Absolutely. And the big story of the day is I think that we don't have just 2 golden tickets up for grabs like usual. We have 3 on each side.
Right. And I wonder how that'll play into the approach for these runners up front. Although it seems maybe not that different, 2 versus 3, it kind of is.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if you have more people holding back, trying to play the late surge or pushing in the second half, similar to how Nick Curry did last year, finishing 3rd, or if you see big groups hit the front. So we'll find out here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the thing, is that usually there are, like they said, there are 2 tickets and it'll roll down all the way till 5th. That still remains the same, but basically it's podium gets the ticket. If I'm not mistaken, there's only one runner in the entire event that already has punched their ticket into Western. Is that correct? Reid Coolset?
I was actually trying to figure that out myself. Well, so
Reid Coolset for sure is in Western
yep.
State. He got into a sponsor slot. I'm going to guess it's through Stoked Oats. That seems to be the
Okay.
same sponsor. Usually, every athlete.
Sure.
You've run states a few times.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about a little bit to give us some context about why there are 3 tickets this year and how that. A little more detail on how that kind of plays into maybe the mind games going into these elites that are running for 3.
Well, I suppose to go even a little further back for some history here, it it was the Montreal Cup back. I don't even know what year that started. Maybe our early days.
Yeah.
We discovered, Rob and I, that we started running ultras about the same time.
Yeah.
So it was the Montreal Cup, and you could race into Western States through the Montreal Cup. So that was kind of the original series that could get you into Western States, because otherwise Western States was always lottery. So then the Golden Ticket series developed, and I don't know the full history there, but the short story is 2 golden tickets from 5 golden ticket races, 2 tickets on the men's side, 2 on the women's side, would be awarded at each of these races. And they've changed over the years, but Black Canyon, I believe, has been one of the few that has been a golden ticket race from the beginning and throughout this series. So as you mentioned, those tickets can roll down as far as 5th place. Mm-hmm. So in other words, the top 2 men and the top 2 women would receive golden tickets unless one of the top 2 men or women who finish is already in Western States. But again, with our field today, I think that's pretty. You mentioned Reid.
Yeah, Reid's in there. We'll talk about, of course, throughout the next 8 to 9 to 10 hours. But yeah, Reid is certainly a contender for that. So we could see it. There's also the rare possibility of people they can pass. They can basically defer their ticket. I don't
Correct.
know that that's going to happen, because with a field this stacked and this is like the prime timing to start your tune up for Western States.
Exactly.
You're going to get in. So I don't know that you're running this race and going to pass it down.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced into Western States here at Black Canyon and at Lake Sonoma, which is no longer a golden ticket race, but Lake Sonoma is in April, and depends on the runner, I suppose, but that was a pretty tight turnaround for me. February, if you lock it in and you're not racing until June 25th this year, that gives you a good amount of time.
Yeah.
But to get back to these golden tickets then, the reason there are 3 this go-around for Black Canyon, usually there'd be 2, is that the Tarawera 100K in New Zealand was canceled. I believe that would have been last month in January. So the 2 men's and women's tickets needed to be allocated somehow. So they've added 1 ticket to the men's race and 1 to the women's race at both Black Canyon 100K today and Canyon's 100K in April. So we got 3.
Yeah. It's I mean, I'm the most stoked I've ever been for this race, and I'm always stoked for this race. We're just going to take a live look right now for our eyes in the sky. We've got the legend himself, Paul Nelson, out there flying the bird in the sky. This is a live look in Spring Valley at Mayer High School. This will be this is kind of like the packet pickup area, dropping off some drop bags. The race is going to start over on the track, which would be to the left of your screen. We'll see later as the sun starts to come up, and you basically start with about 300 meters or so around that track, and then you make your way, wind through some neighborhoods, and then eventually get on the Black Canyon Trail itself.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a new to the course reroute, although there's always something, I think, almost every year. When you're going 62 miles, it's bound for something to be slightly different. But because of the shuttle system last year and again this year, and perhaps this will continue in the future, I'm not 100% sure, but the course after it goes around the track will wrap around the back of the high school. And the only significant change in terms of, I don't know, how you want to approach this race, at least from my perspective, you actually do get a stretch of single track, what ends up being about maybe 600 meters into the race. I made a point of being at the front last year because I didn't want to get caught behind as you're going single file. So we'll see if that leads to any surges or early race antics here.
I know. I remember watching that. You kind of jumped to the front because you have that little bit of cattle gate, I guess it is, after that little 600 meters.
Correct.
Stretch,
once you get back on the
it really starts the bottleneck.
Yep. Yeah, right. At the end, when you're getting off the single track, you've got to kind of weave through this gate. So that'll be interesting to see. But I was just looking up the weather, Rob. It is in Mayer, Arizona, 36 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 29. So that should be a good start for him.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course, the temperature you do see at the top of your screen is really, it's kind of a preview of what the runners will be heading toward. It's going to be I guess you could say unseasonably warm for this week. It was perfect last week, and it looks like the forecast is going to have it perfect next week, but that's the way it always falls. It's going to be a hot day. I got some miles in on the course yesterday around Black Canyon City, and it was 5 degrees cooler than what it's supposed to be today.
Okay.
And granted, it was a shorter run, but it felt like early May. So it's going to be pretty rough after Black Canyon City.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jamil and Jubilee and company at Aravaipa are doing to conspire with the weather. I didn't know that was something you could do. But you either are going to get rain and sleet in a reroute, or you're going to get sunny and somehow the first warm weekend coming out of the winter of the season here in Phoenix. It seems like this race seems to coincide with that first warm weekend every year, unless, it's raining.
Yeah, one or the other.
That's right. So, yeah, it will be warm out there.
Amazing. Well, again, if you're just joining us, you are watching the Black Canyon 100K live stream presented by Hoka. We are just under 20 minutes now to our race start for the elites for the first wave. Of course, you'll see those on the bottom of your screen. Right now, it looks like we've got runners coming off the shuttle at Mayer High School. And, it's just going to be an absolutely incredible race to watch. Eric, I was thinking about this on the drive in. Like, you are probably the perfect person for this. And you're basically, I don't know if you're aware of this, you're kind of like completing some kind of circle, I guess you could say. You've run this race several times. Of course, you've podiumed twice. You've got a golden ticket. You've DNF'd, unfortunately. Happens. You've crewed, you've paced, and now you're commentating. That's got to feel pretty good. You have the full Black Canyon experience.
That is sort of the full gambit, I guess. Yeah.
And you're basically a poster boy for the majority of the sponsors, if not all of them on the race.
Yeah, that happens to work out too, right? So it's Hoka, Goo, Rabbit, I think are all part of the series. This race in particular. So, I love this race. I really, I first ran it in 2017. I did not yet live in Arizona, but I moved to Flagstaff later that year in 2017. And it's a special place. I think for those that are running it for the first time today, or those viewing along with us, some of the scenes from the course, I think you'll start to understand why someone might be prompted to continue to come back year after year.
Yeah.
And it's just a beautiful course. It's the Bradshaw Mountains. It's in the foothills, in the canyon below the Bradshaw Mountains, which are just gorgeous. Swarrows, just beautiful, pristine single track. And in February, I mean, it's hard to find running like this in a race like this. So that makes it unique as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the course itself, high level. Of course, we'll be diving into the details in real time as we watch the runners make their way southbound toward Emory Henderson Trailhead. But, this course is a lot harder than it reads on paper.
Right. Yeah, no question about it. I did a live race preview yesterday with Dylan Bowman on his platform, Free Trail. So that's worth checking out in more detail. Although stay with us for now because we're about to get started. But yeah, I mean, it looks, it just doesn't look like anything special. There's not a lot of climbing. It's net downhill. You would just think it'd be a real ripper. And there have been some fast times for the course and for the 100K, but you would think they'd be faster. Once you get on course, what you realize is it's just the trail's always doing something. It's never flat, or if it is, it's not for very long. It's never, completely smooth. If it is, it's not for very long.
Right.
So just over the course of 62 miles, which I think is, like 80,000 steps, that just starts to add up. Just all these little things, all the winding and the ups and downs and the in and outs, and the rocks here and there. So it's that sneaky difficulty that I think packs a bigger punch.
Yeah. And what I always think is like really cool about this course, whether you're an elite or a lot of people that, if you're not an elite, let's face it, most people in the sport are not elite runners. Happily, I'm one of them. And, a lot of people will run Black Canyon because it is a Western States qualifier. So whether you're at the front of the pack or the back of the pack, I think Western States is on people's mind, whether they're going for the golden ticket or they're looking for their qualifier to enter the lottery for 2023. And the cool thing is that this course is a pretty good simulation, would you say, of Western States, which is also a net downhill. You think it obviously is faster compared to a lot of other 100 miles in the mountains, but it's still super tough. You have the canyons, you've got these climbs, you've got the heat. This race starts on a track. Western States kind of ends on a track. It's kind of this full story. So I think it's like cool. Now, you've run both races several times. Would you agree that it's a good simulator of that course?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it lacks a little bit in vertical gain as compared to Western States. I think that's obvious to those that know the two races. But I think in terms of success rate, I'm not a good example, unfortunately. I wish I were. But, you look at Tyler Green. He wins Black Canyon. He gets second at Western States. You look at Brittany Peterson. She ran a course record at Black Canyon. She's been second and fourth at Western States. So I think there's a lot of reason to believe that success on this course, and it doesn't have to be success in the form of winning, individual success, your ability to cover this course, whether it's in 17 hours or 8, is a good indicator that, you can do it at Western States as well.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And, so anybody watching, while the entire race cutoff is 20 hours from your wave start time, if you're going to get into the Western State Lottery, that magic number is sub 17 hours. So, we might be able to check in with Chris Warden throughout the day, part of the Aravaipa family, who's going to be out there going for yet another Western States qualifier. So we'll see if we can get basically a first-person feel of what it's like to chase, because we're going to do our best to cover the entire field. But again, there's a lot of hype around how stacked the men's and women's fields are in this race, and we're under 14 minutes.
Yep.
I'm pretty excited for
We're
this.
getting close. We should we already got some comments coming in. I guess people know that they can comment.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If you are watching on YouTube and you are logged in, you can join the chat. We are going to be going to the chat quite often, and we'll be able to pull your comments up on screen. So ask us questions. If you ever wanted to do an Ask Me Anything or a Q&A with some of Trail Running's finest royalty over here, Eric Sensman, go ahead, and this is your time. You've got the next probably 10 hours to ask him
Yeah, please. Yeah, definitely ask some questions along the way. We were driving over here. My wife was like, "So what are you going to talk about for 10.5 hours?" And I was like, "Well,
Running.
yeah,
The
I
same thing
could
we
I could
probably
talk
talk
about
about-
Black Canyon for a week."
Same thing you probably talk about on any other given day, I
Right,
would imagine.
right.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing about the chat, all the super chat donations, a portion of those proceeds are going to go to support the Black Canyon Trail Coalition, which is the amazing organization that helps maintain the trails that the runners will be plugging along on today, from Mayor High all the way down to the Emory Henderson Trailhead in Anthem. So
And they've done some great work on the trail over the
Yeah.
years.
extending it as well.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep, that organization. So good thing to support.
for sure. So we're closing in on almost at the 10-minute mark. You want to talk about some predictions? Like I said, we're probably like 50 people deep on both the men's and the women's race for contenders, and that's not even to throw in like wild cards and dark horses that are sure to be in there. But
Yeah, gosh. Let's have you lead it off, Rob.
all right,
I want to see where you're at.
I love this part, and again, there's no. You're always kind of guessing, like Debo said yesterday on Free Trail,
Sure.
throwing darts at the wall.
Yep.
But I'm kind of going off intuition and just seeing everything. I've kind of put down my top 5 and top for the men and top 5 for the women. And
I like how organized you are.
well, I mean,
I didn't do anything like it's all in my
it's probably
head.
in your head. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going back, so there was
Yeah.
a lot of blank slots
Yeah,
until like
all right,
4 a.m. this
all right.
morning. But for the men, I'm thinking number 1. I'm going to give this one to Justin Grunwald.
Okay.
I think he had an incredible race last year. Of course, he had the famous sprint finish,
Yep.
passing at the cattle gates for 6th place. And I think he just ran into as he even said, he ran into some stomach issues last year. So and now he's being coached by David Roach
Yep.
or David and Megan, and he said he's in course record shape. So that would be to run around 7:52.
Yeah,
I don't know if the weather.
Yeah, well, and it was a warm year when Sage ran
Yeah.
his course record. I don't know if it was this warm. We'd have to look at the record books there. But I think it's difficult to know what course record shape is like to be in for this course in particular. I referenced this yesterday with Debo, but, Sage had just run 2:20 low at the Houston Marathon leading up to Black Canyon. That's just one indicator, but that's the kind of shape you need to be in. So that's in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to just bring it over to George real quick. He's got some sights on the ground of the runners getting ready for the track. About having that road speed real quick. Like we did mention Reid Coolset, who is arguably the fastest road marathoner in this field. He's a 2-time Canadian Olympian. Yep. He's got a 2:10 and change marathon
Yep.
PR. How much is that? It can translate to this.
Absolutely. I don't think, though, so he's already in, right? Western
Yeah.
States.
But so was Brittany
That's
and
a good
Addie
point.
last year, and they threw down. Of
Sure.
course, Brittany broke the course record.
So I would have been interested to talk to Reid before the race. My assumption would be, given his limited experience with ultras and with trail running, he's just kind of getting a sense for what's to come at Western States.
Yeah.
Would he have the capacity, the capabilities to run, smoking time on this course? I imagine he would, being a 2:10 marathoner. But I don't know if we'll see that today.
Yeah.
Well, so you've got Justin at the top of your
So
list.
I've got Justin at the top. I've got got to put Jared Hazen in the mix. Do you have any insights on Hazen? I mean, you guys are buddies. You train up in Flag.
Yeah.
He's been pretty quiet on social media.
Yeah, I've run with him quite a bit actually these last couple months. And again, as I mentioned yesterday on Free Trail, he's now being coached by Jason Coop. So, for example, this training block, his highest mileage week was 94 miles on 6 days of running. In the past for Jared, that was probably 130 or 140. So he's really reduced the volume. He said he was feeling really good this week. So I think he's excited to get out there and race. That's who I've got.
You got
picked for the win.
Hazen for the
well,
win. Yeah.
there's a couple quick things. You know what? I'm going to save it until we've got enough time because I've got a real deep dive that I think
we're gonna have many hours to deep dive
that I
on.
think might be appreciated. So I'll wait. But
Okay.
I've got Jared at the top of my list. And the other thing I said yesterday on the preview was I just have a hard time. Anthony Costales is such a good runner. I just have a hard time. I think if he has a decent day or better, he's going to be top 3.
Yeah.
I just don't know that 3 people can beat that guy, even if he just has an okay day.
I got to agree, especially after getting a ticket last year and then a few weeks before, a couple weeks, I think, before Western States, maybe even 10 days, he decided to pull out because he felt like like injury coming up. So, it was probably the smart move and didn't bring himself deeper into the hole. So, he's had that taste of Western States for getting a ticket last year, and you got to imagine that he wants it.
Absolutely,
he wants it bad
absolutely. So how about the women?
So that's my top 3. I do have to give a shout out. I think we're gonna have a dark horse.
Sure. Yep.
I think Scott Traer is gonna take top 5.
Oh dang!
Yeah.
You're going Scott and Fitz.
I mean, something we'll talk about throughout the day is you can't overlook the course knowledge.
Yeah.
And living down here, being able to train on the course.
That's one of my deep dives for later. But yes, I agree with you there.
So real quick for me, for the women, number 1, I'm gonna go with Lottie Grace.
So tell me about Lottie.
Lottie's a younger runner, Solomon runner.
And if you have a
She
wire bag, you
is,
need to set those
she
layers.
doesn't
Make
have
sure
as
you
much
go ahead
depth
and
as some of the other, as like Claire and Addie. That's my top 3 right there. But she got 4th at Javelina last year.
And that's right. She was just off the podium. Right. I remember that now. Yep.
So she's got a lot of speed, and something I look at, you can only see so much through social media, but your attitude and your mental attitude and approach to the sport goes a long way.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
no, that's a good point.
That's my top 3. Another shout out. Probably think I'm biased. Another local Phoenician, but I think we're going to see a breakout performance from Megan Kupris.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
super young. She's been building up really smart.
I was looking on the bio sheet in some of her results, thinking, at her age, that seems like it's only a matter of time. If we're going local, I also want to give a shout out, assuming she's still running, but she was on the list. Lauren Curry, wife of Nick Curry, who was finished 2nd in Ultra Runner of the Year voting last year. She's a stud. And again, having the course knowledge, being able to train in Arizona on the course this time of year, that can be hugely helpful. So.
And you always wonder when people are quieter, if they're quieter on social media, if you're not seeing anything on their Strava, and they haven't raced in a bit. Maybe they've had injuries, or maybe they're just keeping it low. They're doing a really focused training block. That's where you're like, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But That's what I think about with Jared, of course.
Sure.
But so those are my top 3 and some hot takes. Of course, they could be completely wrong 10 times over because the field again is ridiculously stacked.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think 15 deep on both sides in terms of potential top 3 or top 5 finishers. So this is going to be exciting.
Yeah.
And we're down to 5 minutes.
We're under 5 minutes right now. So we do have some comments in here that we can get to before the race. It looks like Andrew would like to know, is that your true mustache?
Is this my true mustache? It is. It took years of cultivating, to bring it to fruition, but it is indeed my mustache.
Yeah, I would argue it's the best stash since a late 80s Tim Tweetmeyer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just fortunate that this is how it looks when it grows out, but if I were to have a mustache, that's the style that I would go for.
All right, so we're counting it down here, and again, we're getting a live look at the track at Mayer High School. We'll have our drones back up in the sky soon enough, and we'll have everybody on. And this is just we're going to wait for the men and the women to line up. I think the archway should be blown up at this point for the start line.
Quick shout out here, Rob, to I believe I'm seeing Stephen Kirsch, a fellow Flagstaffian who paced me. Is that Steve?
In the Adidas kit?
I would guess so. He paced me the last 11 and a half miles last year, and that was very helpful. So since we saw him, why not say something?
Oh, yeah.
This is probably the worst for these runners today. This is the worst time of the day. 3 minutes. You're standing on
All
the
right,
start line.
Black Canyon
What goes
Ultras
through your mind when you're on the
2022.
as an elite
I just try to
Are
think about
you
nothing.
ready?
I think being able to turn the brain off is very powerful.
Feel the
This is a good time to do
We've
that.
got 4 minutes.
When I saw you, I was all over the course last year for the last 3 days. Your game face was on the entire day.
You guys, I'm not kidding. We're
Yeah,
on the
I mean, I
field.
think
I need
the mental
where you
side
at? I
of
need you on
the
front line.
sport
Bring it on us here.
is
Come
maybe
on.
undervalued in terms of how much that can help you, how far that can take you. Because I'll tell you one thing, I'm rarely one of the most talented runners on the line, but I tend to be able to compete it sort of beyond my talent pool. So I think a lot of that comes down to that mental side of the sport and your ability to
62 miles.
kind of convince yourself of what's possible for you. So that'll become important. This course is a great way to experience that. Maybe take a step forward with your mental game, because you just have times on this course late in the race where you're moving really slow, and you can convince yourself that it's not going well. But if you can convince yourself to keep moving, you can surprise yourself in terms of maybe how you'll end up. So.
Absolutely, and it's just like, look at the stark contrast from this start versus last year. Obviously there was way more wave starts due to the COVID protocols, and
2
we've got like
minutes.
kind of a bit of a packed start. It's feeling like almost like the so-called old days.
Yeah.
And I think that Scott Traer, I think he went with the long sleeve button-up shirt today. That's
I
a
like
wise
that.
choice. He said he wants to remind himself that it's always about fun first. So.
Good man.
He nailed it.
And we got Howie Stern there taking the photos. I don't know if you can go to an ultra these days and not see Howie.
No, he seems to have cloned himself, and he's at every
Black Canyon 2022.
There's 10 Howie Sterns out
Are
there.
you ready? We have 3 golden tickets.
And then
on
it
the
looks like we got Addie
line
Bracy
today.
up there in
From Spring Valley
front.
all the way to New River, 62 miles. Get your
Anthony
tickets.
to the
Are
left
you
there.
ready
Anthony
to run?
Costales is there.
Come on, make some noise. Warm it up.
Yeah, they're all packed in. It's tough to see everybody, but they'll get spread out here before too long.
Chasing goal.
And there's another angle. And you can hear race director Jubilee Page giving them the 1 minute countdown.
Whenever you see the highlight reels from this race, there's always a snippet from Jubilee.
Oh yeah, she's a master on the mic.
She really is.
There's our lead field.
And
30 seconds.
And we've got today, Rob, what do we say, about 750 runners?
Yeah, I believe
Upwards of
last
800?
check, yeah, we're in the 700s. It was over 8, but of course, with a lot of elites pulling out.
Yep. And so we'll have about 250 in this first wave.
Yeah, I believe that is right. Because there will be only 3 waves today. You can see them on the bottom of the screen there. And we are 5 seconds away.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And they are off.
My heart's racing, Rob.
I know.
Is yours?
I'm kind of in that dream state where like it's happening again.
I'm going to have to control this adrenaline for the full 10 hours here.
And we'll try to get our drones up momentarily so we can watch them run off the track and onto those sections that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we'll
there we go.
They'll be getting to that they're going to go around the track. They'll be getting to that single track relatively quickly here around the backside. I'll be very interested to see the groups form as they hit the road, which will be paved thereafter, and then it'll turn to dirt. So a good opportunity to kind of bunch up before you get to the single track that really you run on more or less the rest of the day, starting around mile, I don't know, 2.5 or something. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who packs up, who's in front, how things are going here early on.
Yeah, and as we get some more light, we'll be able to see them in the sky. That's something that it's something again we'll talk about a lot is how much in front do you want to be? I mean, you were last year. You were kind of leading the pack for a bit, and then you would drop back again, not much, maybe 5 or 6 places, and then kind of leapfrog. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I didn't get a good look, but it did look like there was a couple guys kind of off the front. We'll see if we have some people trying to run away from the start, or if they'll kind of get absorbed by a pack here once things settle in.
Yeah, so here they are. They're leaving the track now. And they'll make their way around the school.
It's really a great place to start a race. The views from Mayer are nice. You're already seeing those mountains. Get a nice little warm up on the track.
Yeah.
Probably brings back memories for a lot of people.
And again, I just love, it's like this to be continued story. You go from track to track if Western States is on your mind. You start at Mayer High School track, and if all goes well, you end at the Plattsburgh High track.
Yeah, it's almost poetic.
Yeah. Track to track.
Track to
New
track.
documentary, ink it in. Jamil's in the room.
Track to track.
And over the next hour, we'll do our best to learn what everybody's wearing so we can spot them from far away. That's the thing is, seeing a bib. It's always tough, especially if you got layers on. So I do appreciate some of the elites were saying what they were going to be wearing. So I knew, we were speaking of Lottie Brinks earlier. She said she's going to be in her lucky yellow race tee. So
yellow race tee. All right, we'll be looking for that.
Yeah.
And I did, again, just the weather's going to be so relevant, I think, today. So just checked back in, and it did remain about 36 degrees for this first wave start at 7 a.m. Again, for those just tuning in, the high in Phoenix is forecast to be 83 degrees today, which would put the most southern end of the course, New River, the finish, probably at 81. Certainly, I think over 80. So we're going to see some high temps, and we'll see how the athletes deal with that.
Absolutely. Okay. So we are going to get our drone over on them again momentarily. Right now, we're going to take it back. Some scenes at the track. So that's the thing is, we are now about 25 minutes from the next wave starting, and we're going to try to bring you as much of those starts as we can as the race evolves. But, I'm really interested to see what the split times are going to be going through Antelope Mesa. And, of course, the really interesting one for me is the split times into Bumblebee. Yeah. You see who's kind of playing it. If you're going to break the race up into thirds, right, 3 20-mile sections or so, you go through about mile 19 at Bumblebee, and you're like, okay, who's coming in hot? Who's coming in? Because last year Brian Whitfield came in leading it, jumped the cattle gate, and, of course, blew up at Black Canyon City, went back, and then came back in. So it's going to be really interesting in the next, 2.5, 3 hours to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 2 hours of this race, like you mentioned, a Bumblebee there, around mile 19. The way I look at it is you can't win the race to between the start and Bumblebee, but you can lose the race between the start and Bumblebee. My goal was always to get people to lose the race in that section. So we'll see who kind of takes the bait here today. But it's very rare to really scorch that section and then go on to run, a strong, full 62 miles. Yeah. Sage Canaday is perhaps the exception. He came into Bumblebee in 2 hours, 12 minutes back in 2016 when he set the course record of 7:52. And went on to continue running strong throughout the day. But again, that's more of the exception, not the rule. Right. I mean, for example, Hayden Hawks came into Bumblebee a few minutes faster than Sage. I believe he was about 2:10 or so, and ultimately finished in 7 hours, 55 minutes. Still a really strong time.
Yeah, just a few off.
Yeah, but obviously, 5 minutes slower from Bumblebee to the finish, even though he was faster in that section than Sage. So, yeah, it'll just be interesting to see who wants to if anybody bites off more than they can chew.
Right.
And with this heat, I think that's not unlikely.
Yeah, and you talked about this yesterday. You said it before, like how important it is to have the mental fortitude. Not just to push through, but actually to hold back in those early miles. So it's going to be really interesting to see when they're flying down Antelope Mesa, like what kind of leg speed they're putting in with the field this deep.
Yeah, and it's interesting too with this race, just the different races at the front. I think that on the women's side, the elite women tend, I think, to do a much better job of running their own race, so to speak. They getting less caught up in kind of the nonsense and the trying to be at the front 5 miles into a 62-mile race. And I think the result is you see a lot more even splits. You see a lot more consistency. But at the same time, you also see a lot more solo running. You don't see the bigger packs quite as much. But given the field, which I would argue is probably the best women's field assembled at this race to date, given the field, I'll be interested to see if that changes a little bit this year, because you have so many women that are so, have the ability to run so fast here, and if they'll pack up here early on.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we are, of course, waiting the second wave. One of our drone pilots lost connection. When they get back up, we're gonna get some eyes in the sky. But we are kind of looking at the road section right now. We'll wait for some runners to come in. But
they should be there before too long, Rob.
Yeah.
Because we're looking. You can see there just on the tip of the very top of the screen. That is Mayer, the town. If I'm correct. My producer here isn't correcting me, so I think I'm right. So you come out of there and pop onto this road, and that's pretty early. Maybe a mile and a quarter. Mile and a half into the race, so we're already 8.5 minutes elapsed. I think we'll start seeing some people here before too long.
Yeah, and I still can never get over how fast these men and women are just throwing down. For me, it seems like it's unreal when you go back and you really look at these splits. It looks like they're just out for an easy 10. Yeah,
it is. And to for some perspective, maybe I think the sport is growing and gaining more and more interest from a variety of people, including runners of shorter distances. And one thing I try to convey with friends of mine who are on the track or on the road running these shorter distances, when you move to the ultras, you have to focus a lot more on not thinking ahead. I think any runner has to do that at any distance. But when it comes to ultra running, that is really the thing that separates, I think, the best from everyone else is their ability to split a 6-minute mile at mile 5 of 62, because you're not thinking about mile 60. You're just focused on what's right in front of you.
Yeah, how much of this is for you? Like when you're running at a race of this caliber, like how much of it are you in the moment, and how much are you really thinking ahead to starting to play the internal and external mind games with yourself and against the competitors?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important to stay in the moment and not think about how fast or far you've already run, or how fast or far you still have to go. Now, I think the other variable is more relevant, which is where the people around you. That I try not to do early on, but in the second half of the race becomes extremely relevant. I think again, those that have success today will have done a good job of not only running the appropriate effort level for their fitness, but using what's between their ears to convince themselves of what's possible.
Absolutely. And it looks like, I don't know that I think there's our lead pack coming down Duffer's Drive around mile 2 right now. So that's pretty much right on time. It looks like they're all bunched together there.
Yeah, and there's
that is someone running out front.
Yeah, there's someone off the front.
Way off front.
Yeah.
Interesting strategy, but we're going to see who that is. Yeah, obviously, it's kind of impossible to tell at this point. When it lightens up and we get to know what color kits they're wearing.
Yeah, and then a huge pack, Rob.
That's
Are you
so
seeing
much
that?
different than last year. Obviously, of course, because of the wave start. But
Yeah.
there's going to be both men and women in that pack.
I'm gonna have to talk to Jamil and company, but I have been saying what we need to add to this live stream,
Yeah.
like in cycling, when you watch, the Tour de France, and they'll have like a meter that says at any given time, like their power outage or their speed or whatever. I want to know how fast these guys are going.
We'll have to get the technology to link into all of their heart rate monitors if their watches have that. So.
I mean, it's tough to say, but these guys are probably moving at 6:30 pace, 6:30 per mile, I would guess. It's slightly uphill at this point on that dirt road, so that is going to slow you down a little bit, but it's obviously comfortable enough that you got 20 guys that can run that pace.
Yeah.
So I do see, for those watching here, at the front left in the white top, red shorts, that is Jared Hazen.
That's Hazen.
There at the front. And I saw enough, Rob, of the front runner. I thought that might have been Anthony Costales.
Out front?
It looked like a Solomon kit. You know how you can see it from way far away?
Yeah. I thought the runner in the wavefront was wearing all black though.
Oh, okay.
I think, which I thought I saw him at the line with the white Solomon top, but we'll get to know that soon.
Yeah, we'll find out. But while we can speculate, I'd like to. So again, the runners here started at Mayer High School. For those just tuning in, a little bit more about this section. They're starting at about 4,000 feet above sea level. The finish is about 1,800 feet above sea level. So you are going to see about 2,200 feet of net downhill over the course of this race. The majority of that comes in the first half of the race. The majority of the climbing on course is in the second half. So after they left the roads of Mayer, they're on this dirt road, which is going to take them over to the Black Canyon Trail. And from there, it is largely single track, occasionally double track for the last 60 or so miles. And what we'll see too here pretty soon, and maybe right away here with this drone footage, the Bradshaw Mountains are in the distance, and so these are kind of almost the foothills of the Bradshaws. And then you drop down into the Black Canyon, which sits at the base, and there you have the Bradshaws at the top of the screen. So it makes for, especially as the sun rises, a remarkable course in terms of the scenery, and very unique. There's saguaros on course, a type of cactus that is only found in a few places in the world. So a lot to keep these runners moving in terms of scenery.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't reiterate enough how beautiful this course is, and at the foothills of the Bradshaw Mountains, which many of you might know, they're home to a few other Aravaipa races, of course, Crown King Scramble and the famous Cocodona 250. It is the backdrop for really rugged running. So you kind of have a front row seat watching it the whole way.
Yep, that's exactly right. Now this course would be a lot slower if it went up into the Bradshaws like Cocodona does.
Yeah, we have some folks in the chat talking about that gap that we saw. It's going to be interesting to see who that is, and we probably won't know until Antelope Mesa. So,
yeah, perhaps not, unless we hear from somebody on course.
Now, if you're just joining us, we are 16 minutes into the Black Canyon 100K.
And again, we talked about this at the top of the show, which started right around 6:30 Mountain Time. It's already been 45 minutes. But there are 3 golden tickets on both the men's and women's side being awarded today, and those golden tickets are entry to Western States 100, which is on June 25th, the last Saturday in June this year. So unlike past editions of this race where there were just 2 golden tickets for 2 entries to Western States for the men and the women, this go around we are seeing 3. And again, that was as a result of the Tarawera 100K in New Zealand being canceled. So the result was that both Black Canyon today and then the Canyons 100K in April are going to pick up an extra ticket. So we'll see 3.
Absolutely. We're going to bring it back to the start line for a second as we're getting ready for the next wave. Will be happening in about 15 minutes. And once our drones get their batteries recharged, we'll try to get some more eyes on the front of the pack. But right now, this is the scene back at Mayer High School for the second wave.
Rob, I understand you're a bit of a musician.
A little bit, yeah.
We've got someone inquiring if you're going to get on the guitar. I mean, we've got 10 hours.
I didn't bring it, but I'm sure that somebody in Artworks can make a Fender custom shop down there on the wood machine, and we can see what we can get going. I believe that's Charlie Seymour in the chat.
That is. Yeah, so about 11 minutes till that next wave, if I'm not mistaken, and then we will be getting, I think, updates from the course here before too long in terms of how things are playing out from that first wave. And they're about 19 minutes into the race. I would expect, that we had a big pack forming in the men's race, and I suspect they'd be coming up on about 3 miles at this point. And we have an unidentified runner who was off the front. So we'll look forward to seeing what's happening here before too long.
Absolutely. And we are take a quick look. We will have a drone over at Antelope Mesa when they're coming in there, so that's going to be awesome to see them coming down, dropping off the mesa.
Yeah.
We do have our drone back up.
And that's mile 7.5 for there at Antelope Mesa at that aid station. And so thank you to Eric Wilkins, who commented here and said that front pack is already broken up quite a bit. That is correct, Eric. We could switch places, it looks like, at this point. Get you in the studio here. And I could be at home on my computer. That sounds kind of nice. No, I'd much prefer to be here. But yeah, it does look like that pack is breaking up quite a bit. Not surprising. Again, over the course of 62 miles, 8+ hours of running, if you cross over, you push too hard, kind of cross that line early on, it's just gonna throw a wrecking ball into your race. So I'm not surprised to see people spreading out a little bit here, finding the rhythm, finding the appropriate effort for them.
Absolutely. Look at that alpenglow on the Bradshaws back there. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
The pack, that front pack is, of course, broken up a bit as we get closer and closer to proper single track.
Yeah, so they've cut over now. They're still on what I would call, I suppose, a dirt road, but a bit narrower, more like a Jeep road off of what I'd call more of a county road. So they are starting to wind through these foothills, and there is a little bit of climbing in the first 6 or so miles before Antelope Mesa. So they will experience some of that, and that helps to break up the race early on. It's tough to it's much easier to fake a downhill in terms of your fitness than to fake an uphill. So relatively quickly, they're gonna find the gear that's appropriate for them.
Yeah, I know that all too well. So you're definitely not lying. I can vouch for that. I will say, when the legs are, I guess it depends, but when the legs are beat up, there gets to a point where maybe I'm speaking for myself, it gets a little bit easier to climb than to completely trash the quads downhill if it's that late in a race.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think the climbing, the limiting factor is your aerobic capacity.
Yeah.
Your legs, I mean, I've never run, for example, 250 miles. So maybe over the course of a distance like that, it would become, a physical limitation. But typically on the uphills, yeah, it's going to be the aerobic limitation. Whereas on the downhills, you really can, you hear people say, "Oh, I blew up my quads."
Yeah.
That's a real thing. And the result is you can hardly walk, not to mention run. Well, look at that sunrise, Rob.
This is incredible.
Yeah, that is got to be a treat. And really, they most likely started, again, in terms of the similarities between Western States and this race course. You start there at the base of the ski resort in Tahoe and go up and go up the first climb at Western States, and it's cold. You got a jacket on, you got gloves most years. And I think that a little bit of that here. I mean, it was 36 at the start before the sun comes up. That feels brisk, no doubt. So I think this the sun rising here is going to be welcome for these runners, warming them up this morning, and they might come to hate that sun in a few hours when it really gets warm. But for now, they're going to be enjoying it.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is a pretty big contrast also as far as really what it looked like last year. I mean, it was overcast for a bit. I mean, there was an epic sunrise, and then it was pretty cloudy, and then as you made your way further south, things really did open up. So yeah, this is just incredible.
Yeah, and again, you can see some vehicles there. I don't know if those are race vehicles or otherwise, but this is a county road at the start here before they turn off and again turn onto a Jeep road. So still double track, but narrower, a little more rutted out, and then ultimately onto the single track. So I'll have to take a quick look at splits here for Antelope Mesa, but I believe about 50 or so minutes is going to be what we're looking for in terms of course record. Yeah, so Sage Canada came through Antelope Mesa, and I had said mile 7.5. Let me correct myself. It is 7.7, so a little bit further. Sage Canada was 53 minutes, 58 seconds in 2016. The fastest time for a top finisher to that aid station was Hayden Hawks in 2020, and he was just 50 minutes and 1 second, so very quick. The majority of the times for top finishers on the men's side tend to be between 51 and 54 minutes, and I'm going to guess, Rob, we're going to see something on the lower end of that, at least for a few guys, and I would guess we'd have top 20 or 15, a lot of who we saw early on coming in and under 55 minutes or so.
And it going through faster is it typically doesn't play out well. Doesn't mean that it won't. I do remember from last year, New York's very own David Kilgore, who ended up went through I think at like 48 minutes, and he was in the third wave because again. Last year there was a elite men's, then elite women, and the third wave was everybody who could have been in the elite wave that just didn't make the cut. And he went through at 48, which is lightning fast, even if it was just a 8-mile race. But
yeah, he went through very quick, and paid the piper, so to speak. Which it's a thin line. It really is.
Yeah.
So you know the ultimate goal, if you're going to have a good day, is to find where that line is for you. So that's something we're going to see play out here over the course of the race, no doubt. But if you think about guys that have succeeded going out fast, through say Antelope Mesa at mile 7.7, they're not only guys that are fast, but they're guys that are accomplished ultra runners. And I think that those are two very important things on this course, because what that combination gives you is not only the ability to move quickly over this terrain, but the ability to endure the ensuing suffering and the challenges that the second half are going to bring you. You've got a much greater, I think, probability of success if you have some ultras under your belt, going out hard at this race. So, Sage Canaday arguably was in the peak of his abilities when he set this course record. And Hayden Hawks last year, I'd almost say the same thing. So to get under 8 hours on this course, you've really got to have kind of those ultra legs.
Everything has
experience.
to line up, right?
I think so. I certainly think the course record can be lowered on the men's side. I'm sure in time on the women's side, but Brittany last year
absolutely crushed it.
That was mind-blowing.
Top 10 overall.
Yeah, she had just an incredible race, and shouldn't be a surprise. She's a phenomenal runner. And to speak to the same point on the women's side, she had been second at Western States before she set the course record here at Black Canyon. So again, the importance of both having the leg speed to go out and start running at a hot clip, then having sort of that experience and the ability to deal with everything else after that. And everything else after that is a lot of discomfort, Rob. And I think we've all experienced that.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be relative to the person. I don't think it ever feels fantastic, but I think that's kind of what you sign up for. You don't run an ultra to feel great.
Not to feel nice. No.
There's other reasons to run it.
Right.
If you do feel great, I mean, that's awesome. But, throwing down in a race like this, whether you're in the front or the back of the pack, you're going to have to go to the pain cave and give everything you've got.
That's exactly right. So here we're back at the start, wave 2, a little bit different scene now that the sun's up.
Yeah. And this wave, so we are looking at wave 2 of 3 right now, and they are about 30 seconds away from getting ready to start their journey toward Emory Henderson Trailhead. And again, it is a 20-hour cutoff for this race, 20 hours from your wave start time. And 17 hours is that magic number if you're going to get your Western States qualifier, so you can enter the lottery later this December and have that fun Saturday waiting around to see if you get in. But of course, our elites and they're off here for our second wave. Of course, our elites are vying for the one of 3 golden tickets on the men's and women's side.
And they got off right on time.
Right on time.
That's a well-oiled race organization.
Well, that's no surprises there. Yeah, again, big shout out to Jubilee. I mean, she now has 2 golden ticket races. She's the RD for 2, not 1, but 2 golden ticket races, with Javelina being a golden ticket race now.
Wow.
I really like that, having you got the early season.
Yep.
Well, almost late season if you think about it. It's like if you look at it a calendar year, it feels early, but it's really late because, Western is in June, and now with Javelina on Halloween weekend being a golden ticket race, you can get a head start and really set up your training block for Western States if you get in early.
I do like the evolution of this golden ticket race series in adding these races that are, like you said, more turn of the calendar year.
Yeah.
Because in the past, some of these races, even Canyons 100K, which will be the last golden ticket race in April, you're 2 months from Western States at that point, and you've just run 62 miles, more or less, on the Western States course.
Yeah.
That's a big ask in terms of being successful there, successful enough to get into Western States, and then turning it around 8 weeks later for the race itself. That's tough. So I do like to see some of these races earlier on, giving athletes plenty of time to recover from the hard effort and gaining entry to Western States, and then enough time to build up towards Western States. So yeah, I think that should be promoted more and more, because in terms of longevity in the sport, racing extremely hard, close together, is not a great recipe for kind of being at the top of the sport for very long.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit more. We definitely, the interesting thing about this is, of course, everybody's different, and we've seen a lot of insane comebacks as well, but there's so much competition that you want to go in hot for every race, and trying to find the runners that are trying to find the balance between, I think because we have the data now and we have the history, we see it's like, hey, maybe it's better to take it slow, set a big goal years out and kind of inch your way forward, otherwise kind of burning it hot and then having just a few years at the top of the podium. It's been interesting to watch that evolve over the years.
Yeah, I think so. And the other thing you see, I think it's especially pronounced at the top levels of the sport. It's very cyclical in terms of the success, and don't want to call them failures, but racing well and then not racing quite as well. And if you look at the sort of career of those that have been doing it at a high level for a long time, you can really see that, which speaks to there are always some exceptions, but I'd say that's the rule. And I think that speaks to how challenging this sport is and the toll it takes, again, both mentally and physically, to stay on top. I mean, Jared Hazen, one of the elite runners in this field out of Flagstaff, and admittedly a good friend of mine, he ran. He's had a pretty long career already at the age of 26 or 27, however old he is now. But, he ran the second fastest time ever at Western States, 14 hours, 26 minutes, I believe. In 2019, and he really hasn't come close to approximating that sort of race result since, a couple years down the road. But if you went back in time further with Jared, you saw similar type results around that 2019 Western States. Right. There was about a year there. So again, just speaks to kind of the up and down nature of the sport, how challenging it is, and anything that organizations can do to promote longevity and keep people in this sport longer, I think is a good thing.
Yeah. What I think is cool too is you're seeing more runners, again, from the front of the pack to the back of the pack, have coaches, and I think that's been really helpful too.
Definitely.
To keep your ego at bay and say, hey, let's maybe not jump into this race yet.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. I mean, I think the problem with self-coaching is you don't know how to say no to yourself.
Yes.
And so you end up overdoing it. And that's kind of like not even the worst case scenario. Like that's one scenario is that you just overdo it. But there's a lot of other scenarios that are mostly just you don't show up at your race ready, or as ready as you could be.
Right.
So yeah, I think there's definitely been a big boom in ultra coaching in recent years as the sport has grown as well.
Absolutely. And if you are just joining us, this is about a mile into the race for the second wave. We will have eyes on our elite wave who are out there. They're making their way toward Antelope Mesa. But again, right now we're looking at our second wave, courtesy of Paul Nelson. Eye in the sky right there. But around in a little bit, we'll be able to get Troy up, and we'll have a view that looks something. Look at those mountains.
Rob, come on.
I know. This is amazing. So we're at 35 minutes on the race clock again, that race clock that's going to be in the upper right hand of your screen is going to be for wave 1, which started at 7 a.m. Arizona time. So we are probably within the next 15 minutes or so, we should see the first runners come through Antelope Mesa, but we're going to see if we can go find them a few miles back and maybe see how that front run, there was somebody leading the main pack, and we'll see how the pack is playing out as they're about a handful of miles into this race.
Yeah, and speaking about the packs, Rob, nearly 800 runners entered today. You start on a track for the first 300 meters. Soon thereafter, you hit a stretch of single track. So for really safety purposes, there are 3 waves, about 250 runners in each wave, to allow the race to break up for people to spread out over the course of the early miles, especially some of those really early sections on single track and on the track, because we don't want anybody stampeded.
Absolutely.
That'd be bad.
Yeah, and plus, it kind of changes the experience too. I think for the better, to not be spending your first handful of miles just completely bottleneck. It kind of feels like you have a little bit of that solitude that I think draws us to the sport.
Yeah, certainly. And here's what they have to look forward to once they do get out of Mayer.
Yeah.
Those views, just amazing. And please do continue to drop comments into the comment section or questions as they arise. That'll keep us with fresh topics, or as people come and go from the stream, it'll be good to be reminded of what people have heard or haven't.
Absolutely.
So we can keep you up to date as possible.
Yeah, James in the chat actually has a question. We've talked about it, but we're going to continue to talk about it because the course is the number one factor in how you're going to, what your strategy is going to look like on this course. James asks, is this a hard hilly ultra or a quick fastest one? I would say it's a little bit of both, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I would say not hilly. I mean, I guess hilly. I don't know. It depends.
It's not flat.
It's not flat, but I suppose it depends what your baseline is, right?
Right.
So what are you comparing this to? Do you live in France and, you've only ever done CCC?
Right.
This is not hilly.
Nope.
Are you, I don't know, if you're used to running road ultras, like the 100K USATF Road Championships, yes, this would be hilly comparatively. So it kind of depends on your baseline. But for the most part, a lot of it can be run fast. What I tell people is it's a fast course if you run it fast. And what that means is, by nature, if you were just going out at an easy effort, your splits would be pretty slow. Like compared to running on the road, if you went out, they would be dramatically different. It's possible to run fast splits on this course,
right?
But you have to work at it, and that's why you see so many DNFs at this race. That's why you've only seen 2 men break 8 hours. That's what these little things about this course that make it challenging, make you work to be running fast. Those are the things that add up and that people pay for.
Yeah. Absolutely. And kind of related to that, following up, is it's a net downhill. That is correct. It's about 7,000 feet and change of gain, 5,000. Sorry, the opposite way. 7,000 feet down, 5,000 up. So we get a net downhill about 2,000. Those net downhills, they're definitely faster, but much harder on the legs.
Definitely. Sorry to move in, Rob.
No, it's all good.
Got to give some love to Barry Sterling here. Maybe you have to click it again.
Yeah,
Morning.
There we go. We'll be able to bring your some of your comments up onto the chat. And now we've got our zone zooming in. We have got our lead pack.
There's Jared Hazen on the right front.
In the white shirt with the red shorts.
That is correct. And I can't tell on the left.
I'm going to guess in the full black kit right there is who was running out front on Duffer's Drive. But we haven't gotten any word about somebody coming through Antelope Mesa. So I'm going to imagine that's going to be.
That would make sense. That would make sense. Oh, we got somebody stopping for a bio break. Gotta love that. All right, so they are coming here. So there's one last little bump here. They got to unlock the gate.
One of many cattle gates that'll be.
There's too many out there. It's not Aravaipa's fault, but
it is the Wild West.
It is, yeah. And there are cows, real live cows.
There are a ton out in the Black Canyon.
Yeah, you kind of just gotta clap them off, make some noise. So they're going up one last little incline here before they drop into Antelope Mesa, and then they're gonna really start moving. They've probably had maybe 700 feet of climbing already at this point in the race at miles 6 or 7. 5 to 700. So they've actually already got some climbing out of the way, which is slowing down those first few miles. The next, they're at about mile 6.5 here. The next 8 miles are smoking fast.
Yeah.
Just by way of example, this next mile 8, last year, I split 5:58 for that mile. Now you've got a couple hundred feet of downhill, but you can really get moving, and some people are going to get into trouble. And Rob, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we mean that in the nicest of ways.
Of course, yeah.
No, but of course, like if you're a fan of the sport, like the carnage is inevitable, and it's just kind of a byproduct of throwing down at this race. And we're really going to see it, I think, Black Canyon City, about 60K into the race. We saw it last year. We've seen it every year. It's going to happen again this year.
I think we've got Brian Whitfield back at the front of this race,
All
Rob.
right. So
that looks like a Whitfield gate to me, but I could be wrong.
I mean, he looks he's a really tall guy,
right.
So I think that is him. And again, Brian Whitfield, speaking of the carnage, no disrespect, of course, I mean, he led the race pretty much
to Black Canyon City.
To Black Canyon City. I think he jumped in the lead around Hidden Treasure and then carried it through. I remember being on the ground at Bumblebee, and he just flew through, came around. He was going so fast that the cattle gate, that's about a tenth of a mile or so outside of Bumblebee Ranch, he steeplechase hopped it essentially, and carried on. And that's when the race, that's the pre-race to the start in a way, because at Black Canyon City, I'd say it starts, but you start to get that gradual gain after Bumblebee Ranch.
Yeah, so Bumblebee Ranch is mile 19, and things really start to change. You've dropped a lot in elevation. I can't. It might be like 2,500 feet there at Bumblebee, something like that, above sea level, whereas you start at like 4,000. So it's a couple hours into the race at Bumblebee. It really is starting to warm up. On a day like today, we did have a question about the temp range. 36 degrees in Mayer at the start today. Forecasted high in Phoenix is 83. So you're likely to see between 36 and low 80s on course today, a really significant range. And you'll start to feel that shift in Bumblebee for these front runners. And this is a big pack. This is, what do we have here, Rob? 15, 20 guys. That's a first for Black Canyon, that many at the front. What that tells me is this is a little bit more controlled effort. I don't think their split here at Antelope Mesa is going to be anything too quick for this many guys to be hanging together. And you can kind of see, it's a little further away. Look at those shadows, man. That's cool. And again, the Bradshaw Mountains there are in the distance, beautiful mountains. And this course is run in the foothills and in the canyon below. But I think nobody looks like they're working. I mean, everybody looks really smooth. I know we're a little zoomed out here in terms of being able to see, but looking pretty controlled. And again, for this many guys to be up there, I think it's got to be a tempered pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta wonder. Another thing I was thinking of in the Stoke leading up to this is how much does the inclusion of live streaming have on strategy? Because really up until last year, which was kind of like the beginning of live streaming this race at this level, and other there's more and more talk about this course. There's the competition is heavier, but there's more and more talk, and you can also see visually what to expect, and you can see how things do or don't play out. You think maybe they could, runners could be taking it slower, going like, hey, I kind of got a read of what this looks like. I see how it's not playing out to run it too fast. Do you think that like actual live streaming, having like these live visuals can play into the race strategy? Yeah,
I think certainly. I think anyone who's in this race this year who hadn't seen the course would have every reason to watch some footage from last year, because that live stream, I believe, is still up and available on YouTube. So, I mean, any intel you can get is valuable, whether you're running at the front of a race or the middle or the back. The more information you have, the better off you're going to be. So I do think that watching this race unfold, especially in video form, it's a little bit more cerebral than say just like tweets or something. Yeah, I think if you've seen that happen, if you saw that happen last year, that might add caution to your race plan that you might not otherwise have had.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we're looking at the chat right now. There are our viewers are saying that in the black kit with the white hat might actually be Reid Coolset.
Excellent.
Threw me off because he posted on Instagram he was going to be wearing, I believe, a white shirt.
Okay.
And I had that memorized, but if that is true, I'm going to have to change that in my mind because he is another tall runner. And again, we'll be talking about Reid a lot. He's the only one in this entire field that already has a spot at States in June, and that doesn't mean he's not going to be throwing down.
Yeah, and this is the place in the course where a Reid Coolset, or someone like Reid Coolset is going to be most comfortable. This is, I mean, if you're a 210 marathoner, even if it's been a few years since you've run 210, this is quite easy. So
I can't even imagine running
and you know, the surfaces so far have been pretty stable. You've been on dirt roads, Jeep roads. They're still on double track here. They've only experienced a little bit of single track. So, you know, not too undulating. You know, this is the exact type of terrain where speed plays.
Yes, we'll get confirmation as the field thins out and we have more volunteers on the ground. We'll be able to get better confirmation on who is who as we get to know these runners from the sky for the next 8 to 9 hours.
And Rob, I just counted 17 runners in this front pack, and I think there's a few off the back, although we're not seeing them currently. But yeah, I just counted 17 guys in this front pack.
Wow. And it's just...
Only 3 of them are going to get a ticket.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that 50K split as well once they get through Soap Creek. It's always impressive to me to see. Yeah, I mean, I remember last year you came in, I think, 4th or 5th into Soap Creek, and you ran like a 3:30 high. So
yeah, I was
that's an impressive 50K
4th.
split.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's what you see. I think Sage split 3:37 through Soap Creek when he ran the course record. So, I mean, a 3:37 trail 50K is
for
not so bad on its own.
Yeah, not like for like a fast runner, maybe making their way toward a lead, a 3:37 50K in the trail is very respectable.
And that's actually a relevant split to talk about a few things. So, again, halfway is Soap Creek, and God, the views, I can't.
Yeah, the views are
throwing me off. Anyone just joining us very quickly, this is the lead group that started in the first wave of about 250 runners at 7 a.m. They're about 49 minutes elapsed. They're going to be dropping down into the first major aid station, Antelope Mesa, at mile 7.7 within a few minutes. But before they get there, I was going to talk about something, and now I've already forgot. Rob.
You were distracted by the.
I was distracted by the Brad. Oh, the Soap Creek. So Soap Creek is the halfway point, roughly. It's almost exactly 31. Again, Sage Canaday, who has the course record on the men's side, split 3 hours 37 minutes for the first half. His finish time 7 hours 52 minutes. So that means he ran the second half in 4 hours 15 minutes. If I'm doing my math right.
Okay.
3:37 for the first half, 4:15 for the second half. That is positive 38 minutes. So the second half was 38 minutes slower than the first half. That speaks to the challenges of this course. The majority of the climbing's in the second half. A lot of the technical terrain's in the second half. Is that Reid?
I feel like it's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell.
It does look like Brian's stride.
Oh, you know what? I think that this is actually earlier in the course.
Yeah, he might have gone back because we do have.
We went back.
I'll bring up the feed real quick that we do have eyes on. This is the Antelope Mesa aid station, so nobody has come through yet.
Yep, and you can see. Look, everybody's bundled up. I would imagine it's probably low 40s there. We do have the sun out, but if you're just standing there, it's a little breezy. It's still a little chilly. But just to finish that point, Rob, the second half of this race is very difficult. How you approach the first half, whether it's, running fast or trying to hold back or whatever, is almost, irrelevant. The question is, how well do you do in the second half? Because we've seen you can come back in the second half. We've seen a lot of leaders passed in the last 20 miles of this race over the years. we've seen leaders fade. So it's a lot is going to happen in the second half of this race, and really that is what makes this course so tough, and that's what makes these times slower than they might otherwise be.
Yeah, and that's perfect timing. Here they come right now, coming through Antelope Mesa.
So I got 51:20, and
that's around Sage's split.
that means they're moving faster than I would have thought.
Yeah.
That's a lot of guys moving at course record pace. That is.
I'm gonna guess. I just saw Allie Mack, one of our Aravaipa's filmmakers, and they are out there, I believe, trying to film Lottie and Adrian. So my guess is that Adrian McDonald's in that front pack.
No.
That's going to be my guess.
No, you're right. Adrian McDonald
Yeah.
was. Okay.
You're confusing. It's probably another.
For a minute, I was like.
And Adrian's got a contender for the podium for sure.
I had, again, in that race preview yesterday, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that. Maybe I should just stop.
No, it's all good.
I did a race preview yesterday.
Shout out Debo,
with
Free
Dylan
Trail.
Bowman
I'm
on
sure
his
Debo's
channel Free
watching.
Trail.
We're looking for him in the chat.
Yeah, we got one of his comments
yourself, Debo.
up there. Yeah, he talked about how big this group is. So at the front, Adrian McDonald, he was the second person I talked about actually.
Yep.
When we were forecasting, I said, Jared Hazen for the win, and I said I'm very interested in seeing how Jared McDonald does, and for Adrian McDonald, and for those that don't know about him, he kind of, I would almost say, came out of nowhere and won the Leadville 100 last year in a very solid time. Was it like 15:30-ish?
It was close. I mean,
or I'm sorry, 16:30-ish.
16:30. Otherwise, it would have been Matt
yeah,
Carpenter's impossible
right.
to beat. Yeah.
So yeah, about 16:30. Very strong time. He was off the front the whole day at that race. And yeah, if you can do something like that, you can podium at Black Canyon, no question. So it'll be really interesting to see how he does in what I believe will be his first 100K trail race.
Absolutely. And I believe we just did see our first women come through just a couple minutes behind Antelope, which is faster.
That would probably
faster
be
than Brittany's
faster
split.
than Brittany. Yeah,
a minute or two.
That's moving. Yeah, Brittany came through in 57:45. We have had women, Courtney DeWalter, Elisa McDonald in 2018 come through in 55 minutes. So if indeed we have our lead women, that's a good minute plus under course record pace.
Record. I mean, because Brittany has the course record now, and Elsa McDonald, she had it before Brittany. So.
Yep. Now we've talked a little bit, Rob, about the women doing a really good job of finding the right effort level, running the right pace.
That's either Devin or Taylor.
Yep, I think that's right. So we do have the lead women, not going out too hard, and being able to, run strong throughout the race. To that point, last year, from Black Canyon City, the 60K mark, 37 miles to the finish, Brittany Peterson and I had almost the same split. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, little bit different races evolving historically and also today. On the men's and women's side, we have, I counted 17 men in that lead pack. And here we are finding on the women's side, one, perhaps a couple ladies at the front of this race, but they are running on their own.
Yeah, incredible. They're just running into a really beautiful day here, but it's going to be a hot one. We do have a lot of questions. I've had a lot of questions about how hot it's going to be, and it is going to be in the low 80s in Phoenix, which is honestly, that's something that it's unseasonable. You would probably see that more in early April rather than mid-February here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is warm for this time of year. Like we talked about at the start of the show, somehow this race coincides every year with either the first warm weekend of the coming out of the winter, or a bunch of rain. So this year we got the warm weather, which maybe is preferable to the rain, at least for logistics purposes.
Yeah.
Those reroutes are no fun. And we are back here just before the aid station at Antelope Mesa. Again, mile 7.7 as these runners continue to stream through. And the leaders, again, were about 51 minutes low. We're now at 56 minutes. This is 7.7 miles into the race. This is still plenty fast.
Yeah. Long day, lots of miles ahead, but this is how it goes down. And I do want to remind everybody that our third and final wave of runners will be taking off in about 3 minutes, and we will bring you back to the track when that happens so we can catch that third and final wave. And then everybody will be off on their journey toward Emory Henderson Trailhead. But again, beautiful views as the sun comes over the New River Mountains and shines onto the Bradshaws.
Those Bradshaws, they are.
You can't get enough.
They're a treat.
Do you ever get up in the Bradshaws a lot to train?
I haven't yet. I've only ever looked at them, and you're kind of just like, what's up there?
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. I know Crown King's up there.
Yeah. It's amazing because like you're basically still in like the desert, but then there's Ponderosa Pine up there.
Yep.
You get a little bit of taste of Flagstaff.
Totally.
Drive.
Similar elevation, right? Because you get up to above 6,000 up there.
Yeah, you do. Crown King itself sits around 6,000 feet, like
and
it's tucked in. But then you got Lane
down.
Mountain is a little over 7 or just under 7,
Yep.
and then I think Mount Union is the highest, around 8,000. So it's beautiful up there. Lots of wildlife, lots of great trails. Really untouched hidden gem.
Yeah, for listeners out there, if you were like me and grew up in the Midwest, including our producer, you kind of got the sense that the desert was just sand.
Yeah.
And hot.
Yeah.
And that was the desert. And then you come to Arizona and you realize it's eclectic and beautiful, and there's mountains and all sorts of just nice terrain and scenery.
Yeah.
And it's quite different than in the elementary school books, I guess.
But maybe for the better.
Yeah.
You can get out here and you're extra surprised. We're about a minute away from that final wave taking off. Big shout out to David Roach in the chat. I know he's got a lot of athletes in this race from across the pack. Huge shout out to David and Megan Roach of Swap there. See how their athletes shape up today.
Yeah, and we've been asked about the water crossing. So as has been mentioned in previous years, there have been reroutes, and those reroutes have been a result of excessive rain, torrential rain, which we get here in this region of the country. So much so that the river crossings were impassable some years. So the course crosses the Agua Fria River at 4 major junctions. There can be additional crossings through side creeks, subsidiary creeks that flow into the Agua Fria at times. But there's 4 major water crossings. Currently, two of the major water crossings do not even have water flowing. And then the 2 that do have water flowing, it is so low, that water, that you can get across without having to step into the water at all. You can just kind of go across some rocks. So the water levels are really low, which on a hot day, and here we have wave 3 starting. So this is the third and final wave. All 800 runners or so will now be underway. They're excited. And you can see how chilly it still is up there.
Yeah.
I mean, they're bundled up.
Yeah, it's cold. I mean, you're basically in Prescott at that point, so you're close to 5. You're about 4,000
Yep.
feet. So every 1,000 feet, you're going to lose about 5 degrees, give or take. So it's cooler.
Beautiful morning for these folks as they get started. So in any case, the short story is the water crossing, the water is low in the Agua Fria River. The crossings, you could do without getting wet. So on a really hot day, you kind of wish there was more water. All 4 crossings were flowing, but
Again, you get a little bit of that States action. We're going to keep making that comparison. You get that little Rucky Chucky or like American River kind of
Yep. Yes, you
combo.
do.
So we are getting word now that there was a male runner off the front at Antelope, and our drone didn't catch him. So maybe there is still that front runner who's just throwing it down. We'll see if we can check the timing mats out there to get an update on that. But again, if you're at home, you can. We'll get the link thrown in. We'll get the link thrown in the chat. It's live.aravaiparunning.com for a live update across the entire field. But we are, again, getting word that, quote, he was in the lead by far. So we'll see how that plays out. I can't help but quote a great movie. That's a bold strategy. We're going to see how that plays out for him.
I want to know who it is.
Yeah.
Because I can think of one person in my head that could pull that off, and I don't think he's in the race.
He's not in the race. I think we're both talking about the same person.
I would imagine so.
Jimbo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm going to guess that it's not Brian Whitfield unless he's trying to replicate what he did last year and then not break at Black Canyon. But
no.
We'll see.
I'm going to guess whoever it is has not run this race before.
Yeah.
I'll make
shocked.
that.
That's a safe bet.
Yeah. So we'll see. Yep. So those final runners leaving the Mayer High School here. A nice little facility, I've got to say, this Mayer High School. I've started many a run from this track.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, great way to see the start of the course.
It is, yeah, because you can get on the trail sooner if you go to Big Bug Trailhead,
right.
But you kind of miss this like road section.
Yep.
Right, that's something. Again, I want to reiterate how important course knowledge can be. So
yeah.
I think there is a huge advantage if you're local here.
Right.
So doing a race simulation, I think I've always found that super helpful.
Yeah, maybe it's time for my deep dive that I promised.
Let's bring the deep dive.
All right,
we're gonna have
strap
a bit
in for the next 2 hours. I will be talking. No, this will maybe take 10 minutes. So before I get started, very quickly, we are 63 minutes elapsed from that first wave. Front runners, both men and women's race, have gone through Antelope Mesa, the first major aid station at mile 7.7. The next section, they'll have a little bit of double track, but mostly from here it's going to be single track from Antelope Mesa. They'll go a couple more miles along kind of the rim of the canyon, and then they will drop down. They'll have about a 4.5 mile descent to the next aid station where we should have footage.
Down at Hidden Treasure?
At Hidden Treasure?
Yeah, we do have
awesome.
A camera down at Hidden Treasure. Again, a lot of these areas are pretty spotty, but we always hope for that race day magic.
Awesome. So hopefully then we will next see the leaders at Hidden Treasure around mile 13.5.
And we for certain will have a drone at Bumblebee and some filmers at Bumblebee as well, aid station camp. So we'll have eyes as much of the course as possible.
Yep. And Bumblebee's there, the next aid station at mile 19. So, 64 minutes elapsed. Those leaders are probably now 9 miles in, dropping down into the Black Canyon.
Yeah.
We'll hope to see them soon. In the meantime, here's what interests me about this race. It'd be really cool if you could do this. And here's what I'd like to see. You got a set list of runners, say 30 runners of pretty high ability throughout the country. They all train the same way. They all run 80 miles a week. Okay, let's say. And they train for 10 weeks, and then they come run this race in February. Do the same thing, except move this race from February to November. So take 30 athletes all across the country.
Do you still run it in February? There's a fall classic.
Yeah,
version?
we're doing two. We're doing two different races.
Okay.
For the purpose of science,
you got to get
this
the data.
Is research. So you do the same thing, and then the race is in November. Okay. You would get, I believe, dramatically different results at those two races, even though it's the same 30 runners, even though they've trained the same way both times. Why is that the case? That's the case because this race is in February. Everyone's training through the winter. If you're in Idaho, if you're in Wyoming, if you're in New Hampshire, for the most part, even if you're in Colorado, even Utah, the majority of the country, when you're training for this race, you have snow. You have cold weather.
Right.
It's difficult to get on dry trails. It's difficult to run in the heat.
Right.
If you're training for this race, and this race is in November, and you're training in, July, August, September, October, you have access to dry trails. You're running in warm weather. In other words, what I'm saying is, if you live in Arizona, I think you have a much better chance at success at this race given that it's in February.
Yeah.
It's really, really tough to prepare your body, specifically, the stabilizer muscles that this race requires, because it's always moving. It's really tough to develop those different muscle sets when you're not running on trails. And it's really difficult to get ready for warmer weather when it's the winter. Being in Arizona, you have access to the course, you have access to dry trails in general, and you have access to warmer weather. So this race being in February, I think, is a huge advantage for Arizona locals.
Yep.
Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. That was only 4 minutes.
No, that was concise, and I think it's something we'll continue to talk about, because like I said, I've mentioned, I think we've got some. It would be an understatement to call them wild cards or dark horses, but we've got Megan Kupris, we've Natalie Sandoval. Like, they train out here. They're younger runners, and of course on the men's side we got Scott Traer.
And two more on the men's side from Arizona, or history with Arizona, 2 former lumberjacks. So Northern Arizona
Makai,
University, the number 1 cross country program in the country on the men's side, and a very talented women's team as well. So we have Makai Clemens, a former NAU cross country runner, and Joey DeFeo.
Okay.
A more recent former NAU cross-country runner, both in the field today. Makai used to, of course, live in Arizona. He was then stationed in South Korea while serving in the Marines. Just recently came back to San Diego, where he's from, and is in the race today. And then Joey, so Makai used to run on the course a lot when he lived in Flagstaff. And then Joey has been on the course quite a lot here, training for Black Canyon. So, 2 more. And again, little bit of an X factor when you're from Arizona or have course knowledge, have been on it in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it again, this goes for the entirety of the pack. A lot of the runners in the front. I mean, all the runners in the front are essentially they're gonna finish while the sun is still up. But a lot of runners are running through the night, and if you know the course, you can get down to the point where you know where every rock is coming up before your headlamp even hits it. So it kind of just makes it that much better.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and I wonder if we could track lifetime miles on the Black Canyon Trail. That could be fun, because I imagine a lot of these runners, especially those from Arizona, have put a lot of miles in.
Yeah.
A lot of these runners out here today have spent a lot of time on this course getting ready for the race, and that really does pay off and come in handy on race day.
Absolutely.
So what do you think, though, about my research project?
I like it a lot, because I think getting the data is interesting. My only question that I'm raising about that is, you said everybody would say you used 80 miles per week as like the advantage. Some people do. That's like the sweet spot for a lot of them, right? That's a lot of miles, but in the world of this, that's a lot. It's probably considered lower. Like that's what Claire said in her pre-race interview with Scott. Like, she said she's low, and then she's like, her peak week was like 80, 85.
Yeah.
So it's relative. Whereas you're saying Hazen's now in the 90s, but usually in the 130s.
Yep.
So some people do better with that high volume.
So I guess,
be interesting.
This is a good point, and we probably need to talk to like a political scientist or something,
or get some of these. Well, that's the thing, is we can get all the coaches that represent athletes in here to kind of see that data.
But so maybe what the answer is, we run the race in February with the same 30. We run the race in November with the same 30. They can train however they want for it, but it has to be the same training block both times. That's where we want the consistency.
You're going to need a larger case study and having the control group. So.
Yeah, right.
Other runners that we do want to talk about real quick, Dylan Harris, Aravaipa Zone, who's in the chat. We got not just Andrew, but we got Matt Bellis.
Forgive me. Yeah,
the Bellis brothers.
Folks are commenting. Thank you. The Bellis brothers, of course. Also from Arizona. And I believe now someone's commenting, and thank you for adding these comments, that Andrew and Matt both ran for NAU. That maybe is correct. I know Andrew ran for NAU, but I'm not sure about Matt. And thank you, because I know both Andrew and Matt, and I've left them out. And that's not because they're not in contention. It's just, again, that's how stacked this field is. It is a very stacked field, and they've both spent tons of time on this course, both racing it and training. So shout out to Andrew and Matt Bellis, who they are believed to be in that front pack of 17. I hope that's true. So we will see how they do. But thank you to the good folks at home. It's amazing we don't know everything.
It's it's definitely hard to pack all of that in, but we're going to get to know these runners over the next several hours, and we'll see how all this plays out when we get to Black Canyon City at mile 37 and change, because that is really when the race truly begins. So again, if you're just joining us, we are looking at our third and final wave making their way on Duffer's Drive, a few miles into the course, and we are going to be getting a camera hopefully up at Hidden Treasure at just under mile 13, I think 12:09, as the lead men and women come through. Another look in the sky
at that.
there.
Love it. So this is looking east, this drone, into the town of Mayer, over the town of Mayer, and then further east across really those mountains there are east of Highway 17, which runs north to south between Phoenix and Flagstaff. So just to orient the folks at home who are looking in, that's a view east.
Yeah. Here's more of those runners coming up a little further up that road.
A beautiful course. We've been seeing some incredible footage here, and I believe this is Paul Nelson's.
Yeah, this
drone.
is Trail Junkie Photos. Paul's drone.
Shout out to Paul. Thank you, sir,
We'll
for the first-rate drone footage. Look at that. Heading over the town of Mayer here.
Yeah, shout out again to all of our volunteers on the ground and for the live stream, and of course the race in general. It does not happen without any of them. We got Paul in the sky right now, Whit, Tara, Troy, and we'll be hitting a few more pilots along the course as the runners make their way down.
Yeah, I'm getting quite a few comments on my very thought out and thorough research project.
I think it's just going to have to happen. I think the Black
I
Canyon
think it
November
should.
race.
No, I mean that's obviously mostly theoretical. Because you're only going to have this race once a year. But my point, rather than being so literal, my point is just that this race happening in February, makes it really challenging for a lot of people to properly prepare for. And that is, I think, why you see a relatively high DNF rate in the elite fields at this race every year.
And we're going to try to get a look. It might be a little shaky, but that's all right. We'll get some visuals near Hidden Treasure. This is what the scene, again, like service is pretty spotty out there, but we see, despite the lag, we are going to be awaiting the lead men and women to come through pretty soon here. Let's take you back in the sky real quick.
Looking forward to seeing how things have evolved. Still very early in the race, but this is an interesting point in the race, this Hidden Treasure aid station. Again, about mile 13 and a half, if I'm not mistaken. You've just had the longest consistent descent of the day. Really until the last 5 miles. The last 5 miles is largely a straight descent. With a few short uphills in there. But yeah, this is basically the longest descent of the day that you're just finishing up, and it's early, and you're typically moving pretty quick because it's early. Still got the adrenaline. There's people around. You're getting pulled along, or you're pulling people along. So by the time you get down here too, you've dropped quite a bit in elevation at this point in the course. And it's already probably feeling a little warm. This is a really interesting, again, time of year to run this race. The temperatures are going to range from 36 to low 80s. So you're getting a swing of 45 degrees. But what I always find interesting is it never really feels perfect. It either feels cold or warm. The in between is maybe like a 5-minute span, and by the time you get down here to the Hidden Treasure aid station around mile 13.5, you are starting to feel that warmth. So following that big descent, it's starting to feel like a race at this point.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at now. This is Hidden Treasure. Again, there will be a little bit of lag due to the fact that this is in the middle of the desert. The rule of thumb really here, the thing about this course is it's pretty cool. It's pretty well accessible because it's along I-17. But the minute you dip down into the canyons, so like if you can't see the freeway, which is at least half the course you can't because you're dipping down,
Yep.
the service is pretty much out.
Yeah. Yep.
And this Hidden Treasure is one of those sections.
Yeah, and this is the second year of the full live stream. And again, you are being hosted this year by Rob and myself, Eric. Rob, is it Ricardo?
Ricardo, just like Ricky.
Just like Ricky. Rob, Ricardo, and Eric Sensman, here from the Aravaipa offices in Phoenix, Arizona. So this is only the second year for the live stream. Definitely made huge progress in terms of elevating the sport, bringing coverage to a new, dare I say, modern level. But that does come with some challenges. So lack of service is one of those, and the Black Canyon course, there are quite a few spots that are, so-called dead zones.
Yeah.
But we are nevertheless seeing a little bit of footage here from that Gloriana Mine aid station. I'm sorry, Hidden Treasure aid station at mile roughly 13.5. So I think we will see some of these front runners here before too long. It's been 26 minutes roughly since they went through the last aid station in Antelope Mesa at mile 7.7. It's a little less than 5 miles. So I think within the next 5 to 8 minutes, we'll see some folks.
And as we're waiting them, we're going to bring it back to the sky for a bit as we see our third wave runners again around mile 2 on Duffer's Drive, making their way toward Antelope Mesa.
Yep, they are, and man, it just makes you want to be out there. Should we have run?
I think everybody in the audience would have loved to see you run.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
That would have been nice.
I would love to run.
Have you run the course?
Not in the race, but I've done all but maybe 10 or 11 miles of the course. I live pretty close on the course. I pretty much run in the Black Canyon every week.
God. That's the dream.
It's pretty nice. I mean, my favorite section is which would be anybody's favorite section unless you're running the race, which is from Black Canyon City, making your way toward Table Mesa.
Yep.
When you go South Bend and it just gets really punchy and you start zigzagging up and down.
That's often where I see a lot of cows.
That's where all the cattle are.
That section,
yep. It's exactly right.
You ever seen the miniature donkeys at the end of the course?
I've seen, all the burros?
Yeah.
There's a ton out there.
The burros. There will be some wildlife out there. That's for sure. With 800 runners stomping through, maybe we'll get scared off early. But
yeah, they kind of just do their
those
thing.
burros don't
care.
They don't give a heck.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of used to it at this point.
Yeah, I get kind of scared of them. They look like they're like mean mugging you, like they're gonna maybe trample you or something. I'm sure they're harmless.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's ranch country out here.
Yes, it is. And several shooting ranges along the course.
Yes, especially coming through Table Mesa, you'll hear it. But as it's said in the runner guide, and it is further away than it seems.
Yeah.
Pointed away. But again, welcome to the Wild West.
Welcome to the Wild West. It's a little unnerving some of those
It
first
is.
times you run the course and you hear the shots and.
Yeah, coming from New York, it took me a little bit to get used to that when I was running on the course. But
yes, indeed. Maybe helpful for some folks at that point in the race.
Yeah.
Last 10 or 12 miles might put a little pep in your step.
And so the live results will be on live.aravaiparunning.com. There might be a delay to that. It does happen sometime, again, given the remote nature of some of these timing mats. But we'll go back and forth between Hidden Treasure Mine and, of course, that was Hidden Treasure Mine. Now we're looking at Duffer's Drive, mile 2 here.
I did get a photo from on course, Rob, from one Tim Frericks. Thank you, Tim. This was from the track.
Oh, so maybe we can use this photo to kind of identify.
So that's what I'm saying.
Kit.
It was one of these two, I believe.
I think
this
he was out front.
Gentleman would have been out front because this guy we saw in the pack.
All right, it looks like he's got Hokas on.
Yep.
If he's sponsored, we can narrow it down. But
he's got a rabbit singlet on.
So it seems like you might know him. Is this your your proxy for the race, maybe.
It's the Eric Sensman stand-in. The deal, though, is you have to get on the podium.
Yeah.
So we'll see
maybe
if he can do
he's
it.
fighting for it. Again, we'll bring it out to Zach in the field.
Oh, we did get our first runner, and it is who we identified through Hidden Treasure. Did you see him come through?
No, did he come right
Yeah,
past
he came right through
cam?
George's cam. So apologies, we did miss that.
Did it appear to be
It
the
is
runner in the black
this
singlet?
person, whoever this individual is, as of yet unidentified. But we can ask George if he got a bib number, maybe.
Yeah, we'll have our producer contact George, who's again one of our amazing volunteers down there, and he can try to give us a number.
So that was the first runner of the race coming through here at Hidden Treasure Aid Station. Came through in about 1 hour, 21 minutes, 30 seconds. And this, again, is about mile 13 and change. So,
Kinda lost that feed for a second,
you're
yeah.
looking at about 120 half marathon pace. Quite a bit of downhill, but
Quite respectable.
that's moving.
Yeah. And again, back on Duffer's Drive, where our drone pilots are looking at Wave 3. We're gonna come in and out, getting George here in this spotty service area. But again, we'll see if we can get confirmation on what bib number came through.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find that out soon. And the question really for me is how far back is the pack and how many are still in the pack at this point, 13 and a half miles into the race. So I think we'll get some answers there soon.
Yeah.
But more than likely, more times than not, the 3 golden tickets on the men's side will come from kind of this main pack. That is what's
We're
most
getting
likely.
word.
What do we
Emily
get?
Donner's also down there. She's with the documentary team.
Oh yeah.
So she's there. She goes bib 205. So we'll get a confirm on bib 205. That she goes bib 205 is way out front. by
Who
a
is
lot.
that? She doesn't
That's
know either.
the question of the world.
We're gonna
that
find
everybody's
out.
Asking. So just
We're gonna
bear
find
with
out.
us.
And it's been about 2 minutes elapsed since
True Heart
that
Brown.
True Heart. All right, so True Heart Brown is from Flagstaff, Arizona. True Heart, he's trained quite a bit on this course. He's ripped it up in some training runs. He likes to get up on the hill and do some uphill skiing up in Flagstaff. It's Snowball Ski Resort. True, very very solid runner. Wouldn't take anything away from True Heart. I'll be surprised if he can keep the lead, especially how hot he's gone out here the first 13. Yeah, this is quick.
I mean, have you talked to him before the race? Give him a little bit of advice, or
No, I don't know. Flagstaff's a small town, so it's more just like, oh, there's this guy doing this stuff.
Yeah, you probably hear that a lot. There's this
Yeah,
guy,
I
there's
wonder
this
if I've
woman,
even, perhaps I've met True Heart. From what I hear, super nice guy. I just haven't myself spent too much time with him.
He was 7th in 2020 on this race, running a 9:09. So
He
run
ran
the course before.
9:09 in what was it?
2020. So 2 years
2020.
ago, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, 9:09, solid. I think, here's something we haven't talked about, and again, we're still waiting, and it looks like we are finally getting the runners in this big pack. There's Jared Hazen coming in. It looks like Seth Ruling right on his shoulder. These images are a little bit blurry, but I would have to think the main contenders or pre-race contenders, I suppose, would be in that pack or just off it. So I think we had at least 6 guys go through there, and we're getting footage on the Emily
Yeah, let me
cam.
pull up Emily's cam here. It's
So here's some of these
clear.
guys. There's Joey DeFeo, mentioned just a little bit ago, former NAU runner.
That looks like Andrew Bellis in the white.
That does look like which one now?
In the white shirt?
Or was
that? That was Joe.
I know that was Joey,
Okay.
Unless there was another white shirt. So they are filing in. Again, this was a group of 17. I think it's pretty clear that they've spread out a little bit, these 17, over the course of the descent. So it looks like kind of splintering into different groups. And again, that's what you'd expect on this course over this distance for that to start happening on some level. But still, again, hour 25 to an hour 26 minutes. That means everybody is coming in at a good clip, and in a time that would translate to a pretty fast time on the whole course. So speaking of, my guess is to be top 3 today on the men's side, you're going to have to run under 8 hours 10 minutes would be my guess.
Wow.
To be top 3. We'll see if that proves true.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Tyler ran about 8:06 last year, so.
Yep, that's right. The winning time last year was 8:06, then 8:10 and 8:16 for first, second, and third. So still pretty windy, especially for this section of the course. As Rob was mentioning, a little bit tough with service down here because you're kind of at the base of this canyon. And typically not very windy down here, but it looks like it's actually quite breezy. So
yeah, it's coming through. Again, this is Hidden Treasure, so as we come in and out of our feeds there, we'll get another feed up at Hidden Treasure. You'll see our volunteers in their pirate costumes for the name. Of course, a real mine way back in the 1800s.
A real mine, that's right.
This course, and of course the entire state of Arizona is littered with mines. They'll be running through Hidden Treasure Mine. They're going to be going through Gloriana, and of course they'll be going through K-Mine as they make their way to Black Canyon City.
Look at them outfitted.
The
the aid stations on this course are, of course, very well organized. They have everything you need. Including items from one of the sponsors, Goo.
Yeah.
And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, there is a new flavor on course today.
I've heard about this flavor. It was made specifically for states.
Yeah, do you want to know about it?
Tell me all about it.
I'll tell you all about it. The new Goo flavor is salted lime.
Is it a Roctane by chance?
It is a Roctane, which means it has 3 times the electrolytes, 3 times the sodium. So packs a punch. But what they did was they surveyed athletes, their athletes, and said basically what sort of stuff are you craving if you're in a hot 100-miler like Western States? And salted lime was the answer. So Magda Boulay, who is now, I believe her new title is vice president. I want to say VP. And apologies, Magda, if that's incorrect. But I think that's her new title. But she was in the head of kind of the research and development on the product side. So they developed this. The packaging's really cool. It's got Western States course kind of topography on it. Which looks really neat. And the flavor is just killer. It feels like something you could put down. It's like a tart lemonade on a hot day.
I love it.
Yeah,
Did you
kind
happen
of
to
those
bring
sorts of
any
feels.
free samples?
I didn't. I left them at home because
Getting
Rob,
greedy,
they are worth more than gold at this point. No, I need to get you some, Rob.
And so if you caught the Cocodona live stream, I was subsisting by day 3 on Goose, so I was getting ready to do a live taste
What
test
a way
again.
to do it.
I had 18 French vanillas.
So, Rob, we're still seeing footage here from Gloriana. I keep doing this. Hidden Treasure.
Hidden Treasure, yeah.
There's so many aid stations.
There are 7?
Sounds right. But my point going back, I guess I should finish up. The aid stations are great at this race. A lot of them have some sort of theme. In this case, it's pirates. Shout out, the next major aid station, Bumblebee, is run by Squirrel's Nut Butter,
SMB.
one of my employers, my main employer, and it is run specifically by Chris Thornley, the CEO of Squirrel's Nut Butter. But yeah, all these volunteers, including Chris and company at Bumblebee, super helpful. Couldn't do it without them.
No,
It's huge.
It's incredible. Yeah, the S&B lube is where it's at.
Yes, and the S&B lube is all over on course, both at aid stations and I think probably in a lot of pockets in packs out there. Protect your little bits. That's one of our new slogans.
I love. Did you come up with that one?
No, my wife did though. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, this footage still here from Hidden Treasure, mile 13 and change on course. We're just over 90 minutes elapsed. I believe we're still waiting on the first females. We've seen the front group of guys stream through. We've seen our leader, Trueheart Brown of Flagstaff, Arizona. He came through in an hour and 21 minutes and change. About 3 minutes later, big group of guys, and we've seen some more men continue to stream through here. I would guess probably 30 by now.
Yeah.
Through this aid station, and we are, I believe, still looking now for the top ladies in the field to come on through here.
Yeah, I mean, they should be coming through pretty quick. For reference, Brittany Peterson last year came through in 1:35, and Elsa McDonald came through at 1:31. So we're at that 1:31 clock time. So it really could be any second, if not any minute.
And we're getting a double check from our producer. I just love saying that. How many times do you think we can say producer?
Oh, never enough. It's just the producer.
And I'll never say his name. It'll just be producer.
Everybody knows Matty Ice.
Yeah, you were spot on.
Yeah, well, I have the same
you also have it
up,
over
so
here.
I can't take my memory credit for that.
Matt, do you mind go to the men's again real quick? I did want to double check just where historically the 121 for Trueheart Brown coming through, where that would be historically. And if you are just joining us or rejoining us or newly joining us, we are seeing live footage from Hidden Treasure Mine Aid Station, about mile 13.5 on course. We have seen 30-plus men come through. Trueheart Brown, our leader out of Flagstaff, Arizona, with a couple-minute lead on a big pack of men following, and we are looking now for some of the lead ladies in the field from this aid station. So there's been a big descent at this point. You're coming off a rather lengthy descent, about 3.5 miles of continuous descending into the Black Canyon before this aid station, which always seems to take a toll on the legs, and usually moving rather quickly still at this early point in the race, especially on the downhills, and tends to start to warm up at this point on course. It's now 8:33 a.m. Here in Arizona. So starting to warm up again. The forecasted highs in Phoenix, 83 degrees. So we should see low 80s on course in the afternoon today. So it will be toasty, and that is gonna be a factor in this race, especially in the second half, no doubt. They are continuing to stream in, and I've had my eyes peeled, Rob, but I don't think we've got the first female just yet. But it looks like we are getting some times from the
tracker,
from the mats. Yeah.
I forget I also have it right here. We'll keep going, giving you different angles here of Hidden Treasure. We're waiting for our lead women to come through. And Debo confirming that Magda is now the president of GOO.
I said VP. That's, I hate that.
It's all good.
I hate when I'm wrong.
We got people like Debo.
Thank you, Debo.
Keeping us on our game here.
That's right.
Again, Debo, I'm sure you've been in it, but if you haven't, again, huge shout out to everything that Debo and Ryan and the whole Free Trail family are doing to grow this amazing sport and the community around it.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun yesterday with that preview.
I was listening live while running in the Black Canyon.
Oh.
That's how stoked I was for today.
Bro.
That
doesn't get any better.
No, it was actually perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we've got eyes on our first.
Didn't see a bib number. Does look like we have seen the first couple now ladies come through Gloriana Mine.
Yeah, we do have Vivian out there, Viz Vibes from YouTube, chasing On a runner cam, it's hard to tell who that is from behind.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Addy, but I don't want to confirm.
Yep. And Carrie Henderson, thanks for commenting, was pretty sure Taylor Nowlin already came through. And that sounds right to me. I didn't get eyes on her, but
I thought I had seen her in like just behind that front back. I remember
Okay.
I was like, I was either Devin or Taylor with the blonde hair. And Taylor, a stout runner, of course, I believe she still has the rim to rim record, right?
yeah, who? Sorry,
Taylor.
Does she still have it? I think she does.
It was hard because
That
there
got
was
passed
that
around
summer
like
where
4
it was
times.
yeah, it was insane to
It was
watch.
Ida Nielsen and I think Sandy.
Sandy missed it.
Just
she
missed
had
it.
it, and then it's so hard to. Oh my! I
Yeah.
can't even, yeah. I
Kat
think
Bradley
Brittany
had it
missed
for a
little
minute.
bit. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim still stands.
Well, the thing to do is just to run it faster than anyone else can.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to do the back and forth.
Yeah. That's true.
All right. We are now
camera.
seeing this is great footage.
Yeah.
Found a spot of service here. Look at the runners weaving through. And you can kind of get a sense, again, I've talked about this, and this is a pretty smooth section of the course, all things considered. But even so, you can see how it's just winding through this desert shrubbery. You look across and you can see runners, and they look like they're right there, but it takes you a quarter mile to get there because the trail's just winding in and out of these little drainages. And that's the stuff I'm talking about. You can see those runners there in the distance. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about when I talk about this course being a challenge and the little things adding up. There's no major climb that's going to, put you in the hole. There's no, and these runners are excited.
Super pumped.
There's no any one section that on its own couldn't be run extremely fast. The sort of sneaky challenge of this course is, again, all of these little things added together and packaged. The early downhill, the late climbing, the constant up and down and in and out. You're kind of getting a feel for that here on this from this camera. So, yeah. Then there's the heat on top of all that. So it really does make for a challenging day, and every single finisher that crosses that line, it's a well-earned finish after a day on the Black Canyon Trail.
Absolutely. We have a lot of love in the chat right now for Justin Grunwald. We've got Amanda in the chat. Yeah, Justin, we'll try to get some word on how Justin's doing, but I'm going to guess he's playing it smart as he usually does. He really worked his way up last year. So a lot of miles to watch this race play out still.
Yeah, currently at Hidden Treasure Mine, we're showing Trueheart Brown in first, and then 3 minutes back, Jared Hazen and Makai Clemens came through together. Also in that front group, more or less right with those guys, we had Preston Cates, Anthony Costales, Seth Ruling, Joey DeFeo, Dan Green, Dirk Marple, Clint Anders, Jimmy Strayhorn. So those were many of those in that front men's group. And we believe then on the ladies' side that we've seen Claire Gallagher come through. Who was it earlier that was mentioned? Taylor, thank you. It's both too early and I haven't had enough coffee.
Well, we've got plenty of coffee.
Yeah,
and
we're
plenty
gonna
of time.
We're gonna have to
so
change
it's all
that.
gonna be great.
Taylor, I would imagine Addie Bracey, Lindsay McDonald come through, and again, thank you to those commenting, helping us out on keeping track of everybody.
Yeah, again, our feeds in this section are just going to be spotty due to the location of where it is on the course. I'm actually pretty stoked that we've got some feeds. It was pretty tough last year to even get anything from here.
Yeah.
I just saw Lottie. I think this is Lottie in the yellow shirt coming through. Hard to see with the freeze frame, but I'm going to guess that's her.
We're a little frozen out there, huh?
But again, we'll have our correspondents in the field give us updates when we can in between the mats. So as things, there might be a slight delay on the tracker.
Now the next aid station, Bumblebee, that is I hope the drone footage is cooperating for that, because that is a scene.
Yeah, it's
It's
great.
it's so that aid station, for a little bit of history, and this race has really just evolved over the years in terms of capacity, number of runners, and the resulting aid stations and requirements to help all the runners on course. So the short story is the aid stations have gotten a lot bigger, but the Bumblebee aid station used to just be in this pullout just right off the dirt road there going through Bumblebee. It was just kind of like this like semi parking lot, not a lot to it. So as this race has gotten bigger, they did a slight reroute around Bumblebee Ranch, and the course goes off the Black Canyon Trail a little earlier, crosses the dirt road, and goes into the Bumblebee Ranch now. And it's just a beautiful setting.
Yeah.
Again, that's run by Chris Thornley of Squirrel's Nut Butter. But you come in, and it feels very grandiose.
Yeah.
There's like this outdoor, I don't even know what you would call it. It's like an outdoor patio that's covered.
Yep. It has like a barn vibe. But
Yeah, it's got a barn vibe. Exactly right. So we're seeing another runner here. That's some single track around Hidden Treasure.
Yeah.
Again, we're still looking at that. So yeah, that Bumblebee aid station, it's really, really cool, and it feels, I don't know, it just feels Wild West. So hopefully we'll get some good aerials and folks can get a sense of what that looks like. But almost a mini village that pops up in the middle of the desert for a few days.
Yeah, and I believe about a minute ago, I think the runner that Vivian was chasing after, it did look like Corinne Chalvoy.
That was Corinne.
She had
okay.
the skull on her back. So Aravaipa Racing's very own Corinne Chalvoy,
who was
smooth,
third at the 60K last year.
Correct.
Yep. And yeah, this is a great angle to see just how windy this trail is. I mean, you're seeing these runners for from the far end of the screen up there coming in on your right-hand side. You're seeing them stream in here for a good minute or so, but they're pretty close when they first come on screen, but it takes them a little while to get to the camera. Again, it gives you a sense of just how picky this trail is, and it's just not at all straight. It's doing what it's doing here, running up into a little drainage and coming back out hundreds and hundreds of times over the course of this race. The last gentleman that came through there, all stoked, he was wearing a Rabbit kit. Shout out to Rabbit for making, I would say, the finest clothing in running, but I'm a little biased. I got one of their sweatshirts here as we speak. Oh, there it is.
No, they make incredible stuff. The racing team
they
has all their singlets.
supply the singlets Rabbit does for the Aravaipa Racing team, which is great. Buttery smooth. And we're getting you're getting a sense now of the course. So this is running back up course in the opposite direction, but you see here the winding nature of this course, and here are some more runners making their way through. Looks like for the most part, Rob, folks have ditched their outer layers. I think we're seeing a little more of the biker, with the exception. I think we're seeing more people in short sleeves and tanks. As we talked about, it's starting to warm up as you drop down into the Black Canyon here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's 57 degrees in closer to the Phoenix area right now, so it's this early when it's that I mean, it's mild, but for the season it's pretty warm to be at that temperature right now at 8:45 local time. So it's going to be a toasty one for mid-February here. And what's on the thermometer really doesn't tell the whole story, because it is you got the southwest sun, which is more intense. You
Yep.
got exposure the entire way. There's nowhere to hide on this
Yep.
course. You know better than anybody else. It just cooks you in the Black Canyon.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And again, it's the time of year. It's just, who's seen 80 degrees before today in training?
Yeah.
Probably no one, unless they're coming from Costa Rica.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe
and that would
Costa
even be a
Rica.
humid, so that wouldn't even be a
Right. It
pound
wouldn't
for
even be
pound.
comparable. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You have that rainforest humidity.
And then, one thing that I always, the first year I ran Western States in 2018, of course, I've been training in Arizona, which is a great place to train for Western States. A lot of similar terrain. But one thing we don't have in Arizona is shade. I mean, even in Flagstaff, there's some, but minimal. Out here, practically none. That Western States course, you get a lot more shade than out here. But that is something unique to this desert landscape. Sparse vegetation, and as a result, next to no shade. So not only are the temperatures going to be warmer than most people have seen so far this year, people are going to be out in the sun for a lot longer than they have been in probably quite a long time.
Absolutely. And again, if you're just joining us as people are waking up, especially on the West Coast, I mean, it's early across the board for the most part, but some questions about a little bit of the layout of the race. It's like, yes, we did have 3 waves, starting with the elite men's and women's wave at 7 a.m. local time. So that clock in the upper right beneath the 100K banner is going to be our elite wave 1 race time. And it was essentially a mass, not a mass start, but men's and women's together this year, unlike split from last year, different protocols. So yeah, it was really great to see that.
So yeah, those waves went off at 7, 7:15,
7:30 and 8.
So 7:30 and 8. That's right, 30-minute intervals.
Yeah, last year there was smaller. It was 15 waves, 15.
Yep.
5
yeah.
to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
apart,
it was a lot of waves. Yeah, all 3 waves are off. We're an hour 48 minutes in from that first wave, which, like Rob said, included both the elite men and the elite women. And we've seen at this Hidden Treasure Mine aid station, mile 13 and a half or so, we have seen all of the elite men and women come through here already. And we will see them next at the Bumblebee aid station, which is roughly mile 19.4. Lead women have come in to Bumblebee as fast as 2 hours 19 minutes, but tend to be low 220s. On the men's side at Bumblebee, mile 19.4, fastest splits have been like 208, 209, but usually it's low 2 teens. Sage Candidate, for example, came through in 2 hours 12 minutes the year that he set the course record.
Hayden came in at 2:03 that year.
2:03, so it's been as fast as
filthy
2:03. Okay. Well, that just goes to show you, again, I can't, it feels like I could talk about this ad nauseum, but Sage comes through in 2:12 at Bumblebee. Hayden comes through in 2:03. So Hayden's 9 minutes ahead. But he finishes 3 minutes slower than Sage did. So he loses 12 minutes from mile 19 to the finish on Sage. Again, it speaks to what this course can do to you if you run the first third at an inappropriate effort level, I guess, for succinctity, I say it that way. And it also speaks to the challenges of the later parts of this race, where you get the majority of the climbing, you get more technical terrain, you get very few smooth sections until the last 8 miles.
Yep.
I mean, it's almost like, it's sort of like cruel. It almost in a poetic sense. It's like if you were going to build a course that was really going to screw with people, what would it look like? I think it'd look a lot like this.
Yeah. It's on your screen right now. I believe that's Natalie Sandoval, a local Phoenician. Again, on my radar is an absolute up-and-comer in these longer distance. I think we'll be seeing her and Megan Kupris a lot on our screen today. It's shouldn't be surprising for everybody. Like I said, there's so many runners in this field that you want to say they're wild cards or dark horses, but it would almost be an understatement. But
yeah.
You can never know.
No, you can never know. You can never know. As I've talked about with respect to these golden ticket races as a whole, I do think past experience helps quite a lot in terms of, your ability to find success on the day. These golden ticket races, for folks trying to get into Western States, they are high pressure, and you can do things to try to reduce that pressure on yourself. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you're trying to beat other people to get into Western States.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy thing to do, and it takes I think a certain person to be able to do it. So those that have done it in the past, I think that tends to show something about them and their ability to do it again.
Absolutely. That's a great point. And we're actually going to take a look over at Bumblebee Ranch right now. We are still let's assume that Trueheart Brown, who left Hidden Treasure Mine mile 12.9 in the lead,
Yep.
again by far is what we're hearing from and seeing in the splits.
I think he's got about 3 minutes. Yep. Or had 3 minutes.
Let's assume he's on Hayden's pace, if
Yeah.
not sooner. At the fastest, we might be seeing him in Bumblebee in about 8 minutes.
That's
so
right.
Our drone's going to go out a couple miles back if we can maintain the coverage and see if
Yep.
we can go find that leader.
And this drone is catching a little bit, but hopefully comes back to life. That's looking about due north, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit west.
A little northwest,
Yeah, and so the Bradshaws would be to the left of screen, those big mountains, and kind of forward and to the right would be way up the hill, Flagstaff and the San Francisco peaks, including Humphreys Peak, the highest point in Arizona, 12,600 some odd feet. And to our right then, right of screen, would be Bumblebee Ranch, where the runners are going to be coming in, streaming in to that next major aid station. And I believe we are looking at a section of single track there, kind of middle, bottom of the screen. I could be wrong there.
Yeah, no, I think that's the section they kind of
they cut off.
And they cut through the road. They go
Right.
into the archway, go through that wash, and then make that right-hand turn.
Yep. And so now is we're looking more north. You're seeing the Black Canyon proper. That's kind of the rim there up at the top. We're looking even a little bit east now, but primarily north, and you're seeing what the canyon looks like. Now, it's nothing. There is a grander canyon in the state of Arizona that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rob. It's called the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger.
Aptly named. Yeah.
It's a lot bigger, but this is still it's a legit canyon.
Yeah.
If you get down here to the bottom and climb up it, you'll feel like you put some work in.
Yeah. Every canyon in Arizona especially will beat you up in different
Yes.
ways, but there's something about the Grand Canyon that's pretty humbling.
It's a terrifying place, a lovely place, a beautiful place, but a little bit scary when you're at the bottom. There's only one way out.
There is only
You gotta go 5,000 feet.
Have you ever had just completely bonked at the bottom and you look up and you're like, oh, it's going to be a long day?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. More than once.
Yeah, no, several times. Right?
I've tried to get a ride because you'll see the helicopters,
That's
on the
hilarious.
beach.
I bailed on rim to rim once, and my wife continued on, and she came back, and I waited at Phantom Ranch, and then I said, if a mule train comes by, I'm going to Venmo them $500.
Shut up.
And that was my dehydrated brain thinking I was going to be able to Venmo them at all. I didn't. I climbed out. She carried my pack out. It was a humbling day.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, I didn't come out a cowboy, but I came out better.
Yeah. I think everyone's a cowboy if they go down to the canyon and get out.
We'll bring it
And
back
there
to-
is a view of Bumblebee Ranch. Look at that. So we're looking east now. Sun's rising over the rim of the Black Canyon. I-17, again, which runs north to south between Phoenix and Flagstaff, is just up that rim. And we are overlooking what is currently turned into a bit of a village here at Bumblebee Ranch. You wouldn't ordinarily see that many cars. Really cool to see. So the runners will cut down some single track towards that road that we're seeing running left to right. They'll cross the road and then pick up basically that driveway, another dirt road. We just lost it. But another section of road that goes into Bumblebee Ranch. They'll go through Bumblebee Ranch, through the outdoor patio, shaded patio. It's very cool. Yeah. And then out the back, and they'll get back on to the Black Canyon Trail. There is about a 350-foot climb right after Bumblebee, so it's a good spot to kind of take a minute, get your legs under you, get your head right before you take off on what's the first kind of major consistent climb of the day.
All right, looks like we might have our drone back up in Bumblebee as they get closer back to near the ranch. So the service will be a little better.
I'm gonna go raid the fridge real quick, Rob.
There's a whole aid
I'll
station
be right
here
back.
as well.
Yeah.
Again, keep those comments coming. We'll be leaning more heavily into the chat as the hours go on. And yes, there are live updates, and I say that with relevance because the mats where they're located, sometimes there is a bit of a delay. But hopefully that sorts itself out. So apologize for any major delays on the live tracker online. But we will do our best between the live tracker, our volunteers in the field, and of course with our team in the studio to get you as up to date on the field from the men's and the women's race as often as possible. Yeah, and I can't reiterate how much time there is for this race to really to play out, and a lot of changing of the leaders will likely happen. It'll be interesting to see how Trueheart Brown, who at our last check, Trueheart of Flagstaff is way out in front of the entire race, kind of approaching it a bit of a Steve Prefontaine approach here. And again, we're probably a few minutes away at earliest, based on historical splits, from seeing our leader coming through Bumblebee Ranch around mile 19.
I'm back.
And Eric is back. How was that aid station?
It was nice. I got a Red Bull.
A little Red Bull action there.
And some water. Gotta hydrate.
You gotta stay hydrated. I was like 3 coffees deep and starting to get a headache.
You already had 3 coffees?
Well, 3 here. I had a few at home.
Holy shit! I've only had 1. I got some work to do.
I was getting a headache. I thought I was an electrolyte issue, and then I realized I wasn't racing. Though it can feel.
It
like
can't possibly be that.
So I need some gnarly or something.
Look at that imagery from the course here.
I think that's our leader.
Yeah.
I think that's presumably Trueheart Brown.
Yep. Yeah, and this starts to get pretty windy here. He's on. So the runner now is on a section that technically is not the Black Canyon Trail. This is where you cut over from the Black Canyon Trail to Bumblebee Ranch. So it's a little downhill on this bit here. You go through a couple washes. They're about to. So they're about to cross over, I believe, a little creek bed and wash. As they wind through. And then, again, they will pop across a dirt road onto another dirt road that takes you into the Bumblebee Ranch, which serves as the aid station. And as Ricardo, my co-host, again, I'm Eric Sensman, mentioned 203, we decided, was Hayden Hawk's split in 2020.
Yeah, just under 2:03:59. So.
2:03:59. Call it 2:04 for fun. And Hazen ultimately ran the second fastest time ever on this course, 7 hours 55 minutes. One of only 2 men to break 8 hours on this course.
Absolutely. Yeah, you should be able to hear us in the chat, but thank you for letting us know. Sometimes the mic moves for that water or coffee sip, but thanks for keeping us on our toes. But so far, I think we should go with sound. We'll have our producer double check that. But
yep.
Thank you for tuning in. And I think we might lose the drone for a little bit there as we get closer. Again, a quick look back to
Gloriana Mine.
Gloriana Mine.
Hidden Treasure.
Sorry. Now I'm doing what you're doing. It's all good. We'll be at Gloriana
later.
Soon enough, right after Bumblebee.
After Bumblebee,
24. We'll
get to Gloriana Mine. They're having some fun out there, I think. That's the aid stations. You know, an aid station's good, or the ones that are the most enjoyable, is when you come in and these people, they've probably been up all morning. They're out here volunteering, and here we have I believe our first runner, Trueheart, crossing that road as I mentioned, and coming up the road. Although it looks like there's 2 people there.
Yeah, it's hard to
coming up the road to Bumblebee. I mean, someone would had to absolutely blitz it to catch him, or he's been caught, and this is 2 different people. That would be. We'll find out here soon. In any case, you come into these aid stations and they're just managing to enjoy themselves to the utmost. It's you can feel it. It's palpable, despite the fact that they've been up all morning and working, and it's usually cold and so forth. So huge shout out to all the volunteers, especially when they make those aid stations so welcoming. So the right-hand turn has been made by these 2 runners, presumably runners in our race. We should note, Rob, it could be 2 runners not in our race. It's possible.
It would be unfortunate. I doubt it.
I doubt it, too. I very much doubt it.
It is questionable with having a second runner.
Yep.
They must have, unless Trueheart was going that quickly that if he slowed down, which means he would have come in at like 155.
But I'd be surprised if only one guy from all those guys in that pack would have surged to catch him.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
Because it's not
we'll
a
find
pacer.
out.
It's too early for it to be a pacer.
Too early. Pacers can first be picked up in Black Canyon City, and that's mile 37.
You know what? It could be one of our camera team from the
That's
documentary
true.
team
It
out
could be
there.
a camera. Yeah, I forget this last year. That really screwed with.
Yeah. When Pacers are in the mix and we have drone shots, it's going to be really hard to tell.
Yeah.
So get used to it, folks. But thank you for the help from the field.
Yeah.
From at home, I should say.
So this may be Trueheart just blazing along at Hayden Hawk's splits here through Bumblebee. Mile 19.4.
Here, we get on the ground, and that is Trueheart.
There is Trueheart. What up, True?
And I do see a media pass.
Yeah, that's a camera guy.
Yeah,
for sure. And it
might have been a Ryan Thrower.
Oh, is that Thrower?
I think it was.
Okay. Shout out to Ryan Thrower, if indeed. Maybe Debo can confirm. So we got the camera guy. Trueheart Brown is through about 30 seconds or a minute slower than Hayden Hawks' 2020 split, although quite a lot faster than any other splits through Bumblebee. So our leader off the front here is moving very swiftly 2 hours into the race. And for perspective here, he's covering 9.5 miles an hour up to this point.
That's super fast.
I mean, if you're running a road marathon at an elite level, that's not terribly impressive. But for this terrain, covering 100 kilometers, ultimately, that's quite a start. So we'll see what the gap is. He was about mid 204 2:04 high maybe. So we'll see. He had 3 minutes on the next runners at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah.
The last aid station. So we'll see what that gap is now. And we would be remiss, Rob, if we didn't, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. The original, the first year that last year that they did this live stream, it was Jamil and Skylar Hall who were on the mics. So shout out to those guys for
huge shout out. I know Skylar's probably watching.
He probably is,
area.
And he did a great job.
Oh, he always does. He's like the king of stats.
Yeah,
The
comes in
numbers that
handy.
he can remember.
Right. I might have to get him in my ear later on. I'll just call him up and I'll kind of be his proxy. It'll almost be like he's still doing the announcing.
And again, if for any confusion out there, we did confirm that second runner that was coming in with True Heart was somebody that had a media pass. We believe it might have been Ryan Thrower out there. We do have various members of different trail running media out there with their all access pass. So
And we're not going to make that mistake again. Are we, Rob?
We will definitely make that mistake.
We're not making it again.
We got Arlen Glick.
Arlen
in the
Glick.
chat. Shout out.
The, number 3 ultra runner of the year?
And golden ticket holder.
And golden ticket holder. Great
Javelina
race
winner.
at Javelina by Arlen.
I think I saw Ryan Montgomery. There he is. We've got golden ticket winners in the chat.
2 golden ticket winners. Yeah, they both smashed Javelina. Great
Absolutely
races.
crushed it. So again, we're waiting the second place and the rest of the chase pack coming after True Heart.
And we are now 3 minutes elapsed since True Heart came through right about this spot. Yeah, there's the Squirrels Nut Butter banner. Shout out to Squirrels Nut Butter, keeping those little bits protected, as we talked about, Rob.
Gotta keep them.
With all natural ingredients. So he has extended then his lead, True Heart, between Hidden Treasure, mile 13-ish, to Bumblebee here at mile 19.4. So still on the gas. But so we're now 2:08. Anybody that comes in within the next, I'd say 6 minutes, has a very good shot of running 8 hours or faster.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it's going to take to be on the podium in the men's race this year. So I imagine we will start seeing them fairly soon here.
We're going to jump to the sky real quick to see if we do have our runners now coming into that entrance into Bumblebee Ranch. There looks to be about a pack of maybe 6 or 7 runners coming in.
I'm not saying numbers anymore. There could be 3 camera
I know,
guys in
with
there.
that's true. That is true. I said runners. They're not. They may not be racers.
That's right. Yeah, that's an important distinction.
Yeah. So it's. I'm gonna just make a prediction. Based on historical data, I think that this is the pack to watch because I would love to see True Heart just continue to crush it and run it outright from the gun. But if he blows at Black Canyon City, let's just say hypothetically, like this is the pack to keep the eye on.
Yeah.
This could be the podium pack. But again, it's very early.
And I mean, you see this every year. There are always people at the front, off the front, who ultimately don't finish there. That's just the nature of this sport. It's especially the nature of this race. Part of the reason is so much of the downhill comes in the first 20 miles that you can run beyond your fitness, let's say. And the result is that you can get away with it for a lot longer than if, for example, the first 20 miles were a net uphill. If you were going gradually uphill, that would make a huge difference. So because of the nature of the course, nature of the sport, this happens at this race every year. So many of these guys, only 3. There's only room for 3 on the podium. A lot of these guys we won't see on the podium at the end of the race.
Yeah. It's insane to think There's only spots for 3 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's not easy.
And again, if you're just joining us based on the previous splits, we should be about 10 minutes or so. We may see our lead women come through. So super excited to see if the field has had any shakeup since Hidden Treasure. And again, shout out to everybody in the chat. We got Camille Heron in the chat. Kyle Patera, another West. He's punched his tickets again to states for next year. So it's we've got a lot of people. Probably their stoke level is probably at the maximum height right now for the end of June.
Kyle Pietari is he's an animal. He's a Western States killer. That's what I consider him. I think every year I've been there, he's got top 10.
That's incredible.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah, so look at our village here. So this is the outdoor pavilion style thing I'm talking about. Runner, there's Jared Hazen. Who is in the gold there? Not totally sure. But we have on running. Oh, that's Adrian McDonald there.
Yep.
So he's running with this front pack. Jared, do we know who's in the gold?
Not yet.
Yeah, someone mentioned this previously in the comments, so thank you for doing that. And maybe someone could remember. Yeah, that's okay. We're seeing the front runners in this front pack here. Again, they are about 7 minutes behind our leader, Trueheart Brown. As this pack of what was, I counted 17 men following Trueheart Brown. So they've spread out a little bit, but what we're roughly seeing here are 17 men coming through within, I would guess, a minute or a couple minutes of each other. So I think we'll keep seeing them stream through here.
Yeah, and based on the timing mats, which are going to be a little more accurate now that we're kind of have a little bit better service at Bumblebee, our top 7 through so far is from 1st to 7th: Trueheart Brown, Seth Ruling, Dan Green, Makai Clemens, Adrian McDonald, Justin Grunwald. There's Grunwald in the mix, and Clint Anders.
Okay.
And of course, there are more coming through once they cross through the mats after the aid station.
Yeah. So the names that were being read off here that Rob was just reading off, I believe that mat is at the exit of this aid station. So what our feed here under the banner is earlier. It's kind of at the start of the aid station. So the order you see them coming in on this screen will likely differ from the order you see them on the live tracking, since they're these athletes are going to spend more or less time between the at the aid station before they exit. And I think what I saw there, Rob, was 2:10 for Trueheart.
2:10.
Even though
but he came through quicker on our race clock.
Yeah.
He came in like 2:0.
Something seemed. What
Well,
do you imagine?
here's
those are off a bit.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, the mat is on the other side.
Right.
So he could have.
But 7 minutes.
That's a long time in aid.
Yeah.
But he could be feeling the heat of throwing down that much.
But then the next times were 2:16, so 6 minutes back. So, we got another cam here at Bumblebee. So this is in the pavilion, this outdoor pavilion. We're seeing an old carriage of sorts that was probably pulled by a horse. So that's cool.
Classic BBR Bumblebee Ranch.
I did see horses on the Bike Canyon Trail being ridden by people right outside Bumblebee Ranch the last time I was out there.
Yeah, there are more horses than people that live in the town of Bumblebee.
Yeah, that sounds right.
There's like 12 people.
Yep. No, that sounds accurate. So, yeah, you can get a good sense of this setup. Come in and little buffet here with all the fixins. You got some tables. Looks like a bar. Seems a little early for that, but, it's a race day. And again, shout out to all of these volunteers and aid station captains here at Bumblebee. Again, it is Squirrel's Nut Butter and Squirrel's Nut Butter co-founder Chris Thornley at the helm to help this pop-up village come to life. And we are once again, for those just tuning in, 2 hours, roughly 2 hours, 16 minutes elapsed since our first wave went off at 7 a.m., which included the elite men and women. We have seen...
I think that's Taylor.
That is Taylor. We have seen the elite... No. Tattoos.
I think that's still our race leader.
Indeed.
That's Dominica.
Dominica?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're here at Bumblebee, mile 19.4, and we have seen probably 25, 30 men come through, being led by Trueheart Brown of Flagstaff, Arizona. He was about 6 minutes ahead of another 15 or 20 guys who all came in within a few minutes of each other, and it appears we just saw the lead woman come through Bumblebee as well. What bib number is she?
Let me get that up.
We're gonna have to take a look here. And this footage here via drone is looking down at the Bumblebee Ranch, where the aid station is held. Beautiful. So bib 764 is Dominica, who we believe we saw there on the feed and is in the lead on the women's side.
So we've got more runners coming into Bumblebee now.
Look at that footage. Beautiful. So again, when they leave this aid station, we finally get to say Gloriana Mine. They go to Gloriana Mine.
They go to Gloriana.
It's about mile 25, so they're looking at 5.5-ish miles until the next aid station. Yeah, 5.5. It begins with a climb, about a 350-foot climb, kind of the first bigger one of the day. And then the course continues to weave in and out of these drainages in these foothills. Starts to get a little bit rockier as well between here and Gloriana Mine. And then in my conversation with Dylan Bowman yesterday, the live preview on Free Trail, his media outlet, shout out to Debo for what he's doing in the sport from the media side. It's awesome. What we talked about was, in terms of the course, Gloriana Mine is what I see as kind of the start of kind of a lot of shittiness.
Yeah, it's like the beginning of, you're like, oh, this is the toughness that they were talking about.
Yeah. You got 25 miles in your legs, roughly. It really just starts to get super picky. And I wish I could describe it better. I'm sure we'll get footage on course that'll give you viewers a sense of it. But, man, it just gets tough. And it starts with a really steep descent out of Gloriana Mine, soon after Gloriana Mine. And then it starts getting real. You hit the halfway point. It's going to be getting warm out there. They'll get to the second half of the race, which contains a majority of the climbing. And we're not going to see a group of 17 guys together anymore. I think we can safely say that.
Yeah, this is where, both fields are really going to start to spread out. And again, I'm really curious what that 50K split time is going to be, and then how it plays out into Black Canyon City.
Oh, Peter Maximo, thank you. It's Eric LaPuma in the gold.
East Coaster.
Yep.
Jersey-born, Vermont living. Shout out to the East Coast.
He was, and we are getting confirmation that 23 men were under 2 hours, 20 minutes at Bumblebee. So I think, again, not all those guys are going to run 8 hours, but if you're under 2:20, you certainly have a shot at low 8 hours on this course. So got quite a few guys in contention. But yeah, Eric LaPuma was third at JFK this past November. Ran 5 hours 39 minutes, very fast time. And as I mentioned in that preview, I think that speed and obvious fitness from just a few months ago could translate well for Eric out there today. I feel like we need an Eric on the podium anyhow.
Yeah, we're going to need to make up for.
We got to represent the brand. Eric is the brand.
And again, if you are joining us, I am Rob Ricardo alongside the man, the best stash in Western States and just the sports in general, Eric Sensman. So I hate to ask this question, but I mean it with the utmost respect. It's like the level of FOMO you have right now.
Yeah.
Again, you were hoping to line up.
Yep.
You got an injury. You're playing it smart.
Yep.
Speaking of longevity, and you've run this race so many times. You've gotten the golden ticket. Like, how is it from this angle, watching it unfold?
It's nice. It doesn't feel great, though.
Right. I would imagine, yeah.
I would like to be out there, certainly. I would like to be out there. That's my short answer.
Yeah.
But if I can't be there, this is the next best spot.
Yeah, this is the best. This is a consolation.
This is a consolation. No, I have so much love for this race. And, I told myself if I could – this is a tough sport. It's a lot of well, first of all, ultra running you're running incredible distances. A lot can go wrong. A lot needs to go right to do well. And it's as we talked about, it's tough to be consistently at the top. Even the best runners in the sport, their successes and off races tend to be cyclical, and you'll go through periods where you have some good races, and then some periods where you have some bad races. So it's tough sport in that way. But I kind of told myself if I could be good at one thing in this sport, I'd feel good about I guess my career as an ultra runner. And Black Canyon might be that thing. I've run it 4 times, been on the podium 3 times, gotten 2 golden tickets here. So if that's my legacy, I'm happy with that. So maybe we'll add to it next year. We'll see if I can get to the start line. But in the meantime, with me there or not, things are unfolding. We got people moving today.
There's
and
Addie
I think
coming
this
in.
is Addie. Yes, it is. What we're showing 2:23 a lap, so that would be
that's right on par with kind of what we're more
what we're
expecting and
Yep.
used to seeing. Yeah.
Yep, exactly
and she's
right.
such a smart and dialed runner.
Yeah.
Not to forget to mention how talented of a runner she is. Last year, finishing 5th, she fought for that 5th place, but I saw her at Black Canyon City, and she was starting to look a little rougher, and then I think she did end up losing some electrolytes, had fallen out of her pack when it got hot. So even with that happening, she rallied for a 5th place finish.
Yep.
Of course, she had already had a spot in Western States, but and then she DNF'd at States, so she's out there looking for a ticket. So
No question. And has put herself in a position to do so here early on. Again, I think there's less of a tendency to get caught up in the craziness of the front of the race on the women's side. So I think she is more likely coming through with this split, I believe, in 2nd place. Do we think 2nd place?
I believe so, because we've got Dominica coming through she came through at 2:20.
2:20.
And according to our live tracker, there is.
Yep.
She might be. So Addie left Hidden Treasure in 3rd. So
Okay. So she's 2nd or 3rd, but I think this split
she made up for that time for sure.
Yep. It's a split that we've seen some of the top female finishers run in past years. I think that Brittany Peterson 2:23 for example last year. I think she's right in there. Within striking range of a very, very good time at this point in the race. So I think she's put herself in a good position. I think it's unlikely to have been, an effort that was too much. I think she's been in this sport long enough and run this race specifically, but enough of these longer races that she has a good sense of where she needs to be and how hard she should be pushing.
Yeah, and there's our crew getting her. This is the first time they can see crew again. So
Getting some sunscreen on.
you got to
is
get
smart.
that sunscreen. I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky today.
Right.
Which at this point, it was overcast at this point in the race at Bumblebee last year.
Yep.
And it did turn into a sunny day, but no clouds all day here. Big shout out to Zach Marion getting this great footage of Addie. She's going to be leaving Bumblebee in second place. Presumably running smart, focused, and there she is. She's going right through, so she's now going to make her way onto that double track road, and before she can get back onto the official Black Canyon Trail.
Yep. And up that climb. This climb out of Bumblebee always feels a little weird. You've just been running downhill for so long.
It's as tough as it might feel. I bet it's probably good on the legs because you're at that point where, if you're just running one gradient, whether it's up, down, or flat for too long,
Exactly.
right? It just really takes a toll.
No, it does feel good to mix it up, but certainly a little bit odd.
You probably miss the speed,
Right.
the free speed that you were basically getting.
Yeah,
from
it definitely starts to slow down a bit.
So our feed's going to break up a bit, but we're going to stay on Addie Bracey of Nike Trail Elite. She's going to run up this road for a little bit, and then she'll hook a left and make her way toward that cattle gate and carry on toward the Black Canyon Trail. It looks like we've got our drone back up as well.
Ooh, we like that.
Looking for some more runners making their way into Bumblebee Ranch.
It almost looks warmer.
Yeah, you could feel. Yeah, you could feel it.
I think probably just because the sun's up, but you know.
And we've got two more ladies coming in right now. Is that Devin? See if we can get a bib on that.
Yeah, so clearly a Terex athlete there in the white.
Devin and Abby?
And then, yeah, I'm not sure about that other kit.
We'll know soon enough.
Yeah,
Again, I'll bring it back to our drone as we watch more runners make their way out Bumblebee Ranch.
Yeah. I think there were some guys. Let's see.
But yeah, I mean, if you're just joining us, Dominika Stelmach she absolutely crushed it through Bumblebee Ranch at 2:20. So
Yeah, so she is definitely leading on the ladies' side. 2:20.46, we had her split through Bumblebee. And that is ahead of course record splits for the ladies. Faster than Brittany Peterson last year when she ran the course record. And yeah, sorry, Terex kid. I don't know why I didn't think of Taylor. That was Taylor Nolan.
So there is Taylor. Okay.
And we think Devin. And
yeah,
Devin
I think that was Devin in
which
the blue shirt.
would have been probably third and fourth. We had Addie Bracey come through in second. I'm sorry, third. So we are now getting
That hasn't updated.
That hasn't updated.
Yet.
Got it. Yep.
So it looks like somewhere in the mix, Collier Lawrence might have lost her second place slot coming out of Hidden Treasure. But as that tracker updates and more women come through, we'll be able to see how the top 5 to top 10 are shaken up about a third of the way through the race.
So thanks to Camille Herron for commenting about our leader, Dominika. She has run Camille tells us 7 hours and 4 minutes for 100K. Very quick. And she's been 5th at Comrades, which, is a fantastic result. Both road races, of course. So it makes sense that she would, I think, again, be a little more comfortable in the opening 19 miles of this course, where you're getting more dirt road, double track, where speed really plays. So it'll be interesting to see how this course tests her trail abilities on a little bit more technical terrain. We will see here as the day unfolds. And of course, Camille has run this race, Black Canyon. I'm trying to remember which year. Was it 2020?
Yes.
That she won?
And she won it.
Yeah.
With a smile on her face,
yeah.
as always. Yeah.
And another golden ticket got her back to Western States. Of course, it was canceled in 2020, but the 2021 edition, which she finished, Western States, that was, I think, her first finish. Gutted it out on a tough day, which you love to see. The veterans really love to see that.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten more respect from the veteran crew because, I've made it to the finish line on not so great days in those long races. But it's a good thing to do.
For what it's worth, and Matt can attest for this, I had you on my podium for last year during my prediction show.
Really?
Yeah, I had a shirt getting ready to made and everything, the sensible choice with the mustache.
Man, that's
but it's all right.
good.
It's going to be for the future. We'll get the shirt made when you're healthy.
Rob, I let you down.
It's okay.
Man.
Sensible choice.
Sensible choice. That's good. One of these days, maybe.
So our tracker, it looks like we do have about a dozen of the women now through. They came in that whole group.
Yep.
And I think Lottie Brinks was rounding out the top 10.
Okay.
I think EO is in the mix.
Good. Not surprising.
That was Taylor and Devin.
Yep.
And Collier did make her way through in the mix. So now we're going to see how it shapes up. I think on one of our other screens that's wasn't live. I think that was Corinne Chalvoy that just came through. So, things are heating up in the canyon.
Things are heating up. It's funny. I think by Black Canyon City we'll see spectators in T-shirts, but still at the moment they're bundled up if they're not running. So still, I think that's a good sign for our runners that it hasn't gotten too crazy warm yet, but I think inevitably it will. And just when you don't want it to, later in the race. More scenes here from Bumblebee. There's where you go through into the aid station, Bumblebee Ranch, through the pavilion. Such a cool scene there at Bumblebee. If you ever are traveling on the I-17 between Flagstaff and Phoenix, there is a rest area.
Sunset.
That's correct. That overlooks this ranch.
Yeah, for the longest time I didn't know that. I was like, what is that? What is that down there?
What's down there?
And then last year when I was at Bumblebee and I saw the aid station, I go, oh, I just answered my own question 5 years later.
And in fact, from the ranch, you can actually, if you know that's a rest area up above you. I don't know if you'd guess it otherwise, but
yeah,
you can see the rest area along the highway when you look up over the canyon wall.
And again, so now we're got our eyes on the skies. We see another bunch of runners making their way just outside of Bumblebee Ranch. They're heading south.
Yeah, and I mean, you see them streaming through here. There's some of the first Swarrows on the course. You're dropping down to the elevation where those are. But this is, honestly, this section right here is relatively straight. It's not, it's windy, but nothing crazy for this course. And as you see these runners coming through, again, it's hard to overstate the point, which is this trail is just moving around so much, and it really just takes a toll on these muscle groups that it's difficult to have strengthened and developed for this distance of racing when you've been training through the winter. And again, for most people, not having access to dry trails. So those little movements that are repeated over and over and over as you're stabilizing yourself going in and out of these washes, that it starts to add up. And again, that is why we see so many DNFs at this race, especially at the front of the race, at that specifically Black Canyon City aid station, mile 37. You see your crew there, and it's a tough stretch from there to the next major aid station at Table Mesa. So you end up getting a lot of people dropping out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we're at 2:36 on the clock, and looking at the splits from previous years, if Trueheart's still throwing down, we might be in less than 10 minutes he could be coming through Gloriana, which is pretty insane.
Feels hard to believe.
He might outrun our drone pilot, who's making his way down there. So
he's got to drive down.
Yeah, we have
the
some
dirt
of our
road.
team like leapfrogging down the course. We'll see if we can get some of the runner cam. I'm trying to see who that is.
Starts with, there's an S in there.
Got it. There we go.
There's some cool footage.
Is that him? Let me see where we're at on the course
I
here.
think that's him. I'm quite sure that that's Trueheart. But you are getting, I mean, this is just such a classic section of the Black Canyon Trail. This would be a little bit before Gloriana Mine, around close to mile 25. Gloriana Mine's about 24 and a half usually on my watch. But I mean, look at the course here. It's not smooth, right? You're seeing the rock. I mean, it's not overly technical, but you can't just put your foot wherever.
Yeah, it's not buffed out.
And look, I mean, the camera can hardly keep track of where the trail's going. Because it's just constantly moving. So we're getting cut out there. But yeah, that's
that was Trueheart though, for sure.
That was definitely Trueheart.
Yeah,
so
because that was our runner Sam, who is stationed out at Gloriana as one of our runner camps. So
yeah. So yeah, that's the silent killer on this Black Canyon course is kind of what we were just looking at. How many Red Bulls are you allowed to drink in a day?
I think this is race rules.
Race rules.
So it's almost as if you're in the race. So
many
you
as
can
you
go
can
deep.
consume. All right,
Like
cool.
I said, I've had more than a dozen gels doing one of these live streams
Oh,
before.
that's great. So very nice shot of the Bradshaw as well. Look at that camera work. We love that. You're seeing the trail, the Black Canyon Trail, cutting through there as it parallels the road, and ultimately runners cutting over to cross that road.
And I'm gonna cut you off just for a sec because
Yep.
it's gonna be shaky. But that road crossing is, we've got Trueheart coming through Gloriana Mine right now.
Coming through Gloriana Mine.
At 2:39.
Just absolutely full send by Trueheart Brown.
Which is one of the fastest, if not the fastest sprint
I mean,
times.
this is pretty legendary.
I mean,
I don't care what happens to Trueheart. He's maybe gets the hero award for today.
For reference, I mean, Sage went through at 2:44 in 2016. Tyler last year 2:49.
And he hasn't hit the mat yet because the mat's right after, but he was very quick through there. Hit the mat. Let's just call it 2:40 for easy rounding purposes.
Yeah.
4.5 minutes ahead of Sage. 9 minutes ahead of Tyler Green at this point. 4.5 minutes ahead of Hazen in 2020. 5 minutes ahead of me and Tim Frericks in 2018. 10 minutes ahead of Ford Smith in 2015 when Ford won. Oh, I'm sorry, 17 minutes ahead of Ford Smith. 10 minutes ahead of Elliott Carden in 2020 when Elliott ran 8:19 to get a golden ticket. So Trueheart Brown, he's just decided this is it.
This is his day.
This is his day. So it looks like we may be able to check
get
in from
a
the field.
check in. we'll wait for Zach to get his camera up, and we'll might be able to get some on-the-ground correspondence.
In the meantime, getting this aerial footage of Bumblebee at mile 19.4, and that footage we got earlier, and where we will hear from our correspondent on the ground, Zach. That'll be at Gloriana Mine, which is about mile 24.5, and that's where Trueheart Brown, our leader out of Flagstaff, Arizona, just went through a few minutes ago in just a smoking pace.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, again, we're going to see how that plays out when he gets to Black Canyon. But I think we've got Zach up, so I'm going to pull Zach up in momentarily. Hey, Zach, can you hear me out there?
I can hear you guys loud and clear. Do you got me?
We do. Tell us, what are you seeing down there at Bumblebee?
As you guys can see behind me, the race is absolutely just totally unfolding. We've got some of the front mid-pack coming in right now. I had the pleasure of running in with the first few runners, male, female. Trueheart is out there pushing hard today. In true Black Canyon fashion, we're having a hot race unfold, not just with the climate, but we've got some hot paces shooting out. Behind him, there's a nice lead pack chasing. Everyone seemed pretty calm. True looked like he was working. He looked like he was really pushing out there, and if he can maintain that pace all day, we're going to see an exciting race unfold. And if not, he's still making an exciting race for us at home because he is pulling that crew out. They are trying to stay within eye shot of him. Some of them are sticking to their game. A lot of them are chasing. And on the women's side, Dominica, she went out and she just blew right through this aid station right quick. She's looking smooth. She's looking pretty well put together. She just blazed through here and is on her way. And behind her, we had Addie Bracy, was not too far behind, a few minutes behind. She looked really calm, ready to strike. Talking with her, her game plan was to push in the last 20 miles of the race, and she's put herself in a really good place to do that. And then behind her, we had Taylor Nolan and Devin Yanko, and then a nice chase pack with Claire Gallagher and all the other front crew. They're all pretty well close together. It looks like the females are playing a smart race today, and they're trying to stay all within a nice little pack and work together. The men are starting to spread out, so it's going to be an exciting day.
Zach, thank you so much. That's awesome insight. Quick question for you, though. So based compared to Dominica and Trueheart, compared to their respective chase packs, did they look as fresh, or did the chase packs look like they had the upper hand, taking it a few minutes slower?
The chase pack definitely seemed like they were a little more calm. I don't know if it's being the rabbit and being chased or what it is out there, but they were definitely, they looked like they had a game plan pretty well put together and sticking to it. The front leaders between Trueheart and Dominica, they were both, I would definitely say, above a conversational pace. They were working hard. They were definitely laying it out there. And it seems like it's a great game plan for them to just throw it all out there and try to hold on to it for as long as possible. They're doing a great job so far.
Thank you for that amazing insight, and thanks for all your hard work out there. We're gonna get back to you again later, but thank you for the insight.
Absolutely.
You got it.
See you, Zach.
All right, and we are gonna try to get our drone up outside of Gloriana Mine again momentarily, but we're bringing you back above Bumblebee Ranch.
It loves to cut out on you.
I mean,
just when you think you have it.
Again, yeah, the fact that the service holds up in these canyons as much as it does is always magic. It's always a mystery. But again, it looks like we've got our Gloriana drone in and out right there. So Paul's got the eye in the sky.
Nice work, Paul. And shout out to here in the chat, Ellie Greenwood. Thanks for listening. A former winner of the Western States 100, and if I'm not mistaken, still the course record holder. Do we believe that's right?
Correct. We got to correct. We have a very special guest joining us very soon.
Special guest assistant producer at the moment.
The one, Katie Asmuth is in the studio. No stranger to Western States. So she'll be joining us on the mic momentarily as we get things sorted over here.
I think Katie and I will be able to have a nice chat about when she passed me at Western States this last year. We'll get to the bottom of it because it's hard to know where it was, honestly.
I don't even feel worthy being in the room right now. I'm just gonna stay there.
I mean, that makes two of us if
I'm
we're
gonna have
talking
to
Western
You're
States.
gonna have to start training.
Well, we're actually talking Black Canyon.
That's true. We are talking Black Canyon.
Underprepared.
Look at that footage. That is great. So, again, the trail just kind of clinging on to the side of the foothills here. Almost looks like it's just about to slide off or something. But meandering in and out here, we're seeing one of those many drainages, kind of creek bed type spots. The trail will go across in and out of those creek beds, those drainages, many times throughout the race. And when it's not doing that, it's picking its way, kind of the best possible line along the side of the foothills. So again, can't overstate it. Just so much movement on this trail that just requires so much stability and just got a good footwork, and it's a tiring trail. But really beautiful footage here, and getting a really good sense of what this course is like. And this view, if I'm not mistaken, is south. So the direction of the course. The course largely is heading north to south. And now it looks quite windy on course. Typically, so now we're looking back north, up course here. It does look pretty windy today. Typically, the wind runs north to south. So in theory, that should be a tailwind for the most part, even on a windy day. That shouldn't impede the runners too much. Look at those swallows, just beautiful. Yeah, so we're, again, going back up course on this view, heading north, and you can see cutting into the hillside way out in the distance is I-17, which runs north to south between Phoenix and Flagstaff. And here's some more runners cutting through. Wow, beautiful shot. So Rob Ricardo, my co-host, he's going to take a break for a bit, but I won't be alone. Is it time?
Yep, you're going to switch to that headset.
I'm going to move over.
Katie's going to sit there. Rob is going to control the feeds.
Bear with us. All right. I've moved headsets, but otherwise, I think we're good. Are you good? How's it
I
feel?
think I'm good.
Okay.
All right.
It's a little tough to hear. Katie, please introduce
Hi.
yourself.
My name is Katie Asmith. For those that don't know me, I am very new to the Black Canyon scene, so this is very fun for me. But I will be racing tomorrow at the 60K and just generally a fan of the sport. I received my golden ticket at Bandera 100K last year and was able to run at the Western States endurance run 100-miler in June of this past year, 2021, and was in the top 5. So I'm feeling all of the nerves for these runners right now, because I know what it's like to be chasing down that ticket. And oh man, the energy and the stoke is high right now. So I'm stoked to be here, but bear with me, folks, because I don't know the knowledge of Black Canyon as well as our fellow hosts. But I'm here. I'm pumped to be here.
So you may, if you pull that mic in, Katie, just to make sure. Perfect. They probably heard you just fine. And I need to pull mine in. It's like the kettle calling the pot black. Yeah. Okay. And you can, perfect. So, Katie, you're running the 60K tomorrow. Will that be your first time on the Black Canyon course?
Yes.
Yeah.
It
So-
will be. And I'm
okay.
very excited about it. I mean, it's, you want to start off your year with getting some speed under your legs. So the goal is Black Canyon 60K. I'll be destroying my quads on
Yeah.
the downhills, and
Yeah.
then I'll be running Canyons 100K.
Oh, you are?
For just to work those quads on the uphill. So,
Yeah.
work them both ways so
For
that you
sure.
show up to Western States just primed and ready.
Yep.
That's the plan. But
So,
yeah.
for those, including myself, that maybe don't know as much about your racing history, was Western States your first 100?
it was my fourth.
It was your fourth?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you
I-
had some experience at the distance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd run AC.
Oh, you did?
I'd run Bear, and I'm tough. So
I'm going to guess you did
yeah.
well at those.
I had some success. And
Did you
was-
win all of them?
No.
Okay.
I only won Bear.
Okay.
So yeah. I got second in the others. but
Second in the
yeah.
others. Okay.
So-
Okay. So those are courses that would, I think, prepare you well for Western States.
I think, and as we'll learn today with, the heat, I think having the wide variety of experiences, I think, is really important in races like this, and having run 100K and 50 miles several times prior to running 100 miles. It's just a really important way to prep for that 100-mile distance. I think there's a lot of, experience with fueling and hydration, taking those salt caps, things that you wouldn't do in a road marathon.
Yes.
So this is a very different sport, and I'm all here for it. So
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll continue chatting here, but we are looking on course and getting footage from one of our drones. For those of you joining us or rejoining us, I am Eric Sensman, co-hosting with Rob Ricardo, who is presently on a break. So we have Katie, and let me make sure I say your last name right.
Asmith. Yes.
Asmith.
Yes.
Katie Asmith,
Yep.
who it turns out has won the Bear 100. That was new to me,
Yep.
but was fifth at Western States last year after getting a ticket at the Bandera 100K last January. So the two of us will be bringing you along with this coverage. We had a 7 a.m. start in Mayer, Arizona at the Mayer High School. It was 36 degrees at the start, nice and cool, up at around 4,000 feet of elevation. The footage we're seeing now on the drone is from further along the course, I believe, between Gloriana Mine and Bumblebee aid stations, so somewhere in the 22, 24 mile on course range. And currently in the men's race, we have Trueheart Brown of Flagstaff, Arizona, way out in front. And there is actually the Gloriana Mine aid station that we're looking at. So Trueheart Brown, he ripped through here in about 2 hours, 40 minutes. He was 5 minutes up on Sage Canada's course record splits, so he's cranking. Back at Bumblebee, the last aid station I had checked, he had about 6 or 7 minutes on the rest of the men's field. And then in the ladies' race, it is
Dominika
of
Yep.
course.
of Poland. And
She's
she's
from
a
Poland,
mom
I was
of
gonna ask.
two.
And a mother
So
of
big
two.
shout out to the parents out there to have a mom this far ahead. So just a shout out for Dominika. It was a name I didn't know, Dominika Stelmach. And if we could just give her a shout out. So she's the 100K European record holder.
704.
704.
Camille had told us, yep.
Okay, very cool. And I just was so stoked to see she was a mom of two,
Yeah.
a coach, and she's obviously all in and going for the win big here.
Right.
So we'll see if she's able to hold on all day. But Addie's taking this very calm and steady, and I feel like that gap is not that substantial this early in the race. So
Yes.
10-minute gap behind Addie's about 10 minutes behind Dominika, it looks like.
Yep. So,
So-
we have Addie Bracey in second then. And then who do we see? We saw Devin Yanko and Taylor Nolan
Okay.
in third and fourth. And you've raced, I would imagine, some of these front women.
I've raced Taylor at a 9 Trails event. That was a while ago.
Oh, was that 2019?
Yeah.
I also
Were you
ran.
there too?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
What did you
I did the
finish?
relay.
Oh, you did the relay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a good time.
Yeah.
That was a tough race, man.
That race sucks.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
hard.
great. I should say it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. So I met Taylor there, and then I raced Addie at Western States, of course. So
Yeah.
I passed her in the canyons right before Michigan Bluff, and she was looking pretty hot there. So I'm sure she's learned some lessons from Western States this
Yeah.
past year of working, and really dialing in that heat strategy. So
Right. Right.
I've full confidence on how Addie's going to perform here today.
So then you would have also raced Claire Gallagher, I guess.
I raced Claire Gallagher. I have a lot of respect for Claire.
Yeah.
As we all know, her fatigue resistance is untouchable. So that woman is a beast. And so I think she's going to perform very well today also. We haven't seen her come through yet. I haven't yet.
Yeah, I think it sounded like we heard from Zach Marion
Okay.
down at Bumblebee, and she was in kind of a chase pack behind those top four,
Okay.
so not too far back.
Yeah, which is actually, interesting strategy for Claire, because I feel like
she
Claire
likes to rip.
likes to go out hot. So, maybe she's trying to work on some of that patience,
Yeah.
and then we'll use that speed on the back half of the course. But,
Yeah, exactly right.
yeah, we know she has that speed in her, and I'm excited to watch that happen. So, and of course, Devin, it's Devin Yanko. She wants the win so bad, or wants that podium placement. So, we'll see. She's coming into this race very confident,
Yeah.
which is something Devin is known for. She's able to, say she wants the win. And she said that in their interview, right?
Yep.
Like, I want the win. I'm coming here to win. And I think she's going to try and throw down. And so I think she's probably running within herself also. I think that 10-minute gap between, Dominica and Addie really says something about, the women trying to, stay poised and in control and within themselves in the beginning of this race. But it came out at a hot click also. So
Yeah. Yes, it
the race
did.
is just beginning, folks.
That's right. And as it continues, it will heat up. As we've been talking about, they'll see low 80s temperatures on course, which will feel very, very warm, especially here in February. Most people, it's winter, so they are not seeing those temperatures. Now, Katie, you have not been on course. You're seeing these images here. What do you think?
God, it's gorgeous,
I
right?
know.
It's stunning. And it just looks so flowy.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched the live stream. I was glued to it all year last year. And I mean, it just looks like such a fun course. So I feel like some of these shots are deceiving from,
Yes.
what people say about it. And obviously, but there's a lot of rocks out there. You
There
got to stay
are.
mentally kind of engaged the whole time. So I feel like this specifically, this part of the trail looks pretty darn buttery, right?
Yeah, so it kind of it's most of the time, and so you're running the 60K.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this will be part of the course you run. The more technical sections are after 60K. There are some rocky sections in the first 60K, but it's really not the rockiness that makes it a challenge. It's that in small part in combination with what you're seeing here, which is this. It's constantly going up and down, slightly up, slightly down, winding in and out of all these little drainages. And it just, I think you'll find tomorrow, even in the 60K, 60% of this distance, it takes its toll. Like your hips and your glutes and your, down in your calves, your soleus,
Yep.
like just everything that's helping you stay upright is just getting worked in ways that for most people, they haven't been working on because they've been running on the roads, for example, because it's winter, but haven't been running on, single track like this. So
I would feel almost that sometimes skiing would actually help with that.
that's actually a good point.
Like
Yeah.
in Nordic skiing, I mean, we always talk about that, how it carries over into trail.
Yeah.
But it would seem that those muscles would actually help in this sort of a race. So
Absolutely.
we'll see.
No, I think
Maybe
that's a
these
good
winter runners are going to do well here. So
Yeah. No, I think you're right about that. That the stabilization from skiing, Nordic in particular, would be helpful for sure. God, so cool to see the course
God, it's
light up
beautiful.
there with the green. It is amazing how the variety of terrain and plant life that you go through over this course. You start up high at 4,000 feet, you end at 1,800, and you just go through really just kind of different environments along the way. So we're seeing some of that now. And when this time of year, if it gets a little water and it's cooler, stuff is turning green and blooming, and it's beautiful. And then out there in the distance are the Bradshaw Mountains, which are
it's beautiful. I will say, I mean, I just went for a jog this morning.
Yeah.
Just a little shakeout run, and I was starting to feel that heat already at 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, so it's warming up. It's so exposed, as you can see. I mean, there is no shade on these people, and I think they're going to start feeling that heat also. So it's beautiful. I'm happy that they have those views to look at.
Yeah. It definitely keeps you motivated, I guess.
Sure.
You at least get to enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so tomorrow, I believe we should look at there will be a live stream tomorrow. Nope. No live stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad I checked in on that. But we will be continuing the live stream throughout this race until the conclusion of the race. And it will be until 4 a.m. So that will amount to 21 and a half hours because we started at 6:30 today. Okay. So you are really getting your fill, ultra running fans. So please stay with us or get your run in and come back and join us again. We've got a long way to go. So again, to give a bit of a recap, we're a little bit over 3 hours elapsed since the first wave started at 7 a.m., which included both the elite men's and women's fields. And those elite men and women are making their way and have gone through Bumblebee aid station at mile 19.4, the first major aid station, and are streaming through Gloriana Mine, the next aid station around 24.5. And we are, God, that looks so good. It looks like we're watching a running documentary or something.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, what you guys are doing, right? This is so fun. I mean, just as a fan of the sport, right?
For sure.
Like, this is just going to bring in more runners, really.
You would hope so.
You know?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
I think it highlights, I guess, why people are drawn to the sport. Like, you're out in the desert in the winter under sunny skies running all day.
It's beautiful. I mean, I think part of it, too, is learning about the runners themselves. So have we done, I mean, not what I've heard, have we done like a understanding each of the lead runners right now?
No, yeah, we could talk
kind of
in more
talk
depth.
about storylines a little bit.
Did you watch any? They did a short series, Chasing Gold.
I did.
Yeah.
I listened to several. It was really fun. That was a great way. Kind of the hype starts way before the race begins.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And you can watch those on Aravaipa Running's YouTube channel. But they interviewed several of the front runners. So we've talked a little bit about them along the way. I mean, I think for many people, Trueheart Brown, the men's leader, well, both men's and women's leaders, I think at this point are probably a little bit unknown to people. So for a little bit of perspective, Trueheart Brown is from Flagstaff, Arizona, where I am from. So he's up the hill. He has run this race before. He was 5th in 2020. He ran 9 hours, 9 minutes that year. And he has been down for some training runs on the course and has really kind of ripped them. So I think, he's got some experience out here to know maybe what's appropriate, or maybe he's just going all in and saying, if it's too much, it's too much, but I'm going to give it a try.
You got to go for it. I mean, go bigger. I mean, I just feel like this is when you go for it. I mean, this is fun. It's adding also for us fans just watching the race, like, we're all rooting for him. Like, this is awesome. I think there's a part of us that are like, oh man, what is he thinking? This is going out too hot. But on the other hand, he's shooting a shot, and this is when you shoot your shot. It's for a golden ticket race. I mean, this is when the stakes are high. His adrenaline is pumping, and he's just trying to hold on now for the second half of the race. So, this is it's fun to watch, I think.
It is fun to watch.
So thanks for adding to the drama, at least.
Yeah, exactly. So, you can speak from experience about, what it's like to line up for a golden ticket race and have success. How concerned were you at Bandera last year with where you were in relation to the rest of the field, or like how much did that impact? Because you need to get top 2, or if you need to be one of the top 2 finishers that isn't already in Western States. So how did that affect kind of your racing?
I think going into a golden ticket race, your mindset is like, I'm going to win. I mean, I think a lot of people in these interviews are saying, I'm going to go top 5, I'm going to go podium. It's like, but you're going there for golden ticket. So you're trying to get the best out of yourself. I mean, the amount of winner mindsets that have lined up on this, towed the line are just, there's upwards of 50 that could win this race. I mean, like it is, I mean, on men and women's side, right? Together. I'm just saying that this is a very like stacked field and everyone knows it and you know it deep in your soul and you're toting the line going like, all right, trying to keep those nerves at bay. I think, the people that have prepared adequately or, are feeling confident and feeling like I'm ready. And I think that you have to put some ego aside and, or some of those nerves aside and like really run within yourself because, as we've seen in historically, like you can go out just so fast. And all of these ultras, you can go out too fast and you blow yourself up the second, half. I think, especially races like this where the second half is, harder, really has more elevation, right? So it's a double-edged sword in a lot of ways, so it's a lot of the mindset in this sport is so critical. And I think when it's a golden ticket race, it's just the hype and the pressure is there. You're feeling like you want to give it your all, but you're trying to hold back. The race starts in the second half and everybody knows that, but you also have to be, in contention at that point, to be able to go for it. So, I think people that have the experience know that, and, we'll see what happens today. But, I think there's a lot of nerves. I mean, I'm stoked right now, and I'm not racing, right? So I'm like just a huge fan of the sport, and just a golden ticket, can really change your life trajectory in running, really.
Yep.
So having a chance to run at Western States can, potentially, change your career.
Yep.
So it's a fun place to be. Watching it all, I'll say.
Absolutely. And I think who we're seeing here is Addie Bracey at the front of that little 3-person train. Believe she's in second. She's moving well because she went through that Gloriana Mine aid station about 24 and a half miles in, a little over 3 hours. So that's getting along pretty well. And she's someone who has been successful at getting into Western States. So seems like she's probably in the right place within this field, but also speaking to your point, I think probably in the right headspace.
Mm-hmm. Well, she wrote the book, so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Addie Bracey is the mindset queen, right? So I think, we'll see what ends up shaking down, but I can't tell what the gap is between second and third right now. I'm trying to figure that out. Do we know that live tracker?
We should look.
To even just give for those that aren't on the live tracker, to be able to do like a top 5 of men and women right now.
I don't even know what I'm doing. Well, this is something for the producer. I would have to think. Well, it's a little delayed.
Okay, it's a little delayed.
Okay, all right. It's a little delayed. Well, we can, let's see, again, if you're just joining us or, again, rejoining us, there is a comment feature, so please ask questions or make comments.
Make comments, because there's a lot of moving pieces here, so for us to try and track everything happening is a little bit tricky. So
yeah, exactly right.
So I'm only going to be here for a little while, so I just want to give a shout out to you guys, because this is tough to do. To try and,
It's almost like
a lot of
it's a little
cameras.
bit like a race where like the first like hour or two you're kind of like settling in, figuring it out.
Yeah,
so, like,
sure.
Right when you're starting to feel comfortable, you're gonna get kicked out, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still trying to understand what all these screens mean.
Yeah,
so,
there's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think for viewers at home, understanding what's happening on the back scene is pretty fun. So
yes, it is cool.
I got a note saying that Addie is looking super mellow, which is pretty cool.
We like that.
I feel like Addie looks pretty mellow a lot.
Yep. And then we have Ellie Greenwood giving a shout out to Devin.
Yeah, Devin.
Go Devin.
Hi, Ellie. Very cool.
Yeah, awesome to see Ellie in the chat here. We've got former Western States winners in here, golden
It's a big
ticket
deal.
winners. We got a lot of activity, so that's great. And we are just learning, for those of you at home, that the number 2 to number 10 women were separated by just 2 minutes at Bumblebee Aid Station. That's mile 19.4.
Wow.
So again, yeah, 2 to
That
10.
is incredible.
2
That is a
minutes.
tight race, people. Wow. Holy God. I mean, and they know it. They
Oh,
can
absolutely.
see each other as
Right.
they're running, you know, so
Well-
they know how close they are. We have runners that are holding back
Yep.
because they see how close they are and they know this, you know, the distance of this race. So, yeah, this is an exciting race.
This is going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome
yeah.
to watch. And I think, too, especially on a course like this, the men just have a tendency to be far more reckless. And the result is that,
Every race, dude.
well, that's true in
I
general.
mean, let's
but
be real.
especially with the downhill nature of this start.
Sure.
But what ends up happening as a result is it's kind of like the race the race just dwindles down so dramatically so much earlier than the women's race.
Yeah.
I think that's what tends to happen. So, like, I think by Black Canyon City, in terms of the men, we're going to know there'll probably be 5 guys.
Right.
And
The
we
carnage
could
will
say-
happen sooner
Yep.
because they're out, you know, and more in front. So
Exactly. Whereas with the ladies, yeah, I think it could take the whole race to play out. And maybe there's 2 minutes between the top 5 at the end or
I
something.
mean, to have it that close
Yeah.
at Bumblebee, that's
Yeah.
exciting.
It is exciting. It is exciting.
Yeah.
And it's not just any 10 ladies. Like,
No.
the women in this field,
Like they could all win.
right.
Yeah.
We've got some extremely
Yeah.
accomplished runners with proven pedigrees, as well as, you know, younger up-and-coming runners who are hanging in there with them. So it's going to be great. It's going
Yeah.
to be great to watch it play out.
Can we get a list of those? Are we able to see that live tracker? Do we have that here somewhere?
We
No.
still
We're still delayed. Okay.
We're,
So if you guys know on the ground can see things that we can't see, please let us know.
yeah. So we're getting some more comments in here. Thanks again for adding those. Go Cordis Hall. We have from Jeff Wang. Thank you for shout out to Cordis. Cordis actually recently moved to Flagstaff, Arizona, and has been able to train on the course. Moved from Boulder. So he is, well, and I'll tell you what else, Katie. He will later be paced by one Stephen Kirsch, who
Oh, nice.
is 1 for 1 in pacing people to a golden ticket at Black Canyon because he paced me last year.
Okay.
So maybe he's got an
Okay.
ace up his sleeve,
Wow.
Cordis. And then Billy Yang, thank you for watching. He gives a shout out to Aravaipa for the race coverage. Thank you, Billy. This has been very fun.
That means a lot coming from Billy Yang.
I agree. He's curious about an update on Justin Grinwald. Last we saw, which may be the last anyone's seen, was there at Bumblebee. I think his time was 7th coming out of Bumblebee, but within like 30 seconds of
I mean, it was a
most of
tight
those
group.
guys. Yeah,
Everybody's together
right
now.
right.
I mean, yeah.
So no further update. They would have gone
Not everybody.
through Gloriana Mines since then, but I don't believe the tracker has updated. I am getting a negative on that. So we will have to wait and see. Perhaps we will be able to catch him on some drone footage along with some of the other runners between before this tracker gets updated. So we'll see. But in terms of the course, again, I feel like maybe we can't reintroduce too much. I just feel like people are coming and going. So
Sure.
for those out there, so you know, my name's Eric Sensman. I'm co-hosting today with Rob Ricardo, who is currently being displaced, I think rightfully, by Katie Asmith.
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 Yep.
Keep
Asmith.
screwing that up. Sorry, Katie.
Yeah, just trying to
Um,
bring a little feminine
As you
flair.
should. Yeah.
You know,
No, we need that.
got to represent.
That's right. Katie has already given us some very helpful insight on the ladies' race. Many of the women in the field today she has raced against, including last year at Western States where Katie was 5th. So we will continue to give you some color commentary on the front of this race. At the moment, we are 3 hours, 15 minutes elapsed. At the last aid station, Gloriana Mine, mile about 24 and a half. It was Trueheart Brown out of Flagstaff, Arizona, leading 5 minutes under course record splits. And on the ladies' side, Dominika, you had the last name.
I just had it. Hold on.
There it is.
Stelmach.
Stelmach.
Am I saying that right?
That sounds right.
Camille Herron might know
Yeah.
if I'm saying that right.
Dominika from Poland.
She's from Poland, mom
Yeah.
of two, 100K, European record holder. She is no stranger to this distance, and we'll see how if she's able to stay out in front. We still have a long day ahead of us,
Yeah.
but she has a strong lead right now. Last we heard was 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes in front of Addie Bracey,
Yep.
who's second. And then, from the women's side, from second to 10th place, it seems like there's only a 2-minute or so gap, which is nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at this
That's
distance.
a pee break.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and really a quick aid station turnaround, that's, easily 2 minutes.
Oh, totally.
So,
Absolutely.
it's how, I think experience really will play into how, the second half of this race in that regard too.
Yep.
And I think how people are efficient at aid stations will really make a difference. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
I certainly agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Yeah. So Trueheart Brown off the front in the men's race. Dominika
Stelmach.
Stelmach.
God, it's embarrassing.
It's going to burn into my brain.
Just gotta
Dominika
look.
Stelmach off the front in the women's race. Again, still relatively early. Last checkpoint was Gloriana Mine, which is mile mark about 24 and a half. So let us continue to look ahead. We can go to some more comments. And do we have any questions? Yeah, so thank you to Mary Pauley for her comment. A lot of men under 8-hour pace at Bumblebee. Do you guys have any thoughts on how many will actually finish sub 8? And based on our earlier conversation, I think I know what you'll say, Katie.
I think everybody's going to blow up. I mean,
Yes.
I think, we'll see. Let's see what happens.
Well,
But-
yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the fun way of putting the point. Everyone's going to blow up. No.
I think that's why, Justin Grunwald knows this, right?
Sure.
He said, in the interviews, he's going for the course record.
Yep.
Right? So we'll see what kind of a day he's having, but maybe he's just being pretty within himself
Yep.
and saying, this is far, we're pushing the pace at course record pace in this heat.
Yep.
So I think people obviously we've got a Jared Hazen, we've got a Reid Coolset, we've got Anthony Costales. Has anybody heard he wasn't feeling so well, but he started? Looked like he was on that start.
He
but
was sick this week, I
Yeah.
guess I had heard.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's feeling well. I do think he was in the big group early
He
on.
was in that big group, yeah. And then we've got Elliot Carden, Adrian McDonald, Makai Clemens is there, Preston Cates. We've got this huge group of guys that are going for it, and I think they're just in this tight pack, and that's going to spread out as we go further along. But I think running within yourself just still is number one.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
then
right.
You redline those last 10 miles,
Right. Right.
So
And we have producer Matt just briefly in the screen there. Thank you, Matt. He's working on some technical things. Yeah. So Katie, I agree. And I mean, to put it in the perspective of, I suppose, historical data, this race has been going on since 2014. 2 guys have broken 8 hours. Only 2. And those 2 are Hayden Hawks and Sage Canaday.
Right.
So
legends in the sport. Which,
absolutely.
I mean, we've got many legends running here today. So, and also I will say people have breakthrough races, right? I mean, this is how names are made. This is how we know, those names is because they had their first break. So, people are shooting their shot. They're looking for that big race today. So you never know, it could be your good day. You have to have a magical, perfect day to get that split, to get that under 8. So
yes, so, under 8
we'll
hours
see in this
it
heat.
does not come easy. On this course. And then I think, on the ladies' side, so Brittany Peterson
smoked it.
crusher.
God, crusher. She's so cool.
Yeah, she is so cool.
She's so cool. Yeah.
Actually a new addition to the Squirrels Nut Butter family on our pro team. So once again, shout out to Squirrel's Nut Butter, who is we are in charge of the aid station there at Bumblebee, led by Chris Thornley, one of the many volunteers and aid station captains.
You're
out
really
there
doing your
today.
job.
I know. You gotta get the plugs in.
You gotta get it.
So yeah, she rocked it last year.
Yeah.
Ran extremely fast. Where are my splits? They're somewhere. 8:48.
8:47.
8:47. Somebody knows. We'll
yeah.
say 8:47.
I think it was
The total time.
8:48.
Okay, shoot, I got it right. So 8:48. That was very, very fast. It was a course record. Other times on course, the previous course record was 8:53. Courtney DeWalter in 2018 ran 9:18. Camille Herron in 2020, 9:21. So only two ladies. So it's a similar kind of storyline, right? Only two ladies have broken 9 hours.
Right.
Just like only two men have broken 8. What are your feelings on sub 9 on the ladies' side?
I have some questions with this.
Yeah.
So historically, when they ran these course record times, we're talking about the heat. There's cooler years,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I really think that heat plays a role into it. And,
Sure.
I really have a hard time when we compare years.
Yeah.
Because the conditions are so different. The water crossings are slower,
Yep.
I think, or, beneficial on hot days, that sort of thing. When it's a muddy year, when it's been raining,
Yeah.
that slows you down. So I have a hard time. Do I think it's going to be a course record year? I don't think so because of the heat.
Yeah.
However, these people are flying. So,
Yes. Yep. That's a good point. Yeah, and in terms of the talent pool, I guess the short, not as fun answer is, yeah, there are women in this field who have that ability.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll just depend how things shake out.
Guys, just to reiterate, Dominica is the European 100K record holder. So, we've got world-class athletes here. And a lot of representing from Canada also. Can we get a Canadian shout out?
We got a lot of Canadians.
Canadians.
So I was talking with Dylan Bowman about this yesterday on our race preview.
Yeah.
Which you can watch on YouTube on the free
Have you mentioned that yet?
Trail channel, only like 8 times. We got to give some love to Devo.
Yeah, we got to give love.
So
Devo knows I love it.
I think we mentioned 5 Canadians. I think 2 on the men's side, 3 on the women's side, I want to say, or maybe vice versa. So I remember Brandon Miller from Canada, and then Elliot Carden, who got a golden ticket here in 2020.
Yep.
Brandon has also run this race a few times. So I know we've got those 2 Canadians. Then we have on the ladies' side, who was Debo's pick for the win?
Anne-Marie Madden. Killer.
Yep.
So she just ran CIM in like the 240s. So when you think about that pace, this is going to be a pretty easy pace for her in that regard. She's got speed. So it's just whether or not she can, handle this heat and, stay within herself. But she just won the Squamish 50 miler also. So, she can handle the distance. So yeah, she was a strong pick for a lot of people. Another one I have to give a shout out to Catherine Short. So if anybody in the chat knows Catherine Short, but I got to say, doing my research here, I reached out to David Roach, he's my man and my coach. And he, trying to see who's his dark horse is. And he's like, she's not a dark horse. Catherine Short is like, he responds, fire, fire, fire. So she's a Canadian, and she just, she got 3rd at the Xterra World Championships recently. She just got a first female.
And we're getting love, Katie.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine Short.
Oh, yeah.
Keep your eye on Catherine Short.
Catherine Short. I think she's a crusher.
We only saw this comment after, so
yeah,
this is genuine.
there you go. Yeah. There you go. She just got, looks like first female, 4th overall at the Squamish 50K. And she just recently crushed a half marathon in Maui. She got F1, 2nd overall at a 120 trail half marathon. So, I think she's got the speed too, right? So I think a lot of these women are, running within themselves. Oh, there's another one. Anne-Marie. Yeah. I wanted to give a shout out to Rachel Spalding also. She's a Beast Coast representation here. And she's thrown down at Old Dominion, Hellgate. She's won them both. So
she's won both.
Yeah.
Hellgate's legit.
Yeah. So, and of course, I don't know if we've mentioned EO too much, but another just legend veteran in the sport.
Who
so
was absolutely smashed at this race.
Yeah.
She was second to Casey Lichtig in 2019. Yep.
So she knows it. And she just was at the Olympic qualifier, last year. So, I mean, she's quick, right?
Yep.
So we all know that about her. So, I think there's going to be a really fun women's race on this back half, too. I think people are stinging with themselves right now, too. And that's what we want to see.
And how about those views?
Right.
So we were looking at that drone footage. So this view is going, roughly southwest, I think we're seeing now. It's in the Gloriana Mine area. And what'll happen here is it looks like they're running into those mountains, which I'm sure many of them would maybe enjoy, but they will continue to curve back. They'll keep going in and out of these foothills. So currently they're kind of going what I would call outbound towards the west, and then they'll cut back into the mountain east, and then eventually they'll wrap around this ridge here that we're seeing and arrive at the Gloriana Mine aid station. Or else this is right past the Gloriana Mine aid station, and when they wrap around, they'll be making their way further south towards the next major aid station, Soap Creek, which is the halfway point. But I can't tell precisely. Even though I've run this section of trail probably 12 times.
Come on.
I don't always get this view. But now that I'm looking at it longer, I think they're a little bit south of Gloriana Mine. So speaking of, I guess, further south, Soap Creek is almost exactly halfway. We are at 3 hours, 27 minutes elapsed. When Sage Canaday ran the course record, 7 hours, 52 minutes, he was about 3 hours, 37 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, 3:37:40 when he got to Soap Creek. Now, Trueheart Brown was 5 minutes ahead of Sage's splits at Gloriana Mine, so we could be seeing him at Soap Creek, provided he's kept it up, in about 5 minutes. Doesn't that seem wild?
That seems incredible. I mean, I will say I have intel from Bumble Creek that he was working hard.
Okay.
Doesn't mean, of course he's working hard, but, I'm hoping. I'm rooting for him. I love it that he's going for it. This is awesome. And you know what? It takes guts.
It does.
It takes real guts. He's going big, and he knows his competition and the experience that's behind him. And,
Sure.
I love it. I love that he's going for it. So
I kind of hurt thinking about how much it'll hurt for him and everyone, honestly. The second half of this race
It's funny.
is brutal.
I'm like, I love that he went for it for him because obviously he knows, he thinks he can do it.
Yeah.
But I think on our end, we're like, what? Wait, slow down, dude.
Totally.
But,
So here we are getting images from Soap Creek. So the runners are going to be coming from the foothills there where the drone is currently looking. And then they will wind up to this road. They will cross this road further down from where we're looking. And then they will pop up to this aid station that's kind of perched a little bit on this kind of ridge up here. There is the aid station in kind of a larger pull-off area in the dirt. So they'll come up just up that ridge and then into the aid station. And again, this is almost exactly halfway. It is now, according to our widget there, 68 degrees in the Phoenix area. That likely means, I'd guess low 60s right around here in Soap Creek, maybe a bit warmer. I will even look up Black Canyon City.
I mean, on paper, that sounds great.
It does on paper, right?
I will say, that's like perfect running weather. But as I mentioned, at 8 o'clock, I went for a run here, and you could feel like when it's so exposed, you feel like the heat coming down. So you just hope who has done the heat training, who knows how much, sweat losses in their, sodium losses in their sweat and are working those electrolytes perfectly. How many people are dialed in the heat is going to be a big storyline today, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And those that are going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah. And also whose quads are holding up, because at this point in the race, most of those big downhills are done, like that huge downhill.
Correct.
After Gloriana Mine, right?
Yep.
So
exactly right. So at this point, we are awaiting the leaders or leader at Soap Creek, which is about 31 miles into the race. I did just look up the weather, 68 in Black Canyon City, which is right around the corner from here, from where we're seeing this drone footage. Yeah, that's going to start feeling
I'm
warm.
not going to be surprised if we start seeing ice on people.
Yep.
Honestly.
Yep.
I mean, people are working hard
Yeah,
when you're
no
running
question.
that fast and you're mentally spent because it's technical out there. And you have to be so focused to not fall. So,
yeah.
I think we're going in the next, hour or so, we're going to start seeing some blood.
Yeah,
and
I
we're
think
going to start seeing some ice.
Yeah, Jason Coop got into our comments here and said the men's race will start separating in 20 to 30 minutes. He said that maybe 10 minutes ago. I think that's
Well, if
exactly
Coop said
right.
it,
Yeah, then we know it's right. But yeah, I think there's no doubt. So here again, we are looking at this drone footage about due east from Soap Creek. So you're looking out over the greater Black Canyon City and some of those mesas in the background, and now it's turning a little further north, and you can actually see the trail towards the bottom of the screen, whipping kind of into that drainage, that creek bed you can see, and then it cuts back and up towards the road, which again is in the foreground here. So they'll cross that road, get onto that Jeep road, which is in the bottom right-hand part of the screen, and then up to this aid station. But yeah, you can see the trail descending down, cutting in, rolling back up, doing what it's constantly doing throughout this race. Yeah, and you've got the course profile there, as you can see, as we can see. Soap Creek is getting near the kind of the lowest elevation before the finish. So
I mean, those quads are shot.
yeah, they're hurting.
They're hurting. Not shot. They
Right.
should be running within themselves. That's my
Right.
hope for these people. But if you are running not within yourself, your quads are shot.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You have to
and-
hold back a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, for those at home who have looked at the course profile, yeah, we have it here in front of us. But you see a lot of little up and downs from this section until the big climbs start around mile 38, 39. So from 31 here at Soap Creek to 39, no significant climbs, but a lot of rollers. And those, gosh, it's such a cruel time to bring that type of terrain into the race, because it becomes really runnable again. Or it stays really runnable, but you start to actually do some climbing in small chunks, and it's hard for a lot of reasons. Perhaps most among them is you're going to feel like you're working harder because you are, but your paces are going to be slower because A, it's later in the race, but B, it's not just a proper downhill anymore. It's now this rolling terrain, and I think that at this point in the race can really start to mess with people.
And I think the pressure is hitting even harder. So like the beginning of the race, you're going off adrenaline, you're going off the hype, you're going off like we mentioned, you're settling in, kind of understanding what your natural gait is feeling, but I feel like at this point in the race, you're sort of in this a little bit of, okay, where am I? How am I? Like that check-in where you're kind of realizing that you might have pushed yourself a little too hard. And, I think we might see some slower times within that, split. We'll see.
Yeah.
The next split might be
Yes.
people is slowing down.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because from here, Soap Creek, mile 31, to Black Canyon City, mile 37.5, which is the next crewable aid station at Black Canyon City. Like I said, kind of some rollers, but you also drop down to the Agua Fria River for the first, what would be the second water crossing. But the first water crossing currently doesn't have water. So what will be today the first water crossing. So you do get down pretty deep into, a creek bed, and then there's about a 200-foot climb from the creek up and over to get to Black Canyon City. So there is some slower terrain here in these next 5 or 6 miles, and we are seeing Trueheart Brown.
There he is. All right.
And this is Soap Creek.
Kind of cutting out, but he looks like he's there. I can't tell.
He is there, and he may not be there anymore. Did he already leave? But we are at about 3 hours 35 minutes. Again, Sage
Let's
Canada.
look at this bottom one.
Oh yeah, Miguel
Alicia
Cam.
Yeah, there we go.
Hit Miguel. He's a bumblebee. I see. Sorry. So again, Sage Canada was about 3 hours 37 minutes in change when he came through here during his course record run of 2016. Here we have Trueheart Brown. Again, this is halfway. He is roughly 2 minutes now back of Sage's splits. That means that he's given up about 3 minutes from the last aid station, Gloriana Mine, to Soap Creek. He's lost about 3 minutes on
Not
Sage's
surprising.
pace.
However, I'm actually surprised it's not more.
I am too.
I mean, he's running a pretty killer
Yep.
race right now.
He absolutely
So
is.
if he holds on,
Yep.
it's going to be quite a day.
He's charging. I think we will have clearer picture of kind of what's going to happen here in the second half of the race when we get a check-in at Black Canyon City. Yeah. I think, if that damage starts to be greater, for example, if he's quite a bit behind Sage's splits when he gets to Black Canyon City, that would indicate one thing. And if he's still under the course record, or even maybe has added to his lead under the course record splits, then that would tell us something else.
Well, and let's see what happens with the next pack, because really the pack was only 3 minutes or so behind him initially, right? Like at Bumblebee.
At Bumblebee, that's
so
right.
we'll see. The pack should actually be coming through any minute.
Yeah,
the
that's a
men's
good
pack.
point. That's a good point. Katie, I would agree that again, that would tell us how he's doing in relation to the guys out there right now. So if that gap is diminished, I think
I have to say too, I give him a lot of credit for taking off on his own. It's a
Yeah.
lot easier to run in a pack.
sure
I
is.
think.
Yeah.
You've got somebody to kind of pick your line for you.
Yep.
And you've got this momentum. You're working together as a team. It's almost like a train. To be in the middle of like a train feels really like comforting. Also, like you feel like you're not alone. You're moving well together, and there's something really powerful about that. So the fact that he's just off on his own is, the chase is on.
The chase is on.
It's like
Yeah,
the
and I think-
Peloton.
Exactly. And it does tend to string out the race a little bit more, and it pushes guys even if unconsciously. I think if you just know that there's someone out
Oh, yeah.
ahead, someone in that pack of guys is probably going to start to push a little bit, and that'll vary. But I think it just keeps the pack moving more quickly as a whole.
Sure. Or maybe they just let him go.
Right.
And they're like, he's going to blow up.
Yep. But we'll find out.
We'll
Yeah.
see.
So I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know if their split will tell us that they're holding back or that he's continuing to run strong, or
Well, we'll find out. Yeah, let's get
yeah.
this split. I'm waiting for that big pack of guys, and we'll
I am
see
too.
if they, Coop was right, which he most likely was, regarding if they have split up a little
Yeah.
bit. I'm thinking that there's
I-
probably going to be a more staggered.
Yeah. So to
entering
speak
into
to that point, last year there was 5 of us, much smaller front group than this year, and this is where Soap Creek is where it really started to fall apart and into Black Canyon. So for example, I was in 5th place at Gloriana Mine, mile 24.5. By Black Canyon City at mile 37, I was in 3rd. So I passed 2 guys over this stretch. The first one at Soap Creek, and then the second one between Soap Creek and Black Canyon City. So I think definitely historically speaking, this is a portion of the course where you start to pay the piper and you find out what you owe.
We'll find out. Hey, producer, can we get the race leader, the female race leader, on there too? Just so we are.
Yeah.
We got to represent.
Absolutely. Katie, this is why you've been tasked with joining us. Okay.
Yeah,
That's right.
We have 2 race leaders right now, and
And
2 race packs that are
that's right.
chasing them. So this is pretty historic actually, to have them a men and a female runner
front.
off the front,
Yeah.
so far ahead, and we're 31 miles in,
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree.
So
I think that's exactly right.
yeah,
And shout out to Matt once again for
Yeah.
making this all happen.
no kidding. This is incredible. I feel like we should see like a back view of everything happening, because this is pretty
A lot
awesome.
goes into this broadcast. A lot of people involved, a lot of time, a lot of energy. So thanks to everyone.
Looks like we have 5
working on
drones going
this.
out there, you guys.
Yep. We're seeing a
5.
lot of cams on our end. We're
Mhm.
pulling those up at various times. Here is another picturesque scene out in the Black Canyon. Now there's just a myriad of, it's like a spider web of these Jeep trails that go all through the foothills and up into the Bradshaws. Lot to explore. You see a lot of the like ATVs and what do they call them? The like
Off-road vehicles.
yeah.
What about like motorcycles?
Razor? It's not Razor though. There's a name for them. The like smaller ones that are really fast. These ATVs.
Okay.
OHV, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You see a lot of those out there.
Yeah.
It's a popular spot.
Do you think
for
they'll be
that
out there
sort of thing.
today? Or?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were talking earlier. There's some shooting ranges that are a little bit unnerving. You're never at risk.
Sure.
Or
But
no more so than anywhere else.
But if you're not from these parts,
yes,
you might be a little
might be
bit.
a bit unnerved. Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe that's Seth Ruling.
Yeah.
And he is now through. This is past the Soap Creek aid station, so he has gone through halfway and likely would have been about 5 minutes behind Trueheart, I would guess. Just based on where he is now, and he looks super smooth.
He looks so smooth.
Yeah.
He's looking great.
So
maybe it's back to what we were talking about, that there was a chase pack, and he's like, I'm going to go catch him.
Yep. Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And he's running well.
And
yeah.
I think that's a good sign for Seth, because that would suggest to me that running with that pack when he was holding back and taking it easy.
Sure.
I would hope that to be the case. So this next section is where Seth ran into trouble last year, where I passed him. He was in fourth and ran into some trouble in the next couple of miles. So he looks, I mean, I can't imagine that's going to happen this go around. He looked great there.
Yeah.
So he is now in second, Seth Ruling, behind Trueheart Brown, about 5 minutes back. And we are seeing here live footage from the course just past the Soap Creek aid station at mile 31. So Seth would have been just a little bit slower than Sage Canada's course record splits, maybe a couple minutes.
Just for the viewers to know that you are just going off the top of your head.
Correct.
That was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
We don't have the race splits like in front of us all the time.
Oh, yeah, no.
And like you just threw that out. That was incredible.
Well,
So,
our
wow.
dear producer has shown them. I'm now calling you dear. Has now shown them like 12 times already.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm starting to remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
But ahead of a lot of the splits, Seth would be with about 3:40, ahead of Tim Frericks and myself in 2018. Ahead of Elliot Carden in 2020 when he ran 8:19 to get a golden ticket. I had of basically everyone besides Hazen and Sage. So that's a really solid split for Seth. He looked good doing it.
Yeah, he looked great.
Yeah. We haven't gotten enough. I wish we had a little bit more footage at this point of Trueheart to see him. It's hard for me to say if it looks like he's working harder or.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't spend too much
know.
time at the aid station. That would suggest to me that he's in
Good point.
feeling okay.
Yep. Good point.
But we'll see. Still had that 5-minute lead here.
Right.
And we're waiting on the rest of the guys.
I mean,
So-
where are they?
Yeah, what's taking them so long? I imagine we're going to see quite a few. But again, to Jason Coop, astute observation that this would start to break up just around when he suggested. So, Coop, you were right.
Yep. Can you talk a little bit more about Seth Ruling? All I know is that he's from Colorado.
Seth, good dude. Yeah, so
let's
he
do it.
from Chattanooga before.
Okay.
He was living in Chattanooga, moved to Boulder recently. I believe he's in healthcare.
Okay.
I want to say maybe a nurse, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Any Seth Ruling fans out there can
I'll look
maybe
him up
chime
on
in.
Instagram.
But now lives in Boulder. He won the JFK 50 in 2018, the year after I did. So he took the crown in a very good time. I think he ran like 5:37 or something, 5 hours 37 minutes. And then last year, although he DNF'd at Black Canyon, he went on to win the Broken Arrow Sky Race 52K, which was a very big win. That was quite a crowded field.
Yep.
And then he also went on to finish 6th at the Pikes Peak Marathon and then was 2nd at the Run the Rut 50K. So he ran some shorter mountain races and really had a lot of success.
Dialed in that speed. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is a great
strength.
great race for that.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
for speedy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's definitely quick and obviously worked on getting strong, running a lot of mountains last year. So he really did look super smooth.
And he wants it. So he DNF'd at Western States last year.
He DNF'd to Black Canyon,
Canyon.
with the hopes of making it. He was after a golden ticket last
Oh,
year.
I'm
as
sorry.
well.
I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the wrong. Got it.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
Elliot.
Got it. I'm seeing it now.
Elliot DNF'd there. Okay, so we have Anthony Costales at Soap Creek. I believe that would put him in third. I had said, and we're getting this drone footage from Soap Creek, so perhaps, did we already see him come through? Okay, so he already went through. So he would be in third. Looks like Sophia. Got it. Okay, so Anthony would be in third, which means he probably went through about, let's say, 3:45. So that is in line with low 8-hour splits. Yeah, I wonder how he's feeling. So I had said in the race preview, I said, look, if Anthony Costales has even an okay day, I think he's top 3.
I mean, what he threw down at Canyons last year
It's nuts.
was nuts.
Yeah. It's
You
almost
know?
like this course doesn't have enough climbing, maybe.
I mean, he's doing pretty well.
No, he's doing
So-
great. He's doing great.
You know, and I think maybe he said he was feeling pretty depleted this week. He caught a bug and
Yep.
had a stomach bug, wasn't feeling so hot, which might be a great strategy to start off a little bit slower,
that's
to
a good
kind
point.
of be within yourself, knowing that this isn't going to be maybe your like all-star perfect magical day, and just, you know, be able to hang on for a podium placement.
No, very good.
So, you know,
Yeah. No, I think
But
that's an excellent
he
point.
seems to be running quite well.
Yeah, I would
be
have to
depleted.
imagine those paces so far have not felt overwhelming.
Yeah,
for
he's
Anthony.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're seeing more of the top guys come through Soap Creek here. I want to identify some of them, but between this being a touch blurry and
If anybody on the chat, we're really
yeah.
hoping that you can help us
you,
with this.
You can let us know. Yeah, Gus Gibbs chiming in about Seth Ruling.
Thank you,
that
Gus.
He was cruising along. Thank you, Gus. Yeah, so we will start to identify some of these runners. I hate to say it, but I always know when I see Jared Hazen. There's Jared Hazen coming in at 3:47. Okay.
Okay.
So we're starting to get to the outer boundary of kind of these low 8-hour splits.
But this is that pack that we've been waiting
Yes.
for. So
This is
the chase pack.
Yep, that's right. And that is an Eric Sensman Rabbit Pro shirt that we're looking at. I have to point that out.
Is great at plugging
Shout out to
himself.
that guy.
But how's your mustache? How are you feeling about the mustache?
It's good.
You
it's
feeling
good.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope we have some representation out on course. And when I say we, I mean mustaches.
I mean, I hope if he's wearing the shirt, he has to have a mustache.
It's
So,
part of the kit. Really cool footage though.
That's really cool.
And you can see how the the shrubbery has changed quite a bit. You get a lot more these Palo Verde plants, and then the saguaros, and then you're getting the prickly pear cactus. Everything's sort of a little bit more lively down here.
So can I just say, on this little shuffle I went on this morning,
Yeah.
I got pricked by one of those
Oh, did
little
you?
prickly pear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, like, you couldn't really not take it out. Like,
Yeah.
it was like,
You
it was like
needed to remove it.
acupuncture, but
Yeah.
like in the wrong spot, you know? So I had to stop and like take it out. So I just wanted to, say that things happen out there on the trail that slow you down, that you don't catch on camera all the time, So
That is absolutely
yeah,
true.
we are dealing within the elements. But when those, the shrubbery is closer to your body,
Yeah.
it makes it a little more hazardous.
Oh,
also.
definitely. And another shout out and thanks to producer Matt here, who's dealing with things I'll never understand. But I'm sure he'll get them sorted as we continue
Let
to
me get these shots done.
watch these
Oh, okay.
front runners. Moving me? All right, Matt's going that way. You're good. I believe. let's see.
Some technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties.
You
But
know.
they're seeing that.
Oh,
Okay.
that's what they're
so they're
saying.
seeing drone
Okay.
footage. That's great.
That's pretty.
Another. Oh, is that
Oh.
Scott? Hey, Scott.
Nice.
So he
He's
did
got
the
Anton look.
Yeah, he does. He's got the white button down, and he did the interviews for the Chasing Gold series leading up to this race. So did a great job on that. And I imagine he was just coming into Soap Creek. I think we're let's see, our camera guy's moving along here. I think we're just after the aid station. But in any case, right around Soap Creek, and we're 3 hours 50 minutes elapsed. So that can
It's been about 10 minutes, right?
since Trueheart.
Since
Yeah,
Trueheart
he was
came through.
15 minutes now.
Yeah,
So he
okay,
was
more.
3:35.
Okay.
But anything like 350 here and under is like all these guys are in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
Obviously, depending on how hard they're working to execute these splits. But still.
But they're all
pretty solid.
contenders.
Yeah. I would say
they're all
so.
in this race.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think we should see. We'll pull up some women's splits here shortly, but I don't think it'll be too long before we start to see some of the lead ladies.
Yeah, I'm really curious of the Dominique Addy
Yeah.
split.
Yes, if that's widened or shortened.
Yeah.
And so we
curious about
said it was about 10 minutes at Bumblebee.
it was 10 minutes at Bumblebee. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And then the Addy to number 10 female placement was really tight, like
Yep.
2 minutes.
Yep.
So it's actually going to be interesting to see if anybody,
How much
you
that's
know,
spread out.
yeah,
Yep.
or
Yep.
if anybody took the lead,
Right.
or second place lead over Addy
Yep.
Gracie. So
well,
we'll see.
I don't think we've seen the end of. I think we're only at the beginning of the lead changes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I guess we haven't had any.
Yeah.
so it's
No
hard
kidding.
to say we started right.
Well, to see Seth was pretty exciting to come in at second.
That was. I loved
that was
seeing
a big
Seth.
deal because I thought they were all just going to come in one group, and he decided that he was feeling good enough to take out,
Which
go out in front a little bit.
you want to see. You got to make a break at some point. So if you're feeling good, might as well ride that. Is that Dominica? I believe it is. With the pack,
blonde.
tattoos
Is she
on
wearing
the left arm.
Adidas? Oh no,
So
Dominica's an Adidas runner. That's
Sorry?
a male.
you think it was her? Yeah. So
Okay.
I believe that was Dominica at Soap Creek. That's terrifying.
All right. Wow.
I think that split may have just
Can anybody confirm that in the chat? But if I saw a blonde
Soap
woman
Creek.
with the pack
So,
on,
She came through at 3:52. The fastest split through there was Alyssa McDonald in
Ilsa
2018.
Ilsa McDonald.
Oh, Ilsa, thank you.
Yep.
350.
Saucony runner.
356. So she was 4 minutes up on that. Brittany Peterson split Soap Creek in 4:07. So Dominica came through 15 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's Soap Creek split at halfway.
I just got chills.
Something crazy is going to happen. Now, I will say this. I told Rob earlier. Last year, Brittany Peterson and me, from Black Canyon City to the finish, the last 24 and a half miles, I think I split like 90 seconds faster than her. She almost ran as fast as I did
Wow.
for the last 24 and a half.
Wow.
So,
So that's speaking to how fast
Brittany
this is.
smoked the end of the
Wow.
race, which means, I think, at this point,
Right.
at Soap Creek, Brittany Peterson was still well within herself
Sure.
and controlled.
We saw that
So-
split. Elsa McDonald was there at 3:56
Correct.
compared to Brittany, who has the course record at
4:07.
4:07. So
Yep.
there's a large split there. Brittany really made it up in the second half, which is what happens during this race. We've been saying it
Yep.
over and over again. It's
Yep.
the second half. is
Exactly.
what we need to watch for. But this is it.
But she's rolling.
Yeah.
352. I mean, she was 5 minutes behind basically the majority of that guy's pack, which is nuts.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
And they're going fast.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
If anybody has any information about her, we would love to
There's
hear
Jared
more about
Hazen
her.
flying through.
Nice.
It's like he got out. Yeah. Yeah. If Camille or it might have been.
I know. Camille's our source.
Right. Yeah. Camille needs to give us some more intel on Dominica, who's out in front. Not totally sure who's tagging along here with Jared Hazen, who came through first on our screen out of Soap Creek. But as you can see, no shirt and
They're already looking
soaking wet.
right.
So
It is hot out there.
it's probably now, it was 68 last I looked. Maybe it's up to 70 now. It is feeling
And it
warm.
feels hotter.
Yep.
That sun is baking down on.
No
you are
question.
so exposed. You're working hard,
Yep.
to keep those paces. And, it's in the middle of the race right now. Like
Yep.
the heat is on.
Yes,
They're
it is.
feeling that pressure.
No question. And so, to bring folks up to speed, if you're just joining us, rejoining us, or have been watching for some time, we have Trueheart Brown as the leader at Soap Creek, mile
Of the men's
31
race.
of the men's race, halfway through. And you're probably wondering, who's Trueheart Brown? He's from Flagstaff, Arizona. I think in his late 30s. He has run this race before, 5th in 2020. When he ran 9 hours, 9 minutes. He has spent quite a bit of time on this course over the years, including training for the race this year. On the women's side, we have Dominika Stelmach. I think I got that right this time. Who is a commanding lead, has also gone through Soap Creek. 3 hours, 52 minutes elapsed, which is 17 minutes behind Trueheart Brown, who himself is out front in the men's race. And that 350,
Which is mind-blowing.
It's crazy.
That's mind-blowing.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And she was a full 15 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's course record split from Soap Creek.
Yeah, if she holds on, this is going to be untouchable.
Crazy. Absolutely. So it seems she has transitioned her road pedigree. She's run 7:04 for the Road 100K, which is a European record, we understand, via Camille Herron. She's also a mother of 2.
She is a mother of 2.
From Poland.
Yes.
And so far, she is smashing this race. So behind these 2 race leaders, we have, a dozen or so men and a dozen or so women paying chase. So on the women's side, Addie Bracey was in second. Taylor Nolan, along with Devin Yanko, were in third and fourth earlier. So that looked like potentially Taylor. Yeah. Looked like we are seeing footage of Taylor here. Does that seem right to you?
Yeah, that's Taylor.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not Devin. Because those are the 2 blondes that were up front, I'm thinking. Go back
I think
to...
that's Devin.
Oh, shoot. I'm
Because
going to go to...
it's the tattoos that I think. Plus,
So she's wearing that black Shosky kit.
Taylor should be in a Terex kit.
So she's wearing a blue. No, it looks like... I don't think that's Devin.
Well, to be
I'm
determined.
just looking at her Instagram post, trying to see what she looks like
That's a
she's
good way to
wearing.
do it.
But she's not wearing the pink sunglasses she posted she was going to
Oh,
wear.
that's still Dominika.
Oh, it's Dominika still.
We're getting
she's
her picked
crushing.
up.
Got
Okay.
it. Okay.
Producer Matt always has the
Sorry,
answer.
Matt. Thank you. Okay,
He
not
should
Devin.
honestly be on the mic.
No
he should
kidding.
be producing and announcing.
Very.
Okay, so that's Dominika. She's rolling. So I'm not surprised
She's looking
that
fluid.
that she split what she did through Soap Creek. I mean, she is just cranking. So, quite a few women paying chase. As I mentioned, Addie Bracey, Taylor Nolan, Devin Yanko.
Did you see her just look down at her watch?
Did she?
She's looking down
like
at her
she's
watch.
taking
This
splits.
girl is like, she's checking her splits.
Yeah.
She is flying. She wants to know what pace she's at. If you're at this far, she's at the 50K mark, right?
A little further, right?
A little further now. So, if you are checking your pace at that point, you are feeling good.
Yep, absolutely.
You're not looking at your pace to be like, oh, I need to, this is like, I need to run fast. Like, she's feeling good. Like, she's going like, oh, perfect. I'm on pace. Like, I'm feeling hot. Obviously, you can tell from the way she's running too.
I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
It's again a little bit scary. So in 2018, the year, did you say it's pronounced Elsa McDonald?
Elsa.
Yeah. She finished.
Canadian runner.
She finished second overall.
She's actually here spectating, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she finished second overall the year that she ran 8:53.
Wow.
So she was moving up the field throughout.
Yep.
If Dominica keeps that up, I think we're gonna have a similar storyline.
Right.
I mean, I think she'll be
She's
top
going to be
10
top.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, top 5 at this
Maybe
rate.
top 5
Who knows?
exactly.
Yeah.
But
I'm rooting for
time
her.
will tell. In the meantime, again, this is more footage from the Soap Creek area, around halfway into the race, and we are next awaiting for splits and for updates at Black Canyon City, which will be roughly course mile 37.5. So we are looking for that next. Katie's energy when she came on the mic was great, and she didn't even know the course. That is a straight compliment, even though the way I read it made it sound
Yeah.
maybe not like that.
Oh, that was a chat?
Yeah,
Oh. Sorry, guys.
that was
You
the
know,
chat.
It's true. I've tried to do my research on the runners. For me, when it comes to this live footage, it's so fun to see it. And for me, it's the storyline behind it. I want to understand each of the runners, where they're from,
Yep.
their story, what other passions they have. That's what excites me about this sport. I also love to see their previous races and what they've been able to throw down. So, I did more of that for my research, and I haven't actually been on the course myself. I've just run around town here, but so I'm excited to check it out tomorrow, and who knows? Maybe I'll be here next year for the 100K. Hopefully
we'd
not
love that.
contending for a golden ticket.
Because you're already in.
I'm already into Western States this year, so the hope is, yes, that I can secure it again for the following years, obviously, and hope.
Yep.
And
I guess for
we'll
those
see.
that don't know, if you finish top 10, male
Yep.
or female, you get an automatic invite back to Western
Correct.
States.
Yep.
Katie was 5th
I was.
last year.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to pencil you in for the win tomorrow in the 60K.
I mean, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't, I'm just, my goal for tomorrow's race is really to just work on the speed aspect of it. Like, I'm just, the number one goal is to destroy my quads.
Yep.
So that's, it's a training race for me in that regard. Like, I have my, larger plan is Western States. So I'm excited to just be here. I'm a big fan of the sport, and I wanted to just be a part of the weekend. So
Yeah,
that's why I'm here.
how did we wrangle you to join us for a few hours? What tell us the story there.
Well, our lovely dear producer,
Yeah. Producer
DM'd
Matt.
me on Instagram, and I was like, I am very unqualified for this, but sure.
And he said, perfect, you'll fit right in.
Yeah, I think, honestly, and to just give a shout out to you guys, the amount of work that it takes to get this going is incredible. And the people on the ground and all the volunteers and all the logistics behind this. So I think that I was basically last resort. But that's okay.
Well, it's been a nice addition to add a helpful perspective on this race today. So we thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah.
I will be, as soon as I leave here, I will be heading to
watch the
watch
coverage
the
elsewhere.
race. Oh, heck yeah. I can text you and
I
give
had
you some updates.
Okay. I have a friend who, speaking of Squirrel's Nut Butter, works for Squirrel's Nut Butter. I mean, I hate to plug that again, but my God. He ran last year, and he dropped. And he asked me to pick him up, but he had to use someone else's phone because his phone was dead because he had been live streaming the race the whole
gosh.
time he was running because he wanted to know how I was doing.
That is such a great
Isn't
story.
that great? And
That
he is
is
back
so
out there
good.
today, Kevin Melnick, in town from Florida.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Last year, I was glued to the live stream. It was
Yep.
actually, do you want to mention that?
yeah, so what we're seeing now, just to give everyone an update, Katie and I, we've just been enjoying a nice little chat, but meanwhile, our runners are out there competing. So we are getting drone footage from near to Black Canyon City. This is just past the creek, what would be the first water crossing today. There's Trueheart Brown. Still motoring, and this is a nice little section here, but this is the start of a climb. So this is the first.
I was going to say, he
bigger
looks like
climb.
he's struggling a little, not as fluid, I should say.
Sure.
But then when you see that it's a climb, it's actually a pretty good climb.
I like this section because the trail actually is really smooth. There's like no rocks, and
yeah.
it's kind of a nice
It's beautiful.
respite from that.
Yeah.
So you can just kind of cruise along. But it does start to climb. So they'll get about, 300 feet here over 2 miles or maybe 200 feet over
Somebody
a mile
says,
and a half.
looks like a Billy Yang film, right?
Yeah, totally. I said
love
that
it.
earlier. It looks like we're watching a
Yeah, a
running
documentary.
documentary.
It looks
So
great.
so True Heart here is going to be about 35 and a half miles into the race. He's got about 2 miles up and over this ridge to get to Black Canyon City. So that says Hidden Treasure Mine, but that is, has been removed. So Black Canyon City, and as you can see, Katie, he is starting. You can just see you see the trail wind up, and it's above him now. Yep. You can see
That's a
him
climb.
leaning forward a bit, leaning into the hill to get up here. So 4:05, he's got about 2 miles. The pace has continued to be rather torrid at this point. I think he should still be about on splits. Is it 4:31 for Sage at this mat? So importantly though, all of these splits come when you leave the aid station, not when you go in. So that's an important caveat because it will depend. 4:31 for Sage. It will depend how long you're in here in this aid station before you get that split. So Sage was 4:31. Last year, Tyler Green was 4:32, and I was 4:26 last year. So we'll see where he stacks up in relation to some of those recent times. But yeah, this is a beautiful section of the course, and you can see down there in the riverbed a lot more foliage. It's a water source, so you actually kind of get like some trees, some cottonwoods. It's really, really pretty. And the trail winding through the sagebrush there. So I imagine the runners are taking a dip.
So what I heard, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that the water is like you don't even have to go in it. You could just
Correct.
step on rocks. But I have a feeling that they're going to submerge fully
Yep.
if they can.
That
If
would
their quads will let them.
Right. If they think they'll be able to get up
Yeah.
after they get in.
Yeah.
I think that's got to be the case. So this is wonderful footage. I hope this drone keeps going. Thank you to the drone flyers. This is the Agua Fria River. It is exceptionally low. I have crossed this river when it is chest deep.
Wow.
Here, first it's going to be very narrow. So we're looking at the creek bed, but this is all sand. If it's a normal year, we'd be seeing water there. So the actual stream is actually obscured by the trees. It's
Okay.
over there to the left.
So where is the actual course?
The course crosses perpendicular
Okay.
across this
Whole
creek
part.
bed,
Okay.
and then right out onto the single track pop through there. So there it is. There is
Beautiful.
the water.
That's what we were looking for.
Emerald green. Doesn't that look just very appetizing? I want to jump in.
Idyllic. Yeah, it's like a little oasis in
Yeah.
the desert.
Oh, it's totally
Yep.
it. You get down there and it's really quiet and like there's no wind.
Do you think they're going to be like, it's a mirage? Like
Yeah.
they're
it
going to
wouldn't
be so
surprise
out of
me.
it being like, there's no way this is true.
Right. And you get a nice descent for about a half mile before you do get to this creek bed and before that climb. So again, just another portion of the course that is not flat. This trail really is constantly moving, but a really, really cool section. To your point, I have spent longer than planned.
Is that Addie? Sorry. Addie's coming through.
Yes. It's
I just saw Addie.
Soap Creek. That is Addie. So 3:52. We're now 4:08 elapsed. So Addie's about a minute back of Brittany Peterson's splits from last year, but she is 16 minutes back of Dominica.
I mean, and Brittany Peterson was killing it. So we have to, give Addie some.
I mean, if Addie is approaching this, God, that is beautiful footage from the drone. This is going back, looking east, going back up the climb towards Black Canyon City, up and over this ridge. Very cool. If Addie's approaching it like Brittany Peterson last year and is really containing and staying within herself, then she's in a great position.
For the second half.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
like the race starts at Black Canyon City. We'll see where she's able to.
Right.
Yeah.
If she's pushing, but I don't imagine she is.
Yeah.
That'd be a different story coming in here at Soap Creek. But I thought she looked pretty good. She got water on her back.
She went in and out of there super quick.
She was
I know.
super
I wish
quick.
that the
She
viewers
was
saw that
efficient.
part, but she was super fast.
Yeah.
Looks like she threw some water on her, like as we expected. Everybody's feeling the heat. So I'm curious if there's any ice out there on the course. Do you know?
I would have to think so. And and co-host Rob is confirming. So there's that climb. Look at it. So
Yeah.
this trail. So I'll tell a quick side note. I run this trail a lot. I run it with friends a lot. My dear friend Tim Frericks, his favorite place to run is the Grand Canyon, and understandably, it's beautiful. Look at the way this trail winds up and just back and forth and back and forth. When we run this trail, I swear he wants to scream because you look up and it's like, oh, you could get, that's like 150 vertical feet. If you're in the Grand Canyon, that takes 2 minutes because the trail is going to be like 1/10 of a mile.
Yeah.
Or a minute and a half. On the Black Canyon Trail, it's like legit, that's probably a half mile
Oh
of
my
trail
gosh.
to go up that 100 or 150 feet, which I love.
Which is great. It's
it
more
makes
runnable.
it super runnable.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not so steep, but not his favorite thing. Look at that. God, that is so
This
awesome.
is a great shot. I want to give shout out to whoever is doing this
Yeah,
drone.
this is fantastic.
I don't know who you
So
are, but
again, just to put it into some perspective, this view is directly east, and you're
it's
looking
Troy. It looks like Troy. Thank
looking
you, Troy.
at the trail. Thank you, Troy. You're looking at the trail as it after it crosses the Agua Fria River. This is roughly 35.5 miles into the race. You wind up to that ridge, go down the backside, and drop into Black Canyon City, which is mile 37.5 aid station. So behind this view are the Bradshaw Mountains. The Agua Fria River is off to our right. And we are just looking at this course as it winds up. We have a runner there towards the bottom, and I imagine we will start to see several. It was about 10 minutes ago that Trueheart Brown was at the base of this climb. So do you need...
I was just thinking it'd be nice to have to be able to jot down people's splits as we see them go through.
We have a pen.
That'd be nice, right?
No, I like that idea. And this view now is winding north.
I'll let you do that since you've been rocking.
Oh, yeah,
it.
sure. So this is winding north. I am writing down a few things. 52. Yeah, and you can see that is where the trail pops out on the ridge before you drop down into before you drop back down into Black Canyon City. So just phenomenal camera work. Again, huge props to all these volunteers, especially Troy in this case, crushing. So we should be able to see. I want to see some peeps. We got to see some people out there, right?
And I'm looking for the third female. It doesn't look like has come through.
Has not come through.
Yeah.
Oh right, I wanted
We
to
have
write
only
down that
seen
it's Soap
Dominica
Creek.
and Addie Bracey coming through. Hey, that might be the pack right there. Right?
That looks like a Claire Gallagher sighting. No. Yeah, on Sophia.
Yeah, that's clear.
We are gonna pull up from these aerials back over. Oh no, that is
That might be Catherine Short
yeah.
or Anne Marie.
Or that might
Madden.
be Anne Marie. She's
Yeah.
wearing a CLA hat. That would suggest that to me.
It looked like there's a couple though, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking that looked like Claire.
Sure. And we are 4:13 elapsed.
Yeah, I think that's Catherine Short in the black.
Awesome. She got a shout out at the top of our show.
Yep.
As well as more recently.
She's the swap runner of Some Work I'll Play, a Canadian runner. She is fast. So she recently got first female, second overall in a half marathon in Maui, but third in the Xterra World Championships in Hawaii, first female, fourth overall at Squamish 50K. So Catherine Short, shout out to her. I saw Bentley. There's Bentley Rager. She's a friend of mine from Mammoth
awesome.
Lakes.
So she's coming through in about, 4:14?
Excuse me. Oh, there's Taylor
there's
Nolan.
Taylor.
Yep.
Oh, we got a
So
bunch.
there's a pack of females.
Yeah. I'm going to say third through sixth, maybe.
I
He's
love
in
that
there.
Bentley's running with them. He's one of my buddies from
That's
Mammoth. Yeah.
How do you think Taylor looks? She's always usually pretty chill, huh?
Yeah, it took a little bit longer than expected, to be honest, at the aid station, right?
Yeah.
Like when you think about how Dominica and Addie just kind of like threw water in themselves, but maybe we didn't see the whole footage.
Yep. Okay, I'm loving the addition of Katie. Agreed, she is a natural.
Yeah.
You guys are going to get her rehired. This is great.
Well, next year I'll have more say in the course
have
because
experience.
I'll actually have run the course.
That's right.
Yeah. So right now, my stoke will carry me through.
Totally.
That's what Matt told me. He's like, as long as you're
Just be
excited.
stoked. Yeah. No,
well,
you are stoked.
Got that down.
Who's
Who's that? Is that EO? I think that's EO.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that is EO as well. So we're now
So there's a-
4:15. So between 4 hours and 13 minutes and 4 hours and 15 minutes, I think we have like F3 to F8.
Yep, they're running a pack solid.
So they're
They're the chase pack.
Yep.
So they are headed, if you're just tuning in, there's a chase pack of really strong females. It looks like we've got EO, we think Claire, we don't have confirmatory on that, but we think Catherine Short is in that, and we
Yep.
think maybe Anne Marie Madden
Correct.
is in that chase pack, chasing second place Addie Bracey and first place Dominica.
Yep.
So,
I mean, we're halfway through. And
Yeah.
as we have talked about, it's kind of the second half where the race really gets interesting, but it's already been very
it's going to be interesting who takes off the pack
Yes.
to
agreed.
try and now
And-
go chase Addie down.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it seems like on the men's side,
Taylor Nolan, excuse me.
Taylor
I need
Nolan,
to add her
yep,
in.
was in there.
Yep.
And it seems like on the men's side that has already begun,
Yeah.
that unraveling. So Trueheart Brown's still in the lead. He was a few minutes under course record splits at halfway. And then you had Seth Ruling giving chase. He was in second by himself.
He was about 5 minutes
5
back.
minutes back of Trueheart. Great split through Soap Creek, I think about 3 hours, 40 minutes. And then a bunch of guys, but much more spread out, probably over more like
Looks
a
like that's
10-minute
Devin.
period.
Excuse me.
Devin
I
Yanko.
think Devin Yanko's
Yep.
coming through.
It looks like Devin's now
Yeah.
coming into
So
Soap
she's
Creek.
right on that pack.
She's just a couple
Yeah.
minutes. Yep. Maybe a minute back of
Yep.
of that pack, so that's good. So Devin's in the mix. Yeah. So it seems like the men's side that group that it started with 17. You had the Trueheart off the front, then 17 guys. Now you have Trueheart off the front, Seth Ruling on his own getting close, and then those remaining 16 guys have spread out really by like 10 minutes apart at the halfway split. So certainly still all within the realm of contention, but starting to matter, I think, where you are in relation to the leader as we get into the second half.
It is getting warm.
Yes, it is. You see a lot of
Yep. He needs some sunscreen.
shirtless packs. Yeah, there it looks red.
I think that's just the screen.
Gotta be careful out there
Yeah.
this time of year. But yeah, we will continue. I think so. The course record split by Sage Canaday at Black Canyon City is 4 hours 31 minutes. Hayden Hawks in 2020 went through in 4 hours 22 minutes, although he finished 3 minutes slower than Sage's course record time. So we're at 4 hours 18 minutes. I believe Trueheart Brown should be within, I don't know, the next 5 or 10 minutes,
Yeah.
depending on how he holds up over that short climb. And then we'll see
He
how
was
things are
moving
playing out
well.
after that. He was moving well. Yeah, he looked like he was still doing great. I wonder if he spent much time. That looks like Seth Ruling to me. Who
Who's
knows?
wearing those pink shoes?
Came out of nowhere. Yeah. But what was my? Oh, I wonder if Trueheart like took a dip in the water or anything. I wish we could know that.
I know. We'll find
We don't
out on
know.
the back end.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to have another live stream.
Yeah, that looks like Seth,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Dude, Seth looks chillin'. Looks so good. That is great to see. Really good to see. So yeah, that's up on that ridge line before you drop down into Black Canyon City, and you do get a short out and back on this section, about 3/4 of a mile out to the Black Canyon City aid station, and then 3/4 of a mile back before it splits again. So it's actually a really great time. It comes at a good time in the course where you can really get a sense of where people are.
Yeah.
That was certainly useful information, for me last year.
It'd be nice to get some audio from
Yeah.
people at that aid station to kind of give us a
Yes.
little taste of what people actually
Yeah,
looked like.
and Katie, here's that split. We're getting such a cool view. So he's going to go down right and then left to go out and back. And then when he comes back, he's going to come back on that other section of trail
Okay.
that's coming downhill. There
so
you
he's
go.
going
You can see
out
it
to
there.
the aid station.
Correct. So now he's going out. Then he'll come back on what's being shown here with this drone footage, back
Perfect.
down to the Agua Fria, but further down. And the water is
Gorgeous.
extremely low. Look at that.
God,
Black
it's great.
Canyon,
And
folks.
this looks like a nice buttery part too. Pretty
This
runnable.
is pretty smooth. Yeah, this
Yeah.
isn't very rocky. It's pretty flowy. So the water is extremely low. You can definitely get across it without getting wet. But I think there's probably enough water to submerge at least a little bit. So our curiosity is how many people are doing that. Perhaps we'll get to see
Right.
some people cross the Agua Fria for a second time after the Black Canyon City
Yeah,
aid station.
I'd be shocked if people weren't,
I would take anything I could
dousing
get.
themselves.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes what I do is have a handheld that's only for river
Yep.
water. I mean, it sounds like there's not too many crossings here,
Same.
but at Western States, you just use that. You're not drinking it. You're using
Nope.
it to douse yourself.
100%. Yep.
Yeah.
That
So.
is common.
Yeah.
So yeah, this drone footage is so cool. So we'll get to see some really neat sections of the course, winding out of Black Canyon City, back across the Agua Fria, and then up one of two larger climbs. Both the larger climbs coming in the last 22 miles, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And we are now 4:21 elapsed.
I was reading that. So there's 5,000 feet of gain in the entire race.
That's what they advertise. I don't know that I've ever gotten that, having run it multiple times.
Okay.
I think it's like 4,
Okay.
maybe 45.
But I mean, most of that's in the second half.
Yeah.
So, you know, they
It's
still
also
have
true
some
that
climbing.
the GPS might have a hard time picking up all the little
Sure.
bumps. So
Yep.
maybe it is 5. I don't know.
That's beautiful.
So gorgeous. This area of the course is probably the most frequented by anyone who has access to it, because this trailhead is right off the I-17 highway in Black Canyon City. You can access this section of trail. We got
That's
2
Seth,
runners.
right?
Seth would already be up and down this,
Okay.
or he would be on the downside. So these runners are still coming up from the water crossing at around mile 35 and a half. They've made their way, pretty good. They're getting towards the top of this climb. So they'll come over the ridge and then down the backside. So we're potentially looking at 3rd and 4th. We could be. Hard to say. And then I think there's a 5th down there. Or
Yeah,
a
that's
3rd.
right. Catching them quick. Yeah.
Yep.
But
So we've seen Trueheart.
the chase has kind of spread out.
Absolutely.
You know, a little bit.
It's starting to string out, as happens on this course, or really in any race over this distance. Yeah, so we got at least 3 guys. You can see them all at once. That's awesome.
I know.
I'm just waiting for Dominica to show up.
I know.
Just
She's
raging
gonna
up
come
this thing.
anytime. She's just gonna pass them all.
Yeah.
I'm ready to see. I want to see her final kick.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
do
I want to
too.
be at the finish line to see her
I'm
final,
gonna run like 6-minute pace.
400 meters.
Yeah. Although it's a very rocky, steep up down at the very end.
Are we gonna
It
get
really
that
sucks.
same gate?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
classic, the Justin chase.
Yeah.
That was so fun.
Yeah, that was cool to watch.
Yeah. So that's still there this year. They didn't
Oh yeah.
change the
No.
finish
Yeah,
line.
that's
okay.
that's a
Do you want to talk about that story?
formal structure.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, at the end of last year, for those that didn't tune in, it was
It was Justin Grunwald.
yeah, Justin Grunwald. I was trying to think. Ben Koss. Thank you. God damn. Sorry, Ben. So Ben Koss, Justin Grunwald. Ben was ahead, and they were sprinting towards the finish, and Justin caught up to him just in the nick of time, right before the finish. But you go through this structure. It's like this little outdoor pavilion that has in the middle. It's got a pillar, and so that you have to split it because there's gates. And Justin just squeezed right ahead of him.
Right in front of
Got
him.
through the gate. Yeah, it was.
That never
It
happens
was well done. No, it
in our
doesn't.
sport. Right? There's never
No, no.
sprint finish.
Right, in 100K, 8.5
Yeah.
hours of racing. So we're seeing some runners here. I'm wondering if that's Anthony Costales. But 2 runners, both in white. So if anyone who's been tuning in has been able to see, I gotta add that one to the feed. We have a. Oh, it's not working. Karen DeFeo, mother, I presume, of Joey DeFeo, says go Joey.
I love this.
Indeed, go Joey. We'll see where he's at here at Black Canyon City. But yeah, in the meantime, we did have 3 runners coming up that climb. We know for sure that Trueheart Brown, the leader as of last we saw, along with Seth Ruling, who was about 5 minutes back last we saw, they have both come up and over this ridge and are heading down to Black Canyon City aid station. And yeah,
we think Anthony Costales is behind
I think
them.
Anthony Costales in that group of 3 we saw coming up here is making the chase. But we will see. And, oh, there it goes. Go Joey. Yeah, another runner. I wish I had better eyes or a better brain.
So next year, we need to have
Yeah.
like a list of all of the kits of every runner beforehand so that we can actually
We should make them all
Tell
take
us.
a photo.
Yeah,
Race
send it to
morning,
us.
text it. Yeah,
I mean, I know that's what they do with the majors with marathons is you have to actually submit your
correct.
your
So
kit
here we have
beforehand.
Trueheart Brown appears to be leaving the Black Canyon City aid station based on what the direction he
All
was
right.
heading.
This is when the race starts and
Yeah.
he's in the lead still. This is exciting.
So this is Soap Creek. So Black Canyon City,
So let's
he
write
would have
down that
been
split.
like 4:24, which would be 2 minutes slower than 2 minutes slower than Hayden Hawks in 2020. It would have been actually almost the exact split of Brian Whitfield last year. And it would be 2 minutes faster than my split at Black Canyon City last year. And then a full 7 minutes ahead of Sage's course record split.
Which is saying a lot.
It is.
We're talking about, so Sage Canada has the course record. He was 7 minutes behind at this point in the race when he got the course record. Brittany Peterson, was 15 minutes behind Dominique at the last
At
aid
Soap
station.
Creek at
So,
halfway,
I mean, these people are flying.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they're able to hold on. And then we're on like way ahead of record right now.
Yeah, we are.
This is exciting.
It is. And, Seth was 5 minutes back at Soap Creek. If he were to come in 5 minutes behind Trueheart here, he'd be at 4:29 at Black Canyon City, which would be, really a great split. 2 minutes under Sage's course record split. He'd be in a great spot if
So
he.
he should be
Here he
coming
comes.
through. Here he comes.
Yep. And we are at 4:27. So he's actually made up some of that gap since Soap Creek, and I'm not
Yep.
surprised, just given how damn smooth he looked.
Yeah, he looked great.
The
Oh,
last
he's
few
right
times we
behind him.
saw him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of looks like, I love his look too. Just got the long hair, rocking the longer hair.
It's kind of a Jared Hazen look.
Totally.
You know?
It is a Jared Hazen look. He looks happy. That's great, Seth.
Yeah.
Well done, sir. He looks like a snowboarder from the 80s. Co-host Rob, when you need him. Yeah, he is looking super good. We'll see what time he leaves here.
He's
Yeah, he
going.
took
He's out of
very
here.
little.
All
Okay.
right.
So he leaves, and he's less than 4 minutes now behind Trueheart, and he just looks like he's chilling.
Oh, yeah. He looks great.
I love how chilling he looks. No pacer. Heck no. Not for Seth. All right, Seth.
Did Trueheart take a pacer? I didn't see it. He
Trueheart,
did? Okay.
I think it was a camera guy. We can't make that mistake again.
Okay. So does anybody know if Seth Rilling's been on the course in the sense of like training? Because he's from Colorado, right? So has he...
No, he hasn't trained on it,
Yeah,
but this
he's
will
run it.
this will be new to him now.
Okay.
He dropped at this aid station last
Okay.
year. So this last 40K, unless I think for the most part will be new to him. But he's got to be happy with where he's at. I mean,
Yeah. So let's see. We've got those splits written down, and now we can have a better understanding of how...
yeah, so a couple of things
Far
to be
those
said.
splits.
One, he made up time on Trueheart from Soap Creek,
By
Black
1
Canyon
minute.
City, by a minute.
Which
So
means
some-
Trueheart's holding on, is my
Yep.
point.
Yep, I agree. How hard is he working to do that? We'll see. I mean, Seth just looks like he's so relaxed, and
Totally.
he's now 4 minutes back of the lead. We are coming up on a course record split, which was Sage Canada's in 2016. That's about 4:31 flat. So we will see how the rest of the men line up, both with respect to historical splits and with respect to the 2 runners who have already come through. Now, if we want to play the guessing game, my guess is the 2 leaders of the men's race at Black Canyon City will not both get a golden ticket, and the 2 leaders from the women's race at Soap Creek will not both get a golden ticket. That's my bold prediction.
That is a bold prediction. I mean, I'm curious historically what if that runs true.
Yeah. That's a good question. A lot of movement in the last 24.
So do you think
miles.
like Black Canyon City is kind of like Forest Hill?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I would say. That's perfect analogy.
You know, the race begins Black Canyon City. The race begins at Forest Hill. I mean, this is, very similar course. I mean, in the sense of the train.
It is 100% right.
Not downhill.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. It's well, we were talking at the top of the show. It's kind of poetic. It's like track to track. You start on the track at Black Canyon. You finish on the track at Western States. So for 3 lucky and hardworking men and women today, the idea would be you start on the track here, you finish on the track.
Well, I mean, it plays into your strengths, right? So you think about you know, who runs well at Western States is also going to be running well at Black Canyon, So I just feel like, when we think about our sport and the leaders in our sport, there's people that are really solid at, Hard Rock or UTMB, these big mountain races might not do as well at Western States. That doesn't always hold true, of course.
Yeah.
But, obviously we've got the Courtney Walters of our time. But,
right. Just good at everything.
Yeah, that's not fair. But I think that this, when you're running this well, this far into Black Canyon City, it gives us a really great prediction of how you'll be running at Western States also.
Yep.
So.
Yep, absolutely. We have some more love from the moms. And I love to see it.
Moms run the world.
That's right.
So
Gail Hall saying, "Go Cordis." Cordis
Nice.
Hall is out there today. He's got the Terex kit on. We'll see where he's at this check-in here at Black Canyon City. Thanks, Gail, for chiming in. There's been some questions about the live results page.
yeah, if anybody knows the kits of any of the racers, that would really help us out.
Just let us know.
And we'll keep track over here.
I'll
we'll
do a
start writing
drawing.
it down. Yeah.
I'll do a drawing with my black pen. But
just to be able to,
we'll figure it
it's
out.
really tough to kind of know. You're going
It
off
is.
hairstyles and, they're.
No, it's a lot to remember. Live results, I think the page has been a little bit delayed. So if you are having issues with that, apologies.
We're getting some Go
we got
Canada
IT
as
on
well.
it.
Okay, IT is on it, rolling.
Which is currently Rob, I guess. And then let's see. Wanted to get back to a few of these questions. There was one I was looking at in particular. Where has it gone?
I feel like a lot of people are just chiming in. Should we do
Yeah.
like a rundown a little bit? Start from the beginning.
Start from the top.
Okay.
All right. So we are here in the Aravaipa Studios in
Yes.
downtown Phoenix, bringing you live coverage of the Black Canyon 100K. My name's Eric Sensman.
And I am Katie Asmuth.
And we're doing great. And we're 4 hours, 33 minutes elapsed in today's race. The gun went off at 7 a.m. It was 36 degrees in Mayer, Arizona at the start. It is now 74 degrees in Black Canyon City, and we are likely to see low 80 degrees by the end of the day. Here at the Black Canyon City aid station, mile 37.5. We had Trueheart Brown in the lead, 4 hours, 24 minutes roughly on his split, followed by Seth Ruling, 4 hours, 28 minutes on his split. Trueheart has been off the front the whole race so far. They're both under the course record split at this aid station. We're waiting the ladies. The last update was Soap Creek. Katie?
That's all we know. So we know that Dominika Stelmach is absolutely destroying this course today. She has been in the lead from the very beginning. It has been very exciting to see. Right now, she is 15 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's course record split at the last aid station.
Frightening.
Absolutely incredible. So she is crushing. She is from Poland. She is a mom of 2. Dominika Stelmach is a absolute crusher. She is the 100K European record holder as well. So she is no stranger to this distance. So we'll see. I I wish I knew more about her. If she's in Poland, I don't know how she did that heat training, but
Seriously.
she is she's crushing. I wonder how long she's been here training before the course and how much she knows about the course. So anyway, so that's her. Addie Bracey, looks like
We are having, who is in here? Is that Anthony? That looks like Anthony. He's got a Solomon kit. Can anyone confirm or disconfirm? We are
keep scrolling.
having internal debates.
I hope it's Anthony.
254. Okay, we think it's Anthony. 254. I'd believe it is.
Do
So
you wanna
he's
write
coming
down
in
the
at
split?
4:35. A solid split, 4 minutes behind Sage. Sage's course record, and this puts you in a position to run 8 hours at 100%. Top three guys could all be around 8 hours, and if the race ended here,
I think
these are
at
the
least
three
one of
guys.
them are going to blow up.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It would be rare for the top three at Black Canyon City to finish top three. So we'll see who's taking care of themselves, who's dealing with the heat well.
Look at we're throwing ice on him. He's hot.
Yeah,
he is very warm.
But I think he's taken a few minutes to cool off here. I think that's smart. He looked relaxed coming in. I think he looks like he's in a pretty good spot. But we now have our fourth. Is that Scott? In fourth? He's got the
Anton.
white button down.
Yeah.
There's only one.
Yeah.
So it may be our very own Scotty, right behind Anthony. So we'll see.
How long he takes at this aid station.
Yeah, what he gets up to. TBD.
Oh, heck yeah. This race is tight.
This is exciting. So in the meantime, while we're waiting, so this is now Anthony leaving. He's going to go 3/4 of a mile back up the trail to the junction, and then we'll split left to go south and continue dropping down to the Agua Fria River, another crossing, and then up into some pretty tough terrain, probably the toughest section of the course from here to Table Mesa. And Scott is right behind
He's
him.
right behind him. He left with him. He barely spent any
nuts.
time at that aid station.
We'll see how that does for him. We've seen in the past, still early.
I was just going to say, though, when you're up, who's this?
Okay, so that would be 3, 4, and 5 are all together.
They're all together.
To
leave an aid station that quickly
yeah, we
means
didn't
you're
even see
feeling
him
pretty
come
good,
in.
though.
Yeah,
You
you
know?
would think so. You don't want to. So last year at Table Mesa, mile 50.8, that's the next major aid station. Tough section from here to there. Craig Hunt got there first. Tyler Green came in right behind him. I think kind of surprised Craig, and so Craig rushed to get out of there quick. Tyler took his time, left a few minutes later, quickly caught Craig after that. Ultimately, Craig dropped.
Right.
He didn't make it to the finish. So it can be rewarded in some cases to make it quick and keep up. In other cases, it can be costly.
It's a hard balance, though, because to stick on that train
absolutely
is nice, and that feels good, but you might have just gone through, who knows if he was able to get all of, to
What he
cool down what he
needed.
needed to get the fuel he needed, but maybe he has a quick aid station turnaround routine. So we hope that for him, he has the experience to be able to do that.
Exactly right. These are scenes again from Black Canyon City Aid Station, mile 37.5, roughly on course. A nice little village being created. That's maybe my favorite thing about the evolution of this race. So we have Eric LaPuma coming in. I was told, no, that would be Adrian McDonald. Forgive me.
Adrian McDonald. I
Adrian
haven't seen his face yet. So he's the 2021 Leadville champion.
Yes, he is.
We know he has the legs, and he has put on a huge training block on Strava. It looked great. So, yeah, Adrian McDonald is definitely a first number one pick for a lot of people out there.
Why haven't I figured out who this? What do you get a bit
Can
of
anybody
info
tell
on
us who that is with the mustache? He's sporting the mustache,
I know.
Eric.
that? Andy's wearing rabbit, so
You should
kind of
probably
feel
know
like
who he
I'm getting showed up. He looks good though. So cooling off, getting a bunch of water. You can tell it's starting
Looks
to heat
great.
up. He's got the
Yeah.
handkerchief, and he is moving on.
Oh, looks like he's taking a minute, actually.
Oh, okay. I would love to see his bib number, if that's possible. Doesn't look thrilled. kind of looked angry. Hopefully he's doing all right. So we are now approaching 4 hours, 40 minutes. True Heart Brown came through 16 minutes ago. It would not surprise me if we see Dominica
Any minute.
real soon,
Yep.
just given how well she was moving before.
I'm getting text messages from my coach telling me to hydrate.
Colton Gale.
Oh,
is who
heck
we're
yeah,
looking at
Colton.
here.
That's
You know
awesome.
Colton?
I mean, I know his name. That's
All
awesome.
right.
Yeah. We haven't heard his name yet today.
No,
so
we haven't.
good for him. He's
Colton
from
Gale,
Bend,
all right.
Oregon. I know he's a dark horse for some.
Well done.
Very
Colton.
cool. Yeah, he is rocking. People from Bend know that he is strong.
Yeah.
So it's funny when you talk about these dark horses. This is never an accident.
No.
You know,
right.
you're never
Someone
here.
knows about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are a local legend wherever you are, and you're just here to,
Yep.
show your strengths to the rest of the world. And I get that personally as being a newcomer to the sport, feeling like you just want to throw yourself out there and compete with the best in the world, and that's what he's doing. Way to go.
Absolutely.
Way to go,
Yeah,
Colton.
good for him. This is a great showing so far. So I would say we are approaching a critical threshold in the men's race.
Yep.
And that is to say we almost have 10 guys through, and we are at past 441 elapsed. Historically, to get a golden ticket here, and in this case it's top 3, so a little more leniency, Black Canyon City, you would need to be within the top 10, maybe 12 if you've really been holding back. And you really need to be here by 440, maybe 445 elapsed. So pretty soon here, the window of opportunity kind of shuts.
I mean, if you're going for that golden ticket placement.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, you can still run a great race in a solid time. There's Jared Hazen getting some Coke, staying wet.
Yeah.
He looks a little worked.
He looks hot.
I predicted him to win, and I texted him last night, and I said, Jared, don't make me look stupid. I obviously didn't get through to him. But he's
Still in contention.
Still in contention.
I mean, as long as you're in this pack, you are.
Yeah. And Jared's a tough runner, and being able to move whilst in a lot of pain and move at a decent clip is
Yep.
more
He's
or
wearing
less
a new
his
kit
forte.
this year,
He is.
this race.
He's
He's now a Solomon
he's
runner.
with Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing that kit there. Getting some ice in the hat. Very smart. Chris Brown, thank you. He just texted me to tell me it was Colton Gale. Of course, we found that out like 5 minutes ago. But,
Oh my gosh, I'm getting
thanks,
all.
Chris. Appreciate you.
So I'm getting updates that for sure was Anthony in
'Kay.
third.
For sure.
Scott Trayers in fourth.
Yep. Scotty.
Sorry, he said in fifth.
Oh, and
Not
fifth.
sure. Fourth.
Okay.
Fifth, fourth. I think we're in fourth, right?
I think fourth,
Um,
because then that next guy left in fifth,
yeah.
real close to him.
And it looks like no pacers yet for the top 5.
No Pacers. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, Jared's not going to join that train either. I
Right.
wonder if anyone did in this top 10.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Did you run with a pacer?
The last. There's my pacer, Stephen Kirsch.
There you
in
go.
the
There he is.
Yellowish jacket. Yeah, he paced me from Table Mesa to the finish. Yeah.
Got it.
I think that's more common to just, from Table Mesa. Because, you're still 24 and a half miles out here.
Yep.
And that's pretty long go for a pacer. Plus, it's still relatively early enough that looks like Jared may have taken
Yeah,
a spill at
looks
some
like
point.
it.
He's got mud on him.
I got confirmation that Grunwald is 6th.
And Justin Grinwald
Yeah.
is in 6th. Okay, so he was
And it says 2
around
others
that.
right behind, so that must have been
okay.
Jared.
Yeah, I think third through like 8th on the men's side is all within about 5 minutes of each
Yep.
other, and that might extend even a little further down to 9th or 10th.
Come on,
excellent.
Dominica. That's
So,
what I'm waiting for.
I swear we're going to see Dominica in no
I know.
time.
She's going to be ready second.
I really do. Katie, I'm going to give you the reins for about 90 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
Absolutely.
Folks, you're in good hands.
Who is that? So this is what's going to be difficult here is knowing who is a pacer, a crew, spectator, camera person, So we're going to be seeing a lot of runners back and forth through this. Ooh, this feels quite powerful, actually, just being on my own. Anything I need to say? Can I do anything? Can I do I want to show everybody what I'm looking at. That's what I want to do. Anyway, I wish I could do that for you. All right. So to give an update of what's happening, Dominika Stelmach is going to be crossing, we think, should be here any minute at the Black Canyon City aid station at mile 37. There was a large group of men that just took off. Let's see who this is. Any idea? Looks like a male. Can anybody tell us who that is? 364. All right, so we will find out, and I think that will be 8th. Dan Green is in 8th place. Okay, so we have to start keeping track of all these kits. I've got so many ideas for next year. I want an ongoing tracker on the screen so we can see who all of the top 10 racers are on the male and female side. Wouldn't that be nice? Any other suggestions for next year would be great also in the chat. We like to hear that. So everybody's feeling the heat here, as this has been a theme today. We knew that it was going to get hot. As mentioned, it's going to be in the low 80s, which doesn't seem that hot. It doesn't seem that hot, but actually the low 80s is going to feel roasting out there in that exposed landscape, as well as how hard these runners are pushing themselves to their full potential. So they have to be on top of electrolytes. They have to be on top of ice and just dousing themselves every moment they can. So this is a drone of overlooking Black Canyon City aid station, I believe at mile 37. Yep.
Look at you.
What a fun atmosphere that is.
It
is a party.
And Rock Springs Cafe is right on the edge of the aid station area. Best pie in the world.
Best pie. We had it yesterday.
Oh, did you get it?
So good. Yeah, when I did my bid pickup. It was so good. I think it's delicious.
You heard it here first, I guess. So how's it going? Did I miss anything? What's that?
Dan Green came in. He's in 8th place. So we've got the 8th male come
what,
through. We haven't seen Dominika yet.
So what place was Jared in?
He's probably 7th.
7th?
Because Justin was 6th. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. He looked very hot out there. So, it looks like I've got only one pacer so far of all the men, which isn't that surprising.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you kind of find your own rhythm, and at 37 miles, I know it sounds crazy, but it's kind of early.
It's kind of early.
Yeah.
You know, I like pacers though, because I think it pushes you. I also feel like it's that train I was talking about. The more you run with like kind of a group, it pushes you. But you also have to stick within yourself at this point in the race, you know, so.
Yep.
Yep.
We have Ralph Bradley asking, how technical is this trail considered in the U.S. as a comparison to what would be considered technical or not at UTMB? I mean, UTMB is not technical, rather smooth. I would say the same thing's true about this trail. Certainly wouldn't point to it as an example of something technical here in the U.S.
You know, I think runners on the west side, on the west coast, you know, we have very runnable, technical, buttery trails. And then you compare this course to, let's say, something on the East Coast or like UTMB, for instance. It's like not that sort of technical.
No.
You know, but when we're talking about, these are people that are trying to fly.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you're running as fast as you're running with these undulating trails, you have to be so mentally focused to be able to, you know, not hit a rock. You hit one tiny little rock root, you know, there goes your race potentially. So, you know, it's not, you know, this is really a fast course, but on the other hand, you have to be mentally engaged the entire time.
That's exactly right. Yeah. You definitely have to be engaged. You can't, you got to be focused.
Yeah.
On
There's historically a lot of blood on this race.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we just saw Jared Hazen, you know, champion. You know, he is our young, experienced veteran, like what, 26, 27?
Yeah, he's still young.
And he fell. You know, I mean, this happens to the best of us. And so, you know, you never know what could happen out there. And honestly, you could be having the best day of your life, and then you hit one little rock, and
Right.
you know, there goes your kneecap. So
Yep. You go flying.
or your nose.
Yeah, not uncommon at this race.
Yep.
And then, just to reiterate, kind of, someone asked about the course itself. You do start at about 4,000 feet above sea level. You finish at about 1,800 feet above sea level. So you have net downhill of about 22,000 feet. And it's the prescribed gain, or the advertised gain is about 5,000 feet. I think that might be a little high, but something
Which is
like
mostly
that.
in the second half.
Which is mostly in the second half, which is what these athletes are now starting to face as they leave Black Canyon City, and that's where we had the most recent footage coming from, was at aid station at mile 37.5. Surely, have we not seen Dominica?
We haven't seen her yet.
Okay. So 3:52 elapsed. It's been almost an hour. So actually, okay,
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. An hour split from Soap Creek halfway to Black Canyon City would be pretty solid.
I'm getting there's a little bit of a lull right now. Black Canyon City, there's no one's come through for a couple
Okay.
of minutes. So,
Okay.
I mean, I think Dominica's going to be our next
That
big hitter. We're hoping for her.
We're hoping for it.
And then
Okay.
Addie right behind her.
Yeah, right. And then here's our drone footage overlooking the Agua Fria River, kind of just a creek bed at the moment. Water is quite low, and then looking out into the distance, that's looking west, and you have the Bradshaw Mountains out there, which includes the town of Crown King, which is up at about 6,000 feet, and then those peaks are like 7,000 to 8,000, so
Here we go.
quite a lot higher. And we are now seeing
Can we-
Dominica on the.
Oh, we're working on it. There's Dominica. She's through. She is through Black Canyon City, right? That's
Yep,
her.
She is into the aid station. She's
Okay,
running around
she's
the
running out.
U, and we are at 4:51.
Can we get that split compared?
Yeah, that would be helpful. So 4:51 for her. It looked like she was in and out pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Would you say?
So she's 9 minutes off the course record pace of Brittany Peterson.
She's 9 minutes. Yep.
At 4. So, yeah, she is flying.
And she was up 15 minutes.
Yeah.
At Soap Creek.
So she's lost a couple minutes.
She's lost, about
Yeah.
5. So, yeah. I think Brittany, this is where she really started to motor. And she is 2 minutes behind
Elsa McDonald's.
Elsa McDonald's
Split.
2018 split of 4:49. So she is in not uncharted territory, but I would say
But she came out so hot. So we'll
Yeah,
see if she's
yeah.
able to hold on. I mean, that's what the storyline is all day.
Right.
You know, you go out hot and then you just try and see if you can, hang on. And I think
Exactly.
that we're going to see that she's a champion. She is, in that winning mindset. And I think she thinks that she can do it. So we'll see if those quads are able to handle that downhill first half. So
Right. Yep.
Yep.
And that is where in the second half that becomes a factor. How well you've dealt with all the downhill, all the in and outs, that the trail throws you in and out of those drainages. So we will see how she holds up, and we'll see how her climbing legs are, because now she gets to that's where this race is going.
Yep, that's right. And when you're a record holder, like a European record holder, that was most likely a flat course.
Yeah.
So
Very
we'll see.
much so.
She might be just the speedster. We'll see how she's able to handle these hills.
Yeah.
So
Now, I am happy to see, I don't think we have any recorded drops yet at Black Canyon City, which means, most of the front, if not all of the front runners at this point, have continued. A stark contrast to last year. There were, at this point in the race, already, I think, 4 drops on the men's
here's
side.
another. Who's this? This will be our 9th male, I
Maybe
believe.
10th at this point.
We got a
You got your boots on the ground.
185.
You got a
185.
185. Sean Bowman.
Sean Bowman. Okay. I don't know Sean Bowman. Give us a shout out if anybody knows who Sean Bowman is on the chat. He hasn't been on my
Sean Bowman.
list of like 30
What's up?
males, so he is killing it.
And then we got another one coming in. So we're now at about 4:54. let's see if I can pull up my sheet here. It smells really good in here. That's got to be pizza, right?
Can we get any audio from the aid station itself? Is that possible?
Audio?
Yeah, like from anybody? No. I was just thinking that might be nice.
Leave it to producer Matt. He can do anything.
Any suggestions would be also great. Look at them. Oh, yeah. They're getting the sponge bath. This is Western States chills right now for me.
Totally
This
right.
is like...
It's funny
Get
though,
some
because you
ice.
do still see people hanging out that have like long sleeves, right? So
You know, I saw a lot of people in the beginning have those arm sleeves, and I was
Yep.
curious. I think it was just so cold in the beginning. So just to put in perspective, if you're tuning on, you know,
Yeah,
it
'cause
started at like 34
36
degrees, 36 degrees.
at the start, so
Yeah.
it was quite chilly and stayed cool for the first couple hours for sure. Yeah, we're getting some audio from the Black Canyon City aid station now, and probably a good time for it because I think we will start to see some of the ladies.
So,
Yeah.
and we're hearing that we have actually missed a lot of the men, that we're about in the 15 to 20 place men right now.
Right.
So I was thinking like 8th or 9th, right?
Yeah.
So,
So they're
we're
still motoring along. In terms of golden ticket potential, yeah, we're probably a little bit. These guys coming in are a little bit off the pace for it, but still a lot of race to go, and can still turn in some very solid times. And now we will continue waiting for some of the lead women. So we have
I'm
not
waiting for Addie
seen
Bracy.
Addie, right.
So she should be about, well, we'll see. Well, if she was able to, you know, keep on pace, she would be about 6 minutes behind or so Dominica.
Yeah,
right?
I believe that's right.
So
No, forgive me, Katie. She was actually like 16 minutes behind Dominica
okay,
at Soap Creek.
okay,
Yep.
okay.
And it's been now 5 or 6 minutes since we saw Dominica.
Okay.
So it might be another 10 minutes or so before we see Addie. But
Okay.
We'll see. So you can see here the
Oh wow, were you having a burger or something?
yeah, just going
Oh.
full in. Is that a waffle?
Check
Looks
out
like a
this
waffle,
crew.
maybe. So yeah, this crew's doing an A+ job. Getting their runner rubbed down, water on them, etc.
Looks like we've got a pacer duo here. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine we'll start to see some pacers
Yeah.
head out.
How fun. You can feel it.
Oh yeah.
Like the energy that's happening there, you know, the cowbells are going off. Everybody is just pumped, except maybe this guy. He's not feeling so pumped.
But doing the right thing, sitting down,
Yeah.
getting calories, getting a Red Bull. some
And he has
caffeine,
had a
some
great race
sugars.
up to this point
Absolutely.
too. So
Yeah, I mean, these splits, anything under 5 hours to Black Canyon City's, yeah, really solid. So in that range here still. And then I can't wait to see what's going on with the ladies. I think we're going to have some movement.
I know. I think so too.
The real question is just, can Dominica keep this up?
She, like we mentioned, she's already, she doesn't have the same split that she had coming in. She's lost already a couple of minutes. It looked like 4 or 5 minutes compared. So, she's slowly getting closer to course record. But right now, I mean, when she came in previously, she was 15 minutes ahead of course record. So now she is like
10.
Yeah, 10 minutes ahead of course record pace. So course record holder, of course, Bernie Peterson, who destroyed it in 2021. So
Yeah, ran so fast.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so within the next 10 minutes, I think we're going to have
Now's the waiting game.
we're playing a bit
What
of a
do
waiting game.
people want to hear about?
And, well, I got to go through these comments. We'll get to those
Okay.
in just a second. In the meantime, the top 20 or so men have come through Black Canyon City. That's mile 37.5. We really won't have too much of an update on them until Table Mesa aid station, which is mile 50.8. It's a bit of a dead zone. Definitely the toughest section of the course between those two aid stations. A pretty big climb, a bunch of shorter climbs, some pretty rocky terrain, And, of course, you've run 40 miles at this point. So we will have the next major update on the men, Table Mesa. That should be another hour or so, maybe a bit longer. In the meantime, we've had the lead female come through Black Canyon City, and I don't have her last name.
Dominika
Why do I
Stalmach.
keep forgetting her last name?
Stalmach
Thank you. Dominika.
from Poland, Mama 2.
And she is crushing, came through in 4 hours, 51 minutes elapsed, under
Here's
course
the pack.
record pace.
Oh, darn.
That's
That's
all
fine.
right. And so we are waiting now to see how the rest of the women's top 10 is looking from Black Canyon City, mile 37.5. So we will continue to update on the women's race here over the next 10 or 20 minutes as they come filing in. And then we will, as we have some time between, get to some questions. Thank you to those that have commented. You can continue to comment in the comment section throughout the race here. But right now we're working on some tech issues, so I can't get to your questions.
I also just want to give a shout out for all of the people that aren't in the top 20 on the men and women's side. I mean, people have been training, all year for this race.
Yep.
And this is a homecoming for a lot of people.
Totally.
Right? I think that that's also an exciting part of it. I feel like we don't mention that all the time, that there's a lot of eyes right now. We want to know it's a golden ticket race. This is where the hype is. But there's so many people, so many parents that have worked their tails off to be able to get here. So many, people that are, 50 plus that are like trying to stay fit for as long as possible or whatever it takes. I just feel like the stories, I had a couple stories that came to me from people running for people that have passed away from COVID, or people that are, trying to get back into shape. And, so there's a lot of middle backpackers that we're not mentioning here. And I just wanted to give a shout out to them because I feel like the beauty of this sport is that we're all towing the line at the same time. And that's pretty cool, right? So just a shout out for them. Yeah.
Katie, that's why we have you on. Great balance. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for speaking to that point. And if you finish, the course time limit is 20 hours. Thank you, producer Matt. But if you finish in 17 hours or less, that qualifies you for the Western States Lottery. And of course, that is much coveted. While the golden tickets will get you automatic entry into Western States, finishing in 17 hours or less will get you a qualifier to enter the lottery. So I know as well there are lots and lots of runners out there today who have that goal in mind. So indeed, to all of our runners out there, big accomplishments across the board, lots of different motivations.
Yep.
Independent
and
of
we need this.
What's happening at the front, of course.
All of us need this. Like,
do.
this is like, we've gone through the rut the last couple of years, So this is just fun to have something to look forward to be able to train for. And anyways, just wanted to give a shout out to all the stories that we're not talking about too. I do need to say,
Yes. What do we hear?
we just got that Justin Grunwald actually ran back to Black Canyon City.
Oh.
So he had left, I believe,
He was
at
in like
sixth.
Yeah.
And it says he looked okay, but he must have cracked. Somebody texted me,
Okay.
my husband. I'm sorry to hear that.
That is too bad.
Yeah. So I wonder if he's heading back to
And-
Black Canyon City.
And just after I talked about
DNF.
how none of
I
the top
know.
10 dropped, the Black
we
Canyon
didn't.
City.
We didn't knock on wood. Darn
that
it.
was my
It was
fault.
your fault.
Honestly. Okay, so we may have
Oh, Justin, I'm really
a
sad to hear that.
drop there at Black Canyon City.
We don't have anything confirmed. Maybe he's just coming back for some more fuel
sure.
or something. But
We will hold off on being completely convinced of that
yeah.
until
I'm sorry to hear
we
that.
have more information. So we're going to check in with Zach next. Excellent. Zach, go ahead and unmute yourself if you are indeed muted. No, we cannot hear him yet. Can we unmute him? Oh, it looks like you're muted on your end, Zach.
There we go.
Oh, go ahead.
You guys got me?
Zach, let's
Okay,
hear it.
awesome. A little bit of an update. We had top 10 guys are all very, very close. Outside of the top 3, 3 through I think 10 were within 5 minutes. These guys are all starting to make their moves. This is the aid station to do it.
Yep.
And this is when the race starts to unfold, right? Dominique did get lost.
You're
she
kidding.
said that she lost a few minutes out there. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I ran her in, she said she had been lost for like 4 or 5 minutes. She's back on track. She's moving really well. She's looking phenomenal. Currently waiting for Addie Bracy out on the trail. You can see behind me. They're coming in off of this. Justin Grunwald left the aid station and came back.
Yeah, and what did he say anything to you, Zach? Oh, it looks like we got you muted again, or you mute. Let's see. Okay, it looks like it might be on your end. Might be on your end, Zach. If because we're not hearing you, he might be losing service. Okay. All right, so that was a quick update. Thank you to Zach Marion. He is there at Black Canyon City Aid Station. It sounded like he was confirming that Justin Grunwald dropped. Okay.
Yeah.
And also updated us that Dominica evidently was lost or off course in some way for about 4 or 5 minutes. So I wonder where. I'd like to know more.
Yeah. And I just need to give a shout out to Justin. He is a dad of one, another one on the way.
Yeah, that's
you know,
right.
And he has been through hell and back, and he
Sure.
just like came to here prepped, ready. He wanted a course record. He went out hard, and you know, he's a baby on the way too. Like he,
Sure.
you know, he's in the middle of this parenthood.
Yeah.
You know, he's in the thick of it. So I just need to give a shout out to him for that.
Definitely.
And what a race.
And
so
to dad's parents across the board, I have said, and I believe this to be true, I don't think I'd be an ultra runner if I had kids.
that's what everybody says, you know, that like if you're really trying to compete at the best, it's really tough to be, you know, but right now we've got, you know, he was our sixth male is a parent. So it sounds like he's going to be DNFing, but he really gave it a good shot. And our first place female, Dominica, sounds like she got lost, but yeah, she's a parent as well, mom of 2. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, shout out. We don't see that very often. So
That's
I just
true.
needed
That is very
to
true.
give that shout out. But so it sounds like, I wonder where she got lost, and quite interesting that Addie hasn't come through yet. Then
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, so again, it was 4:51 for Dominica, so it's been 15 minutes, and presumably some of that time with Dominica was spent being lost, so maybe her split would have been a few minutes faster.
Yep.
But I would expect that we'll see Addie and company before too long.
And remember, Addie and company, it was really Addie to number 10 female they're all 2 minutes behind each other. So like, you know, it could go.
Yeah.
Whoever's coming in next will be interesting.
For context, so Brittany Peterson was 5 hours elapsed at Black Canyon City. We're at 5:07 here. But, you know, Courtney DeWalter in 2018 was 5 hours, 10 minutes at this point. So, you know.
Camille Herron, 5:13. Yeah, I mean.
In 2020, Camille Herron, 5:13. So
Yep.
still in the range of some very solid splits from some top finishers at this race. So by no means, these ladies are still running quite quick. And it looks like we might
Claire's
have
here.
a Claire Gallagher
Yes.
sighting.
Yes.
She
Yes.
looks stoked.
Yes.
She looks so stoked. Okay, so Claire Gallagher has managed to find herself in second place now here at Black Canyon City. She is fired
she's
up.
on fire. Oh, I love it. She's got the Claire Gallagher like stoke and fire and grit, and I love all of it. Yes. So as we know,
can we
Claire
get audio?
Gallagher is our 2019 Western States champion. She is a crusher. She also. It looks like we're trying to get audio of her shouting. We're so curious to hear what she says.
I would love to know what Claire's saying as soon as I saw her
So she
yelling.
Yeah. Look she's got ice in the bandana. She's got ice everywhere. She's trying to there she
All
is.
right, here we go. A little choppy, but I still loved it.
Can we get any of the audio of her teammates or crew they're out there?
Let's see if they follow her. Oh. Okay, so she got doused with some water.
Claire runs
And-
for Patagonia La Sportiva. She is
A former Western States 100
Oh yeah.
winner.
So she actually, remember in 2019 that was one of the all-time greatest
Yeah.
ultra running races ever. Watching her and Brittany Peterson
That was
duke
nuts.
it out for the win.
Yep.
So Brittany Peterson, of course, has the course record here, and Claire is.
So
what
she
time?
came
It
in. Yeah, I
is-
got so excited I forgot to write it down.
I know,
believe
she's
about
coming in about
5:08.
Yeah, so about a minute. She'll be leaving about 2 minutes after Brittany Peterson's split.
Okay. 5:08, and now we have F3.
Yes.
Anna Marie Madden.
So
Yep.
there's Addie Bracey. And Addie's right there too.
And then
So we've got Anne Marie.
Addie in fourth.
Oh,
This
this stuff
is-
gets me so excited. It's so close.
Now they're both about 5:10, so about 2 minutes back from Claire. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, that's so close. That's nothing. 2 minutes
No.
is nothing right,
Right.
here. We're
Right.
at mile 37. This is a 62-mile race.
We got
This
a
is
long
nothing.
way to go.
Yep. Addie looks
Uh,
strong. There she goes. She is lost a little bit of time, but
Yeah.
she's right on. Yep.
And she looks very relaxed.
Okay, so here's Anne Marie Madden. She's from Vancouver. Again, another Canada shout out. Oh, here, let's get some audio. Getting on that ice bandana.
Yeah, so clearly, again, it bears repeating. Maybe 75-ish degrees there now. It is starting to warm up. No question about it. So getting doused. Yeah, Western
Yep.
States vibes.
Yep.
for
Oh
sure.
yeah, I'm feeling it.
Big
So again,
time.
she's a she just got CIM. She was a 240 marathoner. She's 240 something, I think. But
Yep.
she's quick. You know, she
Oh,
has
yeah.
the legs. Look, she's all smiles.
And-
She's feeling
She's
good.
so
Oh yeah,
stoked.
she's
I
giving
love
us
it.
the pump. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
love it.
And that speed translates really well to this course. Again, something I talked about ahead of this race, the fact that Sage Candidate run
Addie.
about two. Yeah,
There she is.
Who do we
There's
have
Addie.
coming?
Addie
okay.
Bracey's
Addie's
coming
in now as
F3
Anna Marie's leaving.
F4.
She would be 5. Sorry, Addie is 4.
Addie's 4.
I believe, based on what
Yep.
I have here.
Yep.
But yeah, when Sage ran that course record, he had run 2:20 at the Houston Marathon and had been training for the marathon. So I do think, if you've run CIM leading up to this or done some faster work, I think that really pays off and translates well
yeah.
with this course.
Just to confirm, that was 8:72 is Anne Marie Madden, right? That's
Yeah.
confirmatory. Okay. All right. Oh, the latest race is on, and
It
I'm
sure
loving
is.
it.
So I wonder, I would imagine it's now 5:12. I would imagine we will start to see more and more of, we'll continue to see the ladies in the top 10 come in here because they were all pretty close
Yeah.
as of last aid station.
She's doing all of the heat strategies. She's doing the ice bandana. She's doing the ice down her arm sleeves. She is trying to stay cool.
Yeah, so she was
Oh,
in
yeah.
second. Obviously, Claire and Anna Marie have passed her since the halfway mark at Soap Creek
Yep.
over the last 6 miles. But I don't
she's in
know if that's
contention. This is
necessarily a
nothing.
bad thing. She
Yeah,
looks like she's just very controlled.
Yep. And it's so interesting to see how different personalities, play a role, right?
Right.
Like she is much more calm, collected here compared to how we saw Anne Marie, just
Yep. Definitely.
and Claire's energy. It's a
Yep.
very different energy. So you can be, that calm, poised, collected, actually usually does very well
Yeah.
in this sort of heat. And, but I definitely run with Stoke, so I'm
Sure.
more partial to that energy.
You want to get
and
excited.
it's, it's your personality, whatever gets you going.
Yep,
And
yep.
it's just fun to see how different people, react under pressure like this.
Absolutely.
So,
Well,
Yep.
she looks, again, very calm and collected.
Yep.
She's getting what she needs here. And it looks like maybe he's going to have a pacer. We'll see.
yeah, it's looking like it. Okay, so we want to see in the chat, who do we think is going to be 5th female? Who's coming through?
Who do people think?
I think it's going to be Catherine Short.
Yeah, she was up there
Mm-hmm.
at both of the last 2 major aid stations.
Or Taylor Nolan was there too.
Taylor was too, right?
We saw EO.
Yep. We saw
So-
EO. Devin was very
Devin
much
was
in the
close.
mix.
Yep.
I think we're gonna find out here in a minute.
Yeah.
And she does have a pacer. So I wonder if her pacer's going the rest of the way or what. 24.5 miles from here. And once again, we will not have a lot of updates between here and Table Mesa aid station, mile 50.8. Quite remote out in that next section. And again, probably the toughest section of the course. So with the men, it was Trueheart Brown in the lead in 4 hours, 24 minutes elapsed. And followed behind him, Seth Ruling. And then kind of 3 through 10, Seth was 4 minutes back of the lead. 3 through 10 were like 10 minutes back of the lead, 10 to 12. So we will have updates on them within the next hour at Table Mesa. In the meantime, we're looking at Addie Bracey, who's leaving Black Canyon City Aid Station mile 37.5 in fourth. And it is tight on the ladies' side, with the exception of Dominica, who is way out in front by about 15 minutes still.
Look at that gait. She is smooth. And I have to have a little commentary here.
Absolutely.
I have from on the ground that she was at that Black Canyon aid station, mile 37. She took down some Red Bull and some Coors Light.
Oh, I love that. Addie Bracey just had some Coors Light at Black
That
Canyon
surprises
City.
me.
The only
love
thing that
it.
can make this better is if she does indeed get a golden ticket.
I love it. I love it.
Good for her.
Yep. That's like Camille Herron, I think, does the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't heard of that too often, actually.
She got
though.
this dog just darting back and forth.
That's great.
Very funny. I love that. Well, we will... Is it her dog? The dog almost got trampled.
There's EO.
Okay, here's
okay.
EO. So she would be in fifth, right?
Yep. Okay. So we should be seeing Devin Yanko, Taylor Nolan. Oh, she just dodged that dog. That was funny. Yeah, she'd be coming through any time. Or Catherine Short should be out here too.
Fifth for EO. Okay, I am going to
Take a
have
break.
Rob take over.
It smells really good.
I know. And then I'll be back, but then you'll get to eat.
Awesome.
All right, here's Rob.
Fantastic.
I'll be back.
There's EO. She's coming through. So it doesn't, I think from this view, she hasn't quite reached the aid station, right? You guys would know. I think she's about to approach Black Canyon City. Look at this dog. This is hilarious. I love it. The dog's getting so much airtime. Is that Taylor Nolan? Oh, there's Taylor Nolan's coming in too. Can we get her on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, the energy is just, I can feel it, but I can't hear it, and I want to hear it. I can see it. So Taylor and EO are just running together. This dog. So funny. All right, so hi.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself now that you're
Oh, sure. I am Rob Ricardo, back from my break. Just pounded some Freak Brothers pizza. And yeah.
He's also been working the whole time.
Yeah, well, yeah. It was a quick pizza break, but it was kind of behind the scenes. It's
There's
been
Bentley.
Yeah,
Bentley's
it's
one of my
been great
buddies
to
from
watch.
Mammoth Lakes. I have to give him a shout out. I'm supposed to be there crewing him, but I'm here.
How much of watching this course is getting you like extra
Dude, I'm getting so
stoked for your
pumped.
60K tomorrow?
I'm getting so pumped. I love this dog. Oh, it looks like this. There you go, the dog. All right. That was awesome. All right. So it looks like we are trying to keep tabs on. Oh, we've got some beers going ourselves, some athletic brewing.
Just athletic, yeah.
I love that stuff. All right. So we need to keep better tabs here. So it looks like we had Addie in fourth. I think EO is in fifth. And then right behind her should be Taylor Nolan in sixth. And there she is. There's Taylor Nolan getting what she needs. She's looking good. She's smiling. I think that was a smile. There we go.
See if we can get some volume on her. There we go. Looks in good spirits.
That's a 10 beer can tip.
Oh, yeah. She had the Addie Bracy vibe of just like chill, calm, cool, and collected, you know? So, yeah, Taylor Nolan, I got to give a shout out to her. She's a nurse, which is pretty awesome to be able to compete at this in the medical field. I understand that as well. But she's definitely has all the pre-race vibes going on. I think before the race, she was just chilling, watching a movie she posted, just hanging out. She wants just like to relax before the race. And it turns out she's just kind of a chill racer. I've actually haven't seen her in action like this before. She's looking really smooth. Good for her. Nice to see you again, Taylor. It's been a bit for me. Can we get some recent Taylor Nolan races? What's she been doing recently? I know she was racing hard. Like I think she has the rim to rim to rim.
Yeah, she's still
FKT.
holding that record down, which is.
She was racing a lot for a while, and then we hadn't seen her for a bit. So, yeah, she's looking good. Okay, so last year she got 8th at the Canyons 100K. She has a 9th place finish at OCC. So that's a 52K race of UTMB week out of Chamonix. And then she was 2nd at Speed Goat in 2018. And then also she was 2nd at Lake Sonoma that year in 2018. So, yeah, it's been a bit since we've seen Taylor. So, contending for the golden ticket. It's pretty exciting. So good for her. She's looking smooth.
And it looks like in our other feed that you couldn't see, but we saw that I think EO's on her way out as well from Black Canyon City. So she's now making her way back up.
Okay.
That out and back. This is my favorite section because it's the only part of the course where you get to pass people. It's the only out and back. So the head game starts to play in. Who's going to look cool? Are you going to put on your poker face when you got somebody passing you? So
they're playing the poker face, or maybe they're doing like the pump up,
Yeah.
like doing the yeah, good job. Remember this is ultra running. People love each other.
Yeah.
The trail community vibe is like, a lot of these racers have been racing together for years,
right?
And they've paced each other.
That's true.
They've crewed each other. So there's a very tight knit community here, and I feel like, I think people want success for each other and their competitors in a lot of instances. Yeah, I think it's really fun to see some of these names that we've been seeing for a long time out in the front. To see Claire, to see Addie, to see EO. I haven't seen Devin yet come through, so we're waiting on. There's EO right there. Oh yeah, EO Wang, awesome.
Now this part of the course that she's heading back out on is arguably the most fun, but at this point with 37 miles, 60K into the legs, it's probably not as fun, but it is arguably the most beautiful section of the Black Canyon Trail. She's going to go back, and in about 2 miles, she'll hit the Agua Fria, and it just slingshots you down. You hit the river, and that's when you start to feel it. Because this climb heading out, even on tired legs, isn't too terrible. But once you get down and you hit the river and you have to climb out, that's when you're in the foothills of the Bradshaws, and it starts winding. You're in cattle country, and you just feel it. You're out there. That's where it really starts to break people. And it's a long way to Table Mesa from there.
So Table Mesa, we're Black Canyon City is at 37 miles, and EO Wang is just leaving Black Canyon City. The next aid station will be at the next major aid station where, will be at Table Mesa Aid, where there's crew. There is an aid station in between there, that Cottonwood Gulch.
Yeah, Cottonwood Gulch is pretty remote.
Yeah, there she goes. She gave a little shout out to the camera crew. Very cool. EO, great race so far. It's nice to see her out there. So again, she is a fast runner. She just who's this coming in? Oh, I'm not familiar with her. Can we get
see if we can get a bib? She's probably
anybody in the
shirt.
I just wanted to give a shout out to EO House. She's a 240s marathoner also, super quick. So she has, I believe, won Lake Sonoma also. Anyways, the reason I need to say this though is that these paces she's familiar with this sort of speed. And they're using it today. Gosh, I want to know who this is because we don't know her yet. This will be our 7th place female coming in to Black Canyon. At 5:24. So she is in contention.
6:56. Lauren Puritz.
All right, Lauren. Okay. She is in contention for a golden ticket. Lauren, you are rocking. Nice. Okay, I don't know too much about Lauren, so can we get a update on her? If anybody knows about Lauren in the chat, please let us know.
And again, like, it just shows you how deep this field is.
I just got mentioned that actually Taylor Nolan is ahead of EO. So Taylor Nolan is in 5th, and then EO's in 6th.
That's right. Yeah, EO's not too far behind
okay,
her.
about 2 minutes it looks like. Okay, so Lauren, she was 5th at Bandera last year. So I raced her. Okay. Oh, I talked with her after the race. Now I recognize her. She was also 4th at the Pikes Peak Marathon. So she runs with grit and consistency and awesome. 7th place at Black Canyon City. She's definitely in contention for a golden ticket. There's still a long
looking really
race
fresh
ahead.
right now, too.
Yeah, she looks great. Nice.
Well, everybody's different and has like different strides. You could usually start to see the wheels start to fall off. You know, this part of the race, maybe their stride's a little off, but she's looking fresh right there.
Oh, yeah. And she's going to get a big jump. Remember, when you come into these aid stations, you've been waiting. You're out of water, right? You're hot. You've been waiting for this. You've been looking at your watch going, how far away is this aid station? Like, can't wait to get here. So now she's looking for her crew. Her crew's probably screaming for her. Hopefully. There we go. Nice. Let's see. She's got a quick turnaround here. She's got... Going to change shoes. Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay,
In
we haven't
100K?
seen that yet. We're at 37 miles.
Get
Okay.
some audio on her right now. Listen in. Sock change too.
Wow. That doesn't happen usually at mile
No,
37.
maybe it's a Western States simulation. You never know.
You
It's
know.
good practice.
That's right. Interesting.
Oh, sorry, you're looking straight out? Yeah. You want to take off your pack? Yeah, I think so. So I'll need to fill it for the next stop.
Thanks, John.
Do you have the other handouts? Yes, I do. Alright, there you go. You want a cantaloupe or anything? Take 5. And do you want water? Plain water?
I think this was a part of her plan. You know, like she was ready to
It
go.
was ready
She
to
sat
go.
down, like shoes were out. So, you know, maybe she had some like more flatter, even road shoes than initially that fast downhill sections. She might be putting on a more burlier
This is
shoe.
Lottie down on Cody's
Lottie.
lead now. Lottie Brinks.
Yes, Lottie Brinks should be in 8th, I believe.
Dunking it. Getting that water. Looks like she's
Yes.
in good spirits.
She is also in contention for the win. All right, so Lottie Brinks was 4th at Javelina, of course, this past year. Was so close to getting a golden ticket. She is eager. She wants it. But we know she can run in the heat. Shout out to Lottie Brinks. So.
And she posted on Instagram before, she said she's going to be wearing her lucky yellow race tee. So we'll see how that
There
luck
she
plays
is.
off. But she's crushing it right now.
She also said, I'll race smart, race hard, and race with a smile on my face.
And right there, right behind her, you see those are the 2 members of our documentary team. They are actually filming a documentary on Lottie, and I believe they'll also be chasing a little bit, or at least they started with Adrian McDonald as well. But right now, all lenses are on Lottie Brinks.
Yes.
She gets ready to run the back 40K this race.
And she's in a great position,
Yeah.
you know.
The
Yeah.
race begins now. Like, that's
This
what...
is our Forest Hill.
It is, yeah. Well, I've never run that, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
The race begins at Black Canyon City. So, we've got another.
Go to
Oh, it's a
Zach's.
male. I was thinking it was I can't tell. Anyways. All right. Lottie Brinks looking strong. All right, get out of there. Get out of there. There she goes. She's our 8th place female out of Black Canyon City. Oh, she's going to stop and get a couple things. I mean, this is when it's important. You have to fill up. You have to feel like you're leaving Black Canyon City strong and prepped for the race ahead. I mean, this is when the race begins, like we said.
Absolutely.
And to leave here feeling like prepped and armed, for the task at hand. They're going to be hitting the most elevation of the race is in the second half. So, we've got some hills. It's going to be about, maybe 4,000 feet of climbing?
Yeah, roughly. The
For this
majority
next-
of the climbing is coming
For
up.
this next 30 miles or so, or less than that.
Yeah,
about
40. Yeah, just
25 or
yeah,
so.
exactly. And like we said before, there is one aid station between here and Table Mesa, but they won't be able to see their crews again until Table Mesa, which is mile 50. So they've got.
Did somebody else just leave too?
let's
Looked
see,
like
we
I
got
saw
some in the
another
back.
female out there. Let me see. Oh, interesting. I just found out that the men's leader actually changed his shoes and socks also at Black Canyon City. Isn't that
So
interesting?
True Heart going with the
True
shoe
Heart.
change.
Yeah. Huh. All right. Him and Lauren with the shoe changes. All right, there she goes. Lottie Brinks, eighth place female leaving Black Canyon City, mile 37. The race has begun for Lottie Brinks. She's still in contention. Thank you, producer. I would love some pizza. I'm going to take a break, folks. Am I saying bye? All right.
Here, I'll put
I'm going to
you
have
on.
some pizza, but I'm going to actually head out because I want to go see this live, folks.
Oh, you.
So
Now we're
I
jealous.
need to get to this race. So I'm going to bid farewell. Thank you for having me. Feeling
you
a little
crushed it.
bit.
How did it feel?
It was fun.
Yeah.
This is super fun. Yeah.
Definitely a natural. And
You
now
think
you've
so?
got all like this visual beta to go crush the 60K tomorrow.
That's really why I did it.
Yeah.
You know. No.
It's gonna be.
This
awesome.
is so fun. I'm such a fan of the sport. This has just been such a blast. So thanks you guys for having me. I love it. And I'm just rooting for all the females out there for real. All right, you guys.
Thank you so much, Katie. All right, so who's that bib? 42. We'll see who we've got. That's Shea Aquilano now leaving Black Canyon City, mile 37. This would put her, I believe, in 9th place.
Hey, what's up, Rob?
Welcome back, Eric.
I'm back.
How was that pizza?
Very good.
Yeah,
I
Freak
enjoyed it.
Brothers.
I enjoyed
the
it a
best
lot.
pizza in town.
Yeah. And thanks again to Katie. Provided
Absolutely
some
crushed it.
excellent commentary that hopefully we can learn from, honestly. So we've got the top 8 women through Black Canyon
We've
City.
got the top 8, potentially the top 9th. I think
There's
that was
Devin.
Shea, and here's your rounding out your top 10. That's for sure Devin Yanko.
She's looking focused, but the stride still looks intact. Looks like she's moving pretty well. I think, yeah, this heat, it's really gonna. I think it's
It
really
feels
gonna eat
hot
people.
looking
I know.
at it.
That's what
Like,
I'm
you
saying.
know, you could see like the
Yeah.
way, it's like the coloration. Like
Totally.
you can feel that Arizona heat.
No, absolutely.
Those are the perfect shades for
I know.
this much sun.
Yeah,
too.
those look great. All right, so she's coming in here.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna try to see if we can get some audio on there. I'll have Cody unmute if he can.
Yeah, check that out. I wonder what she's saying there. She's got her. Oh yeah. Getting her some gels.
Yeah, talking with her crew, just getting that hydration in.
I can't tell.
23 miles to get, well, more than that. 25 miles to go here.
Yeah, still a ways to go, and 5:34 laps now. So, you know, a lot of those ladies came in between 5:08 and 5:15. So, has obviously lost some time here in the last 6 or 10 miles. But there's time to rally.
Yeah.
She can still get under that, close to that 9-hour mark, low 9 hours. If she closes like Brittany Peterson did.
Yeah, insane. And there are usually plenty of drops. Not that we like to see it, but usually plenty of drops at Table Mesa.
No, that's a good point. And I mean, the only one we know of, right, so far is Justin Grinwald.
Yes.
By Katie.
Yeah, unfortunately, Justin pulled the plug.
But I just mean to say that's not. I mean,
that's actually
there's gonna be more drops.
Yeah, because it's uncharacteristic of this course for there to only be one in the lead pack.
Yeah,
at Black Canyon
that would
City.
be crazy, right? So Devon's taking her time, which I think is smart, especially if she's had a rough go of it the last few miles. And you haven't seen your crew here since mile 19. So it's a long stretch between crew.
We're gonna get an update from Zach Marion in the field again. I'll pull him up. One second, Zach. Zach, can you hear us?
Looks like he can hear it.
All right, we got him out. All right, we think we got your audio now. What are you seeing out there, Zach?
Awesome. Well, the top 10 men, it's a tight race, and we all know that the race starts here once you get to Black Canyon. It looked like a mixed bag of game plans today. We had some athletes going out there, and it looks like they're just hammering from step one to the finish. And we've got other athletes that came in looking fresh, ready to charge. Logan Williams is one of those top 10s who I was chasing a group out, and he passed 3 within the first mile. He's ready to charge. A handful like that. Unfortunately, we did have one drop. Justin Grunwald did come back to the aid station saying that he left all of his calories here at the aid station. And before that, he was saying he had a fall and hurt his quad pretty good. And he said he's calling it. He's making it a day.
And any other insight from the women coming in?
The women's race is exciting. Again, also very, very close. The women are racing. All of the top 10 are in and out. They are ready to go. They came in methodically. Each and every one of them kind of had their own style as they came in. We saw Claire Gallagher move into second place, and she was in here hooting and hollering, cheering on all of the other athletes. We've got athletes coming in here. She was cheering on all the other girls as she was on her way out. She is just bringing the vibes today. Dominique did get lost. She gave up about 4 to 6 minutes, she said, coming into this aid station. So she did lose a little bit of time, but she's still looking fresh. Nice work. She's still looking excited and ready to crush. I think she's going to have a phenomenal day out here personally. Addie Bracey came in calm, cool, collected, and she said that she is ready to race on her way out. So the game is on from Black Canyon City to the finish.
Did you happen to find out where Dominique got lost for a bit? What part of the course?
She didn't say where she got lost. She just said that she had gotten lost right, I think, before the turnoff, from what it sounded like, to come down into here. But again, she didn't exactly say where. She just said it was really close to here.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, she could have missed the turn coming in. And the only other spot is potentially before that big climb is like around the K-Mine area. There's a bunch of like wash areas.
Exactly.
That you can mistake for the trail. So, well, Zach, thank you so much. We're going to keep coming back to you for the awesome insight. It looks like that's Devin Yanko powering out right now, right?
Yep, Devin Yanko just took off. She's looking strong. She's got some pep in her step, and I think she's going to take off from here and try to get into that top 10 again.
Awesome. All right, Zach, we'll bring you back later on. Thank you so much for the update.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Got it.
All right, so that was Zach Marion at Black Canyon City, where our coverage will continue for at least another, 30 minutes or so before we start getting updates from the Table Mesa area. I believe course record split there is 6 hours 22 minutes. Table Mesa aid station mile 50.8. So yeah, that'll be, we'd start seeing runners coming in there in 30 minutes or less. Yeah, 6:21.54 was Sage's split. 6:23 for Hayden in 2020. 6:27 for Tyler Green last year. So some times to guide kind of what we expect here going forward.
Absolutely. Bring Cody's cam back up here. Let's get some more views down in Black Canyon City. I missed who this was. Let's see if Cody can get a shot of the bib.
Yeah, you kind of get a sense for what's been going on out there as we watch this runner in the chair taking a bit of a break, but ice on the neck. I mean, like we've been talking about, it just looks hot. So increasingly, that's going to be a factor and going to be relevant as the day continues and it continues to get warmer. It's showing 75 there on our screen. I'm going to cross-reference with the Weather Channel. See what they think. 73 at the moment in Black Canyon City, according to the Weather Channel. So, again, that is going to be feeling warm.
That looks like Natalie Sandoval coming in looking strong with her crew.
Looks like she will leave with the pacer. That can be helpful in terms of turning things around.
Have you? So you've never taken a pacer yourself out of Black Canyon City? You've
Not
only done
out
it
of
from
Black
Table
Canyon
Mesa?
City, yeah. Well, I've only ever had a pacer once in all the times I've run it, which was last year. So all the other years I had not. Yeah, I don't know. It seems. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah,
run,
how much of a
run with a
benefit-
friend for a bit. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. 100K seems kind of short for a pacer. I suppose was my view on it. Although I ended up getting one last year at the end. But probably a benefit on a day like this when you're getting in here, it's getting warm, probably not feeling great. Get somebody out there to kind of talk you up, keep you staying positive.
Yeah, keep that headspace going in there. If Cody can hear me, I'm gonna have Cody unmute so we can see if we can hear him. What's going on with the with Natalie and her crew right now? Right, perfect.
That audio cut out.
Yeah, it's gonna. It'll sometimes will cut in and
Yeah.
out.
Coconut water. She and I are thinking alike.
You're kind of on an ultra
I'm
of
just.
your own right now.
That's right.
Yes, it's Natalie. Yeah, there you go. More sunscreen. You're gonna need it for this completely exposed course. So.
Yep, that is for sure. All right, so what do we think? We had Trueheart Brown in first at Black Canyon City, 4 hours, 24 minutes. Seth Ruling, 4 minutes behind him, and then third through like 8th or 9th within like, I don't know.
I mean,
10
if
to 12 minutes.
Trueheart goes through Table Mesa looking like he has, it's his race to lose at that point.
That's true.
And I say that because Craig Hunt last year, he blew up at Table. So And
think
I mean, you almost blew up last year at table, kind of. You had a little bit of a. You want to talk about that a bit? Like, you had this epic comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was pronounced as it seemed. I mean, it certainly, I wasn't blowing up in the sense that I think of a blow up as like aerobically you've done too much, and you've redlined, and you can't get back from that. In my case, it was I started having this just pain up my leg. It was like a adductor issue, kind of up into the groin, that was just really bad. And in fact, the current issue I have, this hamstring strain, which is almost better at this point, but didn't allow me to get ready for the race this year, I think is an extension of what was happening at Black Canyon last year.
A little bit related, yeah.
Yeah, and I think also I had some lower back issues before Western States last year, which I think was also related to that issue.
Is that sciatic at all? Did you get?
I don't think it's
that?
nerve based. No, I think I'm just getting older. Crazy. I'm gonna be 33.
Yeah, 33 is tough.
As you would know.
Tough.
Yeah,
I would know.
you're living it.
I'm getting through it right
Yeah.
now. It's pretty tough.
So in any case, Table Mesa is. You can I mean, a lot can happen from there to the finish. It gets so runnable at the end of this course. So between Black Canyon City and Table Mesa is probably the most challenging terrain, as I've said. So you want to hear my prediction?
Yeah.
Seth Ruling has caught Trueheart Brown.
Based on how fresh Seth looked.
He looks
last
super
time we
chill.
saw him.
But he's also very good at that stuff. I think comparatively. Like, I would say that's a strength of his. Yeah. So I think Seth Ruling will be in the lead. Time will tell.
And he's got some redemption because of last year, too.
Absolutely.
So he's definitely having that front and center on the mind.
Yep, absolutely. And it'd be great to see him do well. But that's all speculation. We're going to see what happens. But then we'll definitely be interested to see what shakes out behind Seth and Trueheart, because they had a bit of a gap. Costales was in third. So seeing if he maintains that position, because there was a couple guys tight on him. Yeah. We will see. What about the ladies? I mean,
I just have a really good feeling about Addie.
Yeah.
Based on her history here and just her history as running smart, but just mostly how she's looked. Going into every aid station. Of course, the last time we saw her, she looked really, really strong.
She did. Yeah, she looked very strong. The times that Dominica has had coming through these aid stations so far, it's a little bit mind-blowing.
Yeah, if you take out the fact that she was lost for a little bit, it's
like
erase that from the factor. She's absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, and then Claire Gallagher.
Yeah.
Producer Matt always knows when to chime in and what to say. Claire Gallagher looked great. Dear Matt. Claire Gallagher looked, that was I was stoked seeing her coming in second, because she had been a little further back and obviously made some moves and was feeling good. I hope that continues before we see her next at Table Mesa. So like I said, 6 hours, 22 minutes with stage candidate split at Table Mesa Aid Station when he ran that course record. On the ladies' side, I believe that's going to be more like 7:10-ish. We're going to get confirmation. For Table Mesa, 7:03 was Brittany Peterson's split, 7 hours, 3 minutes at mile 50.8. So we will see. If Dominica continues, she's going to come in faster than that at Table Mesa. But within the next hour, we will have these updates from Table Mesa. In the meantime, we're here at Black Canyon City.
We just had eyes on Emily Caldwell.
Yep, that was Emily. Did we see her get out of there?
No, she was sitting
She
down.
was sitting, yep.
And getting attended to by her crew. We'll get another feedback up at Black Canyon City momentarily.
And for those, I imagine we will get people increasingly interested is the finish nears, and the golden ticket winners are getting close to the finish. So we'll continue to give some brief recaps. But once again, we started out at 7 a.m. this morning. We are here in the Aravaipa offices in Phoenix. The race started in Mayer at Mayer High School. 36 degrees this morning at the start. And we are now 5 hours, 50 minutes elapsed, and we've seen the lead men and women come through Black Canyon City Aid Station, mile 37.5, where we are seeing footage at the moment. And once again, I am Eric Sensman. My co-host, Rob Ricardo. We have been here since 6 a.m. and live since 6:30. So we've had a full morning, I would say.
It's been, but this, just the adrenaline around this entire race is just.
That's right. Yeah, much like a race, we're gonna have this.
Oh yeah, this is your first live stream. It's an ultra of itself.
It is indeed.
If it was a multi-day, you would hallucinate. I can speak from experience.
So I should stay up tonight just for the perks.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun. We've been enjoying it. And hopefully you all have it at home too. And again, for those joining and watching along, you can comment, ask questions in that comment section. Anything you want to hear talked about, or if you have any inquiries about what's going on.
I'm going to actually take us back to Bumblebee, where we have, of course, the majority of our runners out here are not the elite, so we want to give them as much as we can. That's Miguel out there. If he can hear me, I believe I saw Chris Warden himself at Bumblebee. So if we can get maybe a little bit of Chris Warden love. There he is. Miguel, if you can hear me, unmute. Maybe we could talk to
our own
himself.
Chris Warden.
Chris, how you
Go
doing?
for it. I called it a day at Bumblebee, unfortunately. It was going great until it wasn't. I was right where I wanted to be most of the time, but unfortunately, it didn't happen for me. I've done this race too many times, and eventually it was going to happen. Where this was my first DNF in the 100K. I was going for finish number 5, but it got warm out there in a hurry, and I started to struggle. So.
Yeah. So can you talk to us about the heat? I mean, like you said, this was the 5th time you've run the race. How does the heat today stack up to previous times?
Yeah. So I've been out here on the course. Of course, last year I didn't run the race, but I was part of the live stream. This is the hottest year since 2016. We've had pretty good weather, other than 2017, where the nightmarish rainy conditions. But the weather in the last few years had been pretty pleasant. But this year out there, it got warm. I did my best to mitigate the heat. I had an ice buff, and I run in sleeves and had a hood out there. But I think that there were just some issues. So.
Yeah. So my question is, now that you're done, you want to come in and do some commentating, or?
Maybe I can do some relief for you guys. I actually, I didn't even think about that. I figured that I'd probably just throw on a gimbal and make my way around the course, and maybe just jump into some filming. But let me see how I feel. I'm gonna go and lie down and stretch for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I have no problem coming into the studio and tagging in for a little bit if you need some relief.
I was fully kidding, but I'm not surprised at the response.
Yeah.
Well, I'll step in anytime I can. So
Chris,
anytime I can help.
Eric Sensman here. I was really hoping to get out for a run, and this broadcasting's kind of thrown a wrench in that. So why don't you come on in, and I'll go for my run, and we'll call it good.
Well, it's so unusual to not see you out here for your run on this Saturday. So.
That's right. You're right, Chris. You're right.
Yeah. Why don't you go to Bumblebee and try to finish his race? And if you get under 17 hours, you both get back in the States.
I'll do my best to compose myself, and maybe we can relieve you, okay?
No, Chris, I am totally messing with you. Please, rest up, and good effort out there.
Well, thanks. You guys are doing a bang-up job. I actually watched some of the pre-show, so and I, threw in some filming there. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was a lot of energy out there. It was it's gotten bigger every year. Like Eric has run this race at least since 2017, so you can testify as to like having crowds and photographers and people filming. Like that was not a thing in 2017. Now, 5 years later, it's gotten to be such a big event. It's really second only to Javelina in that regard at this point.
Yeah, that's right. It's watching it evolve over the years and being part of that has been really cool. It's turned into one of the best events in the country as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I've done, one of the great things about a race like this is that people that were, passing me by that were checking in and see I was okay. Oh, sure. Yeah. That checked to see if that I was okay. They were just like, you got this, and very supportive. And I got kind of emotional just thinking like, I know I don't have this, but, thanks for, being supportive and having my back in that regard. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great community.
It sure is, and keeps growing, which is a good thing. Hey, Chris, if you see fellow Chris Thornley, while you're at Bumblebee, you tell him we say hi from the studio.
I certainly will. He's actually, I can see him from here. So, Chris is, he took care of me when he saw that I was basically going to call it a day. So,
yeah,
I just wasn't my day. They can't all go great, but I'm glad to be out here regardless. It's a great community, great atmosphere, and one way or another, I'll probably slide down the trail one way or another. So
good. Well, thanks for joining us, Chris. It was good to hear from you, and wishing you the best. Enjoy the rest of the day now that you don't have to run.
Yeah, well, there are some advantages to that. Unfortunately, I was not. It didn't go the way I had planned, but one of the things I will probably do is go on to Ultra Sign Up and start looking for backup plans. So,
all right. Well, good luck. We'll talk to you soon, Chris.
All right. Take care, guys. Thank you so much.
Later, Chris. We're gonna jump over to actually way down the course. There's a preview of where we're waiting for our leaders to come through at Table Mesa. And so just to make a little bit of a prediction here, based on historical splits, we're looking at 6:21 for our fastest time. So we've got about 25 minutes before we expect the men's leader at least to come through Table Mesa. So we'll be bringing that to you once we start to get eyes on some runners. For right now, we're going to bring you back to Black Canyon City.
And it is it's looking like a nice day to hang out in Black Canyon City. That's all I can think as we sit here under the fluorescent lights. No, it does look like a nice day to be spectating, though. Because there have been some years, as Chris just alluded to, when it was anything but enjoyable. Both running and spectating on some of those cold, rainy years. But not today. Nice views of the Bradshaws there we were seeing. And for 17 hours, so we have mentioned that this does provide an opportunity to enter the Western States Lottery, a finish at Black Canyon in under 17 hours. So many of those, because of the wave start, the three waves at 7, 7:30, and 8 o'clock, a lot of those chasing that 17-hour finish would be starting at 7:30 or 8. So would be looking to finish by around midnight tonight, which would probably mean, I don't know what that split would look like exactly here at Black Canyon City, but I guess it'd be 5 p.m. 5 p.m. I was dead on. Confirmed by my dear producer, Matt. Okay, great. So yeah, they'll be coming in over the next 4 hours. Anyone coming in here will be within the next 4 hours. We'll have a shot at that sub 17-hour finish.
Yeah.
So we will be rooting them on along the way.
Have you ever had to or have you ever entered the lottery for Western, or have you always raced your way in?
Every year, Rob.
Every year.
Every year. And then every year I don't get in through the lottery. I get a golden ticket, and then I don't get top 10 at Western States, and the cycle continues. So I've done that 3 times.
Okay.
Lottery, didn't get in. Golden ticket, got it. Western States, didn't get top 10. Back to the lottery, back to the golden ticket, back to it's been fun.
You're kind of, yeah. But I mean, it's not a terrible place to be. You're
No.
kind of like amongst some of the best races and.
Yeah. No. It's been 4 years because you got to throw in the COVID year, which
Right.
added a year, but no value. It's been a great 4 years. It's been a nice cycle. Maybe a blessing in disguise to have a forced year off from pursuing the golden ticket Western States combo. But
So barring
we'll cook something up.
barring any, it sounds like your injuries on the mend.
Yep.
So what are your plans for the rest of this year?
Well, I don't think Canyon. I think Canyons is still too early, to get ready for. Just given that, yeah, it's just this hamstring's just now getting better. So with that said, they're having some fun in Black Canyon City, as they should. Love to see that. I might want to go really far. Can you imagine something that might be interesting that's really far?
That has nothing to do with getting into Western?
Right.
Are you going to run the Big Cocoa?
Thinking about it. Can you believe that?
I think you're going to do it. You're going to go the 250.
I'm thinking about it. I want I need something different. Like what like we're talking about this,
that would be very different.
this cycle of doing the same routine every year. I think it could be nice to mix it up. So we'll see. I got to talk to the powers that be about getting in, you know.
We might be able to.
Yeah, I think I know. I think I know somebody, but we'll see. We'll see.
And I mean, you live in a great area to train for the course. I mean, you basically live at the finish line, so you could
Yeah.
go train along.
Yeah,
Bradshaw's. And actually, this is perfect. This is the start
of Cocodona
this is really
250.
Cocodona is
Exactly
start,
right. Well, one thing that occurred to me when I concocted the idea was there's nothing more. I don't know if there's anything I'd rather do than be on Arizona single track in the spring. Like,
yeah,
it's phenomenal. And then I'm thinking, all right, well, why not just do that for a few days if you like it so much? So I guess we'll find out how much I really like it.
Yeah, and I hear from some of the minor tweaks to the course is going to add more single track compared to last year. So it's going to be even better.
Get it off some of the like Jeep roads and
yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, I had talked with Jamil when I was pacing him at the end of Cocodona, which is another thing that kind of put the idea in my head.
You did end up pacing him?
I did the
How
last
did I miss that?
21 miles.
You relieved Skyler because he
Correct.
didn't want to go up Eldon.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I took him Walnut Canyon up and over Eldon to the finish. But yeah, we talked we talked a lot about some of the stuff he was gonna change after the first year with some beta testers, everyone running the race, in feedback and just his experience with it. So it was brave of him to run the full go the first time around. So maybe we are going to go over to Table Mesa, right?
Yeah, we've got Paul's drone up at Table Mesa.
And that's Paul Nelson once again. Paul, you've been a hero. Let's see if we can spot some runners with Paul at the helm.
Yeah, we're gonna see if he can go. He can go a few ways out with what he's got now. So.
And so what'll happen here, coming into Table Mesa aid station again, mile 50.8, you cross what would be the fourth water crossing, because you cross the Agua Fria creek bed. Last time I was there 3 weeks ago, there was no water, so I assume that's still true, which is unfortunate. But that creek bed's maybe 2 miles outside of this aid station, and here we're at the aid station and we're looking north. From this view of the drone. So we are looking up course. So the finish would be behind this view, roughly. I think I have that right. In any case, about 2 miles or so out is the last crossing of the Agua Fria Creek bed on course. So it's kind of a steady, rolling but mostly uphill trek from that creek bed up to this aid station, and then that general uphill rolling climb continues for another 2 or 3 miles outside of Table Mesa aid station. So this aid station is actually kind of after the first third of a gradual 5-mile climb out of that creek bed. So that's what the runners have to look forward to. Challenging time for this type of terrain. The general uphill, the going through creek beds, it's getting hot. Just a tough part of the course.
Yeah. And we are getting some word, a little bit of an update on Justin Grunwald's drop. Katie Asmuth, who was commentating, who absolutely, side note, completely crushed it.
Absolutely crushed it.
In her
My
debut.
favorite part was within about 15 minutes, she had gotten very comfortable, and she was just like, hey, let me get this camera over here. I need some sound on that. Let's get this angle over here. And I was like, Katie, this is fantastic. You are just crushing it.
Natural. Too bad she's also really great at running. And
I
she's
know.
going to be in the races that
Right.
people could use her as a commentator.
Exactly right. No, Katie was phenomenal.
She
Hats
was able
off.
to confirm from her sources that Justin Grunwald had a quad contusion early in the race, so that kind of played into that drop at Black Canyon City. So again, wishing him a speedy recovery, and again, just he's one of my favorite runners. So we're also now getting word that the top 5 are through Cottonwood Gulch.
So
We'll see if we can get word on who.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say on who they are, but it looks like. Oh, right. We're getting. Here's our top 3: True Heart Brown, no surprise. Scott Traer.
He should have interviewed himself for Chasing
did.
Gold. Oh, he did?
He did.
That's
You'll
hilarious.
have to catch it after this.
Oh,
It went
that's
live
funny.
yesterday morning. It was arguably the best one.
That's ridiculous.
It was hilarious.
And I love it.
Scott in the button-up with the bedazzled green hat, as he said he was going to wear to keep it fun. And then, of course, Anthony Costales rounding out the top 3.
Trueheart's still in first. This is nuts.
If he goes, like I said, if he goes through Table Mesa, it's his race to lose, and that would be because Anthony and/or Scott tracked him down.
Yeah. It's kind of like the race started, and he was like, cool, I'm just going to go win.
Well, because he's like,
he just went to the front.
Everybody's like, all right, the race is going to start at Black Canyon City,
Right.
which it does.
Yep.
But he's like, while you're waiting till mile 37, I'm just going to start at Mayor High School.
I'm going to start on the track.
Like, actually start.
That's, So,
yeah.
the word is top 3 are through Cottonwood Gulch, which is about 3.5 miles before Table Mesa. And it's True Heart Brown, Scott Traer, Anthony Costales. Then we're hearing that 4th is Jeffrey Colt at Cottonwood Gulch. And then in 5th, Makai Clemens, go Lumberjacks, NAU, a former grad. And then in 6th, Colton Gale. If you had told me those 6 names for top 6 at Cottonwood Gulch,
Seth has dropped back.
and now Seth Ruling in 7th. Seth Ruling's dropped back to 7th. I would have thought you have the wrong race.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Costales is not a surprise if you think about it.
But the surprise is that he's in 3rd.
That's true. But he does have that. He really wants Western after
Yeah.
getting as close as possible
Right.
and having to pull
Right.
out. But I'm not surprised about Scott Traer. I'm just going to say that. The guy is an absolute legend, and he just crushed Desert Solstice 2 months ago, and he knows the course. He works in the event crew for Aravaipa. He's been on all over the course. But True Heart is up 9 minutes on Scott right now.
On Scott Traer.
And we're going to work to get an update, of course, on our women as well. They're kind of in between a section where we don't have eyes on them yet.
And Scott Traer is supposed to be 3 minutes and 7 seconds up on Anthony Costales at Cottonwood Gulch. And we are seeing True Heart Brown here on this drone footage. So He is so the single track Black Canyon here. It's paralleling. It's going to cross over. We're actually a little ways out still from Table Mesa. So this is the single track's going to cross over this creek bed. That will be the final time that happens on this course. And then this is where the gradual climb starts, and it's roughly 5 miles. Starts really gradual up to Table Mesa aid station, and then gets a little bit steeper as you get up to the high point of the course. So, wow. Yep. And
wow. Trueheart hit Cottonwood 27 minutes ago.
So we are now 6:10 elapsed. This is about maybe 3/4 of a mile. What footage we're seeing of Trueheart on course is probably 3/4 of a mile from Table Mesa aid station. So he's about 50 miles in, and we're at 6:10 elapsed.
He's at least 4 to 5 minutes ahead course record pace then, based on how fast he's running and how far he's got to go through that mat.
Yeah, now one difference that occurred to me, so another aid station that was slightly changed was Table Mesa as this race has grown. Table Mesa aid station used to be right at Table Mesa Road.
Okay.
It has been, last year was the first year, as far as I know, that it got moved, so it's further north of the road, which makes it closer to Cottonwood Gulch.
Right, so closer to where he's coming from.
Correct.
Yeah.
So his split, even if it were the same as Sage Canada's, would technically be a little bit slower because the aid station's maybe 400 meters closer. So a very small aside, but the split is a little bit different now than when Sage ran the course.
And we're getting our drone.
And I think that's still Trueheart, so that must be a camera guy out with him. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I mean, I did see him leave Black Canyon with somebody wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, I suppose it could be a pacer, huh?
But they said it was... No, I see a media badge on the back.
Okay, yeah,
So
that
is
bouncing around.
Very fit media wearing person running at Trueheart's pace.
You know, when I remember you asked at the start how it feels to be here while the race is going on.
Yeah.
It feels worse now.
Does it feel worse now
Yeah,
that you're like
it does.
closing in on Table Mesa?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I mean, we can all do this from the armchair, but I'm pretty sure I'd be in the top 3.
I don't doubt that. You're the
So-
sensible choice. I don't
The
know if you heard
sensible
that.
choice.
Matt, print those shirts, please. Get them printed.
But so it goes, and we are watching what is currently amounting to a course record performance.
Yeah,
I mean this is amazing. I mean, I think I think we've been given a Trueheart a fair shake, but I think a little bit skeptical because you're thinking only other guy to do this is Sage Canada.
Yeah.
Trueheart Brown is not Sage Canada, but today that's exactly who he is.
But there's always a breakout
Exactly.
performance.
Yeah.
It has to happen.
Of course. And, I mean, it still feels like you're a long way from home when you're at Table Mesa.
Yeah,
I mean, relatively speaking, you're pretty darn close, but it doesn't always feel that way. So, again, still ways to go. But this has been an incredibly impressive run by Trueheart Brown. And it appears he will come into Table Mesa at or below course record time. And that's only other person to come in this fast, Sage Canada. Confirmed by my dear producer, Matt. Thank you, Matt. So, yeah, by this point, Hayden Hawks, his split from 2020, he was 2 minutes back of Sage's split. Okay, so we are talking about the men's race and have been. We will see them come streaming through Table Mesa, starting with Trueheart Brown, who we are watching now. On the women's side, those top 10 ladies were all through Black Canyon City. between 4:51 elapsed and roughly, I think, 5:15 or 5:20 elapsed for all top 10. And then the course record split here at Table Mesa is 7 hours 3 minutes. So we will be looking then within the hour to start welcoming in the top ladies. In the meantime, and until then, we will start to have, again, this footage here from Table Mesa of the guys coming in. So this is just one runner, and that is True Heart Brown. One racer, I should say. There are 3 runners out there, but we got
one is live stream.
One's live stream, and one is media of some kind. And True Heart, he's slowed down, but I gotta say he's still looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off the drone for 2 seconds just to be like, this is. If you go back to the drone, though, in the white shirt, this is the view from the runner in the white shirt. He's one of our live stream volunteers. So that's Sam getting this great footage of True Heart. We're going to go back to the drone.
Nice work, Sam. So here's something interesting, Rob. Sage Candidate split. I feel like I'm losing my mind with how many splits I'm talking about and how many times I've said Sage Candidate.
You can never say Sage is enough.
That's right. So I'm just going to shorten it to Sage. Sage split an hour and 50 minutes from Black Canyon City to Table Mesa. True Heart, this go-around, is 1 hour, 52 minutes elapsed since he left Black Canyon City. Previous splits, he was up on the course record. I think this is the first significant split where he's been behind.
Okay.
So, that's all to say.
That's really good.
He's still ahead of course record pace. This last 13-mile split will end up being a couple minutes slower than Sage's course record split. Now, Sage smoked the last 11.5 miles of this course. From here to the finish, it took Sage an hour and 31 minutes. I ran what I thought was quite fast, quite strong last year, in part because I was in the hunt. And I split an hour and 35 minutes from here to the finish last year. So 131 was Sage's split. I have a split of 135 from last year. You still got to be rolling from here to the finish to get anywhere near that course record. Of course, again, he's still under the course record as we speak, but more importantly, he's in first place. And what he's trying to do, I imagine, is get top 3. So he is in very good position to try to do those things.
Yeah. Insane. Now we're looking at True Heart meeting with his crew here in Table Mesa at mile 50.
Is there any way to get somebody up there with audio?
I will see if we can get.
I would love to hear what, if anything, is being said.
We've got the drone flying low on them right now, so we won't have any audio off the drone.
Buzzing them.
Maybe we'll see after the fact if we can get a little bit intel of what maybe they were talking about.
Sure.
I'm always hesitant to invade their race. I almost kind of want to feel like it's a delicate balance of like, hey, let's get this sport to grow, but also you kind of want to feel like there's not a camera in your face. Did that bother you at all when you were running last year? Or was it pretty exciting?
I couldn't tell you.
So in the zone, you don't
I couldn't tell you 90% of the people I see when I'm out there. Yeah, so taking his time here, I don't think that is an indication one way or the other in terms of how he's feeling. I've seen people take their time here when they feel like shit. Tim Frericks in 2018 took probably 5 or 6 minutes. I took 6 minutes at this aid station. But I've also seen, Tyler Green last year take 3-4 minutes, and he obviously felt great.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the amount of time he spends here is really very significant. Having that said, he has been here for about 2 minutes so far. Looks like they're being pretty efficient. And then the other thing to note, Rob, is his recorded time for Table Mesa, I'm trying to remember. I think you go across the mat for a split when you get in and leave because it's an out and back. So, his incoming split would have been about 6:16 elapsed. Outgoing here, we will see where he's at. But I think Sage's 6:21 is when he left, or 6:22 was when he left the aid station. So
he's right on it.
He's right on it after being here a couple minutes. But heroic performance so far.
Yes.
No matter what happens from here to the finish, this has been unexpected for sure, and incredibly impressive on top of that.
And he's out.
So off he goes.
Just under 4 minutes spent at the aid station.
And so he's about 2 minutes ahead of course record pace.
No pacer?
Can't tell. Unclear if he has a pacer yet or not. Looks
pacer.
Like he does not.
No pacer.
And again, let me reiterate this. So he's two minutes under course record leaving here. He needs to split a 1:32 for the course record, an hour and 32 minutes, and Sage split an hour and 31 minutes from here. So there you go.
Wow. Well,
Now that's the bigger picture, but like we just said, I think the more relevant question is, can he hold on to win or be top three?
It's his race to lose
Yeah,
at this point.
yeah.
I mean, you got to imagine Scott, Traer, and Anthony Casales. It's going to be really telling when they come through how they're looking.
Definitely.
Because they're going to be on the hunt. They've been on the hunt, but now they're running out of real estate to catch them.
That's exactly right. So he came in at 6:16, left about 6:20, spent about 4 minutes there. So on paper, if Scott Traer maintains the gap, he would be in about 6:26. 6 hours and 26 minutes elapsed. And again, here is Trueheart Brown continuing to move south on the Black Canyon Trail, and shortly here he will cross Table Mesa Road. I don't believe he's done that yet, which will also put him past where the old aid station was in years past. Yeah, so the aid station previously was up in this parking lot where you're seeing the RVs there, straight ahead. That's where the old aid station was. And he's about right at Sage's split from that aid station 6 years ago now. So it's about dead on at this point. Two people have done this.
Wow.
Sage Canada and Trueheart Brown.
Either way, we're watching an absolute historic performance right now.
No question. So he'll come up here. He's going to cross Table Mesa Road. Hopefully he doesn't get buzzed by a ATV. They probably have someone checking on traffic. In any case, he will safely get across that road and continue on the Black Canyon Trail south. It will traverse the foothills and other sort of small mountain, pop over the top, and then it'll sort of undulate for a couple miles up along the top. Top out one last time, up a short climb, and then it's largely downhill from that point the last 5 miles.
Amazing. And just so you all know, we are doing our best to get the same amount of intel on the women's race right now. They are probably nearing Cottonwood Gulch, which is the aid station before this one at Table Mesa, mile 50.
Yeah, I would guess that at this point, top two. Okay. I was just going to say I would think that at least the leader, Dominica, would be through. But, okay, we have Dominica and Anne-Marie Madden, Dylan Bowman's pre-race pick. Whoop. I'm getting bad intel. We know Dominica's gone through. Anna-Marie is not yet through.
But she is on her way there in second place. We believe it. Hey, it's a little that is the
Maybe.
That is
That's
one
the
of
most remote section of the course.
It's the most remote. Yeah. Exactly right.
Very difficult to get any information out of there.
Just to tell you how remote it was here, we were talking about Cocodona before. Is like, if people remember, this is it's kind of near the section of the course where it's so remote that there's no aid station for
Correct.
for about 20 miles.
Yep.
Because it's hard to get anything out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Looks like we got eyes on Scott Traer coming
Here we go.
in.
Trail cam for Scott Traer,
In
keeping the button
second.
down going.
And still rocking the long sleeve button down.
I mean, it's a smart move. I mean, a
Legend.
white button down, like keeping that sun off of him.
Absolutely, I'm into it.
got a bit of a-
I don't know what material it's made out of, but I don't even know if I care.
I mean, it could be an Izod shirt, or maybe it's actually something better. We'll bring it back to the drone as that feed cuts in and out.
And there is True Heart. So this is, again, he is now south of Table Mesa Road, and he is traversing. Again, you're going in and out of a few more washes here as you come across the bottom of these foothills, but he's going to traverse west to east to get over to the far east side to start a more substantial climb, which lasts a couple miles to get up to what is almost the high point and the last major climb of the day. And that footage, too, getting a little spotty on us. But we got our brightest minds working on it. So, oh, hey, Matt. Back here to on-trail cam with Scott Traer in second. It looks like he is very near to the aid station now, and he'll be about 10 or 11 minutes behind True Heart Brown, our leader, when he gets in here. And for context, last year, for example, let's see, last year coming into this aid station, we had Tyler Green and Craig Hunt, and they were about, if I recall correctly, 6 hours 22 minutes elapsed when they came in, so about 4 minutes faster than Scott here. And then I came in third place right about this time, 6 hours 26 minutes, so about the same as Scott. For context, with respect to how these guys are doing compared to last year. But True Heart, he was here 10 minutes ago.
Oh, he's going for the dunk.
Yeah, Scotty goes for the dunk, goes with a whole jug over himself. So, how old's Scott?
40.
How old's True Heart?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I think he might be 40. A couple of 40-year-olds just laying it down. This is awesome. I want to be 40. How do I do that?
Well, you said you're already
I wanna
struggling with
upgrade.
33, so
That's right. Well, I think I need to ease into it,
yeah. Like we said,
I'll take it 1 year. I'll take it 1 year at a time. True Heart's 41.
41.
Scott Traer's 40. I mean, this is fantastic.
I mean, perfect example of the longevity.
absolutely,
Like playing it smart.
absolutely. There is hope still,
There's still
Eric.
hope for 233-year-olds.
My dear producer, thank you. I wonder what role the heat plays. Well, I suppose the other way around. I wonder what role your age plays with respect to the heat. Like, these guys have had enough experience in warm temperatures, they can deal with it better, or if being a little bit older and having been experienced, these warmer temperatures makes them better at dealing with it.
Right.
Kind of the same question, but a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say, but they're also both living in Arizona, so they have access to train in these environments. So I think that might potentially
Absolutely.
play more of a factor.
We'll
find out.
That
at
is
Black
one thing I
Canyon
said.
Fall Classic.
Remember about my research?
Yes.
Yeah, we got to do the
Oh, I
Fall
haven't
Classic in
forgot it.
November. And maybe the November is just like a fat ass.
Yeah.
We just do
Yeah,
a fat ass
just get
100K.
in.
Yeah. We don't
I love it.
We don't have to do the whole thing. Hi to the good folks out there at Table Mesa, waving. You are on TV, sir. Okay, so he was in and out quick.
Yeah.
I mean, Scotty Traer. Listen, I'm just gonna say it now. He's going to Western States.
He's going to Western.
I'm going to say
I mean, well, who better than the host of Chasing Gold?
absolutely.
To get a little bit of gold.
It's
He's making Gene Wilder
it's perfect. Yes, he is. That's
fans
just
of the
it.
show will understand what that means. Hashtag Team Gene. Let's go.
So I think we're getting third here, and I've got to think it's going to be Anthony.
Yeah, that's Anthony in the Solomon white shirt coming through.
I did not get eyes, but we're just going to make the assumption 6:29 elapsed, so he's come in 3 minutes behind Scott Trayer.
That's him in the back.
Yeah, it looks
a
like
little
him.
bit toward the center. Yeah.
3 minutes behind Scott Trayer, 13 minutes behind Trueheart Brown. And I did though. I want to make sure this point gets made. I did say at the start of the show, being from Arizona was a huge advantage.
Yeah, and it really is. I mean, how many? That'd be an interesting stat to pull up. How many Arizonans, whether they're actually from the Phoenix area or in Flag, it doesn't really matter because it's a pretty equal drive to get to this section.
Yep.
And how many Arizonans have taken podium spots compared to folks from the rest of the country?
That is a good question. We're going to get our data scientists into that. We do have a team of those, don't we?
Yeah.
All right,
they're
cool.
in the other room.
All right. It's locked.
They're eating pizza.
Okay, so this, that's our, who's following him, Sam? Anyway,
That I
it seems
believe
like it was.
is Scott on his
So
way.
that would have been Scott, crossing Table Mesa Road, and again, heading south, continuing on the Black Canyon Trail.
Costales is out too.
Costales has now left, 6:30, so he had about a minute and a half in the aid station, about the same as Scotty, and both those guys were a little bit quicker in there than Trueheart, our leader, who took about 4 minutes. So all three of them are now onto this last section. The question now, I think, in the men's race, how much time passes before fourth, fifth, sixth come in? Because, if we have 10 minutes go by, something catastrophic's got to happen for one of those guys to miss out on a ticket. If it's a couple minutes, then there could be some movement still. And our dear producer has just found out that in 2021, 3 of the 6 podium spots were Arizonans at the Black Canyon 100K. So that's good.
That's pretty good. I mean, 50% versus the rest of the country.
I wonder how that compares, the Canyons 100K in April. How many of them are Californians? Yeah. We'll keep up on it.
Yeah.
We'll circle back. And in 2020, 2 of the 6 podium spots were Arizonans at Black Canyon. So we're going to get to the bottom of it. In the meantime, back to the race.
Anthony Costales.
And this is
third
Anthony
place.
getting out and over to cross Table Mesa Road. So again, he left at 6:30 elapsed. It's now 6 hours 32 minutes elapsed. We will wait patiently to see what the gap looks like from third to the rest of the field. Again, those top 3 runners are going to get entry to Western States via golden tickets. So let's see. That looks a lot like a runner. Maybe it wasn't. We're just going to wait, see what we hear here. And then, of course, in the women's race, again, they are going through that dead zone that the men went through on the backside of this course presently. So we will have updates soon. We do expect the lead female to be through around 7 hours elapsed within about 30 minutes. And at Black Canyon City, the last major check-in, it was Dominika from Poland, well in the lead. She is the European 100K record holder, 7 hours, 4 minutes. She went through Black Canyon City, mile 37.5 in 4 hours, 51 minutes. And then behind her, it was tight. We had Claire Gallagher, Anna Marie Madden, Addie Bracey, Taylor Nolan, Eo Wang, all the contenders really coming in within about 10 minutes of each other. So it'll be fun to see how it unfolds.
I know. I can't wait. All the energy that we just saw, we get to see it all again. And
right.
I will say I'm more stoked to see how the women's race plays out, because I mean, when you compare the state of how many women came into Black Canyon City looking fresh.
Yep.
it was more than the men's.
More than
pack,
the men,
so
I would
think
agree.
It's just going to be an even more heated back last 15 miles of the race.
Yep. No, I think that's exactly right. Anthony Castalla is here. He is now south of Table Mesa Road. For me, mentally, that's always that it might seem insignificant, but crossing that road is meaningful for two reasons. One, you are on the last stretch between crew, and it is the shortest stretch between crew. You only have 11.5 miles. And then secondly, and maybe more importantly, you kind of don't have any bail options from here to the finish. Once you cross Table Mesa Road, you're either walking back to Table Mesa or you're getting to the finish. So there's something about that always, I don't know, kind of got me excited, I guess.
I mean, because you got Doe Spring, like you said, but it's super minimal for that stop.
And technically, I have learned an escape route from Doe Spring, but I'm not going to tell people. You got to finish at that point.
Okay.
You got 3 miles to go.
No.
You could get to New River Road in less than a mile from Doe Spring if you went off course. But if you're running the race, you got to finish at that point.
Yeah.
3.5 miles from Doe Spring to the finish.
I mean, I guess if you wander eastbound enough, you'll get to the freeway. You can take that pipeline
That's
road.
basically what you do.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are waiting for the fourth runner. It has been 5 minutes since Anthony Castalla has left.
Yeah.
It has been 15 minutes since Trueheart Brown left. It has been 8.5 minutes since Scott Trayer left. So every second that ticks by, I think is just more and more a sign that these three are going to make it.
Oh, man.
It's kind of like they got away.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean,
it felt like there was this beast behind them all day because there was such a deep field, so many guys. You saw it all at the beginning, the 17 altogether, and it just sort of out of thin air just evaporated.
yeah, and it's also that like impending doom that just based on the history of what has happened. Like
Yeah.
you're just like, hey, this isn't a good idea to go out this hot. You're gonna break. Not every time. That's we've seen, like, think about Western. Like you've seen folks like Jim break, but you've also seen him crush it. Like there's that Prefontaine mentality that we've seen. And now we're getting word that Claire Gallagher is our second female through Cottonwood.
Whoop,
So,
whoop.
yeah.
All right, Claire. Confirmed Claire Gallagher is second. This is no, hearsay. We don't accept that anymore. Not after what happened last time. So Claire Gallagher through Cottonwood in second. That is great news. And she was stoked in Black Canyon City. I think I was on with Katie and you were eating some pie over there. So I don't know if you
My own
remember.
aid station.
So I don't think you saw it quite the same, but she seemed like she was in great spirits.
Yeah, she always has a great mental approach to it, and that is super important.
Yeah,
These
but everyone has their low moments. I will say the last time I saw Claire Gallagher, it was at mile 88 of Western States, and I fortunately was running again and passed her, and she didn't look like the Claire Gallagher that you're used to seeing.
Yeah, she was.
But that's an exceptional scenario. She did get to the finish last year, and it looks like she may get to the start line, based on how she's doing today.
Yeah. Claire was 14 minutes behind Dominica.
And for reference, she was 17 minutes behind her at Black Canyon City.
Okay.
So she actually made up some
Making
ground.
up a few minutes here.
Yeah. Based on my loose writing down splits, those could be slightly off.
No, I
Who
mean,
knows?
Incredible. Yeah, what I'm loving is like the mirroring of the men's field and the women's field right now. We have two runners that were on our radar, but not in a lot of, again, because of how deep both fields are.
Yep.
We wouldn't expect them to be out front, or really anybody taking this, I'm going to go hot from the start.
Yep.
And they're holding on, and we'll see compared to Trueheart how Dominica is looking coming through Table Mesa.
Yeah, I'm starting to think, Trueheart, he wasn't willing to accept the playbook that everybody else was playing by today. And I think the playbook everyone else was playing by was disproportionately affected, I think, by the outcome last year.
Yeah.
Where 4 of the 5 guys, he does have dad strength, where 4 of the 5 from the front group last year ended up DNFing. I think that sat maybe too heavily with the majority of this field because honestly, I think they let these guys get away. I don't think they took it out hard enough.
Right.
Um,
That's a good point. They might have played it too conservative.
I would say so. And I mean, it just think about how many guys there were, and it didn't work out for any of them but Anthony Costales, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got our fourth male coming through Table Mesa.
Yeah, so we're 6:39. So that's a full 9 minutes after Anthony Costales, our third place male through here, full 9 minutes after Anthony left. So we'll see when he gets out of here. Do we know who it is?
I'll see if I can get a bib. I'll go down to Robert's cam here. He's wearing the Sensman shirt.
Is the Sensman shirt going to make a podium? Man, I'd love that. But Tarek... Oh, is that Makai? Oh, hell yeah. I think that's Makai. Good boy. You'd love to see that. Okay, 6:39 for Makai. 6:39 for Makai. So 9 minutes back at Anthony. Let's see how much time he spends here. So again, for those who don't know, Makai, a former lumberjack, he was at Northern Arizona University, was a member of their cross-country team, the number 1 team in the country. He's getting out of here quick. Okay, so he's getting out of here about 10 minutes behind Anthony Costales. So now, Makai's a friend of mine. When he lived in Flagstaff, we spent some time running together on the Black Canyon Trail included. So I hope he makes it.
Yeah, I mean, incredible.
That'd be great to see him claw his way back. But yeah, he was serving in the Marines over in South Korea for the last 3 years and just got back to the States, to his hometown of San Diego, maybe 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and really put in the work over there. Is that Seth Ruling?
That's Seth Ruling, in and out at Table Mesa.
Shit, he's in and out. All right, Seth's in the hunt. Let's go.
Let's do it. Oh, man.
I'd love to see that. So Seth was reportedly back in 7th, back at Cottonwood after being in 2nd, so went through some struggles, but now finds himself in 5th, and he leaves about 10.5 minutes back of Anthony Costales. So those two guys, and look, they're leaving at 6:40. I mentioned that course record split of 1:31. If you can match, that split on this last section, 11.5 miles, you're running 8:10. Last year, 8:10 was 2nd. So obviously, no guarantee about this year. You got 3 guys in front of you for these guys. But I think if you can run fast on this last section, you're going to put yourself in a position to potentially get one of those top 3 spots, because no guarantees.
Right.
Those top 3 have got a lead on these 2 guys in 4th and 5th, Makai and Seth. But if they slip up and these guys run strong, that could change.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see once our drone feed gets back up. We'll see if Seth chases down Makai, because he's at this point maybe
I would think, yeah,
they're right. Half back.
Yeah, if that, I think.
If that, yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible. If you're just joining us, this is the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. Huge shout out to all of our volunteers on the course for the live stream and the race itself. None of this would be possible without all of the help of our volunteers. Of course, huge shout out to Jamal Curry and Matt Feldek, who are absolutely just set up this entire live stream. And Eric and I are just enjoying our time behind the steering wheel right now.
I feel like now we're just kind of on cruise control.
Yeah.
Now that does not mean that the quality is going to be any less, people. I just mean we're in a rhythm
You kind
now.
of slip into it, yeah.
We're in a rhythm.
Can you imagine how fun a multi-day live stream is?
No.
It's I can tell you with confidence that it is a ton of fun.
I mean, I could see a certain type of fun.
Because you have this moment where you're like, how are we going to go this long?
Yeah.
And you slip into the
Yeah.
headspace you're on
Yeah.
now. It's kind of like getting in that running flow.
It's kind of like running 100 miles.
Yeah, or Coconut on a 250.
Or
which
Coconut on a
you're
250.
going to crush in
It's
May.
that people are saying that I might do well.
Well, you heard it here, folks. We might see a sensible choice in the Coco Loco 250. Here we go.
Now, if you do a preview, you're going to put me on your podium?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm
You're just going to do it no matter what
I'm
at
going
this
to put
point.
you in. Well, String Bean is running, so I'll put you in
Oh,
second
String
place.
Bean is. Oh, that's
And,
great. I need to catch up with Joe. That'll be a good excuse.
And we've got another. Who we got coming through here?
Thanks, Matt.
Those shorts. I'm just completely digging those shorts.
Yeah, those are wild.
See if we can get a bib
It's like a
number.
zebra.
I'm pretty sure that's a cow, but you're close, Eric.
Yeah, you're right. That's much more like a cow. I don't know, but
In
talk
and
about
out.
in and out.
In
That's
and out.
quick. 6:45. So he's about 15 minutes behind Costales. About 5 minutes behind Makai, who is in fourth, Makai Clemens, and Seth Ruling, who's in fifth. So this is the sixth place runner. And again,
I'm
if
going to
you're
assume he's picking up a pacer. 'Cause
I
they're
would
in
imagine.
matching attire, which is going to make it
primo, baby.
primo,
That
but
is
also
nice.
really hard to identify from the air.
Also, if we get a bib number, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
but-
Robert, if you could find a bib, just kind of bring the camera to that angle, and we'll be able to confirm. See if we can get some audio there in Table Mesa.
Are we getting?
Hey, Robert, if you can hear me, were you able to get a bib number on the runner in the cow shorts?
We need one here too.
And it looks like, yeah, we've got another. Three, 2, 6.
Uh, 764, 784,
784.
784.
Oh, Michael Tapple. Okay, I
Michael
think he
Tapple.
came through 6th or 7th through Cottonwood, so that makes a lot. That checks out.
All right, Michael Tapple, and then we had another. He was 10th
He
at
was 10th
Cottonwood
at
Gulch, so
Cotton?
he's
Okay.
moved up. That's good. And then I didn't get this. Oh, we saw him. We got a name already.
It's all blending together at this point.
Because he's got the rabbit stuff. He's got the mustache.
It's
This was me
stash.
and Katie. We're going over this. And she was like, "Oh, Eric, you have the best mustache. That's what everyone always says." And I was like, yeah, I know.
I do remember that. You said, yeah, he had the second best stash.
I'm kidding, guys. I'm joking.
For the record, I might put out that Dom Grossman actually might have the best stash.
Dom Grossman does have a killer stat. That's actually an important distinction.
Colton Gale.
Oh, Colton
That's
Gale.
who it is.
That's right. So we got Colton Gale in 7th here. I'm going to say they're both leaving roughly the same time, and we'll give them 6:48. So those two, namely Michael Tapple and Colton Gale, are about 18 minutes back of Anthony Costales, who is our third place, left here in third place, and is the last of the golden ticket winners. That's kind of, I think, what we're concerned with now, is if these guys can catch third place or not. So there is your top 7. Again, if you're just joining us, it's Trueheart Brown running roughly course record pace through Table Mesa here, mile 50.8. Trueheart Brown, 41 years old,
41.
out of Flagstaff, Arizona. His previous finish here was in 2020 when he was 5th place in 9 hours, 9 minutes. So this would be quite an improvement. Trueheart in first. In second place, Scott Traer, 40 years old. It's the battle of the 40-year-olds. Incredible. He left it in 6 hours, 27 minutes elapsed in second place, 7 minutes behind Trueheart. In third, 10 minutes behind the leader, we had Anthony Costales doing it for the young guns. Someone had to represent us. And I'm happy it's Anthony, who left in third out of Table Mesa. Now, again, 11 and a half miles to go. One of the longer climbs on the course coming up. Very runnable the last 5 miles, mostly downhill. That is what they have to look forward to. If you have legs, you can roll pretty good the last 5. By way of example, I think I averaged about 7:15, 7:20 pace over the last 5 miles. So if any of these guys got something in the tank, there could be some movement amongst those top 3. Following them, we had Makai Clemens in fourth. He left about 10 minutes behind Anthony Costales. And with him was Seth Ruling. They were in fourth and fifth. Seth was maybe 30 seconds behind Makai, 10 and a half minutes behind Anthony. And then we just saw Michael Tapple and Colton Gale in sixth and seventh, about 15, 18 minutes, somewhere in there behind Anthony. I think I covered all that.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it. I didn't even jump in.
I kind of blacked out. I was just, wow, I've been talking for a while. And we are seeing scenes here from the drone at Table Mesa Aid Station, mile 50.8. All right, I got to say something. I think I can say it now. I feel bad for Jared Hazen.
Oh yeah, where's Jared?
Exactly.
I think he's gonna blame it on you. You did. Didn't you send him a text last night?
I did send him a text last night. I said you're gonna win.
That is Andrew Bellis in the chair right there.
Bellis, excellent. He's chugging some Red Bull.
Or is that Matt? It might be
Could be Matt.
Bellis. It's at least one half of the Bellis brotherhood. That's Matt.
Yes, it is, and that would put him. Would that put him in eighth? I don't think we've seen anyone else, have we? I was talking for a long time. Hopefully, you were watching.
I believe it is eighth.
We'll call it eighth
because we had Michael Tapple and Colton Gale kind of come in and leave at the same time. I didn't see anybody else come in.
All right, one of the Bellis bros. I think it's Matt that has the longer hair. I think Andrew has shorter hair, if I'm not mistaken. I'm getting no confirmation, but we're going to go with that.
Yeah, I think it is Matt.
Oh, poor Jared Hazen. I just need to get it out, and then we're all going to move on. The poor kid. Can you imagine running the second fastest time ever at Western States and then coming to a race like this and not being in the top 10?
I mean, it happens, right? That's the sport, right?
That's true. It would be sad.
Yeah.
But Jared, we love you. You'll get back to it. And that, speaking of,
I think that was
No,
Bellis.
I don't think that's him. Yeah. All right, Bellis, charge to the finish here. And again, this is we're 6 hours 52 minutes elapsed, about 50.8 miles on course. So, I mean, these guys are still running well. 8.5 hours for these top 8 guys is certainly possible.
It looks like we've got our jump back. We've got our 9 and 10 are coming in right now.
Okay.
Try to get a bib number in the visual. It's hard to see.
A little glare on that, huh? 226.
226, 842.
And 842 on 10th.
Preston Cates.
226, Preston.
842. If that is 842, that's Logan Williams.
Logan. And they're both, we'll say about 6:53 elapsed, which puts them about 23 minutes behind Anthony Costales. And that is your top 10. So again, top 10 here at the Black Canyon 100K, the 2022 Black Canyon 100K, presented by Hoka. Table Mesa Aid Station, mile 50.8. We have our top 10 men through. They are Trueheart Brown in first of Flagstaff, Arizona. In second, Scott Traer, also of Arizona. Both in their 40s. Incredible. In third, Anthony Costales. Fourth, Makai Clemens. Fifth, Seth Ruling. Sixth, Michael Tapple. 7th, Colton Gale. 8th, Bellis, Matt, we believe, although his brother Andrew is also running, and we're not 100% sure. We do believe it was Matt. Bellis in 8th. 9th was Preston Cates. Preston Cates in 9th. And in 10th, Logan Williams. So that is your top 10. At the last major aid station, 11.5 miles to go. One more aid station. And they will then be at the finish.
Yeah. They will be at the finish, and we will have our drones up at the finish. We'll take a quick look at what they're going to be heading toward at Emory Henderson Trailhead. And we're expecting a potential course record to go down on the men's side, and we're going to be getting more updates as we know we have at least 2 of the women through Cottonwood Gulch right now. But right now we are looking at runners making their way south of Table Mesa, just over mile 50 at this point. That's Matt Bellis in the red. Of course, part of the Bellis Brotherhood. Both Matt lives in Flag, and his brother Andrew, who's also in the race, lives down in Tucson. So they've been spending an absolute ton of time on the Black Canyon course. And during the Aravaipa training runs, for what it's worth, they were basically in their own pack of 2 running out front. And they know this course like the back of their hand. So Matt's looking strong. And we head back closer to Table Mesa as more runners make their way in to mile 50. And once we get word that our lead women are coming through, we're going to continue to bring you updates on how that pack is shaping up, as 2 of them are already past Cottonwood Gulch of mile 46.2. So they should be coming into Table Mesa really any minute at this point. I mean, if it really, I probably within, it could be within a couple minutes based on Alison McDonald's 2018 split. She came in at 6:54, and then last year Brittany Peterson came in at 7:03. So within the next 10 minutes, we can be seeing our lead female making her way through Table Mesa.
Did I miss anything?
Nope. We were just Eric's back from his aid station stop.
Aid station stop. That's right.
You gotta keep it. It's so easy to get dehydrated sitting in these.
Look at how much coconut water I've had.
You've been crushing the coconut water. I've been crushing Run Wild non-alcoholic IPA. So one of us is going to be dehydrated. The other one is not.
And one of us won't. That sounds right.
Are you going to get out on the course at all tomorrow for the 60K to spectate?
Maybe. I got to drive home tomorrow. But you go by
It's on the way.
You go by,
Yeah.
of course, the Black Canyon. This is a little farther off the highway. Table Mesa, but that Black Canyon City aid station, it's quite nice.
Yeah.
Done a lot of runs from there. Yeah, maybe I will.
Stop by. It's the finish line.
Say what's up. Did we see someone just come in here? Or am I making that up?
We did have another runner come through, but we weren't able to confirm.
Okay.
So we've got at least our top 10 men through Table Mesa at this point.
That we do, and we should have Dominica, the lead female through Table Mesa before too long. We are now at 6:58 elapsed. She left Black Canyon City in the lead at 4:51 elapsed, smoking. And Brittany Peterson, in her course record of run last year, she came through Table Mesa aid station in 7 hours, 3 minutes, 44 seconds, which would be within about 5 minutes here. So Dominica was 9 minutes ahead of Brittany's split at Black Canyon City, back at mile 37.5. So if she's lost a little bit of ground on those splits since she's within 3.5 minutes now of Brittany's split at Table Mesa. But if she comes in within the next 3.5 minutes, she too is on course record pace, like Trueheart in the men's race.
This is absolutely riveting.
Bonkers.
I'm just the stoke is too high.
I agree.
We're just a bunch of everybody in the chat. I would imagine too we're just all just a bunch of trail running geeks and just enjoying history play out.
I'd like it to be a year from now, and I'd like to be healthy.
I mean, you bottle this up. Use this.
I'm gonna bottle this up.
I don't need to tell you. You know, you use this as your motivation to get
Absolutely.
on that line. And you know what? I'm gonna say a ticket's not good enough. It's
I gotta win this thing.
Bust. You need to win it.
You know, sometimes I do tell people I've won this race and they don't know any better. I feel kind of bad afterwards, but yeah, my name's just pretty closely tied to the race.
Yeah.
So you just say you've won, and they're, yeah, that's probably right. He's run it 8 times. You know, surely he's won one.
I mean, people mistake me for winning Hard Rock all the time. It's, you know, just
they think you're Francois or
San Juan's a lot. Yeah, well, you know, Francois paced me actually at that win. You see, when I say it, it sounds crazy. You can believe that maybe you've won this race.
Listen, we've only been here for 8 hours. And I'm saying some crazy shit. I can't imagine if this was a multi-day affair.
It's fun. You see that backpack across the room? I mistook it once as a raccoon on day 3 of Cover Day. Kid you not.
I think I would get the broadcast canceled. I would say something so awful and outrageous in my sleep deprived.
I mean, when you're doing this stuff, it's everybody out there feels it. Like all of our drone pilots or volunteers, you're in the heat, you're in the elements. You kind of maybe your legs are fresh, but your mind is everything turns to mush after a while.
Yeah,
that's why
exactly
you need those salted limes to keep your electrolytes going. The Roctane.
Speaking of, that's right. We did highlight this new goo flavor earlier in the broadcast, but it's worth revisiting. Now is the time you would want a goo Roctane salted lime gel.
Yeah. Made
specifically for Western states, and they're by extension races like Western states, which would include this.
This was a perfect simulation of that.
3 times the electrolytes, 3 times the sodium. You got to try it.
I love the Roctane. It's my favorite goo. I'm not just saying that. I downed a bunch of the coconut ones last weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Elephant Mountain 50, and I really wish I had salted lime versus chocolate.
Yeah.
You know,
I can't do the decadent stuff.
No,
it's got to be like tart.
It was between that and s'mores, so I was like, well, it's going to be a savory
type of day
today.
Yeah. So we've got a runner here making their way out of the Table Mesa aid station, where we have been getting this footage and coverage for the last hour now.
Yeah.
We've been looking at this drone footage. And on-the-ground footage, so thank you to the volunteers out there helping us with this imagery, and to the many volunteers helping at those aid stations. Very important. Couldn't do it without them. And if you are just joining us, or rejoining us, or still watching, and you've heard this announcement for the 12th time, a quick recap once again. We are awaiting the women here at Table Mesa aid station mile 50.8. The leader, Dominica, we would expect to be here quite soon. Claire Gallagher was confirmed as in second place at Cottonwood Gulch, mile 46.9 or 46.2. I forget what they call it. And then thereafter, we had Anna Marie Madden, Addie Bracey, Taylor Nolan, Yu Wang, Devin Yanko was tucked into the top 10 back at Black Canyon City. So pretty tight on that women's side with Dominica out front, but 2nd through 8th was still pretty tight back at Black Canyon City. So we are waiting for them. While we've been here at Table Mesa, we have seen the top 10 men and more come through. There are 3 golden tickets this year for both the men and women. At the moment, those belong on the men's side to Trueheart Brown, Scott Trayer, the 40-year-olds. That's what we're going to call them. It's like the Step Brothers. They're going to remake that movie, but just call it the 40-year-olds. Same basic plot, and it's Scott and Trueheart. And then in 3rd, truly amazing what they're doing. And I think it speaks to the challenges of this course and especially the heat and how you're able to deal with it. And I think experience goes a long way. But I digress. In 3rd, Anthony Costales here at Table Mesa. Those are the top 3. And then we had Makai Clemens and Seth Ruling in 4th and 5th. Michael Tapple and Colton Gale in 6th and 7th. Matt Bellis in 8th. Preston Cates and Logan Williams in 9th and 10th. So that is your top 10 here at Table Mesa, Rob.
All right, I think we actually are getting our first sight of Dominica.
Beautiful.
There she is, looking strong and smooth from what we can see on our runner cam. Dominika Stelmach from Poland absolutely has been just crushing from the get-go of this race.
She has. So like we talked about, well, Katie and I did, but you were here.
Yeah.
You heard. Dominika was 15 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's course record splits halfway. That was at Soap Creek. Now, having been at the race last year, having watched how Brittany performed, having looked on Strava to see the splits, Brittany Peterson wrecked the last 25 miles of this race.
She did.
From Black Canyon City to the finish, absolutely crushed it. Only a few minutes slower than me from Black Canyon City to the finish, the last 24 and a half miles. So I think we sort of expected Dominika to come off that 15 minutes under course record pace. And indeed, at this point, Brittany Peterson came in at 7:03:44. So we are now 7:06:30 for Dominika. So she has lost. She's given up all that time, but she's still quite near the course record split for Table Mesa and has a very good shot at going under 9 hours. Only 2 women have done that in the history of this race. So she could be in pretty elite territory. And in fact, if she even dips under 9:18, she would have a top 3 time.
Yeah, 3rd fastest time.
Courtney DeWalter currently owns the 3rd fastest time of 9:18, 33 from 2018. And that's well in range. That's 2 hours and 11 minutes from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much time she spends in the aid station.
Agreed.
Knowing that this is really the last stop where she can get some notable aid.
Yep.
Last time she could see her crew. Last time there's going to be more than a minimal aid station before the finish. You know, she's either going to get in and out because she's feeling good or because her gap is – we don't know exactly what her gap is at this point, but Claire had made up a few minutes, and as of Cottonwood Gulch, it was around 14 minutes. So we'll see how long Dominika gets in and out of Table Mesa.
Yeah, so she comes in.
Of course, if Claire's maintaining that gap, or at least maintaining second place when Claire comes into Table Mesa.
So she was about 7:08 in. And we will see how much time she takes. She looks like she's just chilling.
Yeah. She's got the white towel on the head, keep cool.
I mean, I think she's enjoying herself.
No, is she going back out?
Well, she's got to go over the mat. Let's see if she... grabs
so she
anything.
hadn't really fully come in.
Yeah, she may want to get some fluids in here. Yeah, most of them are stopping before that mat with their crew, then going through the mat and back. She is going back.
In and out.
That was a minute.
That was hardly a minute.
And I got to say, that didn't feel rushed. That just felt like, I'm good. Let's
Yeah.
do this thing.
I would agree.
Which is kind of nuts because it's a heck of a stretch between aid stations where you see crew there, Black Canyon City to Table Mesa. You can definitely get a little messed up out there to the point where you want to take a couple minutes.
And again, there is 12 miles between Table Mesa and the finish, but it's not uncommon. Like I said, like occasionally there's going to be these breakout performances, these historic performances that we're talking about. But to see 2 breakout performances on the same day in super hot conditions, relative to the time of year on this course, would be insane. And as of right now, even though there's still 12 miles left, it looks like we might be seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, she got out of there super quick, so she's definitely got gas in the tank. And from here, to get to that 8:48 finish time, she's got to run an hour and 38 minutes. That would be moving very well. She's currently 4 minutes behind Brittany, which means Brittany split about 1:42. So she's got
no pacer as well.
No pacer. No, she's just going for it. So she's gonna have to motor to get that course record. But again, very good shot of breaking 9 hours. She's got an hour and 50 minutes for this last section of about 12 miles. My watch always has less, but we'll call it 12. Maybe it's because we'll call it 12. Anyways, hour 50 minutes to do 12 miles, certainly within her wheelhouse. And if she broke 9 hours, that's a historic day.
Yeah.
No question about it. If Trueheart breaks 8 hours, that's an historic day.
Yeah.
And he had an hour 40 minutes once he left the aid station to make that happen. So we will see. But, of course, the bigger question as we get into the later stages of this race is who will the golden ticket winners be? Who will have their name on the entry list for Western States on June 25th? And we're going to have to wait to find that out because I just don't think we're done. It would be too simple if, Trueheart, Scott, and Anthony just went 1, 2, 3 out of Table Mesa to the finish. That seems too easy.
Yeah, I know. The unfortunate thing is there's no service between here and the finish.
Yeah.
So whatever does happen is because of the limits of technology and cell service is going to be one that's going to be written down for people to read, and then podcasts will pick up.
That's right. That's right.
So there's part of me that almost hope nothing too crazy happens because it must have been insane to watch.
Yeah.
And only the 2 runners involved will have been able to experience it firsthand.
That's true. Well, we'll know sooner than later on the men's side who those 3 are. And then here on the women's side, we've got the first and only runner so far through Table Mesa, Dominica. I'm gonna pencil her in for a golden ticket at this point.
Dominica?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I've said this.
Could at least get the pencil out.
At least pencil. I don't know. Our dear Matt would say put it in Sharpie or it doesn't count. Is that right, Matt?
But like you were saying with Trueheart.
Yeah, like I was saying with Trueheart, this is Dominica's race to lose at this point. Yeah. She's held on all day, and she's just got to hold on for the next 12.
Right. And here she will try to avoid getting hit by a car. Success, sort of. I mean, it was a success.
It was a success.
It was closer than you'd like.
Yeah.
And she's found the trail on the other side. That's a big moment, like we talked about, when you get to cross Table Mesa Road. It is the last major road you will cross.
Because there are like 2 roads back there, kind of forks when you get back. So
they're kind of you might call them Jeep roads.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They're not like a county road like that.
No,
that
it's
was
pretty
crossed
rough.
right there, or a forest road, I guess. Do we got any questions in the chat?
Yeah, we've got
Any
some.
comments we need to get to?
We've got a lot of love, by the way, for Katie Asmuth in the chat. Who again, if you're only joining us now, you missed it. She had a debut performance here as a commentator.
Honestly, you missed the best part.
Yeah.
It's not getting better.
No, it's just Ricardo and Sensman at this point.
Yeah, I mean, no, she
Yeah.
she was fantastic. She well deserved any kind
Yeah,
words.
she deserves all the love in there in the chat. And yeah, we're gonna do our best to continue to get updates about the rest of the field. We do have another runner now coming in. Let me just pull that up real quick. Into Table Mesa.
Man, that is a cool that look is that's nice.
The sport has gotten so stylish.
It had too stylish. What, matching hat and shirt? Long hair that looks like it's been manicured, but obviously hasn't because he's been out there for 7 hours. That's great.
True style. Speaking of style, real quick, we did see Scott Traer, who's in second place, come through in that button up. Let's say it is an Izod shirt and it's not a performance wicking shirt. You got friends at Rabbit. Do you think you can make a Scott Traer signature Rabbit white button up?
I think we'd have to.
It might outsell the Sensman.
Well, I don't think we can say that.
Okay, I said might.
It might. It very well could. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to make a signature. So, of course, I've under here. It got a little cold in here, but I've got the performance plaid from Rabbit. Very nice shirt. And there is a long sleeve version for the winter months, but it's a little bit heavier, the long sleeve they make. So I think that's exactly right. We do a lighter version of the long sleeve.
Yeah, for this
we
one.
make it
for
white.
the November version of the race.
And we call it the Scott Traer Getting Old But Getting Better Trail long sleeve trail shirt. We did it.
You might need your wife to help you with the copywriting on that, but
the Scott Traer Getting Older But Getting Better long sleeve trail shirt.
I'm gonna try to get a bib.
And it's white. I don't know. It's just an idea. Rob's like, we got to move on.
No,
This
I'm actually just laughing.
Oh, boy.
We'll see if Robert can. Once our runner kind of starts to move out the 8 station, we'll get just a quick visual on the bib.
Okay, let's see. We got the drone coming in here. We might have.
Do we have our next female? We're gonna cut over to the drone.
Is that Claire?
That's Claire. That looks like.
Was she wearing green last time?
I don't know. I don't think
that's Claire.
It is Claire.
That's Claire. She. You ready for this? She arrived 7.5 minutes after Dominica left.
She is clipping.
She rolling.
She took 3 minutes off at Cottonwood.
She took another 6.
Wow.
She just picked up another 6 minutes in the last 4.5 miles of race.
This is good. I think this is incredible because
Ooh,
there's 12
Claire's
miles,
on the
and
hunt.
at this rate, it's a race for first.
Absolutely. Oh, Claire Gallagher's
on the hunt.
7 minutes back. Count me out. I want none of that if I'm in the lead.
No.
Okay, so she thinks she's going. Does she know where she's going? All right, cool. She's getting
some-
sponged off.
Yeah.
So she, remember Dominica was very quick, had about a minute. Claire has been here for about a minute, coming up on a minute, but it looks like she's rolling. So also very quick. And again, I think that speaks to she's rolling. She wants to keep moving.
Yeah. Incredible. So we'll see who's gonna come in third. It could be Anne Marie Madden. She was in the mix around Cottonwood.
She was, as was Addie Bracey and Taylor Nolan. Yeah, we'll see who amongst them
And if the
emerges.
tracking, which has been touch and go again, apologies for that. If it is accurate, we could see Brianna Grigsby slowly but surely moving her way up the field. So again, an Aravaipa Racing team member.
Who does it show in third before Taylor?
So that's where it was a little bit inaccurate.
Oh,
Had Claire
Claire.
in third.
Okay.
And Anne-Marie in second.
But we
by
haven't
like
seen
10
Anne Marie.
minutes, but-
Yep.
So
Okay.
time will tell.
Did we Jared Hazen 6:09 at Cottonwood Gulch? I gotta stop focusing on it.
You care about your buddy.
I do. So this is Adrian
That's
McDonald.
Adrian in the on kit. Yeah.
So he's run into obviously some troubles, some slowdowns. You know what else we need to do after we do our research project where we run this race in November? We need to get together a panel of previous runners of this race. They don't have to be finishers, although we'd prefer finishers. Adrian McDonald, I'd like to have him on this panel. I'd like to be on this panel. And we all try to explain why this course sucks so much. I mean, this is a guy that at between 10,000 and 14,000 feet crushed
Yeah.
a 100-mile race for 16 and a half hours. This is an 8 to 8.5 hour race. It's really an 8-hour race if it goes well. The guy won Leadville. We're 7 hours and 20 minutes in, and he's still got 12 miles to go.
I know, but that's the thing about the sport is it just goes to show you how you can't compare a single in the road. Let's say like a road marathon, you can, even though like Chicago is a lot different than New York, is a lot different than LA and then Boston. They're all within the same category.
Sure.
Whereas if you take, let's stick just the 100 milers. You take Western. And you take Leadville and you take Hard Rock, you're already talking about three.
Throw
very
Vermont in
different
there.
things.
Then it really gets
exactly
different. Sure. No, exceedingly different. No question. I want people. I have tried now for 8 hours and yesterday on the preview to explain why this course is so difficult. And I think it eludes me. It has to be experienced in some way to understand what makes it so challenging. Don't you think?
I agree. I mean, having never run the race myself, but have spent a lot of time on the Black Canyon Trail at all different times of the year, it's always feels at the very least pretty hot, and I think that's because of the exposure and how intense the southwest sun is. And I think you come in not exactly ready for it, even if you think you're ready.
Yeah. And that's a big part of it.
You're wearing your body with the miles.
Yep.
And the sun's beating down on you.
Yep.
You got the intensity of the pressure of completing the race, whether you're going for a golden ticket or chasing cutoffs, you know.
Right.
So regardless of where you are in the pack, you're really feeling it.
No, that's a good point. That is a big part of it. But there is just something about this sneaky little trail that gets to people. In any case, some people have gone unaffected, seemingly.
True Heart and Dominica. And some are looking just continuing to get stronger.
Yeah.
Claire Gallagher.
I think
let's not overlook that. That could be the performance of the day if she tracks down Dominica.
If she tracks down Dominica, I'm going to fall out of my chair. That's a promise. That would be incredible if she does that. That speaks to, I talked about early on, the challenge of kind of going with the front pack and staying near the very front, or letting people go and feeling confident that you can catch them.
Right.
Difficult to do both in their own for different reasons.
Yeah.
But takes, I think, someone like a Claire Gallagher, very mentally strong, very confident in her abilities, to be able to sit back, or like a Tyler Green last year, to be able to sit back, let people go, and say, I'm just going to run strong throughout. Maybe I catch him, maybe I don't, but I think that'll put me near the top at the end. That's a tough thing to do.
Right.
But Claire Gallagher putting on a masterclass performance in running your own race and not getting caught up, in the chaos in the early parts. And she's being rewarded now in second and has cut that lead down to just 7 minutes behind Dominica, or about 8 minutes with 12 to go. And as they run south into the sun and towards the finish line, we are seeing coverage here still at Table Mesa, aid station mile 50.8, as we await the rest of the women's top 10. Currently waiting on third. And we've got a handful of ladies we think it might be.
Yeah.
but we will not know until we see them.
Yeah, again, if you're just joining us, so we are getting word that it was Anne-Marie Madden, third female through Cottonwood. So we can only guess. I mean, because there's about
4.5
almost
miles.
5 miles
Yep.
between Cottonwood and here. That Anne-Marie will be the third female coming through Table Mesa. And she has a huge lead, we're being told from our producer, over fourth place Taylor Nolan.
Quite a ways to go. Brianna Grigsby was in 5th. Yep. At Cottonwood
She's
Gulch.
such a strong runner, and
Yep.
I'm not surprised at all.
No.
Brianna, our very own Bryce Brooks is pacing Aravaipa's
Okay,
own
here we
Bryce
go.
Brooks, yeah,
We have
that's Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie Madden, and she has come in at
25, call it.
We'll call it 25,
The
which
clock
puts
ticks
her
over.
about 8 minutes back of when Claire Gallagher arrived. Again, both Dominique and Claire took about a minute in the aid station. We will see. The clock is ticking, and we will add that up and see how long Anne-Marie stays here. Ice. See that. 75 degrees is what we're getting there for the temperature, and I'll bet it's every bit of that. And in February, I think feels like might as well say 90.
Yeah.
It's it feels hot. Oh, I did just get
Did you get an update?
per Katie. Yeah, we got one here as well. So Katie, who has become our field correspondent,
Love it.
she can do it all. She can do it all.
Races, crushing commentary.
She says that Anne-Marie is all smiles, also dry, and very, very hot. So you can see why she was packing the ice into her pack. I'm sure she'll get doused with some water before she goes here. She has now been here for about a minute and a half. So we will see, and that is about it. Looks like a minute and a half. So not much longer than the other ladies.
All three women in and out.
In and out. So that's the top 3. We had just a minute and a half here. This is great. So she's only 15 and a half minutes or so behind first. I mean, not inconceivable.
No, I mean,
If things really go off the rails for Dominica, I doubt that because Dominica looked solid as ever. But it's pretty tight here at the front.
yeah.
Yeah, I was showing you. I did get this text message.
Okay, I was just gonna run back. She just missed the turn.
Okay.
Oh, there's Tim.
There's Tim Frericks of Flagstaff, and that is Makai Clemens.
Okay. So, is he
so
running
he's
with
pacing
Makai? He's
Makai.
pacing Makai?
I forgot. Oh, okay. So he was he was supposed to pace Joey DeFeo. Joey I have not heard or got an update on Joey
Might have
since
dropped. We'll see if we
pretty
get an
early.
update.
I think Bumblebee. I know he was through there, but perhaps Joey dropped and he's now jumped in with.
Yeah, his tracker hasn't updated since Bumblebee.
Really
But I mean, that doesn't
guarantee anything.
guarantee anything.
Yeah.
here.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, we have Anne-Marie making her way south here towards Table Mesa Road. Again, she will cross this road from that point, little over 11 miles. Gradual, little bit steeper climb for several miles, rolling atop that little mesa. One last little short climb to top out from that bowl, and then about 5 miles of mostly downhill to the finish. And speaking of, we're now at 7:28 elapsed. Again, 7 hours 52 minutes elapsed is the course record from 2006. That was Sage Canada.
16.
Sage Canada.
2016.
Did I say 2006?
Yes.
2016.
There was no race in 2016.
That my brain told me 2016. I said something different.
Hey.
I
all
wonder,
good.
Sage, was probably in college in 2006. In any case, 2016 he ran that course record. That is in 24 minutes. So we will see.
Could be.
We will see soon within 24 minutes.
Yeah.
If
We'll make sure our team is out there.
if True
ready
Hearts
to
stayed
go.
on the gas, because he left there. He left Table Mesa. If you're just tuning in, our leader True Heart Brown, just about on course record splits through mile 50.8. Might have been slightly ahead.
And we'll find out. We'll find out if do we have anybody out
Doe
at
Springs?
Doe Spring? No, there's nobody out there. It's like a remote.
It's not that remote.
Yeah, it's not that remote, but there's like nobody out there to give us the because there's no mats at Doe Spring, so it's kind of a guess.
I will drive up there and call you.
I don't know and how fast he's going. I don't know that you'll make it to the parking lot before he finishes.
Yeah,
at
no, I
this point.
wouldn't. You're right. That's good. Anne-Marie Madden still making her way. She is in third place, again in that golden ticket spot for the top three. She will continue here and cross Table Mesa Road, and she is behind Claire Gallagher in second, and Dominica, why don't I have her last name written down? Stelmach. Thank you.
All good.
Oh, it's on the screen. I could have just read it there.
Hey, you are.
It's where is her last name?
You're blowing through these aid stations. That's why.
Rebecca Stelmach, who has been leading since the start. I mean, first time we confirmed that would have been Hidden Treasure or Antelope Mesa.
She came through. You know, we didn't catch her through Antelope Mesa, but for Hidden Treasure for sure she was in the lead.
Yeah.
And definitely through Bumblebee.
Interestingly, kind of the same storyline. True Heart Brown led basically from the gun. I mean, I think he had a lead when they were still on the track, 300 meters in. I think that's more or less the story with Dominica. I think she had the lead really from the start. And those are our two leaders at this moment, or at least at Table Mesa with about 12 miles to go.
Absolutely. We are making our way back above the aid station at Table Mesa now. We'll have a drone up in the sky at the finish line, or at least ready to go to get up in the sky within the next few minutes, because it's getting about that time where nothing but a few rocky miles is all that's left between a golden ticket and True Heart Brown.
That's nuts. All right, I got to start looking at some splits. We're getting the bird up.
Yeah, Troy's going to get the eyes in the sky up for us at the finish line. We're going to head over that way right now. And again, back to Table Mesa as we await word of
that
True
aid
Heart.
station has just gotten crazy. I mean, that Table Mesa aid station, it was like, I don't know, the smallest aid station ever. Do you see it now? It's huge.
It's gotten, yeah, it's a lot
nuts.
bigger. So again, right now you are looking at about a mile away from the finish line. We got our drone flying out. To go
less
look for our
even.
leaders.
That's a
okay, so there's the pipeline.
yeah. That's
road
like
right
a half
there.
mile
Yeah.
maybe. Sorry, Rob. I hate to correct you.
No, hey,
I know the course.
you are Black Canyon royalty. Let's face it.
That is the final stretch, though.
No.
I think that's a camera guy waiting.
It's got to be. Yeah, based on the, unless he's just walking it in.
Yeah, there's no way he could be there by now.
Yeah,
Not
that's a
possible.
camera.
Yeah. Okay. Going further out, we are heading like north, slightly west. Beautiful view. You're kind of out of those Bradshaw Mountains now. It's mostly just big, long desert views at this point. A little bit flatter. Nice section.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good meandering section. This is the part where you were saying you might see some wild burrows out there.
That is
Going through
correct.
Sweat Canyon.
If you could be so lucky. Those things are magical. Have you seen them out there?
Oh yeah.
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 We talked about that.
I live like basically right in this area, and there's
You live in New
you
River?
can see them. Anthem area.
Oh, in Anthem.
So, like,
okay.
right,
Yeah.
basically right where this is. And you see and hear the burrow all the time out there.
Yeah, you do. So now we're getting like a mile and a half, probably a mile and a half out here on course, maybe up to 2 miles. And there's one last little climb. So you do go back onto Jeep Road right before Doe Springs with like 4 miles to go. And then you're on that kind of Jeep Road for maybe a mile and a half. And then the last 2.5, 3 miles back on a mix of single track and double track. But there is one last little climb there with 2.5 miles to go. It always seems like a mountain to me. And then I'll run it on a training run and be like, wait, there was a climb? Like you don't even realize it exists. But on race day, it's this last little bump. Doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, at this point in the race, it doesn't take much for your legs or your mind to think that you're, going up Humphreys.
Exactly right. I saw a rattlesnake right about there.
Yeah.
A couple years ago.
There are a lot
course.
of snakes out there.
Yes, there are.
Usually not this time of the year, so.
Right. It is early enough.
Yeah, it needs to be a couple weeks of weather like this.
Exactly.
Before the critters start coming out.
Yep.
This has just been like day 3 or 4 of it.
Yep.
And like we said, of course, it looks like the weather is going to go back to so-called normal next week. So.
Yeah. So cold.
So we are awaiting our men's leader. I mean, we can assume it's True Heart, but there's a major chance it's Scott Traer.
It depends when we start seeing life. So if we're 2 miles out here, if we start seeing someone within the next 5 minutes, it's got to be almost got to be True
math
Heart.
would tell us it's not possible.
Yep. But if either we get further out, we'd start to see people. But if it gets 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 miles to go, we haven't seen anyone. Up for debate. Who's gonna show first?
So we're gonna bounce. I'm just gonna bounce back and forth until we. I'm gonna go back to the Table Mesa area real quick, where we've got a feed of another runner making their way on the home stretch, the final 12 miles or a little less than 12, on their way to Emory Henderson Trailhead.
So runner coming in here, do we have... Now, there was supposed to be a pretty sizable gap between Anne-Marie and Taylor Nowlin at Cottonwood Gulch. So presumably then at Table Mesa. Right. I don't think we've seen Taylor, have we?
No.
Okay.
We just have our top 3 through.
Yep. So just the top 3 women through Table Mesa, mile 50.8. Taylor Nowlin was in 4th at Cottonwood Gulch, about mile 47. So we'll see if she is the next to appear here. And of course, all the top 10 men and much deeper now have come through this Table Mesa aid station. Little to no service between here and the finish. So our next updates on that men's race will come from the finish or near it. And we do expect then, I think, so I said, here's another thing I said. We're playing this fun game now. Eric says, and then we figure out if it was right or wrong. So I did say being from I'm going to start with this again, that it being from Arizona would help. that seems to be true. I should have said being in your 40s helped, because I would have been right about that, with True Heart Brown and Scott Traer at the front. Another thing I said was it would take 8:10 or better to get a golden ticket.
Yeah.
I did say that.
So everything's checking out.
We'll see. I mean, I've been wrong a few times.
Yeah.
This could be one of them.
I mean, I'm not really shocked about the first and third point. But for me, with not that age is everything.
No.
But in the shorter races.
Yeah.
And again, those of you maybe new to the sport or from following along, you may think 100K is not short. But what I really mean is like you see the longevity come in from like 100 miles plus typically because it's become such a fast, like out of college or maybe after a few years on the road, they transition to the trail. So it seems trail running is becoming more of a younger runner's sport, at least up front. So actually we might have eyes on.
I don't think that person's in the race.
I don't think they're in the race. I mean, unless there was some kind of clothing switch. We just had to do a quick jump back to
moving way too smooth.
Yeah.
That does not look like someone with 60 miles on their legs.
False alarm, but it's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah. But go on. Yeah,
No, basically what I'm saying is it's amazing to see True Heart and Scott just setting a great example for longevity.
Totally.
In the sport in these faster distances. And again, I'm just talking based on historically like what we're seeing, what we have seen, and how the sport has been evolving.
Well, I think it's like anything, right? It's kind of like the probability. You hate to talk politics, but this isn't going to be problematic. Whichever party has the White House, the probability that they win in the midterms the next year is like 0. Like there's this swing back and forth in politics. I think that's sort of what you're saying maybe here in ultra running. There has been this huge wave of younger runners, faster runners getting into the sport, and we've seen a lot of that recently. But there is this, I think, similarly, this swing, and it's not the case. It's sort of like coming back to equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had all these successes of younger guys coming out of college. Now that's sort of balancing out, at least in this race, with success of older guys who've been around, have more experience.
Right. Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the thing about the sport is it's an equalizer across the board.
Right.
Nothing matters.
Yeah.
I will say.
Nothing matters, but that's the sentence. just that.
Kyle Pitari is worried, by the way, Eric, that
What's
you're
up,
going to
Kyle?
blow up. He said you're going strong. See if I can get that up.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you. That's a great honor coming from Kyle Pitari. It's too bad Kyle doesn't have to run these golden ticket races. He's too good at Western States. He just gets to keep going back, which is great for him.
Hilarious.
So our dear producer, Matt, really seems intrigued by this runner on the drone. I don't think he's in the race. He's wearing green.
And none of them had green. Wait, unless Scott had that on underneath his button-up.
No, he was nude under his button-up. I'm sure of it. Because he did like a white T-shirt contest, and the shirt turned translucent. You guys saw.
He's got it. Maybe his signature model will be a little different.
The getting older but getting better.
Yeah.
Scott Traer long T-shirt signature model.
Yeah, the Fun at 40 Izod model.
It's gonna be a great shirt.
Yeah, I'd buy it.
We got to work on the copy.
Yeah.
Okay, Taylor Nolan. I've got a sighting on
we
the
do. Let's bring
Sam
up
cam,
Sam's
and
cam
she
here.
will be fourth place. She's just outside Table Mesa. And indeed, there is a bit of a gap. We're now 7:43 elapsed. I'm going to say she's going to be there in 2 minutes. That'd be about 7:45. So she'd be about 20 minutes back at third place. Rob, based on how those first three ladies looked, 20-minute gap to third. What do you think?
As far as her contention for the podium,
That's right.
I think there could be a shot at third.
There could be a shot at third.
I think first and second are accounted for based on how Dominica and Claire. It might be a hot take, but because I know Dominica's been out front all day, I think Claire's gonna catch up.
I think she's going to.
I'm never speaking based off of
the way she's closed the gap.
Closing the gap, exactly.
Since Black Canyon City.
Yeah.
I think she is, and I wish I had said that yesterday. In talking about this race, I said, in making predictions about the winner, I said I want to say Claire Gallagher, but I'm going to go with Addie Bracey. Should have said Claire Gallagher. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she may well get to that finish line first. So Taylor Nowlin coming in here to the Table Mesa aid station mile 50.8 in that Terex kit, and she is about 20 minutes back of third place. We'll see how long she takes. I do see a Jared Hazen sighting finally on the drone, the Paul drone.
I'm going to jump quick to that Hazen
So
sighting.
he has made it. I thought maybe he dropped, but he has made it. And we'll see Taylor coming in here now.
Yeah.
And looks like that's Stephen Kirsch going to potentially say hey or see if she needs anything. Looks like a lovely day to be sitting out at Table Mesa.
Yeah. As long as you've got sunscreen and a big hat, because you're definitely feeling it out there.
Okay, so Taylor Nowlin, we are now seeing her come through here, I believe.
Yep.
And through the mat. Oh, kind of doing the long turn. Okay.
Trying to find the little shade, but not really, that there is out there.
Yeah, there is
Getting
not
underneath
much.
the Palo Verde tree.
Just trying to see. Okay. So they're going to get her taken care of. And we'll see how long she stays there. How quickly she gets out. But again, she is in fourth behind Anne-Marie Madden, Claire Gallagher, and Dominica Shellman. Shellman? It's not on the screen anymore. Stelmach.
Don't worry, it's in my head.
Oh, God.
It happens to the best of us, Eric.
There's not enough coffee in the world. Even though I have been
You still
drinking it
going
all
strong
day.
on the coffee?
Yeah.
I hit it too hard early, so I tapered off.
Yeah, you had like 3 since by 8 a.m.
Before I got
You
here,
were
I
crazy,
think I hit
man.
3. Yeah.
That's nuts.
And I thought I did hear a coffee pop room because Matt has a long night. Matt and Jamil have a long night ahead of them.
Good luck. So, yeah, for those, enough with the pleasantries. Listen, if you keep listening past 5 p.m., you're going to get Matt until 4 a.m. So you could watch this till 4 a.m. if you want. Matt's good company. Rob and I can attest.
I could attest for sure. Matt's good company.
We've been having a nice time, so I think you'd enjoy it. If you got runners still out there, you want to know how it's going, stay tuned in. I think Jamil will be making some appearances as well. Yep, I'm getting a yes on that, so I'm sure the fun will continue. In the meantime, until 5 o'clock, from the finish, Jamil will be giving some updates. So live IRL, as the kids say.
In real life.
Rob gets it. In the meantime, until 5 p.m., we are covering it here from the Aravaipa Studios. Rob Ricardo, Eric Sensman. This is footage from Table Mesa Aid Station, mile 50.8. That is Taylor Nowlin in the Terex kit. She is leaving in fourth, and she spent about 2.5 minutes. At the aid station, the first 3 ladies through all spent about a minute. So lost maybe 90 seconds of stoppage time to them, but she's on her way. And Yeah, again, historically, 9:18 is the third fastest ladies' time. The top 3 women all look to be under that third fastest time, which was Courtney Dauwalters in 2018. So Taylor here, with about 12 miles to go, she looks to be, maybe a 9:30 finish would be possible, which historically speaking would be a very solid time. If things continue as they stand, unfortunately, that would mean 4th place for her, despite a very good time. But we will see what happens over these final 12 miles. On the men's side, 7:49:03 on the clock. 3 minutes until that course record time elapses. And we, as far as we know, have no sightings from the drone at the finish line. Again, Rob, as I mentioned, I felt like I ran a very solid last section last year, hour 35 minutes. It moved me from 3rd to 2nd. Sage Canaday ran an hour 31 minutes on this section. When he set the course record. Trueheart Brown had to absolutely be on the gas this last section to eclipse that course record. That we don't see him near the finish does not speak to any underperformance by him. I think it speaks to the overperformance of Sage Canaday and how strong that 7:52 is.
Absolutely. And we have our runner filmer Zach on the ground right now. This is a live look just past the cattle gate near the finish. So he's making his way out to go see if he can find whoever our leader would be, presumably Trueheart Brown, as the clock ticks over 7:50 and we are a little over 2 minutes to go. We kind of dip into this wash. So the feed is unfortunately going to be a little shaky from the ground as it dips into the wash there and reception gets lost. But
do your ears start to hurt with these on?
You get the ringing?
A little bit.
You get the ringing? Yeah, that's called tinnitus. You'll get used to it.
Awesome. This is nuts.
Yeah.
It's kind of like quad fatigue or something in this race. It's like our version of quad fatigue.
It is. I mean, yeah, you feel it more in here than you feel it in the legs.
Right.
So,
although when I stand up, I am a little wobbly.
It does have that.
Are you getting that? Okay. Yeah. We're all on the same page.
Yeah. We're going to take it back real quick to Table Mesa as we wait for our cams near the finish line to get ready. We will have a drone in the sky. They're doing a quick battery swap because we were expecting Trueheart to be coming in around that course record pace, but it looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we are
a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think we'll see that fall. And again, as courageous as Trueheart's run was from the gun up to this point, it's a very good course record by a very accomplished runner. It, like we said earlier on, would take everything to go right for almost anybody to eclipse that course record. So hats off at the effort made today by Trueheart Brown.
Nope, that's the runner we saw out there, not in the race, passing.
And again, hats off to Trueheart Brown. He picked up a different playbook this morning. The rest of the field was going by a different set of rules, and Trueheart didn't want to play by those rules.
Yeah.
And tons of respect for having the courage to go out there and take a rip and see what would happen. And so far, it looks like it's going to pay off.
I just got a report from Troy, who is in the field flying the drones that you're looking at now, saying that they're 3 miles out. So if that is true, they've slowed down
considerably,
significantly.
Damn.
Skyler always trying to get me.
Just throwing darts. And this is that drone footage once again, maybe a kilometer from the finish, heading northwest over this double track, and giving you a good view of what the very late sections of the course look like. And once again, exceedingly runnable these last...
That's our filmer.
Yep,
making his
these
way
last 7 miles or so. You do actually get a lot of this, probably 3 miles or so of double track like this, you can rip. So as it turns out this year, Rob, here's what's interesting now.
Course record not happening.
Course record not happening. Again, hats off at the go of it. I do think we're starting to see, let's see, we do have a runner here. Let's not get too excited.
Yeah, because these reports that we're getting, like, we don't know about the delays on that. That looks like, well, I'm just going to wait.
I'm not saying anything.
That's True Heart. Blue hat, black kit.
That is indeed
That's
True
him.
Heart.
All right, we've got True Heart.
Legendary.
All right, so he's going to miss the
so
course record.
he's got about a K to go. I think he's going to break 8 hours, though.
Yeah.
I think he should break 8 hours. Wire to wire. This guy just goes from the front, rips. Incredible.
Insane.
41 years old.
What a performance.
Rob, we've got 8 more years. And we can still be winning Black Canyon.
That means I could put in 4 years of speed work.
Yeah.
And then start.
This should give everyone hope. I'm serious. This is fantastic.
Amazing.
And he really just, the gait hasn't changed.
No. He's looking for, I mean, you could tell, obviously, he's not at mile 1, but really looking fresh.
And again, I can just
Strong.
speak to this just from, having been here a year ago on this section of course, I again split an hour and 35 minutes from table mesa to the finish. He's now at an hour and 35 minutes. I was moving.
Yeah. He's about to pass Pipeline Road after
Yep.
this. There it is.
Which means
Home
he's
stretch.
got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe 2.5.
He's going to dip down to that rocky wash.
Yep.
He's going to have to climb back up, go through the cattle gate. Wow. And there it is. There's an on-the-ground look of True Heart.
True Heart.
Let's go.
I don't know. Out for a Saturday jog? That's what it looks like to me.
That's what I look about 1 mile into.
Making it look easy. And this course was anything but easy for people today.
No,
I mean, that early pack of 17 just disseminated. I actually like that take. No, True Heart's the Chiara Diamato. That's it. of ultra running. This is awesome. So this last little rocky downhill, you can actually see the structure in the distance. That is where the finish line is. Look at him striding out there.
Go to the drone just
froze.
because we're going to lose him on the ground for a little bit in this rocky section.
So he's going to move through this last bit of vegetation, this last little depression, and he is going to rise again, back up through that creek bed and up to this finish line. He's going to break 8 hours.
Wow. Yeah, the clock's about to hit 7:57, and the cattle gate will be coming up in the bottom left of your screen momentarily.
He's charging. I mean, he's not letting off the gas.
No. And look, I could see from our runner cam where I'm going to switch back and forth to. It's going to continue to freeze in and out. We'll stay on the drone shot. There's the cattle gate, and that's a finish.
True Heart Brown is going to win the 2020 Black Canyon 100K in the third fastest time. Only the third man to break 8 hours at this race. That's a win.
7:57:30 unofficial finish time right there. We'll get the final chip time, but about a 7:57:30. Absolutely amazing performance.
Rob, I'm going to name 3 people,
Go for it.
and you're going to tell me what they have in common. Sage Canaday. True Heart Brown. True Heart Brown. And Hayden Hawks. Those are the 3 people.
I mean, it's races like these where future legends are made.
Yeah,
Where legends are made.
I think so. I mean, golden ticket races in general. This race in particular. If we get some audio, I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, we're going to try to get the audio. Again, what happens usually with this is everybody's probably got their cell phone out, like capturing stuff. and the cellular gets a little
Ah.
shaky down there. It happens at every finish
Yep.
line. But I'm gonna unmute Zach.
Look, he's got his kids there.
Canyon Ultras, 200
There we go.
round of applause.
It-
And the only ticket winner in the booth.
and he improved his best time. His previous best time on course, 9 hours, 9 minutes.
9:09. That's a big improvement.
Bettered it by 72 minutes. That's incredible.
That's insane.
Thank you, everybody.
Big thank you from True Heart.
Yeah, ran his heart out and deserves all the applause. But clearly a gracious winner. Thanking everybody there at the finish line.
Yeah. Amazing. We'll let him gather his thoughts for a bit, and but maybe we'll have Zach ask him a couple questions if he's up for it, and we can hear firsthand about how his race played out for him and what the strategy was to go from the front, from the get-go.
But yeah, I'd love to hear more about that. Again, let's put it this way. What happened last year had no effect on what he thought he could do at the race this year. The fact that so many guys DNF'd after going out hard didn't matter to him.
Amazing. And again, apologies for the lag. It kind of is just what's going to happen in certain areas of the course, especially at the finish line.
There were a couple of folks that called me a dark horse, and I was like, I'm not
Let's not forget, Scott Traer and Anthony Costales are going to battle it out for second place.
You know what?
And I think we've got eyes on Scott Traer. I'm going to bring it back to our drone real quick.
Excellent.
And there he is. We'll get back to look at him waving at the drone. Scott Traer going
Is
to get
that
second
Scotty?
place. Waving
Incredible.
at the drone. Having a time. He has the most fun of anybody I know.
Oh,
out there.
that's so good. And he closed extremely well. He's going to end up – so Trueheart ended up closing there in about 137. And Scott Traer is going to do about the same. He's going to end up being about 6 minutes back, just like he was at Table Mesa.
Amazing.
So at the moment, hour 34 for Scott Traer since he left Table Mesa. And he's only got a couple minutes left here.
We're going to stay on as our drone gets back up. You know what? The sun is probably baking those drones in the sky.
Oh,
too,
totally.
There is zero cloud cover, as you can see. So we'll see if Zach can hear me. I'll have him turn his camera toward the finish line so we can get Scott Traer's finish. But it looks like
Paul's went
Zach's
kaput.
feed. What's that?
Paul's went kaput.
Yeah.
His drone. Yeah.
So we'll do our best to get our feeds back up toward the finish line as Scott Traer
How about
makes his way.
Yeah. How about
That's at.
Yeah, we got Emily down there.
All right, here we go.
And we
We've
will
got
go
our
to
cam.
her.
I forgot Emily's leapfrogging up the course.
So that is an hour 35 elapsed for Scott Traer since he left Table Mesa. He's going to be coming here within the next minute.
Yeah.
I mean, they both just crushed this last section. You thought,
Here he comes.
those early paces in this heat would slow some of these front guys down over the last 12 miles here. Absolutely not. They got stronger.
I mean, it's kind of rewriting the book of what's possible at Black Canyon.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And to do it at this age. It's incredible.
Run faster, Scotty. Run faster. Second place in the golden ticket winner. In second place in the Black Canyon.
Here he comes, Scott Traer with an 8:03. Woo!
With the Izod shirt.
With the white button up.
Oh, that
Punching
is
a ticket to
fantastic.
States.
8:03. That is the 4th fastest time on this course, on the long course.
What? I'm gonna say myself and Ryan Thrower did call that.
That's true.
Don't doubt Traer.
Dude, that's true.
Yeah.
Beat me, man.
These two.
He was your proxy out there.
Yeah, he was taking my place. I like that.
What?
I just noticed they're
Incredible performance. There he is.
What a scene. Fantastic. So, couple AZ boys in their 40s go first and second
Yeah.
at this 2022 Black Canyon 100K in the 3rd and 4th fastest times in the history of this full course.
Absolutely amazing.
Now, Anthony's got 6 minutes to prove me right, and I'd like him to do that.
Was Anthony here? I'm gonna jump over. We're gonna get to Scott. We're gonna give him his minute to himself to regroup his thoughts. But right now, I'm gonna jump back to Zach, if we can get there. Is that Anthony, or did his feed's gonna cut in and out as?
Well, behind him, we had
I think that might have been his.
Pacer.
We're on Troy. We're on the Drought. Was that his? It's hard to say.
Well, here's the thing. At Table Mesa, in 4th and 5th, we had Seth Ruling and Makai Clemens.
It's not Seth.
Behind them, it was Michael Tapple and Colton Gale. It's not Colton. I mean, presumably Anthony. I don't think anyone. You'd have to run an hour and 20 minutes if you're Michael Tapple.
Here, we're going to try to get it back to Emily's cam right now. We'll see who we've got coming in third in 8:05:15. Wait. No. Is that Adrian McDonald? Did he make his... No.
Did we miss him at Table Mesa?
No. Did he make up that much time?
That'd be impossible.
That's Adrian McDonald.
We had to have missed him at Table Mesa.
He came through Table Mesa at 7:16:59.
It'd be impossible.
Did he make up that much time?
No. You can't run 50 minutes for the last 12 miles. 50 in 12 miles. You can't do that. Well, you can't. That was him. Something's not right. If that split at Table Mesa is correct, 7 hours 16 minutes, he couldn't have just finished if he had been on course. We can all agree on that,
there's
right?
Two. I'm trying to do the math, and it's the point where the math isn't working.
No,
because I
that
don't
doesn't
think it's
work.
Possible.
No.
I think that's why.
If you ran 5-minute pace, it would take an hour to run from Table Mesa to the finish.
I mean,
if you ran 5-minute pace
for an hour, and
right?
We're saying that would be 50 minutes. There's got to.
Yeah, something's not right.
Missed them.
So the Table Mesa split, but I thought
had to be off.
I thought we saw him. Oh, it's Jeff Colt.
Jeff Colt, another on. So sorry for that confusion. It was the on-running kit that threw us off.
Makes sense. He came through at 6:30.
He came through at 6:30.
That adds up.
Okay, so we missed Jeff Colt at Table Mesa. Jeff Colt, 3rd place. 5th fastest time at this race.
Wow. One of the hotter
And Jeff
years.
Colt is going.
Absolutely amazing.
Jeff Colt, what a close. He actually then closed in about an hour and 33 minutes, which is just a couple minutes off that course record split. That's fantastic. And some folks in the how has no one told them Jeff Colt is in 4th? That's a great question,
That's
Nicole.
a great question.
I don't know. Have you ever done something you don't know how to do and you make it up as you go? I guess that's the answer. So we missed Jeff Colt at Table Mesa, to update everyone. Thank you to those watching at home who maybe did catch that or saw it on the tracker. Jeff Colt, your 3rd place finisher, about 8:04, and what will be then the 5th fastest time on this course, point to point, the full thing. So what a showing. And he really went under the radar all day. I mean, I don't even remember, even as far back as Black Canyon City, it seemed like that top 5 or 6 was pretty crowded, and Jeff kind of went under the radar for most of the race.
And again, that's kind of also not surprising to me, just based on, in here, how many feeds we're looking at on our other screen that you can't see, but also just, again, how deep the field is and how there were changes happening on both the men's and the women's field that we missed them come through. So now the question is will Costales come in fourth? Of course, the tickets to Western States on the men's side have been punched.
And that is presuming, of course, that nobody passes. I can't imagine any of these guys would. Right. I mean, I know Jeff Colt has run other golden ticket races. I imagine that was his primary goal, and I think we can speak for Scott and Trueheart, thinking that they would take theirs. But yeah, it will be curious to see what time Anthony Costales comes in here. Presuming that he'll be next, but we'll see.
And he is signed up for the Canyons in April, so
is he?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Based on Ultra Sign Up.
Oh.
Have you heard of that website?
I have. That's a good one. But wouldn't it show up at the top?
Right there.
That was last year, 2021.
Sorry, it's been a long one.
Now I see why Skylar asked that. We're having some fun. We hope you're having some fun.
Hey, we're taking a page out of Scott Scherer's book and just having an ultra amount of fun right now.
Oh, man. So let's see. We are at the finish line here at Black Canyon. We've got the top 3 finishers. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th fastest times on this point-to-point course. There have been some reroute years that would not apply here for course record purposes. And again, those were Trueheart Brown, Scott Trayer, and Jeff Colt, who really escaped us throughout the day. Wonderful performances. And in the end, they were all within 6 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, or 7. It was between 7:57 and 8:04. And thank you to Jeff Colt, personally from me, for proving my prediction right, that you'd have to be under 8:10 to get a golden ticket.
You nailed it.
That's why they call me Mr. Black Canyon.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Yeah.
I did start that rumor, but I have gotten my friends to call me that.
And word is that you are on the media pass.
That's right.
Image, so
you
must be Mr. Black Canyon.
Well, I guess they don't see us, so it doesn't matter. But
and you can show it now. You're back on right now. We're actually waiting for some of our feeds to get back up.
It's true. This is this year's media pass.
Sensman himself.
That is me. I was a year younger. I look a little older now, but
you went with the.
It's mostly the same.
The bleached.
And I did. I had the bleached hair.
Wait, did you go like old school, like high school? Did you like use peroxide or something?
No. My wife, she knows what she's doing.
It looked too professional to be.
Right. No. I did it with my friend for fun first, and it was just orange and shitty. And then she was like, "Well, if you're gonna do that, let's make it look not terrible." So got it fixed up. Now,
Troy back up in the sky again.
Yeah, we'll go back up in the sky.
We're looking at the finish line.
Let's then talk about the women's race. So we now have a 3rd finisher under 8 hours, 3rd person to do it, Trueheart Brown, to join Sage Canaday and Hayden Hawks as the only 3. Incredible. Only 2 ladies, similarly, before today, had broken 9 hours on this course. We are looking to see if that'll happen again. The course record was last year by Brittany Peterson. Smoked it, 8 hours, 48 minutes. The second fastest time, 8:53 by Elisa McDonald. That was 2019?
2018.
2018,
yes,
thank you. And Courtney DeWalter in 2018 has the 3rd fastest time of 9:18. We do believe, based on the splits at Table Mesa, the last major aid station, mile 50.8, that the top 3 ladies will be under that 9:18 Courtney DeWalter time, and may indeed one outside chance that all three of them, unlikely all three of them, but a good chance at least one of them breaks 9 hours.
Right.
To become the third female to break 9 hours. So we will see. Again, those top three, starting with third, were Anne-Marie Madden. Second was Claire Gallagher. First was, I'm never going to get it right, so I'm going to let Rob say it.
Sorry, I was talking our
good.
producer about getting that.
First place, Dominika
Stelmach.
Stelmach.
So we're awaiting Dominika to come through. Dominika of Poland. And Claire Gallagher followed, of course.
So
actually, do we have...
And we'll get some more men coming in here up to that 9-hour mark, and obviously beyond, but we shouldn't expect the top ladies any sooner than 30 minutes from now. Even maybe a bit more, maybe more like 40. I think at this point, if Dominika gets under that course record, it's going to be by the skin of her teeth. I think it'll be close. Trueheart Brown style. So maybe like an 8:57. But we will see. In the meantime, again, if you are joining us, there is a comments section. You can ask questions. You can say things. We'd prefer they be nice things. Rob would prefer they be nice things about him, but it can be about whatever.
There's a lot of love for you in the chat, Sensman.
That's why I'm trying to balance
it's
that.
Just
equilibrium.
Eric Sensman and some.
Can someone say something nice about Rob? He's doing a great
I
job.
don't need to hear it.
We were joined by Katie earlier, who then became a field reporter. This has been a hell of a day.
Yeah.
She added some very helpful coverage. We have Makai Clemens coming in here with Flagstaff's own Tim Frericks and resident nurse. And it looks like Makai then has passed Anthony Costales.
Yeah.
And will finish in fourth place just off the podium. That'd be the looks of it. Huge shout out to Makai. He was serving in the Marines over in South Korea for the last several years. He is a Northern Arizona University alum. Well, I guess technically he might have left before he finished. That doesn't matter. He was at NAU. He ran on the cross-country team there. He's been putting in huge mileage for this race, and that is clearly paying off, as this is a very solid time. He's being paced by Tim Frericks, who ran 8:12 himself when he won in 2018, so not far off Tim's time on this course. And finally, Makai's wearing my very own Rabbit Sense Pro shirt, so I've got a lot of good things to say about Makai.
I mean, he's coming in. He's rounding out this top five. So, I mean,
top four. He'll be fourth, right?
Top four.
I did that thing where I was just talking so long that like I almost just forgot what I was saying, and I was like, I got to stop this and look at Rob and just kind of see what happens.
Yeah, I'm so excited that you're experiencing what happens in a live stream. He was
10
minutes behind Anthony Costales at table. So he's at Table Mesa. So he's made up a ton of time. Maybe we can get a word from Tim when he finishes, like if he can text you.
Yeah.
What it was like if they passed Costales, because we're not going to be able to get any word of what happened.
I'm going to text Tim right now, and he'll have that in just a minute. Tim, where did you pass? So again, a strong finish. I think Anthony was, someone who in sort of an odd year, he was one of the few people to get slowed down over this last section. Usually that's the norm. This year, that appears to be the exception, because Makai, like the first three finishers, Trueheart, Scott, and Jeff, really had a great split over these last 12 or so miles. He'll end up splitting roughly 139, 138 for this last 12, which is moving super well. Yeah, I mean, really an awesome finish for Makai. And I'm not surprised because, like I said, I think he averaged like 125 miles a week for like 8 weeks. training for this. So he certainly put in the work.
Yeah.
And you always like when that pays off. Of course, falling short, I imagine, of his goal of being on the podium and going to Western States, but very, very close, and hopefully a good learning experience for him the next time he lines up for Golden Ticket Race. So hats off, Makai Clemens, 8:18:34.
This would be fifth, right? Because
Who do we get in there?
because of Jeff.
I thought Jeff Colt was third.
Oh God, I keep reading the chat.
I know, dude. It's hard to keep track. I'm honestly just saying things. No one should believe me. At this point, I'm like anti-reliable. Whatever the opposite is. I can't pronounce names.
You're Sensman. You're everybody's favorite. You're good either
Good
way.
God. Woo! Look at that. True Heart Brown. Yeah, he was also rocking a rabbit singlet. True Heart with the win. So I feel represented personally on this podium.
Yeah.
Since I'm absent.
I think everybody. I could speak for everybody watching now that we hope to see you out there next year.
I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be out there. Unless I mess up my hamstring. But I doubt I will. I hadn't been injured since 2016. So I hadn't been injured.
That's a pretty good stretch
yeah,
without an injury.
Yeah.
For
And this was relatively minor, all things considered. I just couldn't, do what I needed to get ready for this race.
Right.
But in any case, we have now 4 finishers, Makai Clemens being the last of those at 8:18. I've personally texted Tim Frericks, and I've also received a text from Jared Hazen. He's in a car, so I suppose he dropped. But we'll find out from Tim where and when Makai Clemens passed Anthony Costales, because we did expect to see Anthony next. Indeed, Anthony was in third when he left Table Mesa aid station at 50.8. Jeff Colt, who left him fourth, passed him to finish third. And then Makai Clemens, who was in fifth, fourth, fifth, somewhere in fifth, I guess, he also passed Anthony. And I think we're now seeing Anthony in fifth place, nearing the finish line. He should still be under 8:25, not a bad time. I'd have to think, Rob, I watched his, I heard somewhere, I don't know where, that he had caught a bug this week and was sick, and as recently as Wednesday, not feeling great. I'd have to think that more than anything must have been what caught up with him. On a day like today, it's hot. You've just been sick. It's probably hard to be hydrated, hard to have the energy levels. I'd have to think that just caught up with him.
Yeah, I mean, with the conditions as they are, and of course, like a race as intense as it is, you really need everything going for you. So this is obviously Anthony Costales making his way in now.
Yeah, kudos to Anthony. I mean, he was in it all day. Again, I think having been sick this week, good for him. I mean, I was sick one year, 2018. I got sick right before the race. I still wasn't feeling great the day of the race, but I didn't finish. So to come out here and run, sub 8:25, when you've been sick, that's not easy. But shows obviously he's tough. He's determined to get back into Western States, and I've got to think the next time he lines up to do so, he'll be successful. But look at that. See, this is what I'm talking about. You look at something like this, and doesn't that make you think I'd just like to go out in the Arizona desert for a couple days?
Every time when you see races like this, they just all these runners just make it look so easy.
That part's true. It does look easy.
But yeah, I mean, from the scenic perspective, it's
beautiful. The Arizona desert, man.
So again, if you're just joining us, we've got a drone about a mile out from the finish right now. This will be fifth place finisher, Anthony Costales. As you can see in the bottom lower third, our men's golden ticket winners, True Heart Brown, Scott Traer, and Jeff Colt, all putting on stellar performances. And we are probably at least a half hour out from our women's, our probably first sight of our women's leaders.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I do think it'll be tight when they do finish. I would have to guess within 20 minutes. of each other. The men's top 3 were within 7 minutes in the end. Crazy.
Is there a chance? I mean, we've probably touched on this, but is there a chance? Let's say Dominika Stelmach is continuing to cruise. Is there a chance she can take down Brittany Peterson's record?
There's a
based on
chance,
splits?
absolutely, based on splits. She was, I think, 6 minutes behind by the time she left. I think Brittany was 7:03, and 7:09 is when Dominika left Table Mesa. So there's a chance. I think 9 hours is more likely than a course record, sub 9 hours. So, yeah, here's Anthony Costales, though, that we are watching in his final stretch here of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K. He was in it all day, was up in 3rd place at Black Canyon City, if I remember that right, as well as Table Mesa, mile 50.8, so late in the race. He is now going to find himself in 5th at the finish after getting passed over these last 12 miles by Jeff Colt and Makai Clemens. It was pretty tight at Table Mesa. He didn't. I think he only had a couple minutes on Jeff Colt, if that. They might have been kind of right with each other. So in any case, hats off to Anthony for sticking with it, getting it done on, I think, what was a tough day for him, given, again, that he got sick earlier this week. So, sticking it out and showing up at the start line to begin with, running hard all day, not an easy thing to do when you're not feeling well. So, certainly kudos to Anthony for making it here to the finish line at the Emery Henderson Trailhead in New River.
Yeah, we're gonna cut to the bottom right. We'll be able to see the finish, but they're also handing out the golden tickets again this year. 3 tickets, not 2, were up for grabs.
They're doing it right as Anthony's coming across. This poor guy.
Yeah,
I'd be sad.
Honestly, it's hard to know because when they dip into that wash, they're probably not. They're not watching the live stream. Everybody there has got a lot going on. They're probably not aware of it.
No, that's true. Well done, Anthony. Bravo. Way to get it done. He fought hard.
Yeah.
But these 3 guys absolutely earned these tickets, so cannot take anything away from them. Trueheart Brown, from the gun.
He just went off and just held on.
I don't even know if he held on. I think he
not held on.
He flourished.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he should do that at Western States. Maybe he can win Western States. I don't know.
Other than Jim, who has went outright like that, and
I mean, Timmy Olsen that year, he set the course record. Was
the 1446.
Yeah, I mean, he was more or less on his own. Pretty rare. I mean, Rob, in his 2 wins would typically kind of pick his way through to the front in the high country without starting right at the front, and would kind of take over in the canyons. So he wasn't such a wire-to-wire guy, but Trueheart Brown might be. That's what I'm starting to think.
That's true. I mean, we've seen runners in the past like go out, but after they get out of Devil's Thumb, like they're pretty much blown up by the time they get to Michigan Bluff.
Yeah. That's a good point. So yeah, these golden ticket winners. We'll do it one more time. Even if you've heard it already, it bears repeating. Trueheart Brown, 3rd runner to break 8 hours on this course. Golden ticket, 1st place. Scott Traer, at the young age of 40, just over 8 hours. 2nd place, golden ticket. 3rd, Jeff Colt. All 3 within about 7 minutes of each other. Jeff Colt 3rd, and the final golden ticket. Behind them, it was Makai Clemens in 4th, and then Anthony Costales in 5th. Both really strong days out there, solid times, and hats off for getting to the finish line. I did get confirmation of Jared Hazen not finishing. Appears he dropped out at Table Mesa. Sorry to see that for Jared. Hopefully he will bounce back with something else here soon. And we await what's next. And on the women's side of the race, we expect that first female, Dominika, she was through Table Mesa aid station, mile 50.8 at 7 hours 9 minutes. She got out of there, 7:09 elapsed. So we would expect to see her before the 9-hour mark is my expectation. But we will see. We're at 8:28 elapsed now, and we will continue to look for them out in the Arizona desert. Look at those views.
Amazing.
We got to get outside, man.
About, what's that?
I said we got to get outside.
I know. I'm looking forward to the 60K tomorrow.
Are you running tomorrow?
No, my wife is. I'm crewing for her.
Okay,
So,
cool.
which is my favorite thing to do is the crew. Because you feel fast, you feel part of it, but
Yeah.
you're kind of chilling.
Yeah.
So it's nice. And, Matt, can you give me that update again? I missed it. So
Dear
we've got
producer is being very
possible
vague with this
developments
one.
between Devin Yanko and Addy Bracy, as there might be a race happening.
No,
Wait.
possible developments like, maybe they dropped out. More to come.
More to come. All right. So we've got our eyes on that because we're in that kind of the territory in which our updates are going to be sparse because, like, Doe Spring, fairly remote. No cameras are able to be out there.
It is windy today. That was asked.
It did look really windy.
It's definitely windy out there
yeah.
today, and that's atypical. 90% of the time I'm out on the Black Canyon Trail, it's
It's windy.
calm. Yeah. No, not
It's
not
calm.
windy.
It's
Yeah.
rare to be windy for sure.
Yeah. Rare to be windy.
Okay, according to Katie Asmuth, Addy
Our new field correspondent.
I love it. Addy has come into Table Mesa walking most of the last 5 miles. That's according to Katie.
That's a bummer. That's too bad.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that,
Addy.
Addy.
It's just so unrelenting.
I'm telling you, everybody's got to come out and try it. I think things would go different in the November edition, sure, but the race itself, it's February.
Yeah, I'm going to have to jump into this race at some point.
I'd love to beat you, Rob.
You would definitely beat me. You'd be able to run back to Black Canyon City and pick me up as a pacer, as my pacer.
Oh, that'd be nuts. Yeah, but no cameras in Doe Springs. But I will say, with this drone footage from the finish, like you're getting within, a stone's throw of Doe Springs. So Doe Springs is close enough. I don't know if it would add too much value. It'd be nice if you could go further from Doe Springs, but then there's no service. So
right, exactly.
You really can't get any further out with this coverage, unfortunately. At least not now. We need Starlink to up the game
we need
for
something
us.
like that to take things to the next level. Right now, I'm going to take a quick look over to Table Mesa. Again, where more runners are coming into just under mile 51. Again, our lead women have been already gone through this point. And we won't get any word on where they are at until they're a couple miles out from the finish at this point. We'll bring it back toward the finish.
Is that final rocky descent? Yes. No? Yes.
Okay. So we're getting word that Devin Yanko is currently seeking medical at Table Mesa, and we're waiting for more info. So developments to come on Devin Yanko at Table Mesa.
And another finisher coming in here. Despite a new-to-me angle, I did correctly identify the end of this race, which is where this runner is coming in. Again, solid time, 8:32. That's really strong on this course. I imagine we will have quite a few, maybe a record number of sub 9-hour finishers across the board. Because I think we've got quite a few runners coming in here in the next 30 minutes, including some of the lead women, at least one. So another finisher, 8:33 and change on the clock.
Again, huge thanks to everybody who's been joining, bearing with us. I'm sure there's some of you out there that have been since we've gone live at 6:30 a.m. And a big shout out to everybody who's donated through the Super Chat. A portion of those proceeds will be going to support the Black Canyon Trail Coalition, a fantastic organization that helps maintain the very trails that all of these runners are having quite the adventure on today.
Indeed, and we got you the top 5. I will. It's worth rehearsing, but we now have 8 finishers for you, so I'll run through those. Trueheart Brown 7:57 in first. Scott Trayer 8:03 in second. Jeff Colt in 8:05 finishing in third. So all within 8 minutes. Those are your 3 golden ticket winners. In fourth, Makai Clemens in 8:18. Anthony Costales in fifth, 8:25. Seth Ruling in sixth, 8:28. Happy to see him get to that finish line after he didn't do so last year. Matt Bellis, just 20 seconds behind Seth. He was seventh in 8:28 as well. And then Michael Tapple? How do you think you say that?
I'm going to go with Tapple.
Tapple. He was that runner there we saw coming to the finish. He was in 8th place. He finished in 8:33. We next expect to see Colton Gale in 9th, and he should be in within the next 10 minutes or so. Behind him, Preston Cates was in 10th place at Doe Spring, just through there about 10 minutes ago. And those are our latest updates. We will have the top 10, I believe, all under 9 hours.
Wow.
So that's great.
Incredible. Not something I was expecting given the conditions.
No, although I think the fields were deep enough that even with significant missteps by a significant number of the field, it was still deep enough to get 10 in under 9 hours.
Yeah. And yeah, honestly, there were a lot less DNFs through Black Canyon City than I would have expected.
Way less.
Which is good to see.
Great to see. Got to get out there and rally on that next section. You want to drop? Sure. Who doesn't want to drop? Everybody does. But you got to say no.
Yeah.
You got to get back out there.
I mean, of course, there are times where it's just
always
necessary.
times
You live to
sure.
Fight another day, especially if there's another competitive race coming up. That
yes,
whether it's a golden ticket race or not, but
there are reasons to drop, no question. I mean, you could drop every race you entered, but more times than not, I think there's reasons to keep going.
So we'll see. Is that? I think
that's.
So it's gonna be interesting to see which is it gonna be Dominica? Is it gonna be Claire? Who are we gonna see first?
It will be interesting to see. I will say this. I would not expect Claire, even under the best circumstances or the best splits, to be much better than a couple minutes under 9 hours, even if she runs really well, just given the time she left Table Mesa. So she left Table Mesa at 7 hours and 18 minutes elapsed, and that's mile 50.8. You have about 11 and a half, 12. A 1:42 hour and 42 minute split would be very strong.
Wow.
So potentially around 9 hours for Claire. Dominica's got some more leeway. She could run really strong and be under 9 hours, or falter a little bit and be closer to that 9 hour mark. We're going to see.
Yeah.
Before we do, I'm going to take a quick 90.
Go take that 90. All right. Again, if you're just joining us, we've got our golden tickets punched for the men heading to Western States this late June. Again, that is Trueheart Brown, Scott Traer, and Jeff Colt. And we are awaiting the sight of our first female coming through at, as far as we know, based on the splits and what we've seen from our last visuals at Table Mesa. It is Dominica Stelmach, Claire Gallagher were quite close, and Claire was really closing that gap from the last couple aid stations. So we'll see how it plays out now. I'll take you back over to Table Mesa for a bit. This is the scene. About 12 miles north from where we just were. This is just under mile 51. From here, runners are going to be heading further south down the Black Canyon Trail to make their way toward the finish in New River, Arizona at Emory Henderson Trailhead. Again, just absolutely stellar day. Not a cloud in the sky. Again, much different from last year's scene where it was overcast for at least the first half of the race, and as runners made their way further south, things started to open up. But it's definitely hotter, and there's a lot less. Again, as I said, zero cloud cover, so much tougher conditions. Yet we did see the third fastest time run ever on this course. Again, that was by Trueheart Brown of Flagstaff, running a 7:57 and change. Again, here's the scene of the finish line chute where runners are going to be making their way to. I'm going to try to get Zach up in a bit. Once I can get, I'm going to try to get Zach up. We might be able to get an interview with our men's winner, and of course, one of the golden ticket holders. We'll get Zach up momentarily. So Zach, you are live. If you could just unmute yourself, we might be able to get your audio, and we can hear from Trueheart. Again, big shout out to all of our volunteers out there filming. So once Zach is unmuted, we'll head back over to him and get a word in with our men's winner. And now we're getting word that there was a 1-minute gap between the top two women at Doe Springs. So presumably Dominica and Claire.
Claire Gallagher is about to win this race.
We predicted it was likely because of what she was closing in on. So that is from Jamil himself. We're getting word.
Dude.
Is he out there now?
Hell yeah. This is going to be
fun
to watch.
If they've just gone through Doe Spring, they're about 3.5, just under 4 miles in from the finish now.
In very runnable terrain. Very runnable terrain.
For first. I mean, look, there's one thing about getting a golden ticket. It's phenomenal. But
winning.
Golden ticket plus winning, that's got to feel damn good.
I mean, as someone who's won this race, I mean, I should know.
Well,
that's a callback, folks. If you weren't here earlier, I've never won the race. I've been second once and third twice. But sometimes I tell people I've won it.
Yeah.
I don't know. They believe me. Just because I've run it so many times. He's probably won it once. But meanwhile, we are still waiting to hear from Trueheart.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get a word with Trueheart. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties down at the finish line, but we will get that up and running.
May or may not happen. We hope so. God, I can't wait to see Claire and Dominica.
Dude, it's gonna
just
be
barreling down to the finish.
I mean, we had talked about this last year when we saw Justin Grunwald and Ben Koss fighting for 6th and 7th, like on this last
Sure.
basically 10th of a mile stretch through the Rocky Wash. They had already passed Pipeline Road,
Yep.
and they're coming down. It was always a thought of, like, what would happen if that was for 1st and 2nd? It's
That'd be
amazing
nuts.
enough to see for 6th and 7th, but
Yep.
to see that for 1st and 2nd, that just takes it to a whole new level.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we got that again with the men's race this year. I think we kind of missed it, but Seth Ruling 2:28:09 and Matt Bellis 2:28:29. They were 20 seconds apart, so that was tight.
Yeah.
And again, that was for 6th and 7th. Yeah, this will be exciting to see.
And again, this is a live look at the finish line, where again, probably within the next 20 minutes, we can be seeing the race for first play out here on the women's race.
Are we allowed to bet on the air?
You can do whatever you want. This is Ultra, and I'm sure you're friends with most of these runners anyway. So.
I just want to put money on Claire right now. She's charging, man.
I feel like you already did yesterday on Free Trail. You did call it.
Yeah, too bad about Addie Bracey. I thought she was going to have a good one, but sounds like ran into some trouble. But very glad to see Claire get it done to get back to Western States, although we're not there yet. She's got a few more miles, but it will be exciting to see this race to the finish. And maybe Dominica's going to hold her off. I mean, talking about a 7:04 100K PR.
That's insane.
We're still not getting that, are we?
Yeah, we're gonna see. Is Zach? Zach. If you can hear me down there, if you could just press the unmute button on your device, I'll be able to bring your audio in, and we could talk to Trueheart. But we got plenty of views available while we're waiting. We'll take it up in the sky real quick. Again, this is a look at the finish line again from one of our drone pilots.
Always a welcome sight.
Yeah.
Whether it's a 11-mile training run or a 30-mile training run or the full race, you love making it to this parking lot. And it's really a great little area. Tons of space. I think I want to say they've got a food truck out there.
Do they this year?
I think so. Well, looks like potentially a pizza oven on the back of that thing.
Oh, it's Freak Brothers.
Yeah.
We enjoyed.
We had some for lunch. That was quite nice. But yeah, it's a fun little finish line area. On a day like this too, just hang out in the sun.
Yeah.
For these finishers here in the afternoon, that's great.
And again, yeah, there's some good points being made in the chat. So if you are looking at Ultra Sign Up and you look at like the top 10 times for the men and women, there are times that are faster than the course record we're saying. The times that are faster than Sage Kennedy and Brittany Peterson's course records were run on a modified course that was a little bit shorter. So the official course records are looked at the years at the courses that were not modified due to typically due to too much water, too much rain. making the streams
And,
pretty impassable.
Thanks to John Mettinger for bringing that point up to everyone, the modified courses in the past. Seth Ruling finished 6th in 8:28. Folks asking about that. Jared Hazen dropped at Table Mesa. Folks also asking about that. Rob, what do we got?
Well, we are waiting to set up. We're going to bring it over to Zach momentarily. He'll be talking with True Heart. So once he unmutes. So Zach is good to go.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to put this on speaker.
We lost this audio.
What is going on with that? So the audio only works if he's plugged in?
Yeah, we'll see if he could fix his microphone when he went off.
Is it? Should we go back to a drone or something?
Yeah. Well,
sorry,
lost
folks.
our drone feed.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. We'll have to go back to that. I apologize again for that, folks. Some audio technicalities down on the ground.
These things happen, you know?
They do. It's actually been surprisingly less than typically happens.
Right.
But as technology and planning gets better, it just does get better like this.
Well, I guess while Trueheart thinks he's giving an interview, we can know that we're talking about Trueheart. Again, from the gun, no fear, was hitting splits or under course record splits through 50 miles. Ended up 5 minutes over the course record, but only the third person to break 8 hours, along with Hayden Hawks, and Sage Canaday, and Trueheart Brown. I'm just going to repeat that for like a week.
Keep it coming, yeah.
Sage Canaday, Hayden Hawks, Trueheart Brown. I mean, you've got to assume that he could do anything. But no, an outstanding performance. Again, led wire to wire. And it was really just the fearlessness that stood out to me. I mean, had no problem absolutely ripping through those early downhill miles in the lead. So found the rhythm that was right for him. Turns out it was a fast one. But hopefully we'll hear from Trueheart himself about that, because I can only speculate about, what he was thinking, how he was feeling.
Yeah.
But from the outside, it looked awfully good, and he made it look awfully easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And as that was going down, I am watching the clock has ticked past Brittany Peterson's course record. It's almost at the previous course record from Elsa McDonald. So unlikely, obviously, not going to see a course record on either side today. But again, we are seeing much faster times than predicted due to the conditions. So we'll see if we can. Who's going to come out? Who's the drone going to get eyes on first? Is it going to be Claire? Is it going to be Dominica? Is it going to be both?
Will they be side by side?
Yeah. Oh man,
that'd be cool.
As soon as he unmutes, he should be good. So if you just unmute him and then give him double thumbs up, Sensman.
Okay.
I know you're ready.
Awesome, fantastic. I'm here, guys, with True Brown, the winner of this year's race and punching his ticket to Western States. True, tell me, you had a few minutes to gather your thoughts. How has it hit you yet?
It's starting to, but it's going to take a little bit to still settle in on me. I mean, I'm still taking it all in. It was a pretty long day. Obviously, put it all out there, but it's still settling in. But it's starting to, and it's pretty awesome because, yeah, I never thought I would be sitting here with you right now as the winner of the race. To be honest.
As speaking of that, you were considered a dark horse. and there were a lot of questions as to who is this guy out front in such a commanding lead right off the get-go. Was that part of your race strategy to go out there and just go for it, or what? Like, how did that play out?
It kind of was, and I'm a little bit older than most of the field, if you will, and there was a buddy of mine. We'd been talking actually yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, you're a dark horse," and I was like, "Man, I'm not even a gray horse in this race, you know."
Right.
And I, just with the conditions, I don't put in a ton of mileage. Been getting most of my training, doing the uphill, up in Flagstaff, schemo, and then, got 2 little kids, full-time job, and just early mornings, late evenings working out, and just figured I'd throw down right from the get-go. There was a good tailwind. There was a really big elite pack right behind, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of that, just with, kind of the mind games that get played, and then, can't see the footing as well. So I just figured, you know what, I'm going to run my race, and just stayed on it when I needed to, cruised when I needed to, and then took it easy when I needed to, and it just all worked out.
It played out super well for you. I mean, you did ask me. I had the pleasure of filming you all day long, and you did ask me several times, how far back are they? How far back are they? Even coming into the finish line, when you had several minutes on anybody close, you were asking if anyone was behind you, and you were still charging full steam. Like, I just have to say that was inspiring. I think we're all impressed with your effort today and how exciting it was to watch. I did want to say, watching you finish and having your family there, that was a beautiful moment. It touches me every single time. What did that mean to you?
It was awesome to have my daughter sitting right over here right now, and my son's with the rest of my family. But it was a team effort today for sure, and having them all here. My brother flew in from Nashville. My mom's in town. My wife's here. Stepdad, and just really, it was a family effort for sure. And thinking about them all day long kept me going. And just, it was awesome that they were here to share this with me today.
That's.
We had to cut away from that again. Congratulations to True Brown, but I think we were starting to get visuals on our lead women coming through, and again, the feed.
Yeah, and we'd obviously love to catch the end of this race, hearing that they were a minute apart at Doe Springs. So we'll head there and see if we can do it. To follow up, though, to add to what Rob said there, though, huge congratulations to True Heart Brown. I can't wait to hear more about sort of how the race developed for him, and I do want to talk some about one of the points he made and how important that is. But first, let's see this ladies' race.
It's hard to make out who's coming through right now. So bear with us for everybody at home watching.
Yeah, that drone feed looks like it's cutting. Do we even
as this? All right, so Zach, who was just doing the interview, is going to move to closer to the finish to get visuals on what, because the women should be coming through. We should be able to get visuals on the women soon.
So we're not seeing anything yet, though.
It's hard to tell. I thought I saw a ponytail coming through on one of the drone shots, so I did not want to miss.
No, absolutely.
The women's race. Again, so now we're on the ground, about probably 100 meters from the finish line. This is that cattle gate that the runners have to pass through.
Well, we're coming up on that 9-hour mark. As we mentioned at Table Mesa and have talked about since, there was certainly a chance of one of these ladies getting under 9 hours. really all of the top three leaving Table Mesa with Dominica having the highest chance of breaking 9 hours leaving first. But Claire Gallagher was just 9 minutes behind her, had an hour and 42 minutes to get to the finish, to finish in 9 hours. So while we are not currently seeing them right within eye shot of the finish, I've got to think that they are quite near, and we are picking someone up here coming through the single track, and I believe this is the final dip.
Okay.
Yeah, it would make sense if this was them. Oh, you don't think it's them. Right. So evidently we're hearing they hit Dose Spring at 8:36 and 8:37 elapsed. So that was just 22 minutes ago. It probably, even on a good day, is going to be closer to 30 minutes from Dose Spring. So we will not see anyone else break 9 hours.
Ooh.
At least on the women's side today. Sometime it'll happen.
We are confirming now that Devin Yanko did drop at Table Mesa, mile 50.9. That is unfortunate. Never loved to hear that. She was honestly running an incredible race, but it just shows you just how hard and challenging. And now getting more information that she had a fall just past
Cottonwood Gulch. That would have been between mile 47 and 51.
So on her way to Table, that might explain why she was seeking medical.
Yeah,
at
that makes
Table
sense.
Mesa.
Well, let's I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because I guess we've got 10 minutes maybe. So let me quickly add to my thoughts from that unfortunately slightly shortened version or conversation rather, with Trueheart Brown. It's been a long day. So Trueheart Brown, one thing he said, and I cannot overstate the importance of this, and he said it sort of almost as an aside, but I think this is the key to running well at Black Canyon. What he said roughly was he pushed when he needed to push. He ran smooth when he needed to run smooth, and he took it easy when he needed to take it easy. In explaining this course to people, in my own success, having finished on the podium 3 different years, that's more or less how I try to explain this trail to people. And the way I explain it is there are sections where if you push, it's only going to get you 10 seconds a mile, but you're going to have to work way harder. Mm-hmm. And there are sections where you can push, but you'll get like 40 seconds a mile, and you're not working that much harder.
Right.
So there are times when you need to be on the gas, and it's going to pay off. And there are times when you need to really back off and just try to run smooth and efficient and take it easy, and you're not going to lose much ground. Trueheart Brown has run this trail a bunch, probably more than almost anybody. He understands that. That's what I got from that interview. And specifically, he did something else, which is he took race day conditions into account. He didn't just have a blanket plan. He had a blanket plan, but then he applied specific information to it. He said there was a tailwind. I figured I should take that and run with it. So incredible job by Trueheart Brown, and I think really insightful there with what he was saying in that interview. Back to the race. Do we feel we might have a finisher here on the women's side?
I don't believe
no,
so. Again,
I don't think so either.
It's hard to tell at this point.
I keep getting excited.
I know,
but
that's the thing is, at this point in the live stream, the excitement, the adrenaline, everything is maxed out.
I know. So if it was 8:36, 8:37 at Doe, this should not be one of the ladies, but it shouldn't be too long. Does that make sense?
It does make a lot of sense. As a follow-up to what you were saying,
yeah.
My question is, while there are probably several of these sections, what are some good examples of the sections that are areas where you may want to push it and may not want to push it? Or is that relative to the runner? Or is it like specific?
Definitely relative to how you're feeling, but you could have some general rules. Or there are some general themes, I think. And congratulations to yet another finisher. I think the first over 9 hours. So a lot of sub-9s. The sections that are especially, I call them picky because they're not necessarily technical. I think that's not accurate. They're not necessarily especially climby or the best way I can describe the trail is picky. When it's especially picky, maybe a little bit rocky, doing a lot of the in and outs, up and downs through the drainages, those are times you should take it easy on this course. It just does not do you any good to try to run hard. When it's more smooth, less windy, especially more downhill, those are times to be on the gas. If you know this trail really well, you know when you're on one section or the other. If you don't, you it's hard to make that distinction.
Right.
And so you're kind of pushing maybe when you shouldn't. You're taking it easy maybe when you should be pushing. It's just a really tough trail to get right without that knowledge of the trail. So he absorbed all that, Trueheart. Obviously learned from racing this in the past, running 9 hours, 9 minutes, applied it today, everything clicked, and that's how you break 8 hours.
Again, that ties into what we've been saying since the beginning. It's having course knowledge is an
Yep.
advantage that any other advantage you get. At the top of the advantage list, it's having specific course knowledge.
I agree. For whatever reason, with this course in particular, I don't know if that's true of all races. Here we have a Claire Gallagher sighting, and she is in first.
Yes.
Claire Gallagher stormed back.
Let's go.
She was 17 minutes behind Dominica at Black Canyon City 24 miles ago.
We're going to get our drone
17
up.
minutes back. She's in first, and she is going to run the third fastest time on this full course.
Wow.
It's choppy.
It's going to be choppy.
It's going to be choppy.
We got some eyes in the sky now on her.
If she would just get closer to the finish, we could have better coverage. See some ATVs there in the distance.
Yeah.
On that power line road. So Claire looked like she was right about to cross that power line road. We're trying to get closer here with the drone. Yeah, I think she's crossed it. She should be coming down. Yeah, I think I see her at the top of the screen on the right from this drone shot. But she will be coming down here. She's within 2 minutes of finishing. Wow, Claire Gallagher. What a race.
What a race. I mean, she was just on the hunt.
And, so right there in the middle of the screen, that should be her. We should not be surprised. I think that's Claire. We should not be surprised. We're talking about a former winner of, a past winner, I should say, of Western States. Obviously knows how to do well in the heat. Obviously knows how to motor on a runnable course. Claire Gallagher's win here should surprise no one. And when I think she will here, coming through those gates, she throws up her hands. She knows she's made it.
Her feed's going to cut, isn't it? Patrick's feed is cutting out. I'm going to stay on the drone. So, again, that is Claire Gallagher coming in to win it.
Right about 9:06. God.
Incredible performance. Yeah, it's so busy. Everybody's got their phones out there, which is eating up some of the cellular. So we weren't able to get her camera sights of her on the ground, but we got her coming through from the sky.
Maybe we should put up signs. No phone zone. No phone here. Claire Gallagher with the win. That's huge.
Congrats. Huge congrats to Claire.
Huge win.
Here's the scene.
You know she's going to be stoked.
There she is.
And she gets to share the winner's circle with one Trueheart Brown.
That's incredible. What a performance.
Some very worthy winners today.
I mean, there's one thing to see True running outright from the start, pretty much, but to see her tactical ability to just eat up minutes and miles over the course of the race,
absolutely.
That is one of the best performances I've ever seen on this course.
Claire Gallagher knows how to race. No question about that. And
she is talking to RD, race director Jubilee Page. Well, Claire's going to States.
Yes, she is. And again, that was the third fastest time on this course. Faster than 2018, Courtney DeWalter. Faster than 2020, Camille Herron. Outstanding.
Here, now coming in, this is I believe Dominica. She's going to be finishing, probably
Maybe 3 minutes back.
3 to 4 minutes
Yep.
back as she crosses Pipeline Road. Wow. Like I said, what was going to happen? There was this unfortunate but incredible potential for there to be a battle that happens in this area where we don't have coverage.
Yep. And I would have to suspect it was Claire that was first at Doe Spring. Well, I mean, we'll find out later, but
it sounds like it was Dominica.
It was
which means
Dominica.
in the last,
wow, then Claire absolutely charged that last 3.5, 4 miles. That's incredible.
I mean, she's done that at at States where she's been in the it was her and Brittany a couple in 2019, right?
2019. Yep, that's correct.
So she seems to completely thrive in those situations.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But all the credit to Dominica, ran super strong all day. And you know what I love about this performance? She cracked, but she didn't break. I mean, obviously she slowed down quite a bit. Claire picked up 17 minutes on her, really 20 from Black Canyon City to the finish. But she didn't totally fold. She didn't. I mean, she's still running. She's still going to run a great time. I'm sure it was exceedingly painful because she had a pretty blazing split to Black Canyon City, but she kept moving. She's going to finish here second in the 4th fastest time on this long course. Huge props. This is a great race.
Amazing.
And off to Western States. You got to like that.
Oh, that's got to feel great.
What do we... Yeah, I don't want to move forward too quick, but I think we can safely say she'll be second here. She'll be 9:10 and change after she goes up this last little rocky uphill.
The question is it going to be Anne-Marie or is it going to be Taylor?
Yeah.
Is there going to be another change in there that...
That's what I wanted to talk about next. I mean, Anne-Marie had 20 minutes on Taylor. So she, it would have to go really, really poorly to give up that 3rd spot. But we will see. What we do know in the meantime, gosh, she's hiking fast as heck. You see that?
Just bringing it in. So
that's a very fast hike. This will be second, and it will be. She should sneak just under 9 hours and 11 minutes. The iconic setting, again, the Emory Henderson
right there
trailhead. There we go. Fist pump. Got it done.
Wow.
Heroic performance. That was awesome.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, there's 2 tickets punched.
2 tickets, and they were separated by 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, those two. So really tight races on both sides. Little bit different in terms of the storyline, but we'll see who comes in third here. Does anyone feel like they're abusing caffeine today?
Dude.
Is that just me?
Have you heard me talk for the last 2 hours?
Anyone out there watching just kind of hammering caffeine? We're all going to get through this.
Yeah, we're going to get through.
Oh, Claire announced she is not taking the ticket.
Whoa. No.
Why?
Honestly, I think it's because she's going...
Per our field correspondent.
All right, so that's a developing story. That means only 1 ticket, unless Dominique is doing the same, only 1 ticket is claimed.
That is a developing story. What?
We could find out for sure.
We got to get Claire on the horn.
She did talk about... so developing story, we're
developing.
Not
we don't know for
yet.
sure. We don't know.
We're getting word, but...
We don't know anything.
All right, so we have word of that, but we're going to wait before we can give full confirmation on it.
Yeah, we should note Craig Thornley, the race director of Western States.
At the finish line.
He is at the finish line. And he's willing to hand you a golden ticket, I hear, if you get one. I might just show up and ask. Just listen,
maybe
Craig, while
Claire's
you're here.
Try to give it to you some way.
Yeah. I mean, if you're handing them out. I've paid 3 times. Should get one on the house, right? Jeez.
I
Yeah,
mean, let's talk in hypotheticals then. If something like that is the case, we didn't expect it, but if something like that is the case, that means, third and fourth place would be punching their tickets if they take.
that's correct.
Because again, unlike every year up to this point, there's been 2 tickets.
Yep.
This year, because of the unfortunate cancellation of Tarawera, it's going to the top 3 and men, top 3 women in this race, and the same for Canyons in April. So that means the podium effectively would get tickets unless there is that roll down if someone passes, and if that is confirmed, it can roll down as far as 5th. So.
Right.
That's why you can't know that information from the field.
Right.
I mean,
No, you cannot.
so if you're out there, you have to run and as if you're in 4th place right now.
Absolutely. And I'm sure Taylor Nolan, who is in 4th, is charging. And we have an update that Anne Marie at Doe Spring is up 19 minutes on Taylor. So Taylor has actually made up minute and a half in the last 8 miles, seven and a half miles. So nothing significant. Running a similar pace, slightly faster, but they will both then be within 4 miles of the finish, 3.5 to 4 miles. So we should have some clarity on this top 4 here relatively soon.
And I'm going to take us back to Table Mesa momentarily while our camera crews, our drones, our filmers on the ground are really working overtime there in the heat. So as they get their feeds back up, we're going to bring us back to mile 50.9, where runners are going to be coming in for the next several hours. Again, we
Table
are
Mesa.
on the air. Well, Eric and I will be not on the air, but we will have commentators on the air through the night, all the way till 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Can you believe that? These
There
people
will
are
no-
crazy.
There will be no live stream for the 60K this year. That is, I know, a goal for the future. But this year, we are going all the way through the 20 hours. And again, the magic number to get into the lottery or to qualify for the lottery for Western States is 17 hours. So runners are they're going to have to get through Black Canyon City by 5 p.m. if they're going to stay on pace for that.
And I'm eating a chocolate.
Yeah, you are. There is a giant
It's heart-shaped.
Valentine's heart full of candy.
And
Crushing it.
it's one of those that comes with a guide, so you know what you're biting into.
Those are those are really helpful.
Those are helpful.
Usually there's only like one good one, though. So.
Well, that remains to be seen. You'll have to try them all to know that for sure.
So again, this is a look at Table Mesa. We have our top 2 females have already finished the race. Again, we will confirm whether or not Claire is taking that ticket as the winner. Otherwise, it's going to roll down to 4th. So that's an exciting developing story here at the Black Canyon 100K live stream presented by Hoka. Let's talk about Hoka for a bit, because you run for Hoka. What kind of shoes from them would you be running in?
The Evo Speed Goat is what I've
Okay.
worn every year, with the exception of 2017 when I was not with Hoka.
Okay.
But yeah, the Evo Speed Goat was killer on this course, and in
Yeah.
fact is what Trueheart was wearing.
There you go.
So
There's little bits and pieces you out there on the course between your shirt, your shoes.
Makai had my shirt. Colton Gale had my mustache. Trueheart had my shoes.
So some might say you've left quite the mark on the sport.
You could say that. Yeah, that's right. I guess Jared had my 2018 vibes. He dropped. So yeah, I mean, look, there's pieces of me everywhere. Ooh, who's in that chair?
Let's see if we can get
That's gonna be tough to get out of. Yeah, this is a tough point in the race to sit down. You don't want to sit down here.
So you
I've tried it.
Yeah, you'd go no chair at this point.
I would go no chair. I sat on the ground when I needed to.
Is that that looks like Melissa Ostazuski coming through Table Mesa.
Okay.
Right there in the center of your screen.
Yep.
A newly minted flag staffer with her twin sister Sarah.
From Phoenix?
Originally from the Midwest, as Matt would point out. Originally
Midwest
from
for
Indiana.
life, Indiana.
But they lived in the Pacific Northwest for a while, in the Portland area.
Okay. Basically Chicago. Indiana. Yeah. Basically Chicago. That's good. Well, this is not at all like Chicago or Indiana at the moment. February in Phoenix, 80 degrees. I wonder if it did. Let's see if it got to 80 today. Wow, it's 4:19 p.m.
Right now?
Yeah.
These time it just flies by.
We've been here for 10 hours.
Yeah, that's probably mind-blowing for you.
That's
right?
nuts.
It's crazy how that happens.
So it's apparently 77 right now in Black Canyon City, 81 in Phoenix, Arizona. It's warm. I don't think enough people have complained about the heat, although I guess we haven't really heard directly from any of the athletes.
Yeah.
I'd like to know. But that'll have to happen at a later time.
I did see a lot of runners come through looking pretty pretty red.
Red, yep.
Yeah.
And there were
lots of ice.
Lots of ice,
yeah.
Right. So
sunscreen is key in the Southwest.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, anywhere, but especially here.
Indications are that they were feeling the warmth. Although, in terms of times, still ran plenty fast.
Oh, way faster than crunching the data would have us to expect.
How about the chat? Do we have any anything we need to follow up on with comments? These announcers are dunces. That's Jeff Colt. Yeah, we figured it out, man. All right.
They're hitting us on the Jeff Colt thing for
He slid
hours.
under the radar.
We've mentioned
I literally did. Yeah, that
times.
wasn't very nice. I didn't know that he was at the front of the race until the finish line. Somehow we didn't see him at Table Mesa. But the other issue was there was a delay for a while in the timing mats. So while the timing mat picked him up, we didn't ever see that until after the fact.
Yeah. It's all good because at the end of the day, Tropical John has our back. So
yeah, is anyone defending us?
Yeah, John Benninger.
Yeah.
We got F3. Is this F3 coming in right now?
That
it looks like
does
Anne-Marie.
look like Anne-Marie.
Yeah, so this
Anne-Marie
is going to round
Madden,
out our podium.
Yeah, and Paul Nelson is Paul droning? Or do we have Troy's drone? Looks like Troy on this. Anne-Marie Madden, she's going to be third. Yeah. Again, Courtney DeWalter's 9:18 from 2018. Just going to be about 5 minutes over that. A very solid time. And that's going to get her third today. And, she really ran a smart race and she was just kind of solid all day and kind of emerged in third at Black Canyon City. And maintain that position from Black Canyon City to the finish. So big props to Anne-Marie Madden.
Yeah. Yet another incredible performance out here. Let's look at the finish line where she is going to be coming through pretty soon. She makes her way down into that to this wash section, makes the final climb up through the cattle gate.
She's going to be happy with this.
Yeah.
She'll have to be. I'm sure top 3 was the primary goal. So the final stretch here, I'm telling you, this course just never quits. Even at the last moment, it dips in and out of a creek bed there at the end.
Yeah, lots of loose like river rocks on that.
Every time.
Particular wash, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that wash for sure, but all of them. So again, this will be Anne-Marie Madden at the finish in third place, right about 9 hours 24 minutes, and she follows Claire Gallagher, who comes away with the win in first. Excuse me. And Dominika Stelnash. That's an M. I might be saying it right. Who is second? And those are your top three. That's your podium. We will see if all three take their tickets. That's a developing story. We're not sure of that. And someone said, Camille said Dominika is about to turn 40 as well. So 3 more or less 40-year-olds in the top 3 men and women. So the top 6 there, half of them basically 40-year-old. That's great. We love that. So Claire giving some love to Anne-Marie at the finish. Slipped it just right about 9:24 for Anne-Marie. Third here today, but this definitely a top 10 time. I don't have the list in front of me. And again, just about 6 minutes off that Courtney Dauwalter time from 2018, which is great. I mean, she's going to go to Western States, right?
Sorry, I'm just lost reading some of these ridiculous comments. I'm just going to call that out. But
Are they
anyway,
awesome?
Thanks for the people that are supporting it here.
Let's see, 9:24. So, yeah, Camille Herron's 2020. She ran 9:21. So, the 7th fastest time here by Anne-Marie, which is great. Super solid. So we've got 3 times in the top 7, top 8, top 7, 3 in the top 7. Can you believe that?
That's incredible.
And on the men's side, 3 in the top 5.
Wow.
So a heck of a day on both sides. Let me
just trying to
check in on these comments as well.
I'm just trying to check in
they're
our live
nuts.
tracker because I think we've got potential sightings of 4th place female coming in.
Okay.
And again, we
Hey,
apologize.
we would expect that to be.
Some of the tracking has been off. That's something we've been battling all day. This is just what happens in ultra.
Rob, you don't need to defend yourself.
Oh,
We've done a great job. No one could have done a better job than we did today. Oh, I'm joking, guys.
Maybe not you. You've crushed it since.
We don't know. We don't know what we're doing.
Debut.
We're just
Won't
here. Won't be F4. No, I say that in jest because we're just a couple of dudes having a 10-hour chat.
If you're not honestly in the spirit of our 2nd place men's winner Scott Traer, it's all about the fun at the end of the day. If you're not having fun, I'll put this on the line. You're completely missing the point of the sport. So let's keep that online.
Yep.
If this was a regular microphone, I'd drop it right now. But that'd be my mic drop. No, it's all about fun. But again, thank you to all the supporters out here.
Yeah, we've been having fun though. Say it back, Rob.
I've been having a blast.
Okay,
Are you kidding?
cool. Whew. It was
so much fun that like I'm just also sometimes I don't hear it because like the headset.
Oh,
we
true.
can't hear each other in the
I have
headsets.
to yell. Rob. Yeah, I am really rather loopy. Everyone keeps talking about your musical ability. I'm hearing it on the comments. I'm hearing it in house from people.
Yeah, I guess there's the internet or something.
I think dear producer Matt even said, "You told me." Yeah. He said you're good at music.
But am I Eric Sensman Black Canyon good? I don't know. That's the jury's out on that.
Probably. I mean, that's a pretty low bar.
That's when you know you've eclipsed the 9-hour mark. When,
Yeah.
Self-deprecating humor is
Right.
the way to go.
is the only thing you can manage. We're doing good. It's, we got 30 more minutes. We are going to hand the reins over, as has been mentioned, in about 30 minutes to dear producer Matt.
Matt, do you have a co-host? You riding solo?
But he will have Jamil in the field
Yeah.
that he'll cut to at the finish line, assuming they can get cell service. And again, it will be here at 5 p.m. that sub 17-hour hopeful finishers at this race will need to come through Black Canyon City. Again, while the course limit is 20 hours, to have a qualifier to enter the Western States Lottery at the end of the year, you will need to finish this race in under 17 hours or under. I wonder if we'll have any sprint finishes. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So for 7 a.m. starters, that is a midnight finish, midnight cutoff. There were 3 waves, 7, 7:30, and 8. So depending on which wave you were in, you're looking to finish between midnight and 1 a.m. To secure that finish for lottery entry for Western States. So that will be fun. You will get to call that. AJW says coverage is great.
AJW in the chat.
Thanks, guys.
We also got Kafuzi in the chat. I think this one might be for you, Eric. He wants to know if you're wearing the performance flannel. Is that what you're wearing underneath?
Yeah, performance plaid. You got it.
Yeah. So that is confirmed.
Well, thanks to AJW for the holler. And really to everyone in the comments, good or bad. You know what they say, all opinions should be voiced so that you can have a public debate about their merits, right? So you voice what you're thinking, and then people get to criticize it and decide, object to it, and that's how you figure out what's, good and bad.
Yeah. I mean, this is nothing compared to the trolling that we got at Cocodona, so I'm pretty immune to it at this point.
Yeah. I love internet trolls.
It's fun.
It's a great time to spend your time. I obviously hate it. It's a waste of time. But anyways, we digress. We've got 30 more minutes to turn this show around. We're 9:31 elapsed. We've got all the top 10 finishers on the men's side, all under 9 hours, I think.
I think 9:02 rounded out.
9:02 for 10th. Okay. We have the first 3 ladies, all who will receive golden tickets. We'll see if they all take them. 3 ladies that have finished just over the 9-hour mark for the win for Claire Gallagher. We are awaiting the 4th finisher. We presume that will be...
Oh, wow. Okay.
Top 10 men were under 8:48. So I was right. 14th was 9:02. So that's good. It was fast year, deep field. That showed in the results. We believe this 4th place finisher will be Taylor Nolan within the next maybe 20 minutes, perhaps less. And if any of the first 3 female finishers don't take their ticket, that's going to roll down to Taylor. And I'll bet you she's going to take it if she has that opportunity.
Yeah.
And it would be great to see her back at States. Yeah.
Imagine finishing and being like, oh, man, I just missed. And they're like, no, actually, you're going to States.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, big shout out to the I did not miss that pun in the chat from Sarah Newberry, the utterly entertaining cow clothing joke. You see what she did there?
Oh, that's good.
That's really good. I think that's pun of, that's
Sarah
hashtag pun of the week right there.
No, that's really good. I'm a big fan. Okay. What do we got now?
We've got our feed cutting out. We'll bring it back over to Paul in the sky as our drones are kind of tag teaming over there due to battery power.
That
And
battery power is really a limiter, isn't it?
it is. I mean, there are new drones where the battery life is more.
Yeah.
It lasts longer, almost 45 minutes now with some of the newer generations, but typically around 28 to 30 minutes.
28 to 30 minutes. Wow, it's not
Yeah.
very long. What happens if it
And
dies in the air?
Well, I mean, it senses. It all goes well. It's supposed to sense, and then it'll bring it back to home.
Oh,
So
okay.
it'll bring it back to where you are with your controller. But we've had it not during a live stream, but we've had them go down during filming and for documentaries and stuff before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lost a
Not
drone
ideal.
out here with Dylan Harris.
Oh, yeah?
About almost a year ago, we were filming Jubilee Page, again, the race director, who
Yeah.
about a month after last year's race, she and her dog Fox decided to do the entire Black Canyon Trail as a self-supported through hike, and like the entire trail. Like she did the Circle Mountain Loop north of Bumblebee, and then went all the way through. And we were trying to find her on the course on the trail, and the signal cut out. Something happened, and it was one of those rare cages where we had to try to find the drone.
Did you find it?
Yeah, Dylan found it.
Oh, damn.
Because it sends you like a GPS ping. And
Oh.
it'll say like the last known location.
Was
but
here. Yeah.
It was like near K-Mine, but it was like a lot of bushwhacking.
Oh,
through
shit.
cactus and stuff. So
That's crazy. So we need improved battery life.
yeah, I mean, improved battery life would be good, but also the some of these newer drones that you do actually have signal for longer. Like you can usually go a mile or so, and now
Okay.
you can go almost 2 miles out, if not more.
Cool. We've got some runners streaming through the cacti, and it does not look like another female finisher.
Is that another?
Maybe?
No, it's hard to tell.
Well, it looks like a pacer, of course, and the runner. I don't think
Yeah.
that's two racers there, and it feels like the pacer's in front, but who knows? We'll see here shortly. Man, look at that scene. Just beautiful. Gonna get a nice sunset on course.
All right.
This just in.
This just in. We can now confirm. Eric, you want to take this one? This is big news.
Claire Gallagher is not taking her ticket.
Say that again.
Claire Gallagher, she's not doing it. She's not going back to States. Why? She's Claire Gallagher. She can do whatever she wants. She won the race, but she doesn't want to go back to Western States.
So,
She's already won Western States. Maybe she figures,
Yeah.
I've already done that.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a number of reasons. She did allude to potentially going back to school, I think, on the Chasing Gold podcast.
Okay.
Who knows if that has something to do with it. But regardless of taking the ticket or not, that's one of the best performances we've ever seen out on this course. So
Spectacular. Heroic.
that will never be taken away.
No. Hats off to Claire. We don't care what Claire does with her ticket. Doesn't matter. Fantastic race.
It's almost like
Congrats
just when
to
you think
Claire.
she couldn't make the race more exciting.
Yeah, she did.
Then again, you made it more exciting.
So this means the next female finisher will have a golden ticket and entry to Western States.
That's whew.
Now, last we heard, that was likely to be Taylor Nolan.
Yeah.
We will see if that proves true. But she did go through Doe Spring, and that might be reflected in the splits on the timing mat.
All right, so now it's 9:30, almost 9:38 elapsed from our first wave.
How long can we thank people? Because obviously we need to thank people before we get off the air, and we have 22 minutes.
Probably for the next
22 minutes of
23
thanks.
minutes,
Yeah. All right. Dear producer, thank you for all your hard work. Honestly, to you, good luck. because you've got to take over for hours. And he is thanking us for keeping his seat warm. Excellent. Thanks to the drone flyers. I mean, look at this footage. We wouldn't have this without the drone flyers.
Yeah, I love your drone flyers is funnier, arguably funnier than Scott Traer calling running shoes sneakers. So, drone pilots, drone flyers, drone acrobats, whatever you want to go.
I mean, you could argue that without the drone flyers, we don't have a production at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like the drones are everything about the live streams that we've been seeing is definitely taking things to a new level. It's definitely new territory, but there's something about drone footage that you can just sit on, and it's just incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Especially in trail running, especially on the Black Canyon Trail, where you have incredible views throughout pretty much the entire course.
Yep. Yes, you do. And this really showcases those when you get those elevated views.
Yeah.
So thanks to the on-course help as well. That list is too long to go through. 8 aid station captains, including Chris Thornley of Squirrel's Nut Butter. Again, Squirrel's Nut Butter, sponsor of this race. Of all Aravaipa races, we have a nice partnership. But all the aid station captains, that's super important and very helpful. And all the volunteers at those aid stations. You could be one. And I think you get race credit.
Yes.
Yep. Dear producer has confirmed.
I love his new title, Dear Producer.
Yeah, you can get race credit.
We've got
if you
another
volunteer.
finish coming up right now. Oh, man, it's got to feel good to conclude that journey that started at 7 a.m. this morning.
Absolutely.
At Mayer High School.
And to finish shirtless. I love that.
It's a good look.
And it's a great look, and it probably feels fantastic. It's 75 degrees, late afternoon. Ugh, jealous. Wow, so I started thanking people 2 minutes. It's only been 2 minutes since it feels like I've been thanking people for 20.
I am continuing. It's just so funny to watch your debut live stream. It's.
See, okay, so my only other experience.
You and Debo need to talk, have an after talk, because obviously
we should, yeah.
Had an incredible time commentating states. But
yeah,
it's like you have a whole new understanding of what it takes to maintain. Like Matt and I have done this a lot.
Yeah,
Jamil and Skylar have done it
even more.
So
right.
It's like you get it now.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm part of the fam.
It's a different kind of ultra.
It definitely is. See, and I those Project Carbon X that I commentated, those were 8 hours, 9 hours. Yeah. But I was outside.
Yeah.
Very different. I was on the back of a car.
Yeah.
And I was only getting thrown to twice an hour.
Right.
So I could
kind of
space out and hang out for a while before I had to be back to thinking about the race.
And do you hear that?
Yep.
Has the ringing in your ears gotten even louder?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
and my ears hurt.
Yeah, the ears.
They just hurt.
There's a lot of things that happen.
Wow, this is really cool. Just running it back like this. Will this be Taylor Nolan?
Let's see. So the drone is just basically over the pipeline road that is a little less.
I want to say that's Taylor because I think that's Stephen Kirsch.
She
pacing
would
her.
have had to change kit.
Yeah, well, I think she just dropped her pack.
Oh, okay.
Which is something I've done at Table Mesa because that last 12 you could just do a handheld and a waist belt. I'm pretty sure that's Taylor because I know Steven Stride, and they are teammates on the Adidas Terex team. And I think
that does look like Steven.
Steven was going to pace Cordis, but I think he ran into some problems, may not have made it. These are guesses. My God, look at that scenery. It is just beautiful.
Yeah, we're kind of coming into not the golden hour of the race, but the golden hour for filmmakers.
And might we remind everyone?
This is the final ticket.
Final MF ticket. This is big. This is huge.
This is.
I'm being somewhat reserved because I don't want to be wrong because we've We've done that too many
Yeah.
times. But I am
This
pretty
is
sure this is Taylor Nolan,
This is the
and this
ticket.
is 4th place in what will be the final ticket to Western
You
States.
gotta wonder if she knows. I mean,
I imagine she almost certainly doesn't,
yeah.
right? Because I mean,
Unless Steven's got, I mean, even if he had the live stream up, which there's no service where they're
right,
coming
right.
from.
I don't think she'd have the intel, and she will be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
In fact, Claire might be the one to tell her
That'd be
when
cool.
she crosses the finish, because she was quick to give Anne Marie a hug when she came across. So, yeah, she'll be under 10 hours. I don't think the best time that Taylor could run on this course, but a very solid time all the same.
Absolutely.
4th place in this field, great. I would say a very, very solid performance from Taylor. Again, at the peak of her abilities, she's someone I think could win this race, but even on maybe what wasn't the best of days for her, great time, great place among this field. She's going to be rewarded with the golden ticket.
This is incredible.
And I think Claire Gallagher's going to tell her.
Oh, drone tilt down.
Congrats to Taylor.
There we go.
Well done. 9:44. She's going to get the medal. Who's going to tell her? Howie's getting the snaps. Another finisher came through.
No, I think that wasn't Steven.
No, he started walking. He did the same thing for me.
Oh, went around.
I saw the walk, and I
Yeah,
said,
there
that's
you go.
definitely Steven.
Yeah.
He backed off. Okay, but she is now, she is now at least talking to some people at the finish. Is that Jubilee? Oh, there's Claire.
There
Claire's
we
going to
go.
tell her. Claire, let her know, girl. 3rd golden ticket. It is now Taylor's. And there's Abby Hall, another Adidas teammate, Stephen Kirsch, back in the frame. Surely she told her, right?
I mean, I would imagine there's a little bit of like, and again, we would bring audio if we could, but you don't have audio with drones. But
Yep.
The thing is, I mean, she's probably, how was your race? How was your race?
Yep.
Did you win? Oh, yeah, I won. Okay. That was crazy. Tell me about all this stuff. You can imagine that. But, yeah, it looks like she's probably going to reveal it.
Yeah, you would think so. I was just, maybe there would be a palpable reaction if that did happen.
All right, so while we get things sorted down there and see if we can get Taylor's reaction to finding out that she's got a ticket. Again, there is a rare scenario that she wouldn't take it because it could roll down as far as 5th.
Right.
I don't think that will be the case. We'll be going momentarily, not quite yet. We can go down to Zach, who's going to be talking with another one of our men's podium winners. I'll get confirmation on who he's been able to get at the finish.
Well, in the meantime, congrats to all of our finishers so far, especially our 6 ticket winners. And we will hope that a lot more make it to the finish before that 17-hour cutoff, allowing them to enter the lottery for the Western States 100. And another
Is
one
that-
stream into the finish. That might be Colton Gale. Maybe not.
Here, what's...
It's got the... No, Colton Gale finished 7th. Look at me. I don't even know
Hey,
who's
it's
finished.
all good at this point.
I gotta stop speaking because everything's wrong. Oh, man. No
Assessment,
wonder.
you're safe. You're Black Canyon and ultra running at large royalties, so you're good.
I guess, Rob. It's nice of you to say. I don't know. I mean, it feels like you let me off easy, but you should be dying for the truth. Jeff Colt.
And we're getting word that we're trying to set up interview with 3rd place men's finisher Jeff Colt. I know his family and friends they've been watching closely all day. So we'll see if we can line up that interview at the finish line. momentarily.
So I'd like to just quickly go back here to some of the things that have been said today. Rob, how often are you sarcastic?
Most of the time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Cool. So, when we talk about True Heart Brown running from the gun to win Western States, that's mostly tongue in cheek, wouldn't you say?
For the most part. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
Yeah. That's a different story.
It's not unlikely anything like that to happen.
Hey, it could happen.
We did talk about that. We talked about how sometimes it's going to work.
Sometimes.
Like,
that's right.
I mean, Jim's done it. Doesn't somebody else can do that as well.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
It's like,
Absolutely.
it's a more rare thing, but
we'll
we'll find
you
out
hear,
in June.
wow, already giving him Western States, calms down, fellas.
Hey, it's all good.
We're not giving anybody anything. We're just
We're
having a good
we
time.
can give people whatever race, and it's going to come down to the race, whether we like it or not. That's the thing.
And that'll
It's like-
prove if we're right or wrong.
Yeah.
You got that right.
I mean, Sensman, I gave you podium last year, and it didn't happen.
I know.
So,
Dude, I feel bad. I let you down.
That's right. Well, I think in 2023 you're going to turn it around.
Or later this year at that really long one.
Oh, well, okay. I was speaking specifically at States, but that really long race known as Coconut.
Yeah, but specifically at States. That's fair.
I would love. Sensman and Coconut would be
I think it's gonna
be
happen.
the highlight of the month of May.
I think it could be fun.
And yet another strong finish here. That looked like our 5th place female.
Yeah. Yeah, we really got sidetracked, didn't we? Let me see.
We have a limited number of feeds up at the finish. We're at the point where our volunteers are leapfrogging from place to place.
Oh, so was that wasn't Brianna?
That looks like Brianna.
Is that Brianna?
That was Brianna Grigsby right there.
Okay. Well, not far behind Taylor in the
finishing
end. I
super
mean,
strong.
shoot, that was only 5 or 6 minutes.
Such an incredibly
that's great.
strong runner. Dr. Brianna Grigsby.
Yep, 5 minutes, and she was 5 minutes back at Doe, and about
wow.
5 minutes back at the finish. Wow. That got, I don't know if Taylor knew how maybe uncomfortably close that was.
I'll just think that could have been a ticket.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why these races happen,
You have to, especially when there's 3 in the mix and 3 tickets and not 2 tickets.
Absolutely. But no, that's why we run the race. Is that it looks like we're getting some of Jeff Colt's family. Throw in the comments section. So
yeah,
awesome.
I believe William Colt
you'd love to see the parents. If I was racing, my mom would find her way on here and be saying all sorts of nice things, just uncomfortably nice. So I'd love seeing the parents chime in. That's nice.
Yeah. We'll take it back out to the sky. And yes, we are working to get a camera up and running at the finish line to see if we can talk to Jeff Colt himself.
Seriously, it's like the more people are there, the less access we have to these feeds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've faced that at a lot of different races.
Yeah. So, but I think we can say, Brianna Grigsby, 5th place, about 9:50, very strong. Yeah. And kind of just moved up throughout the day and took advantage of the carnage.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I've seen her do that at so many different races. She's such a strong runner.
Yep.
Of course, Arizona, local to Arizona, so down in Tucson, but she's no stranger to the Black Canyon
Still
Trail.
A huge advantage. Another Arizona local that's really taken advantage of this race, Charlie Ware. He's gotten a ticket here twice. Lives down in Tucson, and again, going full circle here back to the start of this broadcast, I think having that access is huge at this time of year.
Yeah.
In being just better prepared than others.
Yeah, big shout out to Rambling Runner. Thank you for the donation in the chat. Really appreciate it. Again, a portion of all the proceeds from the Super Chat will go to support the Black Canyon Trail Coalition, the amazing organization that works hard and tirelessly to maintain the trail that these runners are making the journey on today. I'm having flashbacks to the finish line last year. It was like a beautiful golden hour as far as the light goes.
Yeah.
It looks like we're gonna have
Another one
just like that.
Yep.
If I remember right, it was super windy at the finish last year. 'Cause I
It
remember
it
trying
started to
to
get pretty
interview
windy.
you, and it was too
Yeah.
windy. And
Yeah.
it was like we had to like try to hide behind a tent.
Totally. Oh, it was super windy. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. Oh, I
It was
forgot
just
about that.
whipping.
But I don't remember it being windy during the race.
No, I think it came in late.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like it. Well, they're going to continue to stream in here. I'm going to keep drinking coffee.
I can't believe you're.
I gotta
still downing
stop.
coffee.
I don't need this anymore. I mean, we got 6 more minutes. I'm going to be bouncing off the walls tonight. I did vow, I have an athlete that I coach who is trying to get a Western States qualifier.
Yeah.
And I did vow to stay up till midnight to see if she achieves it.
Oh, that's incredible.
So I do need
Do
this.
you
I do
wanna-
need this coffee.
Does she want a public shout out or?
Yeah, sure. Sarah Tomal. Sarah, she and we also hope her B goal is not to get sunburnt,
That's an important goal.
and
yeah.
her C goal is to see a donkey. So I would say she's got the right goals
I think
for this race.
at least 2 out of 3 of those can
Yeah.
happen. The sunburn that's
Yeah.
up to her. I mean, so is finishing. The donkeys is not up to her. I'm
That's
saying.
right. That's right.
Or the burro.
Yeah. So I'll be checking the live stream to see if she accomplishes that. But best of luck. I hope it's going well for her. I will have to check once we get off the air here shortly on how she's doing. We did have an ask about the difference between Bandera and Black Canyon. Very different courses. It is interesting that the finishing times at these races are relatively similar.
Yeah, around that 8-hour mark. Right?
Yeah, that part is sort of, I think, a coincidence because there is almost no similarity in terms of the courses. Both sneaky challenging in their own way, I guess, would be a similarity, but quite different overall.
Let's take a look.
We are
on the ground
going-
as we're getting a photo op for the women's podium.
Excellent. It's like they act like it's not their job.
I just
Literally,
I
this
don't
isn't my
even get
job.
I don't even get it. Whatever.
Guys, huge shout out to Jeff Colt.
We
He had an amazing race. If you were following along, the mats along the course were not updating in a timely fashion, and there were hordes of men coming through the aid stations throughout the race. We did, in fact, miss Jeff Colt all the way until the finish line. Thought he was Adrian McDonald at the finish line and thought, that's impossible. Turns out it was Jeff Colt. Apologies to Jeff. Apologies to everyone out there. Specific apologies to MS for missing that. I understand. We should have done better. But there's always a next time.
Yeah, there's always a next time. And again, we are trying to work to get an interview with him. We're doing our best to connect with third place finisher Jeff Colt.
But the Zach cam is having issues.
Yeah.
It's all the people on their phones.
Yeah, there's a lot of
We're having a hard time connecting.
battle for this.
Hopefully we'll hear from Jeff. Once again, to Jeff, to Trueheart, who won. I'm trying to remember who got top 3. To Scott, to Dominica, to Claire, to Taylor Nolan. Why am I forgetting? And Anne-Marie. Whew! It's a lot of names. Congratulations to all of them, especially those golden ticket winners, and to all our finishers. And again, until midnight or 1 p.m., all the finishers will have finished fast enough to put their name in for the lottery for Western States. So it'll be fun to watch. We've got 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes before we sign off, yeah.
Unless you're Stan.
I might hang tight a little bit for Matt just because
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Matt's going to need it. Look at him. So, dear producer Matt has been here all day, and he's going to continue being here all night to bring you this live coverage until 4 a.m. So, hats off to Matt. Hopefully he enjoys it. We are coming. Yeah, you might have 0 camera feeds. It'll be fun. But for now, we do have, all the top 10 men who finished under 9 hours, very deep field, and that showed in the results. We have, on the women's side, almost had another female break 9 hours. We still only have 2 women who have broken 9 hours on the course. Top finisher Claire Gallagher was right about 9:06 today. And we have all those top 5 women. It looks like they were just now doing the ceremony. Can we flip over?
Yeah, we'll flip over
to see that.
Patrick's
We are still
cam.
looking at the drone footage, but we will go to the Patrick cam. And here is your podium at the 2022 Black Canyon 100K. And they will hand out the tickets, the hardware. And we did get confirmation Claire was not going to take a ticket. And if that proves true, that will pass down to Taylor Nolan. And I believe that was Craig Thornley, race director of Western States 100, who was handing out those tickets. So there you have it. And Howie Stern, as always, getting the photos. Remember when you made the joke that he cloned himself?
Yeah.
And that's how he's at all the races?
Yeah, he's at all the races, all the.
That was a good joke,
invitations.
man. That was when we were still young and, early in the day.
That's when we were only 33. I think we've aged.
Tons of energy. Yeah.
In a little bit, we will have to restart the stream because there is roughly a 12-hour limit. We've been streaming for
10 and a half?
almost 11. We like to have some buffer room in there. Usually wait for a lull.
So we're going to sign off
I think
and
we're going to
restart
sign
it.
off right now that we've hit that 10-hour mark. So
The second stream's already up. Okay.
we're going to sign off on this stream, and then we will get the next stream going in about 5 minutes. So please rejoin the stream if you want to catch all the action here. I am Rob Ricardo alongside my co-host Eric Sensman. It's been quite the pleasure for the Black Canyon 100K.
It has. This has been awesome. We hope you guys have enjoyed from home the coverage, and we've certainly had a nice time. So thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Eric. It's been incredible.
Signing off.